swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Hello and welcome everyone to Week 7, day number 3 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining me on the desk tonight are Matthew Fish Stewart and Jake Spawn Tiberi. We got there in the end. Guys, day 3, most of the way through the week now. Spawn, you having a gig? How are you going down there?
Yeah, I'm going well. I don't know who the guy is next to me either, so don't worry about it too much. But yeah, it should be another great day of LPL action. I got to cast with Froscarin yesterday. Unfortunately today, it's stuck with the Real Fish, so we'll see how it goes down.
And Real Fish, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling great. Looking forward to exciting matches of the LPL today.
Awesome. So let's have a quick recap of yesterday, because we did have some fun matches there. It seems like the upward trend is continuing. LGD, boys, they're finally starting to win some games.
Hype. Not only are they one game out of playoffs, they're like half a game out of playoffs now. They're nearly, if M3 lose today, they're nearly actually tied for that spot to be able to sneak in there. So it should be fun to watch how this season eventuates for LGD. But I guess more importantly than the ladder positioning, they actually seem to play better, which is like the most important thing right now, right? They're at least getting something out of their season.
They definitely are. They're definitely seeming like they're going to be playing a lot better now. And Swan's right. They are one game away. Like if M3 do drop this game, they are tied 3 and 8 each. Potentially can put it in their hands to win up.
Yeah, and maybe let's think about who's actually been really doing the work here, because we've talked about Imp. He's been playing, I'm going to say, very well throughout most of the season. Where have we maybe found the rest of the power? Because Wayless has been up and down. Marin, sort of the new guy on the team, despite his success. It just feels like LGD are finally starting to find their stride. I'm maybe looking top lane, but I'm curious to what you boys are thinking.
Yeah, the biggest thing that I think I've seen is that their jungle and top lane actually has synergy now. I think that Wayless is still kind of struggling at times, but he had a really good game 1 at least yesterday, and improved as the series went on. So I really am looking towards the jungle position, towards the top lane. Marin's now getting a little bit more assistance. They're not using Xiaoxi, they're not using Yu. They're actually back with Amy, so I think that it is kind of that top half of the map that's improving.
They're back with Amy now. He's been playing phenomenally for LGD since he's been back, and settled in with the roster a little bit more instead of the kind of rotating door of junglers that we've had so far. But I'm actually going to be looking at Wayless here. I think he needs to step up with the rest of the team. They have Imp and PY on the bottom lane, Marin and Amy in the jungle. Sorry, Marin in the top lane, Amy in the jungle. Wayless needs to step up and have some control in their mid lane. I'm looking to him to try and provide that stability to LGD.
Well, we'll see if LGD can continue their good streak, because it has been a decent week for them so far. I guess on the other side, though, it's the LPL. We're getting deep into the season. Now, Week 7 is pretty far through the regular season, at least, and it just feels like the top teams just can't stop winning.
Yeah, and it's really weird, right? Because you got QG, and they're by far and away the best team in their group right now. I don't think anyone's going to really make an argument with that. But out of RNG, OMG, and EDG, I kind of am ignoring IG at the moment, because IG are in a very typical IG space right now. And this is what we're actually talking about, the standings.
Yeah, you can see they're on Group A. QG still on top at 9-1. Snake at 6-4, with Ward Elite tied for them currently at 6-4 there as well. M3 currently sitting in that spot number 4, but could change there towards the bottom.
So this is what I'm talking about. RNG, they've got a 2-game buffer, but Invictus, OMG, EDG, all equal right now. And IG are playing bad League of Legends. They come off a horrible week. They lost out to Masters 3. They're not having much fun at the moment. EDG should be the team to really start pushing into that second spot.
Well, we'll have a look at today's games. IG will be playing in our first game today, but it will be against Xiaogu, a fearsome opponent indeed. Remember, we have 3 best of 3s this evening here as well, so plenty of matches to bring you.
Pecco
as
in
we'll flick
QG's
through.
starting lineup.
I did see that in the photo, but RNG versus M3 is going to be our second match. We'll see if RNG can continue their relatively strong week, as they've just, again, been having a field day with maybe some of the lower table teams.
And they're definitely having a field day with the lower table teams, and also a field day with their roster, throwing in a couple of curveballs, you could say.
Every now and then, but there's World Elite versus OMG will close us out for the day. So pretty exciting stuff. Always interested to see which mid laner does show up, but you sort of mentioned it already, Spawn. We've had some roster changes. Some extreme ones, some not so extreme ones. Feel like teams are still settling on their team. Although we're getting later into the season, I think they're starting to make more crucial decisions.
I think that Week 7 is like really late to be making some of these roster changes. When I looked at LGD, it didn't really make that much sense. When I was looking at Snake, the battle between AD carries, to me, just pick an AD carry and play, because they both do very similar things on the lineup. Crystal seems to be a little bit more teamfight oriented, and that's where they've kind of settled at the moment. But you're right, OMG, they've gone from cool to icon back to cool now. teams are starting to shuffle it up, and I think that they just need to recognize it's week 7. We need to start getting it together and really getting some consistency.
I think so as well, but we'll have a look at a different kind of consistency, as it is the KDA rankings. We'll start in top lane. V still hanging out at 5.9, Looper at 5.5, and good old Chiang snuck in there at 5.1.
I don't know what you mean about the consistency. The consistency used to be Chaogo always at the top. I don't think that's quite
I
right
think they're
anymore.
back there. I think they're nearly back to every single position at the top of the power rankings. They're definitely starting to up their game one more time, QG.
Yeah, well, there's Cluelove currently at the top of the jungle. That's where he likes to be, but only 6.4. Again, it's been weeks now. I think his KDA is just tanked, unfortunately, for the man. But Swift still looking good. 6.2. MLXG has 6.1. You can see how good the aggressive junglers are in the league.
And this is really weird because 3 aggressive junglers with 3 really high KDAs, that just shows how well EDG, QG, and RNG are playing as teams. Because if you're an aggressive jungler on a bad team, you tend to die a lot.
Certainly do. And Xiaohu currently 5.7, so RNG looking good, but Doinby never far behind, despite the fact that he does like to throw himself into the enemy team more often than not. Still looking good there for Xiaohu, who are, again, continuing to dominate the top of the standings and the rankings as Pekko. I feel like it's untouchable at this point, especially if they stop playing him. 14.3 still.
Well, if they're going to be playing him today, there might be a chance that that 14.3 might be dropping off a little bit.
Against Rain and Kitties, you think that's the team that's going to destroy Pekko's 14 KDA. I don't have the same faith as you, but there are also a couple of other very good 80 carries on that list right now. Deft, Whoosh, and Uzi rounding out the rest of the KDA.
But here are our supports. 5 actually still on top. 4.9. Pretty high for a support, to be honest. But more also looking good at 4.5. And I think Marta, ever the man to impress. 4.2 is not too bad for the RNG support.
We always say that about Marta and Mako. Like, how do these 2 engaged supports actually consistently have over, like, 4 and 5 KDAs? It's really, really strange. You know that those 2 teams are going to be doing very well as we check out the MVP.
Yeah, this will be fun here. Doinby sitting at 7. Condi at 7 there as well. This is number of times a player has received MVP, I believe. So Rookie there in 3rd with 6. And SMLZ and Looper actually tied for their teams at 5 apiece. So again, Xiaogu looking good. But that's very impressive from Condi.
Yeah, I mean, feels like we've seen his name pop up for MVP quite a few times for his squad, and he's really been the star jungler for the team, the one that gets the ball rolling for them.
The impressive thing about it is, last year on M3, he looked like he was all over the place, but this year on WE, he seemed to have more consistent performances and has really been stepping up, so congratulations to Condi. Doinby is a person for me, because when you play on a team of superstars like QG, to be able to lead that ranking is just so impressive. And
again, I think it's game-based as well, so we'll have a look at the team profiles now. Remember, our first matchup is IG versus QG. We'll start out over on the Invictus Gaming side. So Ty, Kid, Rookie, Rain, and Kitties. Really no surprises at this point, but a team that's certainly been up and down.
Yeah, and I think that whenever a team has Zatai and Rookie, it's always going to be a little bit rocky. When they get it together, they look fantastic. As you look at Zatai on your screen, he's had some fantastic games, especially on the Trundle, but as of late, has started to struggle. And when he plays 4 champions in 5 games, you know that Zatai is really in a state of flux right now.
Yep, not keeping it consistent. As Kid, the jungler, has certainly been stepping up and becoming more of a jungler as the seasons progress. But Rookie, really the superstar of this team. I feel like a lot of his success really does drive the team forward, but he can't be the only carry, and I feel like Rookie's been struggling to really just play from his own lane.
It almost seems like that, actually. He's done really well in the lane, but that just doesn't translate to winning games for IG right now.
Well, the problem is that everyone used to camp Rookie, and they were like, if maybe we get this guy behind, and he was good enough to absorb it. Now they're like, we're just going to beat up the bottom lane.
Yep.
And Rookie can't save them time and time again. So the games that he does save the bottom lane, they end up winning. But time and time again now, teams are just picking on this bottom lane. And when you look at M3, Savoki, he's such a powerhouse down there, able to get a lot rolling for them. When you look at WE's bottom lane as well, they were able to pick on it. Zero had a fantastic set against Invictus Gaming, so that was what sold it to me that IG are actually going to start running into some trouble.
Yeah, and I feel like they've definitely been a little bit on the downward trend ever since the ascent in about the middle of the season. We're going to swap over to the other side of the Rift, though, and check out their opponents for today, as I believe I did also spot Pekko sitting down in his chair. So could be back in the lineup for game 1. Let's have a quick check-in with the team profile just to confirm. Been a lot of Uzi lately, but we do know that they like to swap between the two, and it will be Pekko back in the roster. V, Swift, Doinby, Pekko, and more. The classic QG roster, if you will.
Yeah, Uzi's had a really long run with the team so far. Now they're going to be putting Peko back in.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit confused. I feel if there is a time you want to lane bully, as we take a look at V on your screen, in the bottom lane, it is going to be against Invictus Gaming because they do have a weak bottom lane, but maybe they think that maybe they can just survive it and get through the team fighting phase, where Peko is a very good AD carry.
Certainly is, but we'll move through the roster now. Swift, they're their jungler, always a player to look out for, especially on the aggressive playmakers. But Doinby just becoming more and more impressive as a player, it seems like.
He is one of the superstars on this.
He's the best player in the LPL.
Yeah.
He's playing like a freak show. Like, I don't think there's anyone that's had a more impressive split so far than Doinby. Maybe you can look over at RNG's roster and start pointing at Lupa and Mata, who have once again shot back into glory. But as far as individual talent goes, like, Doinby carries through.
Well, you can see Peko and more. I haven't seen Peko in a little while. Lots of Callista and Ezreal back when he was playing, but again, feels like he's certainly been practicing. Can't imagine he's particularly out of practice. It is interesting to watch the dynamic because I did feel like QG has started settling on Uzi. So bringing Peko back in for this match, maybe it's not for the whole set, but it's interesting to see him back in the lineup.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of Peko. I love the way that he plays his team fights and late game as an AD carry, but I completely agree with Spawn. This is a game where you have to be able to abuse the bottom lane, and Uzi's the perfect person to bring in for Chalgo to do just that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Peko. I think lots of people know that by now. I think that he's a really respectable AD carry. I think that as far as like team fight AD carries goes, he's very, very good. But I just think that when you have a player like Uzi, if you don't play him, it's just a huge waste of resources.
Well, we'll see how it goes this time as IG vs QG will get into Champ Select for our first game between the two. Callista Lissandra are the first bans there for Invictus, with Corki the first ban there for Xiaogu. So still seeing a lot of the similar stuff here. I can't imagine we'll have too many surprises, at least in game number one, as Lulu is going to be the second ban there for Xiaogu.
Just a little bit standard so far coming out from these two teams. I mean, Corki's a champion that Rookie has played time and time again in the LPL. Callista, really strong AD carry. Lulu, you can't really give that away to a team that wants to protect their bottom lane that has had a really, really poor run so far. And then Middle, he's going to be banned up next.
I'm actually a little bit confused at the Corki bans because 3 games in a row, 3 of the last 4 games, sorry, Rookie's picked that up and he's lost all 3 of them. The other thing is that Doinby's champion pool is fantastic against Corki. Victor does very, very well in the lane matchup. You can also play Kassan and Ari. Both of them do very well in the lane matchup. So getting rid of that is a little bit confusing to me, but obviously QG have a plan, so we'll see what it is.
Well, they ban Poppy and leave Gangplank open potentially. Zatai is certainly a fearsome Poppy player. We'll have to see if IG do settle on the Gangplank, and of course, if they do, which player they decide to give it on. Zatai and Rookie are both fairly carry-oriented as players, so I can't imagine they wouldn't have issues flexing it if they wanted to. But IG at least are not snapping this one up right away. They're going to make sure they consider the pick fully until they lock it in.
So I know Rookie can play it, but he hasn't so far in the LPL.
Okay.
So I have seen him play it, but Zatai's picked it up, I think, the 3 times that they have let it through. Is it only once? Wow. So it's definitely Zatai's champion so far. But in saying that, I do... Rookie is one of the players that I really, really like. I do stalk him a little bit on the solo queue, and he definitely does have a good gameplay.
I feel like he can play just about anything, as they are going to swap to Nautilus, definitely rising in popularity as a tank pick. We've seen it top lane a lot in the LPL. Around the globe, it started showing up in mid lane, which I think Doinby is probably quite happy about from last year. You never really know with Nautilus, but it is a great pick here on the patch, so no surprise to see IG take it first.
And with Poppy banned out, that's one of the most played champions come out for V. Fiora's the next, tied up with his Poppy there. Nautilus is the 3rd most played champion for V. Interesting enough though, Zatai hasn't played much Nautilus at all. In fact, none this split so far for IG.
And I wonder if they just give it to Kitties. You know, Kitties is a fairly decent old school Nautilus player, and we have seen a little bit of resurgence in popularity of the bottom lane Nautilus, so here's another potential to come out there.
Oh, there's Braum actually picked up for more. That's no surprises at all. He's even drawn bans for the champion, as Swift will also pick up Gragas. So the Xiaogu tradition of taking a strong jungler for their strong jungle player will continue. Swift's been on a bit of a tear with the champion. Feels like he's found his form from last year.
Yeah, certainly has. Ever since he went over and got it handed to him by Spirit, he's come back and started playing very Spirit-esque style League of Legends and seems to have found some form doing so. I also really like the Gragas pickup just because Doinby is such a good Victor player, and I speak about how Victor struggles with Gragas on the Rift because he can knock him out from underneath that turret. So expect Doinby to go towards something like the Victor and try and bully out the mid game.
We're going to have to see what Doinby picks up next year, as Invictus Gaming have picked up Sivir and Gangplank as their next 2 picks. So decided not to first pick that GP, but did get it in the second rotation. And that could be flex top lane if we do potentially see Kitties pick up Nautilus down as a support champion.
Well, Xiaogu still has some choices to make here, so we'll see what they want to do for picks 3 and 4. They've got about 15 seconds left, as they're at least going to hover the Maokai. B has played it a few times already in the LPL. Perfectly serviceable champion, despite the fact that his popularity has dropped off just a bit, at least since we saw him all the time last year. But QG do have to finalize these decisions. It could be, wow.
See, and this
throwback, Maokai Tristana.
Yeah, this is why I always stick to the Uzi thing, because Uzi's on this lineup right now, they lock in Vayne. There's no way they don't lock in Vayne. It's a perfect pick in the composition so much. There is so much peel and protection. You've got a Maokai, you've got Gragas, you've got Braum, and you're against a Sivir. He's going to be able to hunt down, find Sivir as soon as he hits one item and just take Sivir off the map. It is such a bully lane. Sivir cannot clean up split push farm, has to always stick towards the middle part of the map. However, they're playing Pekko. Not the best Vayne player. In fact, we saw that that was something that he was forced on towards end of last season when QG were playing very well and was bullied a little bit. So goes for something like the Tristana instead, something that can match the pushing power of the Sivir, but definitely not something that can take the 1v1 fight.
I really want to see how that's going to impact the bottom lane as well, because now Rain, he's going to be playing a utility-esque AD carry who just wants to push out the lane, shove it into the enemy tower, farm up as much as possible. Pekka's going to be kind of doing the same thing, so you nullify that advantage you had of having a stronger bottom lane. As IG now, they're just going to lock in Elise and LeBlanc.
Yep, so Spawn's instinct was right. It will be Kitties, I believe, taking the Nautilus into support. And that's going to leave Zatai top lane on GP, which we did expect, and LeBlanc in that mid lane. We are going to lock in Zed, though. Doinby going to go back to the Assassin. Very tricky matchup to navigate here. I like the challenge that Doinby's almost issuing to Rookie.
But look at how much pressure is on Doinby to win this game. Like, they have very little wave clear in a pinch. Like, if a siege ever starts up out of Invictus Gaming, there's no way that they can immediately clear the wave. Zed's not going to offer that. And honestly, the later this game goes, the better off Invictus Gaming look right now. AoE crits out of the Gangplank and the Sivir, the big Gangplank ultimate, and the pick potential of Rookie to be able to take someone off. I really do not like Xiaogu's draft right now.
And I feel like maybe just playing to outplay here, which is dangerous against any opponent, but this is the composition they have selected. We'll look at IG's lineup first once more. Gangplank Elise, Rookie on that LeBlanc, Sivir and Nautilus, their 5 champions, versus Maokai, Gragas, Zed, Tristana and Braum. Definitely some different champions there for Xiaogu. We'll see if they can make them work here in game 1.
Different champions indeed. I mean, this is just all over the place here. You got Maokai up at the top, you got Tristana back as an AD carry. I did like the Zed pickup here, especially.
Oh yeah,
because,
the Zed's great.
It's a great pickup. You throw an assassin into an assassin, now you can split against a Gangplank as well. I like that, but the rest of the team composition just doesn't quite do it for me.
And you know, Gragas, Maokai, that's really good. It's kind of the AD carry pick that just sticks out as a sore thumb. See if it works out.
Well, Pekka's back in the lineup. We'll see if he can step it up. It's time for game number 1. And we're out onto Summoner's Rift for our first game of day number 3. Invictus Gaming will be taking on Xiaogu for their first match of this particular one. Different drafts on both sides. Feels fairly standard from IG. Xiaogu maybe throwing a couple of spanners into the mix, but they've been on a tear recently. IG maybe looking to regain some of their form when they were ascending early on into the LPL, but we're starting to run out of time here in week 7 as a crucial match here between these two teams. This is the last chance they get to play each other as well. So they'll have to go back to their own groups after this. So some good points up for grabs if they can get them.
Certainly is. As we take a look at the Keystone Masters, Rain is going for Warlord's Bloodlust for that little bit of that extra lifesteal, whereas Pekko going for further battle. I just really want to hit on what you're talking about, cross-group play. Not much pressure on QG at all. No one looks like it's going to catch them in Group A. They will most likely lock out top spot. IG under so much pressure. Vici yesterday looked the most improved we've seen Vici all season, and they are only sitting 1 game back. So Invictus Gaming need to start picking up these matches if they're going to stay in the playoff hunt.
I mean, now the minions are going to collide here between IG and QG. As we take a look at where the junglers are going to start, it is going to be Swift starting on the bottom side of the jungle, picking up his Gromp Cam first. And that does mean that Xiaogu are going to initiate a lane swap, sending Peko and more in the top lane. And that is actually matched here. We do have Rain and Kitties running up into the top lane. So both the teams deciding to swap this one out.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming is one of the teams that hates lane swapping. You were saying it in the break. I think it's about 17% that they've actually lane swap, and they lose a lot of those games. So matching the lane swap, definitely good. Nautilus is a lane bully in his own right. Both AD carry supports get a jungle camp for themselves. So we'll see exactly who this favors as the lane goes on. Because as we said, if you're going to lane standard and you're QG, you think you would just play Uzi. So maybe that was not the game plan.
Well, we'll have to find out. But lane swap detected, it seems like, by IG as Rookie. Doing Rookie's favorite thing and zoning people off early. V starting to take damage. Level 2 already as Gangplank is going to go in for it. Nice Q there from Maokai to disengage. But the Tire easily wins the early trade there.
Yeah, it's something that's going to continue as well. It's very hard to trade as a Maokai versus Gangplank. Need to use that grasp and get in range, but Gangplank's just able to harass you from far. Actually goes with the Sapphire Crystal start, so you know he was looking for a standard lane because wants to get into that Sheen as quickly as possible. Wonder if he goes Cull as well in here, because we've seen a lot of Gangplanks like that item. You're pretty much going to be farming throughout the mid game. Cull gives you a big boost in income when you get there. Not that Gangplank really needed it, but gives him a little bit of extra help.
Well, we have to see if that is the item that Zatai decides to pick up once he heads back to base. The rest of the map here, look at Rookie in the mid lane. He is just being hyper aggressive against Doinby, staying true to his playstyle, making sure he's harassing Doinby every single chance he gets. As Kid, nice cocoon, buddy. You almost got that Scuttle Crab.
He has boots, man. Like, Scuttle Crab jukes the crap out of you. I don't envy Kid trying to hit that dude with skill shots all day long. So completely understand, Kid. I'm on your side this time around. But want to point out that Rookie should be winning this lane matchup right now, as V gets even more damage done at the start of this laning phase. As soon as it hits level 6, it is a little bit easier for the Zed to start navigating through all of this burst damage with the ultimate and a little bit of threat of his own. But right now, it is melee versus range. So it has to be careful and respect the LeBlanc, and that's what he's doing.
You can see the CS right now actually quite even within 5, so good effort from Doinby early on as V actually teleports down to the lane with a second Doran's ring. So feeling the pressure perhaps, as Zatai's definitely got some good trades on early, and Rookie continuing that solo lane pressure here as well. Again, has a very good time early on in the matchup, and Rookie's such a good lane bully on a signature champ like LeBlanc. Not too surprising as we pop back into the top side. More on Peko, just farming away right now. Tristana doing just fine on the farm as Kid takes a stationary camp there instead. As Swift's maybe looking for something here.
Gragas is trying to roam down here to Ty. He has not gone back to base yet. He's now stuck between a rock and a hard place. As Swift is going to jump in, gets the body slam. Then a couple of attacks should be able to slow him down. Tatai's definitely trying to run away, but it's not enough. The Tree will pick up first blood.
Really well played there, but more action in the top lane.
Yeah, it could be problems here as IG are looking for something. Kitty's getting low though, but Peko and More both chunked down massively in that trade. Good move for IG to get aggressive with action down the bottom side.
Yeah, certainly was. Knew where the jungler was. For QG, it was Swift making a very nice play. Gets V back in the lead in that lane. You see that Sheen was picked up, but no Cull, so just a standard build so far. As now Kid potentially looking for a dive in this top lane turret. At least getting some deep vision. Has been spotted out by our ward.
He was spotted out by the ward then. Immediately, Mo and Peko are just going to grip underneath that turret. Kid is not even going to try and take these grumps away as they, take the Krugs away as they just waddle back to their little spawn points. But to tie down on this bottom lane now, he's been hyper-aggressive against V on the Maokai. That kind of backfired for him after Swift got a nice gank off.
Yes and no. He also has a 15 CS lead right now, so it's going quite well. Like, he did get ganked in because V picked that up, but this is just Zatai, right? He's going to gamble with the odds every single time, and right now he feels that he can bully the lane. There's now Moore's caught.
Yeah, could be trouble here for the Braum. He does stand behind out into a minion, I believe, but you can see Kitty's able to be so threatening with the Nautilus. We see him in the solo lanes, you know, plenty of CC, very tanky when he gets the farm, but in support, still has all that CC. Doesn't leave his kit when he doesn't get items.
And the funny thing is, we always talk about as a top laner his base values. Well, base values mean even more for support players because that's all you really get for the majority of the game. So you see that Kitty's being able to utilize them. And this is what I was talking about. Zatai, he's not slowing down anytime soon. He's going to continue to bully the tree. So even with that one kill, it's not really that much.
We do see a flash coming up into the top lane here. Kitty's going to try and jump away. Swift was spotted out by that ward, but they still stuck around a little bit too long. As now Kid, he's looking to try and make his way down to the bottom side of this map.
V,
They are
dead.
picking on V once again.
Ultimate available. Here we go.
There's the ultimate coming out as Kid now. He's going to get jumped on. The Spider is going to be a repeller and de-aggro the turret. They pick up another kill in that bottom lane.
He didn't even have it in the first place. That was all on Zatai there. He just pops the ultimate, stays in range, and execute comes out of Elise. Very well played. If they had gone down towards the Gangplank would have got the kill. Instead, go up towards the Elise. It goes over to the jungler. Now counter jungling going to ensue because of the successful dive in the bottom lane. And it is still a 20 CS advantage right now for the Gangplank.
Well, straightforward stuff for IG, but well played regardless. Kid doing a nice job taking some pressure off that bottom lane and helping Zatai stay up in his winning lane. You can see Doinby has now hit level 6, but Rookie's level 7. So getting zoned off a couple of creeps here as Doinby is just going to get aggressed on. He's respecting the power of LeBlanc, constantly shadowing away, but Swift, he only gets here now, and Rookie's just going to leave.
Rookie's just going to be a back away. He's been putting a lot of pressure onto this mid lane. Got about a 10 CS lead for himself ahead of Doinby, but they are level 7 now, so ultimate is available for Zed. Could potentially trade back if he wishes to do so. And Swift is just going to be able to farm up his jungle, clear out the camps, potentially try and help out V a little bit more in that bottom lane. We saw him make a trip down there earlier. He might have to go back down again, but look at this. Lane swap coming out once again. They're going to send Tristana and Braum down there instead.
Yeah, so right now Dragon is going to be priority, so may as well swap back into standard lanes. Not really much gain for either team from sending the duos up into the top side of the map. No one was able to get a fast push. Was just standard lanes. As blue buff gets transferred over to Rookie. And that just means that right now, Invictus have a pretty natural 600 gold lead just through farm advantages.
Yep, he's seen a killer piece, so effectively neutralizing any gold there. IG are going to start the Rift Hub for themselves, so taking full benefit of the rotation they've just made by swapping those lanes back. And yeah, QG swapping back. You can see they really don't want this 2v2, but it's going to cost them some time and money here.
Yeah, so they don't want the 1v1, I believe. There was actually an opportunity to give that over to Zatai and giving him even quicker back there with the Rift Herald, but they give it over to Kid the jungler. He needs some experience for himself and will be able to utilize that to get into lanes and help push it out. But QG right now, I feel like they're trying to dodge the Gangplank lane and try and shut it down a little bit, but right now, 70 CS, already an assist and 2 components of the Trinity Force. It just hasn't happened. You just got to give up on it and try and gank the lane.
IG are having none of it as well. Every single time they will rotate back and match that 2-on-2 and 1-on-1. It's Pekko will take a couple of tower hits up in this top lane. And Swift now in this middle lane, potentially going to put some pressure on the Rookie, who does get the death mark down from Zed. Doinby is going to be flashing forward, gets a lot of damage down. Not enough to take down the LeBlanc, but they both trade their flash.
Yes, flash, but also Ignite used on Doinby's side. Probably would have been able to get the kill if Rookie didn't flash immediately as he did, so that was well played from the mid laner of Invictus Gaming. But the first signs of life out of Doinby, recognizing that he needs to go aggressive against this LeBlanc, see if he can get some work done.
Oh, now Jungler's going to meet as well as Kid and Swift have now spotted each other. Swift was trying to finish off that kill that Doinby started, but Kid in the right place there, able to make sure that does not happen. Keep his LeBlanc up in the lane. There's more getting pushed in and fairly low here. Rain doesn't quite get the spell shield down, but Doinby, you can see just eating harass. Nice little auto for a Thunderlord's proc there. And Doinby now, he's got really no pressure. Rookie's ulti is going to be back very soon.
Certainly is, and he has the Ignite, and there we go.
Look at this, Rookie's trying to get that damage down. He is going to be able to pick up the solo kill in the mid lane. What a play coming out from Rookie.
Yeah, so very well played. A little bit over-aggressive from Doinby. Should have just backed away, picked up the Hex Drinker instead. Lane going to go a little bit awry now. Swift trying to look to save the turret because that is a Herald buff in the mid lane. And you really got to give a lot of credit to Invictus Gaming's lanes right now. All three are pushing up in advantage. And honestly, QG, we already mentioned it, a bizarre draft has just meant that nothing is going to go their way. As we have another look at it again, we mentioned already that Rookie still had his Ignite available, lands every single spell, including a change, doesn't even need the ultimate in there, and able to get it done.
And we pop back, and Swift used his ultimate to try and, I think, do some damage to Rookie and kick him out of the lane. He is going to finally go back. Doinby will return with that Hex Drinker, but Bit of a desperate play there by Swift, trying to make sure Rookie stays out of the lane, as Doinby's going to do what he can to recover after getting solo killed.
Xiaogu have not decided to go for their unorthodox swapping of lanes anymore. Now they're sticking to the 2-1-2 up top and the 1-on-1 down in the bottom lane after they tried to swap that up a couple of times. So we are going to take a look at that bottom lane. Maokai still has a huge CS disadvantage to the Gangplank, losing to about 25 minions against GP right now, who almost has his Trinity Force complete.
He would. As soon as he goes back, he's probably got that item. So it's only going to get worse from here. See whether it is something like a Randu and Omen to try and get rid of some of the crit damage that comes out first. But Rookie still wants to be aggressive on Doinby.
Nice little trade there, actually. Kind of weaves all those spells. It doesn't quite convert on the chain, so it will not collapse in for the kill. But it's just constant pressure here for the Zed. Doinby knows he has to all in to try and get something going, or have Swift come into the lane. But you already said it, Spawn, with 3 lanes applying pressure for IG, it's really hard for Swift to know where exactly he needs to be at every point in time. And it just feels like IG right now, 1,000 gold up, plenty of pressure in the lanes, and most importantly, 12.5 minutes in, all the initiative at this early stage of the game.
Yeah, 100%. And the difficulty right now for Swift is he's like, Doinby is generally my carry and my star, so I need to help him out. But LeBlanc, little bit of action.
We're going to see some action take place in the top lane as Moore tried to initiate onto this IG duo. You just see Underhunt is popped by Sivir, and they just scuttle their way out of there.
Yeah, so in the end, it is a summoner spell burnt there for Rain to be able to get out. What I was going to say is, when mid lane is LeBlanc, you're like, okay, she will eventually fall off. So maybe I don't camp her. Gangplank, not going to fall off. I need to go help. My top laner is getting absolutely demolished right now. I can't really help. Sivir not going to fall off. Consistently pushing in. You know, it's Rain and Kitties, and they're pretty much even in a lane against Pekka or more. That's horrible news for QG. So right now, Swift has 2 bad options, and unfortunately, they're on opposite ends of the map, so he can't really get between the 2 of them quick enough.
Well, right now, QG are just going to settle in and see if they can maybe hold on for a few more minutes until the situation improves. Doinby will get himself the blue buff, so Swift doing a nice job there, making sure that donation goes over smoothly. As we check in currently with the item status, Kid actually bottom lane, so might be lining something up, but V's going home by the looks of things as he gets baited back in. Swift's here as well, so they're going to try and start a 2v2.
They're looking for another dive here potentially onto V. They have spotted out the jungler, and V's still in trouble.
Oh my goodness, Kid just executes him. Not a single piece of damage came out from Tatar right there, but Kid now going to get knocked back into the turret. Has to flash out of there, as in a top lane, they're going to continue this fight.
Yeah, GP ulti though is going to try and make it worse. More and Pekka already low. Tristana is going to jump out of the way as Pekka stand behind him, but a great flash Riptide from Kitties is going to lock down the double slow. Pekka flashes out as Kitties gets stunned by Braum again, but Rookie's made his way to that top side, and More and Pekka are looking awfully juicy. There's 1, there's 2. Rookie gets the double.
And it's so clinical right now as, wow, Doinby actually wants in.
Doinby wants a piece of the action. The Nautilus will get the hook down to lock him down for a split second. But he's going to be able to use the shadows to get right out of there.
So once again, Doinby burns the ultimate. Not really much gain, but that was clinical play from IG. Cross map, ganked the lane that was low, as now V trying to have a piece of Zatai. 2 levels down, however, and 50 CS. And then use a Gangplank ulti top lane to get a 2v2 in your favor. Invictus Gaming, 3,000 gold up right now. Zatai, you're in trouble.
This is a very great bait, but Zatai's going to be able to flash out of it. V teleported back to his lane to try and force that play down, but the outer turret falls in top. IG get the Rift Herald, and they're just surging ahead in gold. Already about 3k up in this game, and again, it's just pressure everywhere. Rookie being able to leave that mid lane to pressure top is real bad news for Xiaogu, who is just starting to struggle everywhere right now.
And I already said it, you know, the way that you beat Invictus Gaming is bully their bottom lane. We've seen this recipe executed on twice in the last week, and QG have not done that whatsoever. Bottom lane completely even right now. And Moore's caught.
Moore has been caught here. Rookie's putting a lot of damage down, as Kid will be the one that picks up that kill. And that's just the top side of the map for IG. You know, you said you meant to pick on the bottom lane for IG, but the top side, they've been left to do what they want as well, and they're getting stronger and stronger.
Well, good luck picking on Sivir. Very safe pick here for Rain, who is having a good start to his game. Currently 0-0-2 with the Essence Reaver already completed. Rookie with that Morella Nomicon now has a very nice little power-up. This is also level 11, starting to pressure in Doinby just with a few spells. Swift is looking mid, but he's not going to find anything. Doinby's going to just try and take what farm he can, but Rookie never lets you get a free CS.
Look at boots of swiftness, Rookie versus no boots at all on Doinby. He's just teasing him right now, diving in and out.
Oh, goodness, he goes back in here as Gangplank's now going to try and join the party in the mid lane. Rookie comes back, gets the chain. onto Swift, will lock him down, as Kitties will be there to put down even more CC to blow the flash on Swift.
Just excellent play there from IG, honestly. QG almost desperate to start something, it felt like, but IG, they play circles around them in mid lane. They're going to start pressuring down here as well. Rain does enter the lane with the Rift Herald buff, but not quite a big enough wave yet to pressure this down. Rookie does go back, gets himself most of the Zhonyas that he'll have up very, very shortly. And IG, that is going to start this siege. 4-man strong right now with Rookie going bottom side. QG's mid lane Tara under a whole lot of threat.
Yeah, split push now with the LeBlanc going to be able to siege up. Triple barrel and ultimate burnt now.
Kidsy's looking for, he pops the ultimate onto Swift, who blew his flash earlier. They also take down the Bro as well. IG, they're going to get a turret and 2 kills for this.
And this is honestly just way too easy. Invictus Gaming are just walking into lanes, knocking people down, taking structures whenever they want. It's a 17-minute gold leader right now, and it's already 6K. Like, that's phenomenal. And I honestly, I'm going to go back to the draft one more time, but let's have a look at this. Triple barrel, lines it up, gets all 3. As soon as he gets 3 with a slow, also puts down the ultimate. Nice job for Kitties to follow up there. They take out Swift, they take out Moore, who tries to save him and gets knocked up. So, honestly, clinical play. As you see, some big yells out of the mid laner there, and everything seems to be just going wrong for QG.
Yes, and right for IG, given the way they're playing. You already said it does look too easy, and it is just effortless looking play here as Pekka. You should not be standing there. Rookie flashes him for the chain and takes him out with the other sigil.
All right, so that's what I mean by too easy. Rookie walks past the support, just distorts 3 abilities, uses a flash, picks up a kill, and then just distorts back. Nothing happened there. And Pekka's just deleted off the map. Back to the drawing board. I hate to call the game over before it is actually over, but if QG win this, there are still so many things about their early game that they need to evaluate going into game 2.
Doesn't look like things are going to get easier for QG in this game at all. We have a 4-0-1 Rookie who's just deleting people left, right, and center. If that barrel connected with Zed, I'm pretty sure he would have been dead right there. But IG are going to be continuing their siege in this mid lane. They don't really have a poke comp coming in here, but they have people just to dive into the turrets, put a lot of damage down, and get back out.
LeBlanc kind of a poke champion sometimes, especially given how far ahead Rookie is. As IG maybe going to back away. No, just waiting for the minion wave here. 5-man siege, why not? Given the lead they have already. Xiaogu only with the 1 kill. Starting to eat Spiderling poke arrow as well. V just going to get broken down.
Member.
He's absolutely dead as they take the tower with him as well. Siva able to get the cheeky little double there as Doinby. He's desperate to make something happen, but he gets locked up. Rookie is going to dive back in, but Doinby pops the ulti down. It's just not enough here for Xiaogu though. Health bars bleeding low as Pekko does get the snipe in onto Kitties. But the Cocoon's going to come down, and IG, they're just never done, it feels like, this game.
Yeah, in the end, they do lose a member. Finally, Kitties falls down, but damage has been dealt. Tier 2 turret in the mid lane is now done. It's 9,000 gold, the advantage. They're going to walk out of the jungle, take absolutely everything away, and then come back and set up in what looks to be a huge pushing bottom lane. Top lane's pushing as well. They just have control over every portion of this map.
They sure do. It almost feels like Xiaogu's plans have been completely foiled by Invictus Gaming here.
I don't know if they had a plan.
It almost looked like their plan wanted to just lane swap. That didn't work.
But that doesn't work. Like, you still have a worse late game team comp. All lane swapping really does is accelerate the pace of the game, and you can't accelerate enough where Tristana is going to be relevant over Sivir. The only stat that Tristana can buy that Sivir can't is range, and that comes from levels, not from gold. So I just really don't... If there is a game plan, it's a poorly executed game plan out of QG.
Well, I can say on the other side, IG's plan's looking real good so far, because they've been able to snowball every single portion of the map. Dragon's up as well, if they feel like taking it. They already got one, which I missed, by the way, because I think they picked it up in a replay. But they're going to take game number 2, Dragon number 2, not game, we're not there yet. And again, just continue complete dominance over this map right now. Baron's even up if they fancy a crack at it. But I think they're just going to try and siege down these inhibitors, create more pressure, and then close it out from here. Xiaogu have a lot of deep digging to do in this game, if there is a chance at all.
And the problem is, right, there's just no wave clear on their team. So even if, like, you're like, oh, just stall out. How do you stall out when your best wave clear is a Maokai or a Zed? Like, there just isn't the tools to do so in this game right now for Xiaogu. We mentioned the fact that Doinby can go into Zetai's lane and potentially win that 1v1. That lane's probably no longer even, I guess, going to be a factor because Zetai is just so much further ahead than the Zed. And there's absolutely praying, I think, is like the last
Cross
option
fingers,
left.
see what
cross
happens.
fingers,
Yep.
yeah. brushes, you know, pink water brush, sit in it for a while, see if someone face checks you. But right now, not really many options open for the QG lineup.
And Chago might have learned a thing or two from Fnatic at IEM and pull off a Fnatic brush cheese strategy here against IG, who are now going to start and work on the Baron. It's already taken down about half its health. Doinby is nowhere close to the top side of the map to contest for this. We actually see Tatai just sitting right outside of vision, making sure he can teleport at a moment's notice if his team needs him to. But this, unless Swift can get a miracle steal here, should be a Baron going on over to IG.
He got it.
Oh my god, he got it! Swift! All right.
Okay. Oh, he got the miracle steal.
Well, there we go. Cross fingers, comes up Trump one more time, pastry time.
Was that a Q? Like a charged up Q?
Not only was it the Q,
Runic Echoes.
it was a Runic Echoes that bounced off his Q. Let's have another look at it. So he leaves it out here, and he pops it. And then the Runic Echoes goes up and gets it with 165 damage.
Wow. I mean, I know Swift's good at smiting, but that's next level there on the Gragas. Does keep his team in the game, though. Gold's still pretty far down, but that's a lot of ground covered in one very well-placed barrel by Swift, who was maybe saying, hey, our team's not out of this game yet. That was quite the steal from old Gragas.
Yeah. All right, so they get a steal.
We found the plan they needed.
Yeah,
now we'll see what happens.
They executed on it as well. Like, we told them like exactly what they needed to do. Steal the Baron, set up a gank brush, do something along those lines. Step 1 complete. There's a couple of question marks in step 2, 3, and 4, but profit was step number 5, I assume. So we'll see whether they're able to get their way back into this game.
Closing out the goal lead might be one of the next steps that Chago have to take. They have taken it back slightly. They were about 9,000 gold behind earlier. They're only, well, I say only, but it's not that quite a small number. 6,000 gold behind IG now. You're going to have to see what they're going to be able to do with this Baron buff now. And hello there, people.
Thanks for the crowds maybe entertained with that last little steal. But Shagu, honestly, more than anything else, they actually halt so much of IG's momentum with this Baron buff. You just saw how far up they were playing. They were willing to be aggressive. Now Doinby's split pushing. He's actually going to all in Tatai. Gangplank ulti goes down. Doinby still going to look for the proc. He needs a bit more damage. In fact, quite a bit more damage. And V's chasing in as well. That's going to be a shadow out as Kitties comes in to defend his top laner. Tower's going to live for now, but Doinby with the Baron Cannon still making it happen.
Yeah, and that was V being a little bit slow on the rotation there because Doinby forced Zatai the right way, but in the end it will be at least a little bit of damage and reprieve in the mid lane. I was going to say the thing that they get out of this Baron buff is the ability to simultaneously farm 3 lanes without having to worry about siege pressure because the Baron creeps should deter enough of that by themselves. So they get a couple of minutes of respite and then the pressure should come out again from Invictus Gaming. And here it is already.
Immediately we're going to see Rookie jumping straight onto Pekka. The Ignite is ticking. It won't be enough to take him down. That was really close. Below 100 health. Heko had to use his heal there and almost still got taken down by Rookie.
But once again, double summon a spell used by Rookie, so an overextension there, and we'll see whether they are able to make it pay. As wow, he goes in on the blue buff as well.
He really wants it, but Kitties is going to grab up Doinby. Doinby going to pop that Ghost Blade and try and get away, but that's a long CC chain as Doinby is barely able to live. Xiao Gu going to try and turn things around as Kitties is now getting jumped on Rain. Eats the Brawl multi, and they're just going to dive in for it. Swift, he needs one more order for the stun, but Rookie's going to lock him down with the chain. Swift, though, pretty tanky, is able to keep this fight up, but Kids' damage is starting to come out now as well. IG, 4 bleedingly low health bars, and somehow everybody lives.
Yeah, and that was without Doinby, right? So he was already chunked out at the start of that fight. He's just running out of base now. QG, another miracle team fight. I don't know how they all didn't fall down there, but in the end, they're able to equalize. They might even be able to secure their blue buff. And this team that was famous for fighting from behind is looking to try and pull another rabbit out of the hat.
A classic Xiao Gu lineup when we started the day. We definitely got some classic Xiao Gu early game in this one with IG having themselves a nice lead. But maybe some classic Xiao Gu late game is what we'll get here as Rookie is going to move in for the steal. I didn't think that was Xiao Gu's blue. Rookie doesn't think so either as he is going to steal it away. Dragon also back up in 40 seconds. So IG can look to snowball that here as well. But again, Xiao Gu did what we said they needed to do. Find a way to halt some of the pressure in the game. They've done it now, but the Baron buff's worn off, and IG still with a plenty of a lead to play with.
Yeah, 100 CS nearly in the top lane. A full item on their mid laner up. Pekka has Merc boots. That's, you know, interesting, but we'll see whether it works out for him. So across the board, QG trying to piecemeal together builds for this mid-game, I think it's fair to say. And right now, it seems to be somewhat working. Swift is up in levels versus Kid.
Might be down by 9 items, but definitely has that experience advantage here. IG looking to try and move towards Dragon number 3. I have Rain, Kid, and Kitty's trying to take this one down as low as possible, as Rookie thinks that all of the jungle belongs to him right now. Invading aggressively, trying to take the red buff away from Xiaogu's but that will go on over to Peko. Now the rest of IG are going to be able to group up in the mid lane. We still have Gangplank split pushing against Zed. We saw that Doinby was able to
Run
go
away,
toe-to-toe,
Doinby.
but now he's just going to try and run away. Pops the Yomu's Ghostblade as well, and uses the shadows to try and get as far away from the collapsing IG. But look at his Rookie, still being really aggressive.
Yep, just puts his face in it as IG are going to start a siege here. 5-man strong as V. Going to be late to this particular party. No teleport and he's caught top lane. Trying to keep the wave back here. Plenty of barrels down for the tie, so the poke is there, but QG needs to do something now. They throw out the Gragas ulti, but it's just to deter the push.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's a wave clear right there, and the turret just survives. One more wave, they might be able to do something, and that's a huge engage ulti now no longer available.
Kid now, he's actually going to get jumped on. Doinby pops the ultimate onto the spider. Rookie's going to jump in and use the Zhonya's Hourglass immediately. Kitty's, he's the tug of a Xiaogu. They're looking to try and fight for this one as Rookie's going to desperately try to jump back in. V now going to get taken down next. Swift is going to try and jump back in. Peko is still alive in this team fight, but it's not going to be enough as IG, they're going to get an ace and only lose their support.
But look how close that was in the end. They're able to get in there. It was an ace for one. But IG, by the skin of their teeth, Xiaogu still showing why they're one of the best team fighting teams. Let's have another look. Doinby goes aggressive onto Kid here with the ultimate and baits out so much from the team. Peko's just sitting on the back line trying to keep himself safe. And it really is this free hitting Tristana that you have to watch for a lot of the fight. Swift is so tanky. We mentioned that if there's anyone that's not behind, it's probably him. Able to get a lot of work done. And Peko jumps in for the first kill. I honestly think he should have nearly kept going and seeing if he could pick up Rookie in that. Because if he had been able to grab the mid laner, it would have been good things. But instead, it is just Zatai picking up the triple kill and being able to clean up the back end of this team fight.
And they call the Deceiver. Peko did fall for the trick, but I think he still gets a reset there, so couldn't quite chase it down despite killing the Mimic. And a team fight win does go over to IG. Baron back up though, so team's going to start to play back towards his top side.
Swift, it's your time to shine.
It is back out to 10,000 gold advantage now for Invictus Gaming, so they get everything from that play. 3-1 and 7. Yomu's Ghostblade picked up for Zatai. He's going the old school Gangplank build. I talk about this a lot. I like it. If you're ahead and you don't think that you're going to get to like the 6 item point, right now at 3 items, he is so incredibly strong. Has some of that flat penetration. Allows you to go towards a Hex Drinker so you get even more penetration in there. Helps out just your regular Qs. I understand how the barrel works, guys. You don't have to yell at me. And they're starting up Baron one more time.
IG are going to try and take down this Baron.
It's falling so quickly.
I would say once again, but it did fall to Swift last time. Rookie now, he's going to be aggressively behind this pit, trying to deter QG from reacting to this Baron play. But they're just going to be back off away from Baron. They took a little bit of damage from that one too.
Doinby actually could be in trouble as Rookie. He's going to go aggressive onto him. Ulti out there, but the Zhonya's is going to answer. The tie just glocks him in the head. And now Rookie's going to dash himself over a wall. Maul's going to try and lock something down, but he's forced to gap close onto Peko. He's going to rocket jump out of the Gangplank ultimate. Zatai, they're going to keep putting down barrels, just forces them off the turret, and this one belongs to IG.
I don't know in what existence Doinby thinks he wins that 1v1, let alone with his team further away than what Invictus Gaming is. You saw that Rookie pretty much nearly 1v1'd him anyway. It was just one Q out of the Gangplank that secured the kill, so very nicely played out of the mid laner of Invictus Gaming. Doinby definitely not having his best performance right now. Caster Curse coming into full effect, and once again, pressure on Swift to be able to clear this one out. He's going to jump in.
He's going inside of the pit. The Baron's down
He
low.
got it.
He gets
Oh
it
my
again.
God.
Swift gets another steal against IG. V will pick up a kill here onto Rookie as well. He's still stuck in this pit. Peko, he's going to jump over. He gets one.
No.
Gets exhausted immediately. Actually wasn't even able to take down the spider. V is going to be the one that picks that one up. Zatai now is desperately trying to deal the damage he needs to. As more, the bloodthirsty support can't get anything done. They get the Baron, but they lose 4.
But they get 2. So once again, they get Baron and 2 for a trade of 4 in a 4v5. Like, this is disastrous for Invictus Gaming. The longer this game goes, the less gold actually means anything. There are no Baron buffs available because Doinby was dead and everyone else dies afterwards. But that's just another neutral objective you can no longer fight over. Once again, all that siege assistance that should have been theirs twice now is gone. And there are 5 turrets standing right now for QG that Invictus has already picked up. That's about 6,000 gold at this stage of the game. If QG win one team fight, it's going to mean great things. Swift goes over the wall here. That is the biggest thing. He tries to help out, V tries to help him out and actually gets a kill. And then look how tanky Maokai is because multiple spell rotations makes Maokai tankier. This was an aggressive play from Peko, and I'm going to say ultimately the wrong play. Swift should have, V should have just fought next to the wall. And then they try and get more spell rotations out of Moore to just try and keep the tree alive because it looked like he was going to be able to survive a lot. But in the end, QG, who cares? They pick up the Baron, they delay the game a little bit longer. And Peko's going towards those items number 3 and 4 and looking to scale into this late game as Tristana.
Pretty good little fight there from Xiaogu as very bloodthirsty Baron fight results in pretty much a reset of the map. IG, though, still hold the lead. 32 and a half minutes in, excuse me. And Dragon is a real threat here for them as well. Shago, I think they have to start fighting for Dragon. They were hoping they were going to be in a bit of a better position when it got around to it. But as it stands right now, they just have to fight with the deficit they're in. They might be able to get a pick as Rookie's actually looking to get aggressive. But Shagu know what's at stake here. They can't really afford to give away Dragon 4.
It's going to be difficult for Xiaogu to try and fight this one up as well. They're still 11,000 gold behind Invictus Game despite 2 steals. And look at that, 1 barrel into Moore takes him below 1/3 of his health. The Gangplank ultimate's going to come there now. Kitties is actually going to be the one that gets engaged. And a Swift is taking off so much damage. Peko, he's almost dead in the backlines as Doinby tries to dive in. He will be able to take down Siva. Xiaogu are trying to fight this fight, but their backline is so low. Peko now going to try and jump back in, trying to get the last auto attack on the Kitties, but a reset, it's not going to be enough. He will have to flash away. There's only 2 members left on the side of Xiaogu, but there's also only 2 members left on the side of IG. Now Kid, he's in trouble as Maokai is trying to take down the jungler.
What is going on this game?
Zatai is playing like a monster, and the rest of Invictus Gaming are just fumbling team fight after team fight. He lands a perfect ultimate, zones Peko, and then clips him with the barrel as well. Peko was on no health that whole fight and still able to navigate it. V is coming up massive. He is unkillable at this stage of the game. But still, Xiaogu just not able to get the team fight. They've come close so many times, but they just cannot win, and therefore they get no objectives and are still in this huge gold deficit.
I'm just impressed that they're making it neutral, given that they are still down 10k. But you're right, they're not gaining too much ground here, so we're going to go for it again. V has actually been able to keep control of the area as IG are respawning. It's a tie. Now the nice little barrel, and that's Peko straight back to base, my friend.
Go home, Peko. Get out of there.
And he's got further. He hasn't even got Warlord's Bloodlust. Pointed out at the top of the show, thought that might mean that he would go for something like a Bork in his build. Instead, has none of that lifesteal. So every single time a barrel hits him, he's just gone. That's Dragon number 4. Go and win him.
The Swift magic? No.
Swift can't get close enough here. He's going to get locked down by Nautilus this time. He's going to body slam in aggressively as Doinby in the backlines is the one that is exhausted as he tries to jump onto this high, who immediately cleanses it out. And look at this. IG are just trying to steamroll through the rest of Chianku, finally fighting as if they had that 10,000 gold lead. And they are going to pick up 4 kills with a triple kill going on over to Rain.
And that was just, once again, really poor positioning out of Doinby. He gets absolutely nailed. QG don't have their 80 carry there, so it wasn't even split focus. V tanks 3 people still. Like, just sat on top of 3 people, but it wasn't Zatai this time around. This 360 CS 10, 1, and 12 Gangplank that has been absolutely huge the entire game. He has the Merc Scimitar, not able to be assassinated, and that should be IG rolling through game 1.
What could have been if Peko was able to make it there, but he had to go back to base after a battle from Zatai, and IG finally break the base. No Baron buff necessary or required.
Oh, they're actually going to turn around and not go for it.
All right, they could have had 2, but they only take 1. Mid inhib will fall, but they'll leave the bottom lane open. QG, little less pressure perhaps in those lanes.
Yeah, now they need to make an immediate decision of what they want to do with this, because QG still push really quickly. They have a Tristana, they have the Zed who's going to be able to chunk out these super creeps. And it is only the mid inhibitor. We call it the least effective because when you dance around Baron, you generally go back towards mid lane. So they should be able to continue pushing this one out. see how they make it work. It is 15,000 gold the lead. But we've seen stranger things.
This
today.
game.
Yeah.
This game alone. 2 Barons steals from Swift. Xiaogu almost picking up 2 team fights for themselves while 11,000 gold behind. But look at that, 1 barrel onto Becco.
I'm just waiting for the 1 barrel that actually kills him.
Yeah.
Like the time that he just gets hit by 1 barrel and just dies.
It's going to happen eventually.
We're not far off, I'll be honest with you. The tie is absolutely massive. Just has 1 item slot to maybe play with, as he's got that refillable potion from early in the game still. Toynbee does spot Rookie, poking his head in towards that middle area, but looks like they are going to finish what they started here, Invictus Gaming. This is perfectly good play here. Just going to run straight for the open inhibitor and force QG to make another bad choice.
They are grouped up here without their gangplank, so Tatai still has to teleport in if he wants to assist IG with this push.
I just imagine that Kid is the shot caller right now and everyone else is like Baron. He's like, no, bottom lane inhibitor.
2-0-1 to try and deal with Swift again. Speaking of the man, he tries to body slam in aggressively here. Saiji that's still trying to push this bottom lane nice and steady. Tatai is finally grouped up with the rest of the team. More now taking a lot of damage. On the hunt has been used here as Kitty's going to pop the ultimate onto Doinby to knock him up. They're going to be able to take down this inhibitor. But look at this. Swift is going to knock Tatai back into the team. It's going to be the Tristana hitting him freely in the back lines as he takes a barrel to the face. But the rest of Xiaogu are just getting demolished left, right, and center. Pekko, he's knocked out of the fight. The rest of IG is still up. Rookie is trying to dive the fountain here. But Xiaogu, they've lost everyone except for Pekko. And this is going to be IG destroying the base.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case unless Pekko can go very hero here. He's
Nope.
going to dual rain and get taken down. IG with the victory, 32-9 against the 9-1 Xiaogu.
Very impressive Game 1 win from IG, despite the fumbles around the Baron pit. IG, they close out in style. Pekko, even with the Hurricane at the end, could not put the carry pants on in that particular game. And it feels like QG stacked that game against him, and NRG said, all right, we'll take it, and just steamroll through most of that game.
And Swift's face said it all at the end. He actually was leaning back in his chair, and he was like, what went wrong? Because he got first blood for his team. He's stolen 2 Barons. He's up in levels, and he's like, those are one of those games as a jungler where you just sit there and you're like, what could I have actually done more? Like, what do you guys want from me? Like, just win a lane, please. I'm not asking for 3 winning lanes, but one of them would have been nice that game.
Especially if one of those lanes could be the lane that I helped out consistently time and time again in that match. Just didn't work.
Well, we'll check in with some highlights. There were quite a few of them as IG fought very hard in these fights. QG, they did show off a lot of their team fighting style, but wasn't quite enough here in this one as Pekko dives in for that reset and just couldn't quite get it done. But the fact that the fights were this close is impressive from Xiaogu. It just didn't need to be this close.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. A couple of resources held on to in that team fight. You saw that the Buster Shot was the last thing used. This was a very nice Baron steal out of Swift. But in the end, the brute force attempt was just way too valuable.
Too many carries, too much damage from
How
IG.
did he go gold?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Did he have his Zhonya's?
I don't know. I want to check now because I saw that as well and I was like, I know what that looks like, but there's no Bard in this game.
Yeah.
And Gameplay normally doesn't buy us on years. But he was rich
I
enough
hope
that he
he
could
did.
afford to. I hope he did.
I hope he did it.
That's what you hope he didn't?
No.
All right, we'll have to see if we can check that one because that's great.
I thought I saw it in live as well, and I was like, I'm not going to mention it because that's stupid. But then I just saw it again, so I'm going to call it. He probably bought his Zhonya's.
I hope so.
He's a pirate wizard.
The pirate wizard.
It's the counter to, I don't know.
Zed.
Oh, yeah. Nailed it. He also had a QSS.
QSS, which is also the other counter. But hey, what is better than one counter, Julian? Two counters.
Jeez. I mean, that does, I think, demonstrate a lot of what happened in the game. IG were just insanely far ahead.
And Zadai was insanely far ahead. I think it was like 4,500 gold ahead at the end of the game over V. So, you know, he
That's
had about
more than his
150 CS, and he also had another 9 kills on top of what V had. So it was just insane.
That was a crushing lane as well. Tatai just kept V so pressured heavily underneath his own turret. Even though Swift paid so many visits to the bottom lane, just didn't change.
Well, excellent game 1 there from IG as they do manage to take it out from Xiaogu, who at 9-1 are looking a little sheepish after the first one. We'll see if they can bounce back. Don't go too far. The LPL will be back right after this break. Welcome back, everyone, as we are going to take a look at our MVP. It was the tie on the Gangplank there at 10, 1, and 17. But a strong team effort overall for IG. They had such a good early game versus Xiaogu.
Yeah, that was a deserved MVP. He was absolutely dominant throughout the entire game, especially the laning phase. However, time to be a little bit critical, because QG, I actually have absolutely no idea what your game plan going into that was. You picked pretty much 3 losing lanes. And when you do that, you're probably going to lose the game because you just don't ever get in a position to be ahead. You could say that maybe they had equal shove in the bottom lane, which turned into the top lane, but Maokai versus Gangplank, not going to go well. LeBlanc versus Zed. LeBlanc clearly won that lane, and it just led to this, a massacre.
Yep, and this is a tie. A lot of the highlights he had here in this game. Peko seemed almost magnetized to the barrels because he ate so many at crucial moments in big fights. Xiaogu, they tried to make the fights work as best they could, but being too far behind at the tie being such a massive GP. You can see him there on your screen looking great there in that one, both in and out of game. So Ty just keeps impressing us in his good games especially.
Felt like, Baron fight, yeah, we can still take this. 9,000 gold behind, yep, we can still fight this. 10,000, yep, 11,000. No, we can't do 11,000 anymore, guys. We can't win these fights anymore. That's the limit. That's where we draw the line. That's what it just felt like for Xiaogu the entire late game.
I'm going to go back to my point that I always make about the QG Reapers. They are the best fighting team when they're behind. So if they are behind, they are a really good fighting team. But how is that a positive? Why do you want to say we are the best fighting team when we're 9,000 gold behind? Just play the man on your screen that doesn't put you in a 9,000 gold hole.
Well, Uzi is going to be back. You talked about it at the top of the series. Feels like Uzi just makes a lot of sense when you want to pick on Invictus Gaming's bottom lane. Always good to see Uzi playing. He's been playing quite a lot for the side recently. Peko, you had your game. Uzi's going to play at least here for this one. Be curious to see what happens if they bring it to a third. IG, have to change game plans a little bit, but they've probably prepared for this.
And the rule in China is that they do have to have their substitutes pre-planned. So this isn't a knee-jerk reaction. This is actually, they were going to always play game 1 with Peko, game 2 with Uzi, so I am interested to see what game 3 will be, but it just confused me. I am honestly confused as to why this was not the game 1 roster. I cannot think of a good reason to play Peko versus IG. EDG, sure, you're against Def, someone that is a little bit more passive and is a very good laner. Maybe you can't punish him as hard. Let's play Peko to match the deft power spike. But against Invictus Gaming, I just can't think of a good reason to do it.
And Spawn's actually schooled me on this before. I told him that, Peko is really good at playing from behind. And Spawn's just like, no, that's not something you want to be doing. You never want to be behind. And that game just proved it. He played well from behind. Team fought well from behind, but did they win?
I was going to say, you're not wrong, but it's not the best trait ever. It's kind of like being the best at last place. It's just not great, really. So, props for trying that for Peko. Not a bad Triss game from him, but it just doesn't feel like it was
for those watching at home that aren't Australian, there's a guy called Stephen Bradbury. He's an ice skater. He won a gold medal. One of the only gold medals, I think the first gold medal we ever won in the Winter Olympics. And so he's very, very famous. The way he did it is everyone in his race fell over. Not once, twice. You do not want to be Stephen Bradbury. You do not want to be QG. It's just not a good way to win games. You don't want to fall behind and then just hope people fall over in front of you. That's not how it works.
Well, a couple of fumbles perhaps, but not the full fall, I suppose. We'll see if QG can change things up now with Peko. Sorry, not Peko. Peko out of the lineup and Uzi back into the lineup as they want to get Bradbury this particular game.
But the thing is, right, and you say that they kind of fell over, but kind of maybe a stumble. IG hit the deck twice. They were done for 3 minutes. She's a QG with that far behind that when someone falls over for 3 minutes, if you're 7 minutes behind them, you're still 4 minutes behind afterwards, and then they still run quicker than you. So that was an interesting race.
It certainly was. As we'll see if both teams can maybe tighten some things up moving into this next one. Expecting quite a few changes here for Xiaogu, I think. Have to think they're more comfortable in their bottom lane now. I think the draft has to clean up for them if they're going to have a much more successful game number 2. And again, I agree. Yes, they're good at team fighting from behind, but why not be good at team fighting from ahead? They're good at that as well. I think they're going to try and show a bit more of that off today.
I really want to see Xiaogu come into this with a strategy. And we've talked about this a lot before, how attack the bottom lane of IG. Make sure that they're nullified and rendered useless for majority of the game.
Even if it's a bad strategy. heck, I'm happy if they go back to attack rookie, which is proven to not work. But hey, at least you can be like, this is our game plan. We tried to execute on it. We didn't win the game, or we did win the game. That game plan, it was like, okay, let's farm. And then, if we're within touching distance at 30 minutes, we'll win team fights. And it just didn't come to that. So I'm really, the Tristana pick was bad. It showed that Pekka's champion pool isn't great at the moment. It has a lot of Ezreal in it, which we don't like right now in the LPL, especially against Sivir because she just shoves you in all game. So I think that that was really, really highlighted that time around. And maybe V's champion pool, that's the second time he's played Maokai. Game 1, he did win it. I can't remember who that was against. That was against HYG, so they probably should win that game. But this is the second time Maokai's come out of him, and I'm not wrapped in that pick either.
That lane just felt like it didn't work for them at all. Like, Maokai's a very safe pick. He fought very well with it. We saw in the team fights. It was V doing a lot of the work despite the deficit. But I feel like it's just too risky, especially when Zatai, who's such a big carry player, he's on the GP. You've got a pretty good idea that he is going to play it. And Maokai just kind of like flailing limbs everywhere, man. Like, even if you keep that lane even, I don't know if that's a good thing for you.
Yeah, it almost felt like Swift was like, okay, the game plan's really being really hyper-aggressive, pushing into your turret. I'm going to come help you gank this lane. Gets a kill, looks back at the lane 10 minutes later. Oh, the same thing's happening. V is still being punished by this gangplank and shoved under his turret and can't do anything.
Credit, Kid actually capitalized on that very, very well. So Zatai came back into the lane, continued to bully, and then Kid was always like, Swift could be here. I'm going to be there to back you up. I'm going to be the person that kind of shadows your lane. He got a couple of sneaky dives in there as well. So I think that even though Zatai won that lane, Kid was in the right parts of the map to reinforce that advantage that Zatai had got for IG.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Kid did a really nice job shadowing Swift and just being around for a good gank or a counter gank. So I like that there. Curious to see how things change though, because I think we've talked about it so much. IG's bottom lane does feel like they can struggle. I think Sivir was an excellent pick for Rain this time around, but we'll see what changes here.
Oh, that's a big change. Gangplank being banned immediately. They do not want Zatai to have that champion anymore.
Certainly not, as Corki also going to get banned away from Rookie one more time. Nidalee, the ban there for IG, as they'll take that one away from Swift. Always a smart pick. And there's Kalista also going to get banned up. Teams still respecting the power of the champion. Don't want to give it to Uzi or Pekko, as Uzi has now joined the lineup once more for game number 2.
Gonna see what he's going to bring to the table here. Definitely a more aggressive bottom lane. We're going to have to see if Uzi and more are able to take the game to Rain and Kitties. If we see standard lanes again, in that really aggressive style that we're used to. LeBlanc is going to be banned away by Xiaogu, so they don't want Rookie to be jumping all around the map and assassinating people left, right, and center anymore.
So LGD did this the other day. They lost a game, and they were like, you know what, we're just going to ban exactly what beat us. Like, beat us with something else. That seems to be the game plan here for a lot of these LPL sides, and worked out for them for one game. Didn't work out in the long run, but we'll see whether it's successful here, at least to stop the bleeding out of the QG Reapers.
Well, there's another last ban, Poppy on red side, but it's IG this time that do have to ban it away. Lulu, the instant hover there from V. Very safe, strong pick. They are going to take it.
You have to take Kog'Maw if you are now Invictus Gaming. Kog'Maw Lulu at 6.4 still is incredibly strong. And Uzi is a really good Kog'Maw player.
Well, there's Gragas and Nautilus, so plenty of lockdown perhaps for the hyper carry if they were going to go to it. But it always feels like a dangerous thing to give a player like Uzi a carry as good as Kog. I do like the picks from IG, but they're certainly flirting with danger here.
Yeah, they are, and this is kind of that we're going to tie you up with a lot of CC and make sure that you're ineffective. The answer to that could be to go for one of these pseudo carries, either a Lucian or a Sivir, that is very safe during the mid game, but still scales incredibly well with Lulu's buffs. I'd be very surprised if we saw a Jhin with a Lulu, because that doesn't make much sense to me.
We're going to have to see what Xiaogu do decide to pick next, and with all these target bans coming out from Xiaogu, that does mean that a lot of really strong meta champions are left available for both these teams. We already see a Lulu picked up. We have Nautilus and Gragas in this game as well. You have to see what Xiaogu decide to go. There could be the Sivir, it could be that Kog'Maw you were talking about as well. And it does look like Sivir and Braum will be the pickup for Xiaogu here. So locking in a very, very strong bottom lane.
Yeah, really strong. And now also the flexibility to go mid-game. You throw a Lee Sin and something a little bit more fighter-esque into the top lane for V, and you have a very strong 2-item spiking composition. Maybe Sivir can be argued to be 3-item spiking, but definitely not super late game, although she does get better with age. So we'll see whether that is something that they look at.
Well, you can see Invictus Gaming considering their next few picks now. Pretty strong core setup already for Xiaogu, but IG, we'll see how they respond here with picks 3 and 4. Saw the Jhin hover. I think the players are having some fun with each other. as we saw it from Swift out there as well. But Rookie's going to lock in his own champion. It will be Azir that he'll take to battle one more time. We've started to see a little bit more Azir, and Rookie's Azir in particular is just something else.
So there was, lots of people won't be aware of it, but Rookie, when he played Azir, had kind of this thing that he would do to everyone in lane, and that was solo take your turret before 10 minutes. He did it to Dade twice and Pawn once, most impressively of the games that I can remember off the top of my head. Just continues to shove and then just take your turret out from underneath you. Don't think he's picked it up this season so far, and we'll see whether he's able to replicate last season's brilliance on the champion.
Vayne.
Yep, that's the other pick.
Vayne has been locked in by Rain.
Rain's a good Vayne player.
I mean, this is the pick you're supposed to make, right, into Siva.
Yep.
It's the pick that Peko couldn't make, it seems like, in game number 1. Uzi has to expect it. He knows that it's a champion that he's played himself into doing
like
it.
every time.
But, I mean, we'll see if Rain can be impressive on the champion, as Xiaogu do need to finish off the rest of their draft. Seems like Kindred might be the go here. Would be pretty good with the Lulu they've got already. V might be going back to Tank City now as well. Can't be gangplanked, but could still be a carry in that top side, because we saw Kitty swap to Nautilus last time. But Kindred Maokai is going to finish a Xiaogu draft. Feels like it's very obvious where their power is, and it's kind of where you expect it to be, in the jungle and in the AD carry spot.
Fiora's open, and you look at QG, all team fight. Like, they are only strong when they are as 5. You look at Invictus Gaming, they have the ability to wave clear super well, and Fiora is a very good split pushing champion right now, and one of Zetai's favorites. I believe it was banned. No, it wasn't banned game 1. It just slipped through. He has picked it up lately, and we'll see whether he goes back towards it.
Yeah, this is second most played champion in the LPL as well, so would it be surprising if they give Kitties that Nautilus again? But we'll have to see what they decide to do with this, because they do have a little bit of a flex position, but it is going to be the Fiora, it seems. So the Thai should be getting that champion up in the top lane. Kitties will be on Nautilus once again.
Kind of no reason not to, honestly. Like, you have the counter pick, you've managed to show that you can flex support. It's a fine top laner if they want it, but they will take the carry for Zetai once again. Feels like Zetai as a player is more suited to these carry style champions, despite how versatile he has shown he can be as a player. But the matchup's is too good not to take it. 1v1 versus V's Maokai last game. Had no problems at all with the gangplank. I have to think Fiora.
It's a worse matchup. Gangplank is tough for Maokai, but you can kind of farm a little bit. Fiora, you can't approach CS. Like, she is a very, very good matchup into Maokai, and we'll see whether V is able to navigate it, or whether once again we go towards a lane swap.
Second time that V would have to go into a lane that's going to be devastating for him. We have to see Swift as well, going to be able to help him with the pressure he provided earlier in the beginning of the game, and if Kid can follow up once again, equaling that pressure, making sure it's as high as comfortable of keeping V shut down.
Well, certainly the onus is on Xiaogu to change, because they did lose game number 1. We'll take a look at their lineup for this second one, though. Maokai, Kindred, Lulu, Siva, and Braum, with Uzi back into the lineup for the second one. But Zetai, he's on his trademark. Fiora, Gragas, Azir, Vayne, and Nautilus once again will round out the other side there for Invictus Gaming. Love that they're flexing the Nautilus. Kitty's definitely showed up there in that game. IG, if they play like they did in game number 1, should be just as easy, but we'll let the players speak for themselves. It's time for game number 2. And we're back once again for game number 2 as Xiaogu looking to equalize here and force a third. IG would love a sweep and some nice points here, because their group is getting real crowded towards the top of it. Xiaogu, they won't be too affected on their side, because they're still atop of their particular group. We can see the Keystone Master is out once again, and it's Warlord, Bloodlust everywhere this time around.
Yep, both the AD carries picking up this time. So they are opting to go for a little bit more of that lifesteal, something we didn't see in the game before. And then standard, I would say, kind of standard, Keystone Masteries for everyone else.
Yeah, aggressive there from Swift. I like the fervor of battle on Kindred. We'll see if he can make use of that early on. But Xiaogu are looking to do a bit of invading. As Rain is going to just tumble his way out to safety. And now they're going to walk back in. Kid might be fancying himself a 3v3. Gets him for the body slam. Does find 2. But Uzi there with the ricochet is able to lock Kid down. Kid's dead almost as the heal's going to get forced out. Uzi going to get exhausted. But Kiddy's now getting chased down as Morse is trying to apply the buff on everyone he can. Gives one the chair and gets himself first blood.
And that was a huge mistake out of Kiddies. He hooked a wall, unfortunately. I don't want that to happen at the start of the game, but it will mean first blood goes across to the support. If I was more, I would... Yeah, it's a little bit late now. I really like when you get first blood on support, just going back and getting Ruby Crystal, because it means that no one can touch you in lane. You are like this unkillable god of a Braum. Instead, they'll counter jungle away the blue buff, and it will be standard lanes. Actually, a lane swap, it looks like, from Invictus this time around.
That's right. Invictus are going to start that lane swap, so they will be sending Nautilus up into the top lane. He did take Hook level 1, so going to a 2-on-2 lane as well might have been a little bit devastating. But
yeah, and the other thing, we used to see this a lot out of Vayne players. They would lane swap until the first item. Then they just try and find the Sivir wherever they can, because they do get pushed in relatively hard at the start of the game. So we'll see whether if that is still the case, as Swift solo jungler taking a little bit of damage, but will be absolutely fine. Kindred is a monster once she gets going in the jungle.
You can see they are going to trade different sides of the jungle here because they know Swift is just owning that bottom half of the jungle effectively, taking all of IG's top side as he's onto that wolf camp. Don't be in rookie though. I'm going to do battle once more here in the mid lane.
Uzi wants the 2v2 one more time.
I can tell you right now, when I've noticed Xiaogu play with Uzi recently especially, Uzi gets whatever he wants. If it's a lane swap, if it's farm, if it's a 2v2, they respect this man's positioning whatever lane he chooses, and with good reason.
Last game it was Xiaogu that were trying to escape as well. Now they're the ones that are forcing it. They want the 2-on-2.
Hey man, you know, as much as I love Peko, when you have a laner that can actually lane, then you look for a 2v2 lane. And last game they didn't.
Well, important distinction there, but Uzi and Moore will get the 2v2 for now, as it seems like IG are just going to stay in the standard lane and take their lumps as they come. Not doing too badly right now, though, as Uzi and Moore did have to clean those minions out from under the turret. In fact, have a little bit more housekeeping to do. But good synergy there to make sure those last hits go down. And we'll see if that affects that top lane matchup at all. As you can see, Moore and Uzi already starting to really push these guys around and try and get aggressive early on.
And this is how you tell aggressive laners. I talk about a rookie a lot, but let's do it with Uzi because I can actually see him on my screen. He's standing on the melees. If you are ever standing on the melees, that means that you are looking to aggressively trade. When you're standing back near your range or even further back, that means that you're probably losing pressure in the lane. And you can see that is what is happening time and time again in this duo lane right now.
Uzi's been doing a fantastic job of putting that pressure down. And Rain's already been forced to try and farm as defensively as possible. And more easy, just not giving up any pressure at all up in this top lane. This Kid now, he's taken away a blue buff. We'll be able to get the Scuttle Crab away from Kindred as well, so not going to be able to get that marked camp down. As we do head back into the top lane, where all that aggressiveness still coming out from Uzi. And the other two solo lanes, just kind of a little bit of a farm fest between everyone else.
Yeah, and this is Uzi that had to leave his lane and walk to the top lane. So imagine how much downtime that is. Up in CS. Just very impressive play out of the Sivir. As I said, she does win the early phases of the laning. So it's definitely expected. But the execution is a completely different story. So happy he's able to get it done in this lane. And now, Swift also there to try and help his duo lane out.
Kid realizes now he's missing a camp, but Swift is going to smite away the Krog.
So Kid also smote then. It was hit a little bit early, maybe a bit panicked. When you see a Kindred in your jungle with red buff still in your Agragas that's already used Body Slam, Barrel, and Drink, you're a little bit in trouble.
Probably do the same thing, but loses a significantly less important smite battle.
I would have flashed.
Yeah, 100%.
I would have been out of there.
As actually looks like Rookie getting a little bit aggressive in this mid lane. Doinby going very
Whoa,
low.
the bait.
What?
What?
He had no mana.
Doinby? Are you okay?
Yeah, I've been completely undone today, Doinby. I'm back on the Monte Cristo hype train. You can't play the game.
Swift now, he's going to step into the lane, but Rookie's going to punish him for it. So much damage out from that Azir. Thankfully, Rookie's low on mana. Kid's there as well, but he's not able to quite convert that into a kill. But you can see Rookie's Azir, just how much power it has early on.
As V is also in this mid lane right now. Like, they're looking to shut down the Emperor of Shurima. And that lane that we've been talking about that's going well in the top has been kind of mirrored in the mid lane right now with Rookie starting to get ahead.
Well, I think top lane is the one that QG are happy to have a bit more neutral right now. Nice and even there. But we'll see if that changes as Fiora gets stronger in that lane. We expect it to go her way. So we'll see how V can navigate another tricky solo lane with the Maokai. Uzi, though, continuing to do good work here in that top side. Rain's keeping up where he can. As you can see, V now doing okay. Satai just playing it patiently as he does get a nice little vital proc there. Ooh, another one. Delicious.
So the one thing about Fiora is you can kind of do the Vayne thing where Vayne and Fiora are both very, very strong in 1v1s. Oh, Rookie going for it, misses.
Hello.
That's all right. We didn't watch that one. Yeah, so you can make Fiora choose between farming or fighting you by pushing waves because she has no AoE, right, in her kit. As we see, a little bit of a fight.
It's going to be Swift that jumps in on this one. The Vital and the challenge to be put down, but Tatai is taking way too much damage. A teleport is going to come down here as Rookie is going to jump onto Swift and pick up the return kill.
Right, a kill goes over to the jungler, so one for Rookie, one for Swift. I have to say that the acceleration of the jungle item going to mean good things here and alleviate some pressure from the mid lane in the meantime, so very nicely done there. And Rain and Kitty's continuing to get bullied in this lane. It's now out to 17 CS, huge stack about to hit, but Doinby is rotating up and they're going to have to back away from the turret.
And this is such a good little movement here from Xiaogu. This wave really hurts to lose, and Rain's going to lose it all.
This is where I question Zatai, because that is a huge wave that is going to hit the turret, and that's pretty much screwed Rain over. Zatai, in the meanwhile, because he died, burnt the teleport to get back to farm in the bottom lane. They're going to swap back now anyway, and that teleport is going to mean absolutely nothing. V gets teleport advantage. QG get a free turret if they want it. And it doesn't even look like they do. More sticking around trying to take it out, but Uzi wants to get back into the bottom lane.
Have they done their calculations correctly?
No,
because
they
they're
haven't.
trying to deny it. No, they haven't. They actually favored denying all those creeps off, or perhaps miscalculate slightly, and they leave the turret up. They will make the lane swap. But the turret stands for now. That gold does not go to Xiaogu just yet.
So a strong sneeze away from going down, I think it's fair to say.
Strong sneeze sounds about right, especially when you have a Sivir who can just push it in at any time she wants to do so. But now, Xiaogu, it almost feels like they're playing to their strengths here, making sure Uzi has that 2-on-2 lane matchup, making sure that the mid lane can rotate up to put some pressure onto already a dying lane, and then controlling the map as and when they want to. Now they're sending Uzi and more into the bottom lane. After they were able to take down Tatai earlier, he doesn't have his teleport available, neither does Rookie. V still has his up now.
Kid with ulti looking to boot the Maokai off the turret. So they are going to have to sack it. And now I really question not taking that turret in the top lane, because one will fall in response for Invictus Gaming and give them a little bit of a gold reprieve in the meanwhile.
Yeah, it just feels a bit greedy from Xiaogu. Swift is going to clear this pink ward from the right-hand side of mid. Rookie, though, continuing to apply pressure. Both mids have blue buff, but Azir going to make very good use of that particular buff. Lulu just can't quite keep up without a lot of AP as far as wave clear goes. Uzi, though, is going to try and get something done here on this tower, and I think they'll make sure they stay and finish it this time.
You kind of hope that they will this time. This turret is getting taken down incredibly low. IG do trade 1-for-1 in turrets, but that top lane turret is almost dead, and at any time, Xiaogu could take that one. Back into the mid lane. Oh, no, not again.
I am so confused.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like, it feels like it's on purpose. Like, there's no way, right, that you just miscalculate twice.
Especially not by one auto attack.
I mean, Uzi's staying, so I think he's going to get the last auto. But again, I called it greedy. Uzi's really trying to deny this Vayne and keep her down for as long as possible. He's a 30 CS lead right now. But look, he's still denying creeps off. He's only just now going to get it. Deny one more creep there as well. They are going to get the tower, so gold goes over to them this time. But you can see the effort they're putting into to keep this Vayne down for as long as possible.
Yeah, and now the lane's pushing back into QG, so you can see that it is kind of worthwhile. Would have been better to take the top lane turret, I'm still going to say, but you have to say that the CS advantage is definitely worth it right now, because Vayne still can't go near creeps.
Vayne can't go anywhere near Xiaogu at all. Look at this, on the hunt's all being popped here. They're looking for
Teleport.
it.
Wow.
Teleport from V into the backlines. Kitty's going to be trying to get out there. An early flash will come out from Rain as well. He's going to get locked out. They might even get two here as Kitty's. He's incredibly low. Maokai and Brom will pick up a kill.
Yeah, perfect split focus. So in the end, that bounce was the right call. They execute on it beautifully. Great teleport play. You actually saw that Moore put that when Uzi started attacking the turret, that ward was a ward that they put into effect. So very nicely done there for the QG Reapers. Uzi is absolutely massive. He's 40 CS up now and has a cull for his troubles. And it's going to be a very long time until Rain comes online.
This is going to be a big buy here for Uzi as he's finally going to go back. Dragon goes down there as well, so Xiaogu take hold completely of the bottom half of the map. And we talked about it before, so Ty's greedy little lane teleport really cost his bottom lane there in that exchange. So well played there. It's just a matter of what else they can get done around the map as Uzi, Swiftness Boots now, and the Caulfield's Warhammer. He's going to go back to top lane by the looks of things, finally finish what he started.
Yeah, it looks to be the case. We can talk about the fact that the solo lanes for Invictus Gaming right now have got a 20 CS advantage on both sides. However, the turret about to fall down, the Dragon, and the fact that Swift is a little bit stronger than Kid more than equalizes that advantage. And I always go back to this. Uzi gives any team that you put him on a winning lane. He's not going to win you the whole map, but he will give you a winning lane. And they've played to that pressure this game. And we'll see whether they're able to now translate that around the map.
Not only have they played to that, but they also have the team comp to fix, or so-called tunnel that even more. They've got the Lulu to buff up Uzi in the late game. They've got V to protect him even more. So Uzi's just going to get stronger and stronger the later this game goes.
And they're continuing the push. It looks like Zatai maybe wants to have some aggression onto the Sivir, but the Sivir's actually higher level and does have the ultimate and both summoner spells available. So Zatai needs to be careful here.
In fact, he may be in danger of getting dived because Swift is coming up here as well. IG going to try and
Teleport
trade some
out
turrets,
Rookie.
but they are going to try and start something here. Zatai going to get locked down.
Rookie
He will
now
die to
might die.
Swift, and Rookie's completely caught out. Now they'll dive in for him. He'll get himself over, but Swift's going to flash his way forward. Does get the last kill, collects the double. They'll probably get the turret as well. And IG can only take a turret in bottom lane.
And this is why having a winning lane is important. All of a sudden, your two lanes that are ahead have to respond to the Sivir because otherwise she's going to get out of control. The Vayne can't match the push. Now in the mid lane, they're able to equalize all of that pressure that Rookie had been building up over Doinby. In fact, they might even get the turret. And Invictus Gaming, this is why you pick on their bottom lane. Because IG send Rookie all the time to try and save them, and this game it did not work out.
And it's working out really well for Xiaogu right now. 130 CS on Uzi with only 90 on Rain so far. So 40 CS behind, and he's even behind 5 assists as well. So a little bit of extra gold going on over to Uzi, and the rest of that gold seeping throughout the rest of his team. We're going to be able to back him up in these fights. And it's going to be the bottom lane duo that's sent into the mid lane now for IG. They're going to try and hold up that one against V, who's pushing as more. He's going to be a little bit cheeky with Kid here.
But oh, that was a good rotation actually coming across. Spooky Ghosts weren't on cooldown. I actually thought they might be able to make that, and it was a pick in the making. However, you were saying?
I'm confused now. I was talking about more trying to catch him. You picked up on that point.
Well, QG's going to run themselves down mid lane now. That's where they'll sit the Sivir. As Uzi has finished his Essence Reaver, you can see Rain finally some time to collect a few more creeps, but a big wide hole in the top half of IG's map right now that Xiaogu are going to try and look to exploit. They've even moved Doinby, who has no teleport, by the way. 1v1 versus the Fiora. Moore's feeling the wrath of the Emperor of Shurima, though, as Rookie's plenty strong with his Nashers, too. They are going to go in for it, though. Rookie disengages them with the ultimate and now tries to get himself to safety. Kitty's maybe not so lucky. Uzi just stands and fights him and takes him out under the turret. V still alive there as Rookie might get dived through a tier 2. Kid, he's going to try and make a play. He does flash in, gets a nice double knock-up. Great cast there to knock them back in. And that's 2 kills for IG as Uzi has tanked up multiple turret shots with Rain popping the ulti towards V. Blade of the Ruin King goes down. That's going to be a double for Rookie.
Yeah, very well played there. Lulu wasn't with the team and now is in danger of getting beaten up by Zatai.
He's trying to hug the wall here, protecting that final vital. Zatai's actually getting taken out incredibly. Look, no, Doinby, he will lose that final vital, and Zatai will slowly heal this one up. But the rest of the team, they're trying to collapse onto the Lulu.
Oh, Doinby wants it. He knows he's dead, but Zatai's going to make sure he stays that way.
So in the end, a great skirmish on 2 fronts out of Invictus Gaming. That was Swift getting a little bit greedy. Didn't get the ultimate down in time. Let's have another look at it. So probably should have dropped the ultimate like right here. when he was actually getting CC'd up. Instead, on the back end of it, does fall down. Would have at least saved Moore's life. Instead, they get absolutely no one. That means that B gets chased down. Only Uzi lives on the back end of this exchange because Doinby also fell in the top lane. Bottom lane against the top laner.
Yep. I mean, Doinby tried to make the 1v1 work. Got close. I'll give him credit there. But he was dead anyway with the rest of the team coming. So only a trade in that situation of Xiaogu's dive does cost them quite a lot. They don't even get the turret either, which they would have gotten if it was a bit cleaner. But still a lead here for Xiaogu. Has shrunk a bit after IG picked up some nice gold for themselves. As blue buff is going to go over to Doinby, who's going to follow Swift around. As Uzi back in that mid lane now with a Zeal. Going to try and again finish what he started. Seems to be getting an awful lot of turrets low this game. I think he's going to want to start finishing those off.
Xiaogu seems like they made a little bit of a truce with all the turrets on the map right now. Just, we'll leave you up. Just don't bother us too much. That teamfight didn't go too well for them with the turret still up. They did a lot of damage during that dive. And that's Xiaogu. They're going to be able to take down the Herald here. We're going to see who this one goes over to. It will be Swift that picks up the Herald buff. Doinby going to be able to pick up this nice, juicy top lane farm for himself. Slowly try and equalize that CS discrepancy that we do see in the mid lane. Rookies had been doing a good job of keeping him down by about 20 CS for most of this game, but V, he's going to get caught.
Could be trouble here as Kid does land the body slam. Nice ulti there as well, but the tie is going to get locked up. Was that a QSS? I think it was. He drops the ultimate, but he's still going to go down. There's just too much CC. As V, oh my god, he might live. No, never mind. Does go down to the last vital proc.
And that's 3 members expended into the bottom lane. Looks like maybe QG will look to get a mid lane turret in response for it. So still gold will go in their favor, but now Invictus Gaming starting to make the picks that they need to really claw themselves back into this game. And they still need to get through Rookie's Azir, which is no mean feat at this stage of the game. So they will disengage and maybe look towards a dragon instead.
And it almost felt like IG were able to pin down... Sorry, QG were able to pin down IG even though the solo lanes were ahead. Attack the bottom lane, keep that ahead, make sure they have to deal with Uzi. But now IG get a few fantastic picks and it's the solo laners who are coming out on top. Dragon will go on over to Xiaogu. So they will pick up the second Dragon buff for themselves in this game. And now finally, they look like they want to try and make that push to take down the middle outer turret.
And as sated Swift now on Summoner's Rift in 18 minutes, so a very good clip. I always say this, don't go out of your way to collect Kindred. Sated Devourus actually picks them up naturally, incredibly easy because of the gank routes you take through jungle camps. And you see that Swift, 3, 2, and 4, very active around the map. Still gets sated by 18 minutes, so definitely supporting that theory.
Yep, and again, he's the other carry of the team. In fact, I'd argue he's the primary carry, so I like the build he's going here. Certainly seen Clear Love, I think, bring it out in the LPL for the first time around, but it's been a surprisingly popular Kindred build, so we'll see what Swift can get done with it as kind of on funky builds. Let's have a look at Doinby there in the mid lane. Uzi going for Phantom Rants a second. I like that, because we've seen a lot more of the items since it was made a little bit more gold efficient. Costs a little less now, I believe. But Doinby with a Lich Bane kind of has one thing on the brain. Siege.
Yeah, a little bit of that. I think also the movement speed helps a little out, a lot navigating these team fights. So I like the item myself. The Phantom Dancer is kind of two minds, right? Do you want the big AoE Sivir, or do you want the person that can withstand the duels that potentially Zatai is going to throw? As now they're collapsing onto Zatai, speaking of the man.
He's going to try and teleport away, but Doinby's having absolutely none of that. Zatai's going to get locked down and take it now as Swift picks up that kill.
Yeah, Moore doesn't even get an assist, poor man. Didn't want to throw the chair and steal it away, so this time he was just like, he tried to guess someone that was going to hit him afterwards and be like, I'm going to stand behind you. And didn't work.
Oh, well. Doesn't get the assist there, but kill still there onto Zatai, who's still looking for 2 items. Does have most of his Black Cleaver components done and his Ravenous Hydra completed. But Xiaogu starting to pick up the pace a bit here. They've managed to get the gold lead back into about where it was, so 4K up now as we just tick past the 20-minute mark on the clock.
And I'm going to echo Deficio's sentiment, I believe it was. I apologize, EULCS, I listen to you a lot when I'm asleep, so you kind of come through in my dreams.
Because of time zone, not because of content.
Yeah, not because of content, just because of time zone. It's after this, which is like 3 a.m. And he was like, when you could swap, you would go Titanic Hydra. And then what people realize is that the 500 health from Titanic is so much more valuable than the lifesteal. Until you get a second lifesteal item, in which case the 500 health is still arguably mathematic, pretty close to it. So you may as well just go Titanic still. This time around, we see the Ravenous Hydra. It's not as good wave clear, but it does give you the auto attack reset. So Zatai valuing Lifesteal and auto attack reset over huge E, because when you use the Titanic Hydra with your second E, it automatically crits and does like ridiculous amounts of damage, as well as that extra health. I am well and truly with Deficio on this one. Titanic Hydra is better than Ravenous Hydra right now on Fiora.
Taking a look at his counter matchup here as well. Maokai. Patient, you talked about this earlier as well. He's picked up a QSS for himself, so looking to try and drop the challenge it sees. Seems once the tie puts that one down. He's got a Sunfire Cape for himself as well, along with those Merc Boots. Looking towards what seems to be a Frozen Heart as well as his next item. And Frozen Heart is going to be the next item that's completed on Kid as well. So they're going to be able to reduce the attack speed for the rest of Xiaogu, which is something you'd like to be doing when you have a Sated Devourer in the jungle, you have a Lulu in the mid lane, you have a Sivir in the bottom lane, so reducing the attack speed is going to reduce some of that damage that Xiaogu is going to be able to dish out.
Yeah, they were actually waiting for the sweeper to come off cooldown because they wanted to use the stationary sweeper, not like the AoE one. Moore actually hasn't gone back, so that was conscious. I was wondering what they were doing as well, but Moore was definitely just waiting for that one. And we'll see Kid chased away here. I like the QSS. If you're a tank, majority of the damage that is going to come out of a Fiora is due to your vitals. And if you ever get unlucky and you get Vital in front of you and they pop it and go straight into ultimate, you generally die. So having a QSS on V just means that the kill threat in the 1v1 should not be there. He should be able to run away quick enough.
Well, Black Cleaver now there, so Zatai is going to get stronger in that split push battle. But in general, IG have kind of caught up in items as they've hit a lot of major timings here. Rain, 2 items now, has a Phantom Dancer of his own after that Blade of the Ruin King. And Rylo's on Rookie, probably the biggest threat there on the Azir. As you can see, IG are just keeping control of that Baron area. Xiaogu are thinking about it. They've got a pretty quick Baron with 2 AD carries, one of them being Kindred, who's looking pretty good right now with a Sated Devourer. But IG, again, starting to play a bit more together, realizing that, okay, I think we can start some sort of siege here. Xiaogu will respond here in mid lane, as Uzi's gone back, actually working on that Infinity Edge. So looking for 3 items himself as Kid. It's a nice bit of poke there from Doinby.
Doinby dishing out the hurt in that mid lane, especially with that Lich Bane. Able to get a little bit of extra damage down with his auto attacks. And Xiaogu, it is 23 minutes into the game. They are 4,000 gold ahead of IG. So despite IG trying to claw it back with their picks, closing that gap down to about 1,000 gold, it is still Xiaogu that are on top.
And for those that are wondering why like control mages didn't kind of fall out of flavor as assassins started popping back into the LPL meta, Ryle's Crystal Scepter is 100% responsible for that. The fact that it gives 40% slow now on like every single attack, Victor and Azir utilize that so well to keep you at distance, so it's very hard to engage on you. And yeah, so that's kind of the reasoning behind it. In fact, Orianna players even sometimes pick it up now, which is even more frustrating because Qmax Orianna with a stupid Ryle's Crystal Scepter is like one of the silliest things in the world. So that's just the reasoning behind it. And Doinby has always been a big fan of Ryle's. He would famously go it on his Ahri, and people would question it a lot, but he'd use it more as a kite mage. And I think that Rookie, this time around, giving him a taste of his own medicine with a control mage and that Ryle's being able to control the pace of that mid lane teamfight.
Well, taking a look at Xiaogu now, they have started on this dragon. Kindred's already taken this one down really low. We'll be able to pick up the 3rd dragon for Xiaogu. So the dragon win condition has almost come online for them. Just 2 more. So in the next 12 minutes, they could potentially force IG to fight them in a team fight of their choice. IG were not fast enough to get to that dragon. Now Kid, he's inside of enemy territory. Shuji is going really aggressive onto him. He's the one who's in trouble as he tried to engage onto Swift. He's taken down incredibly low and will be the first to fall in this fight. V was able to teleport into the fight from the backlines as Doinby's going to aggressively flash over. V tries to get there as well with his flash, but just not quite in range. And Uzi now trying to put down as much damage as they can, but they only take down the support.
Yeah, in the end, that is a 1-for-nothing trade, as however, and they get Dragon. They're actually heading towards Baron, with their jungler taking a Gromp right now. I feel like that's a little bit of a miscommunication from the lineups, but he now will join across that side of the map, and they'll get a red buff at least for their trouble.
He got a mark, totally worth, as Swift, again, showing off that, I'm going to say carry-style jungling that he's very famous for. Uzi, though, going to be the recipient of this particular red buff. As Xiaogu, I think they're going to back off on the potential Baron play and just make sure they've got control of that side of the map. With Dragon down, they'll be wanting to play to that side anyway. So Xiaogu is certainly getting themselves further ahead.
Is that Alacrity Green?
Yes.
As V in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh,
He's
Rookie
in a lot of trouble.
does go through the wall. Rylai's really frustrating to deal with.
Yeah.
V does.
And that's what I was saying, right? It just gives you so much control. Maybe something like a Luden's Echo that we would have seen before Rylai's was buffed. Oh, let's talk about that another time.
They're not out of the woods yet as Kitty's now getting jumped on. Here comes that teleport coming in for IG as well. They're looking for this fight. Kindred ult's been used early as Kid. He was going to be the first to go down, but Elizabeth Sliver, the boomerang blade will snipe in the backlines as Uzi. He's trying to duel to tie, and he will win that duel with that final boomerang blade, almost clipping Rain as well, as they then trade 4 for 4 with both the 80 carries left alive.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Rain does want to take it to Uzi. You can see they're going to meet in this mid lane. You would expect the Vayne to win it, but you're never quite so sure. And they will back away like ships in the night, avoiding each other. But if Rookie had his ultimate in that fight, it would have been so much different. But let's take another look at it. Face check comes here from Kitty, and Moore is able to, I guess, tag him up with that Brawn passive. But Kid with a beautiful double belly bop knocks people away for some damage. If they had gone the opposite way, it would have been much better. And it is the fact that Braum is able to tag Rookie up here and just get a lot of damage done. Zatai tries to go hero on the back line, but it is, as you said, Uzi winning that duel by sticking his body against the wall, denying that Vital until it was about to run out, and then picking him up with the Boomerang Blade.
And you can see now Uzi does have both Hexdrinker and Infinity Edge completed, which he did not have when they started that last fight. So
He's 100 CS up as well.
Not bad. He's also hilariously ahead of the clock, which I think, for me, is the more impressive thing. Uzi, not a bad player. Certainly looking good in this game as he's just about to hit the 300 CS mark. There we go. And you can see these creep waves. They got no chance right now. Just so much damage coming out of this Sivir. And Shagu know they're strong. In fact, Rookie going to get tagged up
Puts
and
up a turret.
potentially bagged up. They are going to go for it. They pop the ulti on Sivir. They really want to get him down. But Rookie is going to flash the first one. Long way to run, though, for the Aldazir. No tower here just yet as he has to make it towards the inhibitor. Will surf his way forward. Disengage ulti there from Kid. But Rookie burns everything just to stay alive.
Yeah, a lot expended on the side of QG as well, however. And teleport is available out of Rookie, so it's not really a barren call they can make. However, they have started pinging it out. And we'll see if this is something they can execute on. Swift does it quickly, but IG no.
They're taking a teleport into this fight as well. They grouped up as 5. Moore's already taken a chunk of damage as Kitty has to use his ultimate to try and knock people back. He may be the first to fall and is the first to fall in this fight as Chaogu are going to change their focus onto Tatai. Now V is trying to lock him down as much as possible, getting a lot of damage down onto Fiora. Rookie is trying to take down Doinby the backlines, but the ultimate for Kindred will keep him alive along with the Wild Grove as well. And suddenly IG lose 4 members in this fight.
And look at the coordination out of the team. A split from Invictus. QG chase the 2 members that go down, change focus onto Rookie as soon as they can. Able to pick up the Baron, and Uzi's going to shove mid lane. This is a team that looks like they're all on the same page. People question whether QG could do it with Rookie in with Uzi in the lineup, and it looks like they can.
Certainly can this game around as Kid is going to try and stop him. Nice spell shield though as Uzi going to try and make a highlight play. Pops his ulti, but now Kiddies is here. He's going to get exhausted. He jukes the first hook, and now going to turn it back around onto Kiddies. Only has the Warlord's lifesteal, but that's enough to deter them. However, he does not get the mid-inhibitor turret.
Oh, he's just hitting 2 tanks. He's like, come at me, boys. They're like, we don't do damage. We don't really care. But in the end, they will get the 2nd tier turret as well as the Baron buff. Probably needs to go towards some form of armor penetration item. And that's what he looks like he's going for. Picks up a pickaxe for that last Whisper. But what a performance so far out of QG. Night and day out of the 2 teams that we've seen in Game 1 to Game 2.
Now we're going to have to see if they can continue that performance, especially now that they're 10,000 gold ahead of IG 30 minutes into this game. Dragon will come up in the next 15, which would be number 4 for Chaogu if they're able to pick it up. And that means that they have another win condition that threatens IG. It forces them to fight in the next 6 minutes over that 5th Dragon buff if they give this one away. The rest of IG, they're grouping around the mid lane. They do have Tatai split pushing in the bottom lane, but they have no interest at all in contesting this Dragon buff.
And it's just going to be Shagu taking it away. IG not even in the area to get a look in. As they'll start a push here in that bottom side. Do still have the Baron buff, remember. Got just over half the duration left. And plenty of siege power with a Sivir, as this tier 2 turret is not long for this world. In fact, it'll melt with a couple of autos there, especially with Doinby on the Lich Bane. Now has a Ludens, Guess they didn't have enough wave clear before. And Zatai topside, he does have TP. This is just unrelenting from Xiaogu as Uzi pops his ulti.
Yeah, was actually getting chunked out there. Swift's over the wall.
All right. Little keen. They'll reset. Uzi's got some lifesteal from the Warlords, so he'll go find something to hit. Looks like mid lane creeps will be the answer. But that was a lot of damage, despite the fact they had to burn an ulti there from the Sivir. And here's Uzi. Look at this lifesteal. Delicious.
Yeah, so in the end, they will be able to reset the map a little bit here in Victus Gaming. They haven't lost a base turret yet, but it is 12,000 gold the lead for QG. They probably just need to fully reset the map. Looks like Moore's going to go back. Kindred already did go back, has a rapid fire cannon. So the adaptation between Clearlove and Swift seems to be the fact that one goes Hurricane, one goes rapid fire cannon. And I think it was Condi that went with Phantom Dancer. Can't remember for exact, but it was definitely someone. So all 3 Zeal items coming into effect. Haven't seen a static shiv yet. One day I will.
Probably one day soon at this rate.
One of the Sivers will pick it up eventually.
No, on Kindred, I mean.
Oh, on Kindred.
Yeah. No, Sivir, we've had too many for Rusty's liking. I like it. Froskurin likes it. Rusty hates it. If you want the poll on Sivir with static shiv.
Well, last has been outdone for Uzi, so those frontline tanks not so tanky this time around, or next time around, I should say, as Xiaogu are still looking for a way to close this game out. Doinby, though, continuing to pressure Zatai, checks the brush, doesn't see anyone, but Kid's there right on top of a ward as Doinby's just making sure he keeps tabs on everyone. And a good Kid, just going to get poked out. Doinby doing plenty of damage on this Lulu.
Certainly is, and Swift also trying to bait him in there.
That camp died really quickly.
Fast clear coming up from Kindred now. Now he has all these items picked up. In fact, one item away from a complete build. Currently occupying that spot is his pink ward. Xiaogu now, they're just split out across the map. They have Sivir split pushing into bottom lane. Kindred kind of in between mid and bot. Then you have the mid laner and the support just rotating around the map, whereas V is just trying to shadow Tatai as much as possible. Xiaogu taking it really slow. Don't want to go too aggressive against IG. They don't want to be too aggressive and suddenly lose part of their gold lead from any of the mistakes they want to make, it seems.
It's not even that, right? It's just that you're against an Azir and you have very short range carries, so you never really even, like, it's not a win condition to siege into it. Open field, Sivir ultimate, get people moving around the fight is what you want to actually do. And QG are able to force Invictus time and time again into these fights because Baron is going to be back available. Dragon 5 is coming up in about 3 minutes time. So why even do it? Just pick up all the gold, farm the jungle. They're still getting stronger. Only Uzi is capped out in items right now. And eventually IG have to come out and fight you. And by that time, because you've been farming up a storm, you're going to be much stronger than them.
Seems like that's exactly what Xiaogu wants to do right now, but Kid has other ideas. He's going to try and separate Uzi and more. The rest of the team tried to collapse onto this AD carry, but on the hunt, we'll be able to keep them alive. They just disengage slowly from IG. Almost feels like they're just trying to contain IG inside their base, take away all their jungle resources, make sure they have nothing left to farm on this map, and slowly take down the more major objectives that, like you said, Spawn, are in those open areas, waiting for Dragon to come up, waiting for Baron to come back up as well. And slowly but surely starve IG even more than they currently are, because 13,000 gold behind is not a good place for IG to be at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And that's with big CS advantages in 2 lanes. I mean, mid lane is 60-ish CS. Top lane's also 60 CS. 80 carry on the other hand, 140 for Uzi. So he's a little bit off on there. But Invictus have done a good job of farming up their 2 primary carries. And Vane's still no slouch with 3.5 items.
Oh, Rookie tries to make a play there
He's
with the
dead.
ultimate, and now Swift's going to move in for it. Ward goes down. Doinby effectively solo kills him, and that teleport is rightly cancelled there by Zatai.
Yeah, Doinby has the Ignite, so still has a little bit of combat effectiveness over the Azir there. But you saw that Rookie tried to make the play to save the game. It was only a minute from both the Baron and the Dragon. But this time, without the Azir, it's going to be very easy for QG to break into the base.
And they're immediately responding with that as well. Xiaogu, they're
what?
looking for this. They're going to actually try and dive onto Kid here. Uzi pops on the hunt. He's moving like a madman. But here's the teleport from V as well. They want the rest of this beast. Xiaogu are looking to try and take down the rest of the base of IG. The turrets are falling left, right, and center. They don't even care. They're just going for the Nexus turrets right now. Look
at old Uzi. Just going straight in there with a bit of help from Lulu, but this burst turret's going to go down. Rain,
He flashes
gonna get
on
flashed on Uzi. He wants it, but he's going to get exhausted. Wild Growth burnt. There was Swift in the backline. Is going to take out Rain Kitties. The next to fall is the Ty's now going to get himself chased down. He will riposte away. He flashes out as well. Swift eats himself the Fountain Laser and will go down, but Kid's going to get locked down. Uzi claims another victim, and Xiaogu in one fell swoop are going to win game number 2.
Yeah, Uzi not done looking for
Quadra
Rookie.
kill.
Does get him. Nexus falls down. QG hit back in game 2, and we're going to game 3.
And Uzi, I saw it in the last little exchange when he was saving more Siva ultis and then ducks back and just runs forward. Being like, you know what? I feel strong. I'm going to pressure you. Went full jugger Siva on that last team fight, and it came up trance. Great pick by Domi in the bottom lane. Decisive win there. Diving an inhibitor turret to make sure they can close it out. And it just feels so different. Uzi, good lane pressure, still a good team fighter. Even Xiaogu as a team felt like they were playing more on the same page that game, and they had a very similar lineup there.
Yeah, I'm going to completely agree. I'm going to say that this time around they had a very defined win condition, which was speed up the Maokai, dive into the back lane, use the Siva for all this AoE crit, and get work done. And they also had a couple of winning lanes. The other thing I want to point out is that the decisiveness of Swift in that game, compared to game 1, we mentioned it, his 2 losing lanes were top and bottom in game 1, and he was kind of bouncing between both of them and couldn't commit to one. This time around, top half of the map, under control because your AD carry is winning. Gank the mid lane and the bottom lane, and we saw that he was doing that. Farm up a Storm on Kindred. Much better play out of the jungler of QG.
Well, I'm going to check in with some highlights, and there were quite a few of them. This was actually nice from IG, thwarting Xiaogu's early tower dive.
I mean, Xiaogu had this huge early lead that revolved around Uzi getting what he wanted and where he wanted it. And these skirmishes that IG put out nullified that to about 1,000 gold in Xiaogu's favor, but it just started slowly falling apart from there.
And then this, Beyblades. As Uzi, without Nai, able to clean up everybody else as there are only 80 carries left. Nice little duel here as the Ty wasn't quite able to take him out. I even love this Boomerang Blade just to be like, Rain, you're not coming in here. And then the fights just kept getting better for them.
Yeah, they certainly did. They were able to win fights, and this is what I'm talking about. The 3-2 split, they go onto Kitties because he's not that tanky. As it's a 2-2, they prioritize who's in front of him. Zatai first, so they all turn onto that. As soon as Rookie goes into danger zone, however, the whole team turns around and starts smacking onto him. They take him out in very quick order. Swift and Doimby continue to pressure through there as Uzi runs down the mid lane. That was kind of impressive, that fight, because after that, they also split off the Baron and the mid lane turrets. They were just dividing their resources perfectly to get the maximum off the map every time.
And the rest of the game just really felt like Xiaogu were putting up a containment field, making sure IG was stuck inside the base, denying all the jungle resources, setting up a Dragon, setting up a Baron as well, and then it was just Rookie trying to be a hero, didn't get his ultimate off, was not able to take down the opposing mid laner Doimby, and it just snowballed out of control from there.
And I'm glad we got that last little replay, because I actually just checked in. That would have been a pentakill if the first kill didn't go to one of his other teammates. Only the quadra for Uzi and the Nexus win.
Yeah,
sad times.
It's unfortunate, really, not able to pick up a pentakill in every
really.
game. Unlucky, really. But does get the W for his team, which they would be very happy with. And, that just means that I'm really interested to see now Uzi or Pekko game 3.
Well, they've already decided. We're going to have to find out, though, because we do need a break before we get to find out. It's 1-1, though. Uzi's able to take game 2 for Xiaogu. We'll check in after the break to see who's going to take the last one. Yeah, welcome back, everyone. As you are going to check in with the MVP of the last game, it is Xiaoguzi, 9-0 and 11 on Siva. That is a massive damage share, Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know how you can have a better performance on Siva. 42% of damage, 87% kill participation, puts his other 80 carry in a 200 CS hole, and he's 9-0 and 11. Like, maybe if he had a couple more kills, but even then,
maybe the pentakill at the end might have been a cherry on top.
Oh, he missed it. I mean, Uzi, just such a fabulous player, and the question's always been, can he play on Xiaogu? Because he's a tricky player in the past to try and work with. I feel like a lot of his criticisms he leveled in 2015, despite the fact that OMG as a whole had kind of a poor season. But Uzi's just evolving into an absolute monster of a player, and it just shows here in these highlights.
And I agree with you. And I actually think that OMG matured Uzi out of this world, because on Starhorn Royal Club, he was the man. And everyone knew that, and he would dictate, I want to play mid lane, and they're like, all right, cool, let's go get Pekko. Now I want to play AD carry again. All right, sorry, Pekko, you have to go back on the B team. OMG, they completely blew that out of the water. It was you are no longer the man. As we have a look at the highlights, this was the last team fight of the game where he picks up a quadra kill. I didn't actually see who stole it away from it again.
Yeah, he wasn't quite close enough to get the first kill.
Oh,
so
was it?
Wasn't quite stolen.
Yeah, so, but then he came back off the bench in the second split, and from that point, I knew that he was actually going to be a really good teammate, because they were losing games, and he was having horrible performances every now and again, and he was smiling, he was patting people on the back, he looked like the person that was trying to rally OMG, and OMG obviously have gone a completely different direction. Loveling's gone, Cool was gone, now he's back a little bit, but Uzi was good, I feel, at the end of that last split, and it kind of proved he could play on a team like Xiaogu.
Yep, and I think now that he's on the roster, definitely playing quite a number of games. I believe, based on what we saw just then, that he will be playing in the final game here as well. So it feels like Xiaogu decided to give Pekka one game, and then no matter what happens, the next two belong to Uzi. Couldn't quite win game one with Pekka. Game two looking much different for the team now. But Invictus Gaming, they've had a game to sort of think about it. They'll definitely be mulling over their options, and it feels like it's anyone's game for the last one.
And I also want to point out, because Pekko, I'm harsh on him, so I feel like I do have to balance it every now and again. Uzi got to play an 80 carry that game. Pekko got to play Tristana game number one. So I feel like the pick was a lot different, especially as far as meta goes. So I do want to shout out to Pekko. He had a good performance on the Tristana, but Uzi had probably a better performance on the Siva. And I think long-term it makes sense for the team. And that's not taking anything away from Pekko. I just think Uzi fits the team well.
Massive change for me in that game as well. Is it really looked like Xiaogu had a plan going into that game. Uzi, he wanted his 2-on-2 lane. They wanted to make sure he had all the pressure he could have up in the top lane. We saw how that huge wave crashed into the tower, and immediately Doingby was the one that rotated up and made sure he was there to make sure that got destroyed by the turret. They didn't really take down the turrets quite early, but it looked like they had a plan coming into the game this time.
I have to agree, and I think in general, good to see Swift having a nice big Kindred performance as well. He is certainly a carry-style jungler. His Gragas is amazing, don't get me wrong. He didn't get it, of course, so we took the aggressive line this time around and took Fervor of Battle Kindred onto the Rift, but worked out for them. Kids jungling, not able to keep up there with Swift. We sort of expect that here in the matchup. Just felt like the right parts of Xiaogu were firing that game.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think that, Lulu is good because it nullifies Rookie. I expect lots of people to play the likes of Victor, the likes of Lulu into Rookie, because it kind of gives you an even slate to play from. Rookie still had a good game, but everywhere else just was a little bit better this time around from Xiaogu, and that's what you need. You're never going to beat Rookie, right? So keep him even. And then everywhere else, just get ahead and start snowballing the game.
The solo lanes for IG, they were still ahead for a significant amount of time during that game, but it wasn't like Tatai was just walking all over the map and dumpstering people with his gangplank anymore. This time he was playing Fiora. He was still able to get ahead in lane, still able to do some crazy things, but just not quite able to keep people pinned down the way he was in game one.
Yeah, it felt like, again, neutralizing the strong laners, because we know Tatai and Rookie are strong, was a good winning formula there for Xiaogu. Curious to see how the bans change here in this next one, because I think there's a lot of different things to consider now. And honestly, Siva, she's been the pick of the week or the last 2 weeks, it feels like, ever since the 6.4 change came in. I think even before that, some of the LPL teams were picking her up as well. We've seen that it's been a winning carry for both of the teams this time around. I wonder if you ban it, do you take it? Does Uzi maybe give it away and say, I'll have the Vayne this time if you want the matchup? Because it just feels like such an important pick in the meta.
It was really popular last year, and no one really banned it, right? So I think that it facilitates Chinese-style League of Legends really, really well, and I think that a lot of the reason that EDG won MSI was because their champion was in meta, and you can force team fights really easily. Like you were saying, they have a game plan. When you have a Sivir, game plan's always the same. Run at the enemy. You go quicker than them. You can catch them wherever they go. And I think that was really demonstrated in this game. Do you ban it? I don't like banning utility AD carries. I like banning damage AD carries. In saying that, because of how her crits work, she's getting awfully close to a very high damage AD carry right now that you maybe can look at taking away.
I would have loved to see the damage graph that game. I think Uzi would, like, we already saw how much damage he did. He contributed over 40% of his team's damage. I'm sure the actual number of damage dealt to champions was something ridiculous.
Something crazy for sure. I mean, so many of their team fights, we just saw the bouncing blades destroying every one of those crits. And I think my favorite highlights from those was just when he was just farming in waves. You just get one crit off and he just walks away and every single minion just dies afterwards. That change to the Ricochet has been absolutely devastating for not only team fights, but also giving Sivir this absurd amount of wave clear on top of what she already had. And I actually think that it's a champion you can consider taking away in the pick and ban phase. Either pick it up first, take it away from a player. Somebody like Uzi can play that champion really well and make sure it's just off the pitch.
So you say take it away, right? So they ban Nidalee, Kalista, Poppy, and they let Sivir through. And I agree, like, if you have 7 bans, Kalista is a champion you can consider taking away. You cannot give him Kalista. His Kalista's way better than his Sivir. He proved it all last year. Poppy right now is the strongest top laner, and like just shuts down AD carries very, very hard. So you don't ever want to give that through. Nidalee is undoubtedly Swift's best champion. I don't think you can ban it. Like if you are IG, like you look at those 3 bans, what do you not ban to allow Sivir to go through?
And that really comes back to how the pick and bans came out from Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, we saw all these pretty big bans on meta-heavy champions. Well, like we saw Kalista being banned out, we saw Lulu, Corki, Poppy being banned out, Nidalee being banned out. Game number 2, though, we saw all these heavy target bans come out, and they made sure they were targeting banning certain players and certain champions as well. So when that happened, all these huge champion picks are left open. And like you said, I agree with you there. If you had that extra ban, fantastic. But now, if you go for that Sivir ban, you know that another meta pick is left available, and it really, really shakes up the draft that will be coming in for Game 3.
And the other thing is, if you're the stronger team, you generally get to target ban. Because stronger teams use meta picks better than other teams, and other teams generally have these pocket picks. So you say that like Gameplank, he's very targeted, right? He's at Zatai right now. No one else is really playing him. He's falling through drafts left, right, and center. So I think that because QG are the stronger team, they can target ban IG. But IG, if they go to that, they're going to let specific champions through, like Kalista. And as I said, like if Kalista and Sivir are up, Uzi will take Kalista. Like, he would just absolutely smash the lane. That lane would have been worse, so I just don't know where there's room to take it away.
All right, well, maybe let's think of actual picks now. For IG, actually, is where I want to go to. They're on the red side for this. Oh, they're on blue side this time around.
Yeah.
I got it wrong. I was hoping for a rookie counter pick, but I think rookies is it. It was great. Lulu definitely neutralized the lane a little bit there, but we know who the winning members of IG are. It's always going to be Rookie and Zatai with good support from Kid. What do we want to see change maybe from that top half of IG's map? Because it felt like they were doing relatively well, and they just couldn't quite convert.
I always say it, like, aggression out of the mid lane.
Yep.
One game on LeBlanc looks fantastic. Next game on Azir, a little bit more neutral, a little bit more farm up. Doesn't work out in their favor. So I honestly like when IG just give Rookie something he can go to town on. Give him Quinn again. Like, his Quinn was phenomenal. Give him something that can impact the map, push out the lane, either kill the mid laner or roam and kill side lanes. That's what I really look for out of IG's success.
I agree, and IG's solo lanes in general, they did fine in that second game too. Like we mentioned earlier, they were up in CS, they were doing well on their own of those lanes, but just not quite it was in game 1. I would really like to see them give these dominant solo lanes once again. Give them the really powerhouse champions and just allow the jungler to facilitate that even more. Hell, sack the bottom lane if you have to.
Yep, definitely other things to work out there. So we are going to have a look. You see Uzi there on your screen appears to be having a quick PC issue. So we do have a delay. Thank you for being very patient as we work through this one and get ourselves into our final game. I have a bit more time now to chat about the series so far. Xiaogu. What do we want to talk about next? Let's talk about supports, because I think both Kitties and Moore have had 2 okay-looking games. Kitties, I will say, Nautilus support, something we don't see too often, even though Nautilus is a very strong pick. I've actually been quite impressed with how Kitties has been playing so far.
Yeah, I think that Kitties is probably, he's performing like as admirably as you can when you are playing in that particular bottom lane. So I think that he's having quite a good set, actually, and I kind of agree with that vein. I think that Moore's game 1 was not great, and his game 2 was much improved. And that's not just because you're playing ahead as a support, which is much easier to do. It's because how he facilitated the lane. And I actually think that Moore and Uzi are playing very impressively together as an AD carry support duo. And then how he teamed up with Swift towards the later team fights to keep him safe. So I think that Moore's having... And he's going to be a person that has to improve because he's the last targetable member on this lineup. So I'm really track more for QG's success.
I too like the way that Moa's been playing with Uzi in comparison to how he's been playing with Pekko. With Uzi, he feels a lot more comfortable. It feels like he knows exactly what he wants to set up for his AD carry, and he knows exactly how he's going to do that as well. On the other side, for Kitties, I not only like the way that he's been playing, he made a couple of misplays here and there, most notably the hook one that we saw earlier, but I also like the fact that he's comfortable in playing champions like Nautilus, which give them the opportunity to flex that pick and give them that extra option during their draft phase.
Yep, certainly almost worked out in Game 2. It did work out in Game 1 as we're going to get ourselves into the final draft for our first set here between Invictus Gaming and Shao Gu Reapers. Kalista nearly banned by IG. Lulu is going to join that pile there as well. As Shagu ban away the Gangplank, they ban away the LeBlanc, and they banned away Corki last game as well. So do they give it over? We know Rookie's a good Corki, but he has not had a winning record on it recently, despite his strong performances throughout the split on the fairly powerful champion. Because that Shagu had the first 2 bans locked in, still deciding on the last one though. Is he going to use the majority of their time just to make sure they get this right? And there's Corki. Never mind. I thought they had something special lined up, but they'll stick to the standards and IG will insta-take Sivir.
They're sticking to exactly what they banned out previously against Invictus Gaming. And by Invictus Gaming sticking to the same things as well, it does mean that Sivir's left open. Seems like they don't want Uzi to have that. Question is, will Uzi get his Vayne in this time round?
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, what did you give up to give this away? Like, you've given away Nautilus, Gragas, Nautilus Poppy even is like a potential right now, which is just like so much line-backing threat onto someone like a Sivir.
Well, I like what we're seeing a bit of here. Not sure we'll see Jin today, but at least in this game. But there's Kindred once again for Swift. Had a very successful Kindred game, so I do like that selection. And they will take the Nautilus. Very safe top laner, neutralizes most of the lane, does give the Poppy over to Zatai, but I think V is happy to play in that 1v1 matchup.
This is the first game where Poppy hasn't been banned, and with all these target bans coming out once again, lots of meta champions left available. And it almost seemed like Invictus Gaming left up those 2 champions, Nautilus and Poppy, knowing that if Chaga want to pick up one, fine, we get the other. Chaga want to pick up both, I think you're an idiot. Fine, take both.
Why?
I don't like the Nautilus Poppy.
Why?
Because it's just 2 tanks running around the map.
So if you play Kindred and
that's
Vayne,
right.
and you play Nautilus mid, Poppy top lane,
Yeah.
that is not just 2 tanks running around the map. That is a heck of a lot of initiation with 2 really legit damage sources that you're probably not going to kill. Both of them can pick up Zerots. Both of them have just so much map control at the moment. I think that Nautilus Poppy on red side is like one of the best picks that you can take away, especially if you can flex both of them into support.
So I agree with that. Despite having 2 games of Kitties playing Nautilus support, I just completely forgot that you could flex her as a support pick. So support pick, great. I wouldn't like the Nautilus Poppy up in the jungle and the top lane. But if they're going to flex the support, fantastic.
What about mid? Nautilus mid is great.
I like the Nautilus mid. Personally, I don't like playing against it, but I think it's a strong pick. We've definitely seen it around the world, especially in the LCK. They've been playing a lot of bruisers mid lane, or tanks really, in that mid stage. Catching up with the draft though, Gragas and Janna were actually the selections for IG, so going to go for that double disengage, but maybe short on lockdown as Uzi flicking between 2 pretty good carries here. Isn't going to go straight for the Vayne by the looks of things. Could be Lucian, could be Kog'Maw. I think Moore's more than happy to take his Braum again. They will take Lucian Braum. That's a deadly bottom lane, especially against Sivir Janna.
Uzi not opting to go for his Vayne. Not opting to go for the Kog'Maw either. This time going to resort back into a Lucian pick instead. So IG now with a Janna being picked up here. It does look like they're left with their top laner and their mid laner to pick up. So Rookie and Zatai looking to try and round out that team composition with their next 2 picks.
I want to talk about Kitties for a second. This is what my concern was when he showed 2 Nautilus games in a row. If Braum's gone and Nautilus is gone, like, what is he playing? Like, Janna as the option? Like, obviously they picked the Janna first this time around, but I'm not a huge fan of Janna right now. Proskurian likes her because it is a siege-heavy meta, and I will agree she's quite a good siege support. But what it does allow, wow.
It allows this, apparently, carries everywhere as Kale Quinn are the last picks there. Looks like Quinn mid, Kale top, most likely there.
I mean, if you could see Smollen's face, you can see that look of confusion, I would say it is, but they gave you what you wanted. Rookie's now on Quinn.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Who knows?
Or he could be on Kale.
Yeah. Mate, he could be on Gragas.
We have a real mix-up.
Put Jana in there.
Shagu there, 1 pick to go. Poppy actually might drop through this drop, so I think it has to, unless Doinby's feeling frisky, which he has done in the past. But Kindred Lucian's a nice call. They've got 2 good frontliners there from the Braum and the Nautilus. I don't know if Invictus Gaming have enough carries.
I don't know why you would pick Cassidy.
I agree with that also. Maybe they're reconsidering as QG with 10 seconds left. They can, they know what type of lane it's going to be. They can probably guess it's Quinn most of the time. And I think Doinby's going to settle on Victor instead.
And we'll see whether he goes the build that Rookie actually popularized against 80 carries, which is where you grab the Lich Bane a little bit earlier than you necessarily would have. Allows you to consistently trade. So if you go something like Abyssal Scepter into Lich Bane or Rylai's into Lich Bane, allows you to just use your Q and absolutely destroy them in auto-attack trades, which Victor shouldn't be able to do, but can. Also gives you cooldown reduction, so if you have CDR boots that, as well as because of the fact that you're against an AD, you take scaling CDR on your blues, you get 38% off that. By itself, really fun build. Try it out at home. I like it a lot.
Well, Doinby definitely always on top of the strong builds. And some of the kooky ones as well. So we'll see what he does. But I think both teams have assembled pretty strong drafts. Xiaogu, I think, got exactly what they wanted, opting for Lucian over the Vayne for a bit more early to mid-game power. But let's go for the IG comp, because this is a doozy here for Game 3. Kale, Gragas, Quinn, Siva, and Jana.
Yeah. So lots of threats. The ability to save a member that dives in if you're out of position. So QG also have that in a Kindred, but they do it on the whole team. So maybe a little bit more beneficial, you would have to say, although they are stuck in the Beyblade arena for maybe Rain to clean up. But I would say this time around, 2 lane bullies on the side of IG versus the bottom lane, once again, being a big bully for QG.
Well, we'll have to see if they can get it done. It's time for game number 3. And we're not quite there yet, as we do seem to have a pause to start things off. Doinby looking at the monitor. I think he may have an issue there with the computer. Was a bit of a slow start to this one, so hopefully not too many delays here as we start a pretty exciting final game here. It's only set 1 as well, so plenty of League of Legends to follow, but whatever happens here, especially given the draft we've just had, going to be an interesting end to this series, which I think Xiaogu honestly came in thinking we could roll over here, but IG, they're desperate for the points. It's a really strong time to try and pick some up here. Being moved to the final game, they do have a chance to take the win here.
I mean, it is a big game for IG. We talked about this for most of the show so far. They're currently tied with OMG and EG. All 3 teams are 6-4. So if they pick up this win in the cross-conference, the final week of the cross-conference here, they leapfrog ahead into 2nd place in the groups and potentially make sure that Vici are just, kind of out of range for them to kind of claw back in.
Yeah, it definitely is a huge game, right? But I'm going to say this is also a big game for QG right now, because this kind of solidifies that the track they've been on, this Uzi, more aggressive playstyle, is the right path to take, because IG are a good team. Game 2, they handily beat them. They did it through a very heavy bully bottom lane, and I think that that's what I want to see once again, whether that is a recipe for success. Yeah,
and it's not the Vayne, because again, it does need a little bit more cooking time, I suppose, to really get going. Uzi's Lucian, it's a thing of legend for anyone familiar with it, run to their 2nd eventual World Championship finals. It's pretty spectacular to watch. Lucian, seen a little play here and there, but you know what? I'm going to let Uzi show me how it's done. As we are under the rift now for our final game between IG and QG. We'll see what these teams want to do at level 1. We had a great level 1 to kick things off for Xiaogu. In the 2nd game, so a quick check-in with the Keystone Masteries. Uzi, no Warlord Bloodlust this time. It's double fervor of battle for the big carries here from Xiaogu. Swift will take it again, and Uzi's going to go, stay the path and be a little bit more aggressive this time.
So Uzi's going to be up to be a little bit more aggressive. Question is he going to be able to be that aggressive against a Siva Jana lane? We'll have to see if both these 2 teams opt for standard lanes, I would say, once again. But we've seen a little bit of a strange lane matchup between these 2 teams so far. as IG do recall early and head straight up into the top lane with their AD carry and supporter. So it does look like IG want to initiate a lane swap at the start of this game. Kindred is going to be starting on the top side of her jungle as well, so she'll be starting at the Krugs. Yeah, get a little bit of help from V as well.
QG actually not checking at all, really. Just a lot of neutral vision scattered throughout the river. So IG are effectively going to get a blind lane swap here. But Xiaogu are going to have to respond a little bit quicker together as Zatai is already in position to start that jungle. And Kale, not the worst double jungler. Does an absolutely massive amount of damage, as we'll see. Zatai and Kid going to start working on this one. And I imagine V, once he realizes, will actually join Swift there as well. In fact, he might be there already. I think they are doing the Krugs. V's going to go top lane. Rain and Kitties are going to go top. And as soon as they realize, V is going to collect what CS he can and then bail. Because it's not fun being in a 1v2.
Not fun at all.
It's all the free CS. That's what I like to call them.
So it is IG. They're going to start with this lane swap. So they are going to throw Rain up into the top lane. Nautilus picks up 3 minions for himself. And that is it. He's going to immediately bail out. Janna being a little bit aggressive here, trying to annoy Swift as much as possible. Has that shield on herself, trying to put down some damage onto this jungler. Exhausts him as well. But now Kitty's got it. He got the red buff away from Swift. He's actually going to have to flash away. But Kitties steals the red buff away from Swift.
Worth does get the buff. As you can see, Xiaogu's bottom lane will shove in and go back once again. Teleport now going to be used. So Zatai actually going to start his lane. And this is a real wacky way to start standard lanes. But that's effectively what we'll see here, as we have sort of the fake lane swap, I'll call it. Doinby and Rookie, though, alone for a little while, at least in the first few minutes. You can see Doinby keeping up nicely, but Rookie, ever the aggressor early on, is going to push that Victor straight into the turret.
We talked about previously, IG, they don't like lane swapping very much. Only 17% of the time they would do it. And Uzi's just like, well, you know what? You don't like lane swapping, I'm going to give that to you. I'm just going to match you.
Never mind, they actually swap back.
Oh, they go back.
So Ty TP'd in for the farm and then left the lane. As now V's going to join in and actually have maybe a couple of creeps to help farms. The Ty's level 3, so with Rain and Kitties, coming down to the bottom side, they might have a chance to just get a shove going. Xiaogu's actually keeping the lane relatively far back, maybe building a wave there. So
they might have a chance to dive. They're sending the Gragas down into the bottom lane as well. Does look like jungle will be there, and they're actually pinging out a gank. This is going to go horribly wrong for Swift.
He's going to get caught up by this Janna, who already has his red buff. Look at Kid, flashes in nicely, and it will actually be Rain that picks up that kill with a boomerang blade.
Dunked. Absolutely dunked there by the nice collapse from IG. And even V's actually in a spot of bother. Does pop the Riptide. Gets the lockdown there on the auto attack, but Kid's just going to zone him off, and that'll be a turret. Xiaogu going to start their push, but they'll be a little far behind, especially with only 2 of them.
Yeah, they certainly will be. Kale absolutely shreds through double jungling as well as these lane swaps because of AoE on the auto attacks and the ability to push out turrets. See that Uzi and more are trying to answer this, but it is going to be a hard job. So, for once, IG come out very far ahead in a lane swap.
Doinby and Rookie continuing the lane here as Rookie does get in there with the Volt and a nice bit of poke down with Harrier. You can see picking his spot nicely as the wave was pushing into that turret. Doinby has to be pressured between getting the farm or taking the damage. Zuzi and more are going to be able to get this, I believe, with no additional help. So pretty good to see them get it 2v2 as Swift flashes in for Rookie. He really wants the kill, but he gets exhausted, gets blinded there as well. And Swift burns a lot, but does not get the kill he wanted.
Really, really aggressive coming out from Swift here. He got his red buff stolen earlier. It was unfortunate to run into Janna once again. Now trying to put on some aggression of his own. Not quite working out for him. Was only able to blow the exhaust away from Rookie. This lane spot's come in from IG. They kind of force it here against Xiaogu. The team that usually don't want to lane swap, forcing it. And that also does mean that Rookie does get an isolated lane against Doinby.
Well, you can see Uzi actually up in CS, just I think from mechanics. As it's been
so if you check out Zatai versus Rain CS, you understand where that CS went because they were sharing a lane and Zatai got to take all of that. And I actually agree this time around because Sivir, even though she does great damage late game, is just known for her utility throughout the mid game. She still is a Sivir. Whereas Kayle, the only point picking it is to bully a lane. So you have to give CS over to the Kayle, otherwise there's really no point picking that one up. And that seems like the decision that IG made, because when you compare the Kayle to the Nautilus, that is 24 CS. And not only that, it's 6 to 30.
Yeah, and an early stinger there for Zatai. He's going to apply Nice bit of lane pressure. Rookie pops the heightened sensors, just checking for a gank, but Swift walking back topside with actually Braum there as well. So IG are going to try and start a siege in the top half with the time moving up there as well. They're leaving Uzi to farm by himself right now. But with 3 people here, I think Shagu are going to be able to repel this push, keep the turret up, and most importantly, try and let V catch up a bit on CS.
Yeah, they certainly are trying, but they've actually sent Kindred away, and now it is going to be 4 members moving towards it. Actually, Rookie turns around, so they're not going for it. Instead, they're just going to take the Rift Herald up there and see if they can siege it down naturally. And it looks like they definitely will be able to get it done.
Rookie now, he has hit level 6, so has an extra mobility to try and catch up to the top lane if he chooses to do so. Like you said, Spawn, they have knocked them away from the top lane. We'll be able to get a lot of damage down onto that turret. Meanwhile, Tatai, he's moved down into the bottom lane, trying to farm that one out. Does look like Swift doesn't want anything to do with this. A teleport's actually going to come in here. Tatai is definitely trying to clear out the wave as much as possible. He eventually will go down, and Xiaogu pick up a return kill.
Yeah, so that's a huge mistake out of Zatai actually going towards that. But with Rift Herald buff, we'll see whether Kid sticks around with this wave and tries to get even more work done. 2 turrets definitely not out of the picture with Rift Herald. And Uzi stuck down here by himself trying to shove in this lane solo one more time.
Yeah, Moore's actually here to defend, but 1v3 doesn't look too good. Doinby coming up though, so going to be more or less even as the tower kind of acts as an extra man. Swift also stealing the red buff away, so going to avenge his early red buff loss here in this game. And I think Uzi is actually going to back away from the turret. This shouldn't be enough damage to take it. In fact, it's got quite a lot of health left at this point.
Yeah, Rookie actually moved into the bottom side of the river, and they both, the jungler and the AD carry, had to back away just in case they were the target, but now he's in trouble.
They're going to try and jump onto Rookie, who immediately flashes over the wall. More and Doinby follow him, especially with that exhaust. But it will be More that picks up the kill.
And the turret falls on the bottom side of the map, so they take everything now that Rookie shows himself one more time. So the map well and truly opened up, and we have a perfectly even game right now. 13-4 for each side. But it is really the top laner with a huge advantage for Invictus Gaming, and Uzi once again with a huge advantage on QG. And that's just who the teams have given their gold to right now. It's not because anyone's playing better than the other. It's just because QG seem to want to get Uzi ahead.
Well, given the caliber of play he showed last game, I don't really blame them. As Rain and Kitties are actually going to do some counter jungling of their own. Like this play, Swift is going to lose his red buff again to Ajano. He kind of sees what's going on. I don't think he's in time to steal it, and actually Rain gets it. Swift eats a tornado, backs out of his own jungle. As Rookie returns to that mid lane. Hex Drinker in tow, building in for that Ghost Blade now as well with that serrated Dirk. As Uzi actually is the mid laner right now. Not too sure where Doinby went off to as he's returning to the lane now.
Going back to what he, he had a small run at.
Hopefully not full time.
Hopefully we'll see Doinby return there eventually.
Well, he is back now, so it looks like they do answer our question. Kid level 6 though, with double buffs. Potentially looking for a gank. Going to start with the Scuttle Crab though. And Zatai starting to push down, although it's a very long lane there in that bottom, so Uzi's going to move in to get it. As Doinby in the wave clear, already online with that first Hex Core upgrade completed. Seems like we are just going to bounce some long waves and have a bit of an elongated farming session after the early aggression onto the turrets.
But you have to say this suits Invictus right now because they love the laning phase, whereas QG probably wanted to try and bully around. They don't want to bounce farm. They want to try and pin down Rain and take him off the map. So we'll see whether that does work out in Invictus's favor. And when these dragons start going down to the Kindred and how quickly this time, because Swift's been kept a little bit down, you can stay ahead.
And speaking of dragons, it does look like Kindred's going to work on that first dragon of the map. Kid trying to knock them off of the pit.
Kid is massive right now. But teleport into the top lane. V in trouble.
V is in a lot of trouble here. Kitties was actually knocked forward here, trying to lock down V as long as possible. Going to tank up the turrets for as much time as possible. And it will be Rain that picks up that kill. In the bottom lane, though, it will be Swift that picks up the dragon.
And now Doinby in trouble.
Your Kid actually around the side. He's blind for a second, and now Kid's going to go in for it. Doinby, there's one more auto is needed. They will gift the kill to Rookie, and Swift and More just too late to try and save their mid laner. And this turret's dead as well. IG all of a sudden explode across the map.
And they're pushing through still in the top lane. We said it was equal at 14,300. Now it is a 3,000 gold lead nearly, and they're looking to crack the base.
I think this is dead. B and More going to get here, but I'm not sure they'll be in time. V does not have his ultimate, but they will just be able to harass them off it. The turret will regenerate, but IG have to be back there soon, you'll think. And again, the Sivir. We talk about her early momentum in PvE. Really showing off here for IG as Xiaogu could not defend that particular push.
Yeah, that was just V dove Zatai in the exact same manner. So maybe just a little bit of laziness actually out of QG, prioritizing this dragon. And then IG like, well, we don't really mind about that objective right now. Instead, we're going to take the ones worth gold. And certainly went in their favor this time around. So once again, QG just in a huge hole that they need to dig themselves out of.
That hole is 3,000 gold deep at the moment. So they're slightly behind IG, only 11 minutes into this game as well. IG are doing a good job of controlling the map at the moment. Xiaogu do have that Dragon buff, and they're looking to try and take down the second Rift Herald of the game. The first one did fall on over in IG's favor. Gonna have to see what Xiaogu are able to do with that Rift Herald. To check back in with the mid lane, Doiby is back in the lane, no longer Uzi farming that one up. It will be the Victor that's trying to clear this one up as much as possible. Has upgraded his Hex Core slightly and is looking for what seems to be a Zhonya's Hourglass as one of his first item pickups.
I mean, I would. Quinn's pretty good at assassinating you, especially if Rookie goes for a very aggressive build. Doinby, though, down in CS, but keeping the turret nice and healthy. Victor probably expected to fall behind here, so he'll be okay. As Nash's Tooth also done for Zatai, and Rookie starting to just look in these side lanes and see if he can pick somebody off. He sees the AD carry there, Uzi. Be a very good target for him to try and take out. But Uzi just going to keep farming up for now. Xiaogu definitely playing on the back foot. And unfortunately for Swift, took 2 good neutrals, but only just now has his Devourer. Did not get stacks from either the Dragon or the Rift Herald, which he is going to be missing out on, especially since they're playing from behind.
Poor Swift.
It's a very sad game for him today. He lost the red buff to Ajana. He's not getting any stacks.
Walked into
Has
Ajana.
no kills yet. It's a sad day for Swift.
Everyone's farming his jungle. He's trying to ping them back off it. Give me the assist at least. Now he's happy feeding. What a mess.
Well, no mess in the middle lane right now. Doinby with a bit of help from Moore. He's just collecting some Targon stacks. Slaps down the cannon. Shares that gold. And Doinby's actually going to go back. So feels like plan sort of going the right direction here for IG. They do need to get 3 different carries rolling. Or I guess you could argue 2, given that Sivir just kind of needs to be there for utility. Again, ran behind, but Zatai's still ahead. It's actually a similar CS margin, so seems like the early investments paid off for IG this time. Uzi going to take a little while to get going. Does have his Essence Reaver now. But again, elongated landing phase with the Sivir. IG will happily play PvE for as long as they need to.
Yeah, that definitely looks to be the case right now, as once again they're trying to pick on Swift's jungle. Oh, Kid, that's dangerous.
Not going to be enough here as Kid now has to flash out of QG's jungle as they knock him away. Trying to take away the red buff. Would have been the 3rd red buff in a row that IG were trying to deny away from Swift. But he's able to pick this one up for himself finally. As we take a look at Rookie, he's split pushing down in the bottom lane. We do have a couple of members from Xiaogu trying to catch onto him. As it's going to be the culling that does come out to try and
Flash
deter him
burn.
away. And Flash Burn as well.
Well, summoner down there for Rookie. Going to have to play a bit more carefully in these split pushes. Right, you can see IG happy to keep Sivir mid, keep the pressure down. That's going to force Doinby to be there. Not leave his lane to assist his teammates because he has to be the wave clear here. And Zatai also getting some solo time in the top half. V is starting to collect some farm. He's got a Sunfire cape now, so things will get a little bit better. But again, a patient mid game here for IG. They're already ahead. They just know they want to collect some farm right now. And Xiaogu are sort of forced to do the same. As Blue Buff is going to go over to the Victor. That'll make the wave clear situation much easier as Swift going to take his way back to base.
And this is actually why QG prioritized Victor above all else last year. Because this style of gameplay is what they used to play a lot. So this will be very, very telling to see if QG once again climb out of the hole and win this game. The difference between Uzi and Pekka right now. Because Uzi still won the lane even though everyone else kind of fell behind on the team. I will say that QG deliberately made him win lane. They gave him a lot more resources than they put into V. However, right now with the Victor in the mid lane, especially given a blue buff and some cooldown boots, we'll just be able to continually push that back out. And if they can stall this one out and fight from behind, will be a very similar look to QG last year.
Xiaogu is definitely a team that is known for fighting from behind. We saw that even in the first game, 9,000 goal behind Invictus Gaming, and they were still able to almost pull ahead a couple of times. But it was still IG that were able to pick up this game, that game. Now we're going to take a look. Zitai up in the top lane against V. He's just going to be pushing this one out. And the rest of Xiaogu kind of grouped up in the mid lane. Uzi was down in the bottom lane. Looks like he's making his way towards the farm that is located there, trying to get a push going in that bottom lane. That's exactly what he'll be doing as he waits for the rest of the team to decide what Xiaogu wants to do next. Dragon is up and available to be taken. And it would definitely be something that Swift wants to contest for and try and pick up more stacks for his Sated Devourer. And IG, they're posturing over it, trying to defend that objective as much as possible.
No stacks today, though, it seems like. Although everyone's recalling, as Doimby's still busy with the wave clear. Mid turret's starting to get a little low. So pressure mounting for Invictus Gaming. They're again more than happy just to push out these long waves and then see what happens later. Zitai actually getting quite strong. I think that's Rageblade coming up second for Zitai with that blasting one in the inventory. But we'll find out exactly what he wants to do with the item build in a second.
Nash's Rageblade into Hurricane seems to be the build right now if you are going to build Kale. As once again, Uzi burning that culling, but not going to be able to reach Rookie.
And Rookie just happy to hang out, clear some things out with the Ghostblade. Rookie, Uzi actually fancies a fight. Uzi vaults onto him immediately, and Uzi maybe rethinks that choice.
Moore was down there, so he was just trying to bait him in a little bit, and it will be Dragon picked up here. I think this is a poor trade out of IG, just because of the Sated Devourer stacks that this is going to give across. They had control over the bottom side of the map, but if they use the Herald buff to get a good push into the mid lane, maybe try and dive the Victor, it will be worthwhile. You see, that seems to be the current game plan. Remember, Herald buff does not give it health, just added attack speed. So, Doimby still should be able to clear this lane out. Fairly simple.
And top lane's still low as well, but IG have not made a big effort to try and take that inhibitor turret. It's a little risky perhaps, given that it's so far away on the map currently. So it seems like they are going to work a little bit more around the map as Kid could be caught here. Ultimate used by Moore, but it is going to miss. Doimby going to eat a tornado, and that should disengage it. But Uzi, he's going to chase in. Rain going to go down as Doimby flashes and ultis in. He almost takes out two, but Kitty's in Rain live this time.
Yeah, double disengage ultimates used at the same time. That's called the get the heck off me special when Janna and Gragas do just pop everything. And in the end, they are able to get a semi-successful fight in the mid lane.
I mean, Xiaogu, they are behind right now, but they definitely don't look like they are, as they're trying to take the fight to IG. They're trying to siege down this mid lane outer turret. Uzi's going to flash aggressively forward. He's acting like a tank right now in the front lines against IG. Goes in one more time, picks up the kill onto Kitties and takes him down in the top lane. They look at this. Zitai trying to fancy chest at V, but he gets says, get back here, throws the anchor out, flashes forward, smashes him with the anchor one more time. Isn't enough. Zitai's desperately trying to run away. The anchor is up only in 8 seconds. It's going to be way too long for V to try and chase this, but he's going to keep going.
I think he might be gone now. Zitai actually getting a bit of health back as well.
He's good. Here it goes.
Oh, Uzi's here as well, but V's going to chase him down. Zitai now has to turn and fight him, but the damage is done. Grasp procs.
Not again. Not
and
like
Kindred,
this.
He wants the kill, but it's still not enough. Swift has marked him. He'll get a stack for it. Needs an auto. Goes in for it. Heals it. Swift. He doesn't commit. He hurts the flash, and he finally takes him out. His ulti almost came back up then.
He didn't deserve to die.
No, he did. But he gets the inhib turret for his trouble, so overall still probably worth. What the heck was that chase? But what I want to go back to was the difference in QG in the mid lane. Uzi flashing aggressively forward, more there to back him up time and time again. They get absolutely every summoner spell out of range and able to pick up the kill onto Kitties as well, who did not expect it. And now he's going for another flank.
They're looking for even more fights here as Rain gets taken down incredibly low. The ultimate's being popped from the Victor, but look at this. V doesn't care, just hooks him forward. And Rain's going to be the first one to go down in this fight.
And I wonder if they start up Baron. They have the Kindred. They have Nautilus to tank it. I talk about this all the time. But because of the shield, is one of the best Baron tankers in the game. And they have vision control in the area. It will at least be a fight.
Rookie no W, though, can't check without being blind. One blue trigger, and it's onto Zitai. Do check it now. Now Rookie's going to move in for it. Doinby going to get blown up almost as the Ty's forced to ult himself. Lamb's respite though, going to keep them all alive, but they try and blow them out of it with the China ulti. Damage still there as Uzi in the front lines. He's going to get exhausted, but Kid, he'll go down now as well. Stunned up there as Uzi's going to get the pull through on the piercing light. V will keep chasing Zatai, Rookie, and Kiddies all in trouble as Rookie's the first victim to get hooked. Doinby, he gets himself a double as Xiaogu win another fight.
And Uzi is a monster on Lucian right now. The positioning, the aggressive dash forward, able to get so much work done, has not shopped in a very long time. Another one-team fight for Xiaogu, and they're starting to claw themselves back into a position of power.
Uzi's going to be an absolute beast when he goes back to base. And take a look at how long it takes Doinby to die here. In fact, he doesn't die at all.
Yeah, Lamb's respite is just so key in this fight, able to keep everyone alive, gets the heal out onto Doinby as well, then he just dances on the edge of the team fight. And this is what I'm talking about, Uzi just dashing aggressively forward, be there with him the whole way, partner in crime. It is Doinby the main benefactor of this with a good double kill. That's even more power into the victor's hands. And Uzi goes back, grabs himself that finished Phantom Dancer.
And a BF sword.
And wow, yeah.
And despite the fact that Xiaogu had back-to-back impressive fights contesting for Baron, IG are still ahead by about 2,000 gold here. So they still have a nice gold lead for themselves, but Xiaogu have just completely ignored any gold deficit that they've had this entire game.
Well, it's been fairly close, and you can tell why Xiaogu are fighting. IG's plan seems to be very specific this game. 1-3-1 and hope Xiaogu don't try and fight you. And the last two fights have effectively been Xiaogu forcing when IG were trying to split push two different lanes with Kale and Quinn.
I don't know if saying, I hope they don't fight us, works in the LPL.
Certainly not against this team. As Uzi is actually going to get away with this. I thought Zatai was going to try and take him out, but more once again in that back pocket with Swift also in the area. Rookie, he wants to get the last hit on the turret. He is going to take it out.
But Baron, once again, under siege right now. Rookie's going to get there quickly. But once again, Lamb's respite is back up, and they can just win another team fight. It's not even about the Baron, and that's going to go
Baron's
down.
dead.
That is incredibly low. We're going to have to see the
Kid?
Gragas can do it once again. Kid, he's inside the pit looking for it, but he's going to be the first to go down to Seas, as it will be Kindred that gets the spine off. Now V, he's the first to go down for his team, but Uzi once again dashing in and out of the front line. He's looking for more. They take down Ray, and it's only Tatai that's left alive against a four-man Baron Duff Xiaogu.
Yeah, and in the end, they win another fight. Now they officially have their gold lead, and they're going to start shoving waves for themselves. What another great team fight. Swift stops the damage on the Baron, makes sure that he's trying to take Kid out. Doesn't want to burn the ultimate for that. Let's take another look at it. It was actually Zatai's ultimate that makes this maybe a little bit hairy for QG, because Kid gets in the middle, then gets ultied up here. So they're like, all right, we have to do the Baron. Let's take it out. Ultimate doesn't come down to save the mid laner. No, who actually died there? Top lane. So V dies, but everyone else lives. And big smiles on the face of QG.
Yeah, Doinby there smiling after that teamfight victory. And now Xiaogu are officially ahead in gold. IG burning a TP mid lane to try and take out Swift and Uzi. But Uzi's going to turn around. Rookie going to get blown up there. Uzi, I don't think he can get out of this. He tries, but he will go down to the end. But now Kiddies is going to get chased down. Doinby's going to jump in onto Rain and try and take him out, as Kid also going to get tagged up and bagged up. V there with a hook and a land in. Xiaogu all over IG.
And that is another 4-for-1 trade. Sure, you got Uzi. You take out the 5-1-6 Lucian, but everyone else is alive, and there is still a Baron buff to deal with here. What good coordination once again out of Uzi and Doinby.
And finally, Xiaogu have a gold lead for themselves. They're 4,000 gold ahead of IG. And with the way they've been playing this entire game, I think they're going to make that 4,000 gold look like a lot more than it actually is.
Well,
they've been fighting from behind the entire time.
Well, this turret's dead, but they do not push in for the in hit. They're actually worried about bottom lane, I think, because those minions were starting to do some work. The IG split push plan working somewhat, but every team fight is going Xiaogu's way, and that's not going to get easier for the team as Uzi does swoop in off the respawn to answer this wave.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to shove it out. He doesn't have the Baron buff, but he is working on what will be a Bloodthirster. We'll see whether this massive Lucian is able to split push effectively against the Quinn. I think that he now officially just wins the 1v1s because he does have the lifesteal, but Rookie can never be underestimated and does have the exhaust in these fights, as they're trying to give more farm over to Rain, recognizing that they need some damage output in these fights.
Well, IG did get the dominant laners coming into the game. They got the Kayle, they got the Quinn in the mid lane as well. But even when they got any form of lead from these champions, it just hasn't quite worked out for it because Xiaogu just look for a fight time and time again. It looks like they're looking for one more here. Trying to wrap around Rookie. He has to pop the Ghost Blade to try and run away from Braum. The rest of the team actually trying to collapse down towards that bottom lane to keep him alive. But Moore, he's going to face shake into a lot of IG members here. They're trying to blow him up as much as possible. But here's a teleport coming in. Moore is still alive. But it's Uzi who's exhausted in the backlines. He's trying to duel Rookie. He will get taken down. Rookie picks up a double. And now the rest of Xiaogu looking for more.
They're going to try it. Kid actually the first target. Rookie's also very low, but he's going to bird up and try and run down the lane. The rest of IG are going to look to answer. It's kind of a 3v3 right now. Kiddy's going to blow them back, but Kid's not able to get back into position to tie. Going to ult himself as Swift and Doinby going to try and do enough damage. Lamb's respite down will save the fight for now. V gets one kill. Doinby trying to fire away, but he's the only one left on his team right now.
And he has no mana.
And Rookie's going to chase him down. No blue, no hope here for Doinby. That laser's going to get spell shielded. Zonies will delay it for a little while longer, but it's IG this time that win the team fight.
So really nice flank from Rookie. We mentioned that if he ever gets on top of Uzi and is able to utilize that exhaust there as a hope when Kid's there as well, goes even better. And this is really on Moore. Had the sweeper on and just blind face checks a brush. Then Uzi is just caught out of position by Kid and Rookies and absolutely blown up here. Tries to stay alive for as long as possible. Swift tries to dive over the wall to save him. And that kind of splits the fight. Maybe if Swift, Doinby, and V had fought the 3v3 instead of chasing after Uzi, would have been a little bit better. But this is just a great team fight out of the Invictus lineup, and this is what they're capable of.
I really love that ultimate coming out from Kiddies here. Just kept the three of them isolated and allowed the rest of the 5 members of IG to heal up as much as possible before continuing the rest of the fight. And still, even though IG come out decisively on top after that fight, they got a lot of their members down incredibly low and stayed alive for so long inside of that Lamb's respite. But now take a look at the gold once again. IG, they get a good fight for themselves. This time, they're on the receiving end of, oh, we did well, but we're just not ahead in gold anymore.
Well, still up for QG, and I don't think too much damage got done to the structures, as it seems like still even on turrets, and no big buffs to take with both Dragon and Baron coming back up in a minute 50. So we'll reset effectively, but a good bit of gold there from IG, and are going to come into their coffers after that good little team fight win. Xiaogu, though, still on the offensive. They've got the Rylai's up on Doinby. Uzi's got 4 items now as V. A little bit out of position, perhaps.
He's in huge trouble. It's going to take a while to kill him, but there's also a Gragas heading up there.
Kid goes in, gets the slow in. Judge line, oh, not enough. Actually gets moved out of it by Kid's ultimate. That's going to be V going down. Now it's a 4v5.
Victor's here, however. He does have the Rylai's. We'll be able to slow members down.
They're looking for the wraparound. Rain is not quite in this fight yet, trying to catch up. So Xiaogu trying to take advantage of that. Lambert Spite has gone down. Uzi picks up a kill outside of the circle. Now he's on top of Rain. He gets that one-on-one, dodges the body slam, but they're going to try and take him down. Uzi tries to turn around. It's just not quite enough, but the rest of Xiaogu are doing work to IG. Kid misses the body slam, goes in the middle, and it's a double kill for Doinby. He picks up the triple onto Gragas, and what a big misplay from Gragas.
Yeah, Gragas, he tries to get both. He gets none in the end, and he will fall down. That's what they were hoping for on the back end. You say this was a 1v1 between the AD carries. I want to check it out again, because I have a sneaky suspicion it wasn't, but you see a massive Lamb's respite one more time. Rookie doesn't get in time. Uzi gets blown out. Sure, he's fighting Rain for all of... I'm going to say it was a second of 1v1 before Kid's in there helping out his AD carry. Great play. And then they try and make this happen. Kid's like, I think I can get both of them. No, I can't. I lied. It was a mistake.
Oh, no. Just all fell apart for them.
They know what happened.
Yeah.
Nice unbreakable from Morazon on the back end of the fight as we're back in. And buffs are coming up real soon here. Xiaogu will surge ahead and gold one more time. And they're going to start the Dragon, I believe, to kick things off. But not quite in position just yet, so anything could happen right now. But you can see the Kayle starting to do a lot of damage. Has the Runins now. Rookie also ramping up. Damage is there for IG, but Xiaogu are playing the fights a bit better. They're going to start with Dragon here. Swifty does want to take it, but Kid's in position once more to try and steal it.
So we'll see whether he's able to make it happen.
He's jumped in. He will be able to get the steal, but at what cost? Now he's the one that's getting jumped on by the rest of the members of his team. Can't really just body slam out of this one. It's the last auto attack from Swift. Will be enough to take him down. And Chaogu, they might just turn their eyes at Baron.
Yeah, that just opens up the Baron. No jungler for a good 40 seconds. That means that Baron will be started off here unless there is a miracle skirmish where IG just throw themselves at the Xiaogu members. It's going to be very hard for them to get anything off the back end of this.
Well, Rookie going to try, but that Baron is getting melted. QG get it before IG can even have a look into the area. Don't quite get the blue buff either. Rookie does claim that one for himself. But once again, IG have to weather the storm. A Baroned up Xiaogu is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Now they're going to stream down mid lane. They still have about 5 seconds until Kid is back up. And Rookie is going back bottom. They'll spot him out shortly. It means that they can just try and shove in, take the first inhibitor of the game.
And they're going to be able to do just that as 5 members of Chaogu with minions and the Baron buff just storm into the base of IG and take down that first inhibitor, despite the fact that it was IG that took down the first inhibitor turret.
Well, not been able to get back to top lane, I think, given all the fighting. IG have tried to split them across this map, but Xiaogu going to go back, get some shopping in. As you can see, look at how up and down this game has been. IG were ahead for a good portion of it, but Xiaogu picks a nice decisive fight. It's got themselves back into the lead. Kind of went back up again, but I feel that they're about at the point they were when they started winning this game. And I think IG can see them hiding in a brush in bottom. They're pushing out sideways nicely. QG do need to find pressure in other parts of the map, but a 5v5 just doesn't feel like IG can win cleanly, as they are still stacking in that little brush. Kitty's going to try and bait them in.
And they must know they're somewhere on the map because right now they're definitely not in top lane. That is a massive wave. And you don't just leave a huge creep wave like this go unanswered in the bottom wave for too long.
Oh, they're actually going to just run straight out. Look at all the damage that comes in. Xiaogu had no idea they were there, but they still get the damage down that they wanted. And it's Uzi that picks up a kill with his culling.
Now they're going with a teleport play, looking to see whether they can get another turret for themselves.
Forget the turrets. Uzi wants kills. He's going straight far forward. In fact, the mini wave's going to meet them. They might try and even push down some Nexus turrets here.
It looks like he just wants the base right now. This kid's going to jump straight on top of Uzi. Gets a lot of damage down. Zatai's being locked up underneath the turret. Pops the ultimate onto himself. But it's Uzi who gets the first kill onto Kid. Zatai now is the one that's in trouble. His Rookie's trying to dash away as fast as he can. But this is all over. Chaogu are in the base of IG. And although they split up the team, they're going to be able to take them down one by one. They get the ace, and Chaogu look to destroy the Nexus and get the reverse sweep against Invictus Gaming.
It took them 3 games, maybe one more than we expected, but in the end, Chaogu, behind their superstar AD carry and a much better performance out of Doinby this time around, able to pick up Game 3 and the series.
What a massacre of a last team fight there as Xiaogu dived through everything but the fountain laser to clean up the win there.
I'm still waiting for, like, DJ Victor's skin.
Yeah.
Because, like, he just drops the base and, like, everyone dies.
Yeah, you can definitely tell Doinby played a lot of Victor. He's so decisive with the ultimates. He'll drop it faster than the fat beat, that's for sure. I agree with you there.
That final fight, though, just felt like, you know, IG, they had the pink ward in the brush. They're just sitting in there. The Victus laser comes out, and then they suddenly realize, we don't want this anymore. Let's get out of here, guys.
Literally going to die to the collateral of the splash damage from all their AoE. As Xiaogu do take a hard-fought series, but Xiaogu continue to pick up wins and stay atop their group. IG sitting in that very crowded Group B. Starting to get tough. Moving towards the end of cross-conference and the later stages of the season.
Yeah, IG are like stumbling at the wrong part of the season as well, because the thing is, stumbling on the cross group, they're going to go back, and when you have a look at their group, it's only HYG that is really an easy game in that group, and I use easy very loosely because even they can lane very well, which is IG's strength. Vici, we keep talking about him, EDG, OMG, as well as the leaders of the group, as RNG. This is going to be a very hard back-end run for the Invictus Gaming lineup.
Such a close group, and this was the final cross-conference game for Invictus Gaming, which means now every game they play from here on out till playoffs, they're playing against someone else in their group, which will directly affect their standings.
And I think looking at QG, they're continuing to stay top in their group. They've definitely got a much clearer picture of how far ahead they are in their particular group. But I have to say, they played it twice. Kindred plus whatever AD carry Uzi wants. Swift's an awesome Kindred player. Don't get me wrong. But the way Swift and Uzi play together was not something I expected to see today and be that impressed by.
Yeah,
Kindred ulti's like the best save ever for an AD carry like Uzi.
It was really impressive. And Uzi knows when to stay in the ultimate and when to get the heck out of the ultimate because he's going to take unnecessary damage. So I think that is a two-way street. But it was definitely something that Swift was initiating there. He was flashing in, willing to use the Kindred very aggressively. I love to watch aggressive Kindred play. I can just farm up on Kindred, but very good ganking champion right now. That's why they like it against the Nidalee, and I think that Swift showed that to great effect. And once again, just got to echo the fact that V on tank, Victor in mid lane, plus whatever the heck QG wants to play seems to be a winning recipe.
And speaking of aggressive play as well, Uzi, we know him as an aggressive player, but that was insanely aggressive. The team was 4,000 gold behind, and he was just diving into it.
Yeah, that was nuts.
That's just how he plays. Like, honestly, you want to see aggressive Uzi, like, I think that was 8th, I'm going to say, when we made the Lucian change.
This is a while ago.
They finished 2nd. He was on a rampage. He's a really, that's the way, this is the criticism of Uzi, right? I always, like, people are like, if you want to see Uzi play badly, go watch him on OMG when he picked Tristana and jumped into 5 people. If you want to see him play well, go watch him when he picks Tristana when he used to play on Starhorn Royal Club and jump on 5 people. They're the exact same play. Difference is, OMG didn't used to go with him. This time around on Xiaogu, it looks like they're actually happy to play that style of League of Legends.
And it comes back to that point once again. His teammates are playing according to that style as well. Moore's playing a lot better in that lane with him as well. And Swift as well. We saw that Kindred, fantastic synergy with Uzi.
His team is so angry. Like, it's crazy to see Peko playing game 1 and see Uzi playing games 2 and 3. And just watch how Swift in particular is playing. Like, Swift is a really aggressive player. But I feel like they're just feeding each other at that point because that whole team was going ballistic in every team fight.
Yeah, they certainly will. And I keep mentioning this, but I actually feel that is what a successful QG looks like in the LPL. We said that they were probably our best hope of beating Western teams last year, but they couldn't win in the LPL. The reason was that other LPL teams would outfight them. Then they would go overseas and they wouldn't play that kind of gameplay. Like, team fighting is one thing, and QG used to do that well. Skirmishing is something else, and you have to be able to skirmish in the LPL to be successful.
Well, we have the MVP for this game. It is Doimby that's going to pick up his 8th MVP of the season. And we've seen his victor time and time again. Uzi definitely deserved it in game 2, but I believe it well deserved from Doimby in game 3.
And I'm going to say that the reason for that is I want to say that Rookie was undefeated on Quinn beforehand. I believe he was. And Doimby kept him down very, very well and then had a great impact in these team fights, was able to clean up the back end of a lot of them. So I love his positioning on Victor. This is the one time I'll really go into in-depth positioning because, like, in team fights, I generally think it's overhyped a little bit. But Doimby 100% just out-positions other mid laners in team fights. He's always on the very edge of Victor's range, doing maximum damage time and time again, utilizing the Q. Rookie does it well, Doimby does it well. Victor's Q is the most important and overlooked part in his kit.
And one big thing for me is, coming back to what we talked about before game number 3, we wanted to see Rookie on an Assassin S champion, put him back on Quinn, which we saw in that game, give him an Assassin, give him a champion that dominates the lane really well. Doimby just had none of it. Just played his Victor fantastically, made sure he was always staying equal and toe-to-toe, made sure he was exactly where his team needed him to be in order to pick up those awesome skirmishes that we saw with Swift and Uzi.
And I think I'm going to look top lane here before we kind of close this series out because V definitely looking successful in tanks. We know he can play carries, but I think Fiora's dropped off a bit. He's not playing him as much because the meta does suit tanks a little bit better. Zatai, 3 good games from the man, but 3 carry games, really. Like Gangplank, Kale, and Fiora were his 3 champions this series. We did say that IG needs someone else to help step up for their team, but Zatai is almost overdoing it at this point.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And the other thing I always level criticism at Zatai, used to do it as a mid laner as well, is when he plays multiple champions, he plays badly.
Yep.
When he has repeat performances, their playoff run last year was really indicative of this. He kept going back to Trundle, kept having great games. I think that he plays better. When he's got, I think right now, he's got 4 independents and then another 3 tonight. That's 7 independent champions in 8 games. That's not good. That is no consistency for a team. Because even if you can play them all, how does your team play around 7 different top laners? That's just insane.
And another thing that just stood out for me is that Poppy was left up that entire game. We had a big debate about it during picks and bans, all the way to the final pick for IG as well. And Poppy's his most played champion this split as well. And it's above his Fiora as well. And it's just, no, we're going to play Kale, another champion, to add to one of his ones on this piece of paper to show how many he's played this split. And it didn't work out.
I don't know where Poppy was this game. That champion's ridiculous, especially against AD carries. Like Spawn mentioned it already. Poppy's probably the best champion for anti-carry. Uzi's a really good carry player. Give him the Poppy. Smack him.
Lucian, Kindred, 2 champions with repeated dashes. Like, Poppy is amazing against both of them, as well as the impact of being able to isolate, knock up a target, and then take other people out of a team fight. I agree with you. I think that Poppy was criminally underrated in this series.
But I guess
banned out game 1 and game 2, and then game 3 just poof, gone. It's like IG were like,
The
oh yeah,
fourth
we
magic
played
ban.
this. We played this champion so many times. We know how to play with this champion. Oh, we're picking KO. Come on, let's go, guys.
I feel like they tricked them. They were like, oh no. Like, we're not going to ban it because they'll think we banned it already. I just forgot it was available. I don't know. Whatever happened, it definitely worked out for Xiaogu, who I think are evolving into be even a stronger team. The more we see them play, I feel like they actually are diversifying their strength, but also bolstering their current strength as well. Like, we've seen them play a few more lane swaps now. They had some moments in that series, especially that last game, but that feels a bit cleaner. I think I feel like this team can play multiple styles. They adapt to the meta well. Yes, they look good going forward, but I do feel like Xiaogu are just becoming a stronger and stronger team. You said it already. Best looking team in the LPL so far. The fact they're only getting stronger scares me.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's the pressure points they have on the map now, right? The impact that Uzi's going to be a pressure point. Swift is always a pressure point because he doesn't know how to play not aggressive. If you give Doinby a comfort pick, he's also a pressure point. So I think that it frees up V. Like, people were saying that it's not good for V. I'm the opposite. I would love to be V right now.
And it's not just the fact that Xiaogu have all these pressure points as well. It's also the fact that how well they play as a team. Game 1, 9,000 gold, but fine. Sure, we'll fight you, and we'll pull that one back to 6,000. Game number 3, 4,000 gold behind. We're going to make it look like we're 4,000 gold ahead. We're just going to make sure that we always seem like we're the stronger team, no matter what disadvantage we're at. And that's one of the strong points I feel for Xiaogu.
You see the highlights here for the series as Uzi's last little play. This was good here from IG. V, oh, that was such a good cancel. Nautilus Hook has a lot of priority, but not quite enough there. It's 4v. 3v1. Not having a good time.
It's a huge credit to Kiddies as well. Although they dropped that game, I thought that his Janna play was fantastic. A lot of huge highlight moments just from his Janna ultimates
His
alone.
Janna's really good. He was always known for his Janna. It's just unfortunately in this series, and then maybe in the metagame, Janna doesn't quite fit in as many comps as maybe Kiddies would like. As this is also quite a fun one.
Yeah, this was a really, another great Janna ultimate. Flashes in again. Make sure that Rookie gets to heal up as he's running through. They're actually fighting in the ultimate a lot of the time. And unfortunately, Doinby just ran out of gas here. He was like, I'm trying to accelerate, but I don't got no mana. So he tries to run away. And cue Benny Hill music. They do catch him eventually. Spoiler alert.
Well, the series is over, so not sure how much of a spoiler it is at this point. But thank you for warning our audience. This, though, was all Xiaogu as far as team fights go.
Yeah, it certainly was, and this is what I'm talking about, the split. Uzi recognized that he can actually leave the Kindred ultimate, does get blown out, but then turns around, dishes out massive damage to Rain, and that just leaves a 2v4 on the other side of the map because Kid feels like he has to try and shut down Uzi. They do get him, but in the end, it is a missed body slam here that really sets up the team for a little bit of failure.
Good goal, but no points there on that one.
Painful to watch almost.
Well, triple kill there for Doinby, whose Victor did pick up a lot there in that particular game. And again, just a strong showing from Xiaogu. I feel they showed us almost every strong facet of the game. So I guess going forward, now that we are in week 7 and Xiaogu is still winning, I guess I'm curious to see how they do to close that season. Because at this point, they're almost assuredly making playoffs.
I think that any team that finishes second and then picks up Uzi as an AD carry expects to finish first in a split. Like, I'm just going to go out and say it. And I think that was always a goal for Xiaogu. And right now, they're clear top of the ladder, not only their group. So that's obviously what they're aiming to do, represent China at MSI and see how good they can be internationally.
Well, we'll have to find out because another series win is going to keep it nice. We are going to go on a break, though, but don't go too far away. We have another series coming up right after this. And welcome back, everyone. Here is going to get ourselves into our second set for tonight's LPL. We just saw Xiaogu win 2-1 versus Invictus game. We have another set lined up here tonight. There's plenty of league action. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me is Matthew Fish Stewart and Jake Spawn Tiberi. Nailed it this time around, gentlemen.
Got it.
But our next series is up now. M3 versus RNG will be our next best of 3.
And this is going to be an interesting one. Like, I really do feel like that is the case because M3 consistently beat teams better than them for some reason. They dropped the set at the start of this week against EDG to maybe skew that a little bit, but in the past have been able to take it to these top-tier teams. And RNG, if there is a team that might not give it the 100% concentration,
yep.
the 100% concentration, I'll say, it would be this team because they have a lot of young players and they have Marta and Lupa. So be interesting to see how this series progresses.
And although M3 are the team that can upset these teams like this, it still would be a huge upset for M3 to take this series against RNG. They're currently 8-2 in Group B. M3, on the other hand, they're 3-7 in Group A at the moment, tied with LGD right now.
Yeah, it just feels like RNG, obviously one of the favorites in their group, been playing very well. Did mix it up recently with, I guess, the B team, R&B, coming in and playing their other starting lineup rather than the usual one. Not sure if we'll see that today. I guess we'll have to find out and wait to see if they got sitting in the chairs for game number 1.
Against Snake, they played their full 5 starting roster.
Which made sense.
And they won pretty convincingly. It was a 2-0. They got ahead and then they danced around Baron for maybe a little bit too long, let Snake back into those games, but I still think that they had a fairly good performance. So I'm expecting the whole of the RNG lineup to show up. No Name, no Insec, unfortunately. I didn't get to cast those guys. It made me a little bit sad. But I expect them to take a clean 2-0 here. You can't expect anything else from the team that is currently doing very, very well in Group B.
I agree. It almost felt like RNG bringing in the other 5 members of their lineup all together at once. Really felt like they were giving them a break from IEM, just giving them that nice rest that they needed right there, and exactly what they gave them, and they showed up well against Snake.
Well, there's the boy band, but we'll find out which 5 members will be playing in today's concert. It is the usual 5, Lupa, MLXG, Xiaohu, Whoosh, and Marta.
Yeah, so the normal starting 5 that we've seen for the majority of the year, it is Lupa in the top lane. Over from M3 before that, Samsung White, very impressive user of teleport, synergizes incredibly well with Marta, his support player. I just have to say that he's having a very good 2016 so far.
Certainly is. 2015 was not so kind to
That was
Lupa.
horrible.
MLXG is having an even better
Dade saved that man from relegation twice in 2015.
Well, he's going to try and get his team there himself this time, I suppose, because you're right. Lupa, not so much fun. Xiaohu, though, in that mid lane, been looking very solid. Doesn't need to do too much carrying. He does just enough, it feels like. But this man, I will say, he's been stepping up in my books. He was a young AD carry, had a lot of promise to him, starting to play a lot better this season, much like a lot of the other rookies who are now more experienced players in the LPL.
Yeah, it really feels like him and Marta have a lot of synergy down on that bottom lane, able to coordinate well with the rest of the team, especially Lupa and MLXG, and at sometimes Xiaohu as well, and I really, really like the synergy they bring into the RNG's lineup.
Yeah, I think that if RNG could go find Hitong, he would be the ideal mid laner.
Yep.
They just need
Janitor.
a clean up, good team fighting AD carry. Xiaohu has I joke about Hitong. Xiaohu's doing it better than Hitong ever did on Vici, but it's kind of a similar feel, right? Just lane solidly, capitalize on the plays that other people make for you, and then in team fights execute perfectly fine.
Yep, and that's been the recipe for RNG. Win somewhere, get aggressive on the map. Usually your jungle and support have a lot to do with that. But we'll see how they fare today against M3. M3 definitely in for a tough one here, no matter which squad showed up, but it is the normal 5 that have shown. We'll see who M3 are playing today. Had a few changes here and there throughout the season, but it seems like they've settled on, I think, a more standard lineup now that they've found 5 players. I think they're pretty happy with XY Scenery, Raphael, PentaQ, and Savoki. The man, honestly, we'll probably be talking about the most this match.
Yeah, probably Savoki's an absolute beast. I think that the Raphael versus Xiaohu is also very interesting in the mid lane. 2 people that came through LSPL at relatively the same time. But XY, also, he's a solid top laner. He's not having the best split so far, but I don't think anyone in M3 really can brag that.
Scenery looking okay there as well. Did play last year for OMG, if memory serves correctly, under a different alias. But it's been looking okay here on M3, but Raphael, one of the Korean players, certainly been looking good. His Victor, especially when it shows up, always looks nice.
His Victor always seems like a really solid comfort pick that he can revert back to in the mid lane if he feels like it.
Yeah,
So.
PentaQ and Savoki are their AD carry and support. I want to echo the Victor. We used to see Victor versus Azir 100% of the time when Xiaohu used to play against Raphael. So we'll see whether we get the matchup one more time. But a lot of Bard, a lot of Tahm Kench.
It was one of you guys. Someone told me about Savoki. It almost feels like when he plays Tahm Kench, it's more of like, okay, Pentakill, you're doing crazy things. No, come back here. Come back, be safe.
It was Frostgurren. That's Frostgurren's theory, that like he does it when he can't control Pentakill, where he wants to like be kind of thresh, but you force him to take the land, and it's like, I'm going to remove you from this situation you put yourself in.
And it's kind of cool in a lot of these teams. You know, lots of younger players, a lot of LSPL players that moved up for this particular split. M3 is, I think, the best of the three teams that sort of moved up from LSPL, although M3 did not move. They just had all their players move to a different organization and have to rebuild their team. I feel this is definitely a lot of promising players, and for whatever reason, it feels like supports are actually some of the best talent that's sitting on these bottom-tier teams. Savoki is no exception to that rule.
I actually completely agree. I think that the supports we dug up, like you look at even Mako and supports like that hadn't been playing last year, are just going absolutely bonkers at the moment. Marta, of course, isn't new.
He's all right.
Is very good. And we'll see whether Savoki can go up against him.
Well, the respect has already been shown. RNG will start on the blue side here. M3 over on the red for Game 1's initial draft. Trundle and Tahm Kench are the first two bans, so no Tahm today.
I mean, Savoki's only other option now is to play Kalista support in order to force Pentakill to be pulled backwards, but they're even going to ban that one out.
That doesn't work because they can click themselves out and go back in. So.
Oh, no.
Kalista's also banned by M3, so that one's also off the table. Nearly the other ban there.
Hang on, we still have Bard. You can force someone to stasis. That kind of works.
It might get them killed, but yeah, he's played Bard. He's actually had 2 wins on the champion, I believe, in his last 2 games. So perhaps he'll go to his famed Bard. But Lulu is the final ban there for RNG. M3 seeing what they want to take away here. Marta also a Bard player himself. Definitely a champion that's picking up a whole lot of traction around the world as a support. But it is Kindred. That's the last ban, sorry, for M3. As RNG have plenty of options to consider for pick number 1.
Kindred being banned away here. It's a champion that's slowly been creeping back into competitive play, I would say. It's always been there kind of since her release, but just now slowly creeping back in and show what a true powerhouse of a champion can really be. Once you get that Satyr Devourer going, you can go a multiple number of different builds after that, and you can just wreck people, so to speak. And if you can synergize well with your carries, you can keep them alive for so long. And I think you mentioned it once or twice, just keep that Beyblade arena, so to speak, alive when you have champions like what's being hovered here by Scenery, Sivir being picked up. But it is going to be Braum. That is the first picked champion for RNG, so they're going to prioritize that support pickup.
I do love the Beyblade arena, but no, not today. As they do, yes, prioritize Marta's champion. Always curious to see Marta be this high in the pick order, but certainly Braum a strong champion. Hotly contested. Arguably the best support still, although Bard's pretty good as well. But M3 just lining up a couple standard picks by the looks of things. No surprises just yet, although Nautilus we have seen can be flexed in many different roles. But it feels like Sivir's just one of the best blind pick 80 carries. Why not take it for yourself? And there we go. There's Sivir.
Yeah, so Sivir and Nautilus are going to be picked up here. Very solid duo lane if they go with that. Or also, as we said, flexible pretty much in every single role apart from 80 carry right now. And I think that Sivir is just one of the best mid-game and scaling 80 carries in the league. So it's not surprising to see her pick up even more popularity. We'll be interested to see what Woosh takes into it, though, because it is a neutralizing lane, and Woosh does like to be aggressive.
Certainly does. I feel like some of that's been curbed by Marta.
He also plays Vayne.
He does.
Yep.
That was the first thought that came into my mind. Will Woosh just go crazy on Vayne again? 25 seconds for these picks here for RNG. Definitely a lot of the top teams in the LPL, understandably, have had really strong drafting. RNG has been no exception. In fact, their drafting has arguably been the strongest of the top LPL teams, although maybe EDG every now and then has something to say about it. But they've certainly looked super solid, very disciplined team. They win very clinically when they do win, and they win often, and they'll keep it very safe here. Gragas and LeBlanc, their next 2 picks.
Gragas and LeBlanc being picked up here. I was interested to see what Xiaohu was going to pick up, and although LeBlanc is now, after picking him 6 times, his most played champion, he's played 12 different unique champions in the LPL so far. So he has a huge champion pool to work on, and with RNG winning about 75% of their games, it seems like that's not a huge factor for them that's troubling them.
No, definitely not. He's a very versatile mid lane, and I also think that, as I said, he's not really the recipe for their victories. He's more like when they get to victory, he performs well. Much more pressure is on Marta, is on MLSG, even Looper and Woosh and Zhao, who are the 2 players to me that they're the role players, and it sounds so weird to say that of an 80 carry of a mid laner.
Yeah, but that's definitely how the team makeup seems to be. And the recipe has been successful so far for them, as M3 looking at picks 3 and 4 now. There's always a Quinn in an M3 game, it feels like. Quinn and Elise. as I even saw the Varus. So that leads me to believe that I think that's Raphael's champion, but it can, of course, be flexed in a number of different spots.
At least being picked up here for M3 is no surprise for me either, because that's the most played champion for Scenery as well in this split so far, just after Rek'Sai. This will be the 9th time he's picked him up, so really, really fond of Elise in the jungle. Quinn being picked up, that's most likely, like you said, going to be going on over to Raphael, but we could potentially see the Nautilus being flexed once again as a support champion. We'll have to see what Savoki picks up as their last pick.
And once again, what a draft out of RNG. If they do round it out with a Lucian, with a Poppy. Poppy's locked in. Lucian is going to follow. That is a very impressive draft out of RNG.
How does this keep happening? How does Lupa keep getting Poppy? He's such a good Poppy player.
MLX Jeezy's jungler, man. You have to throw 2 bans at the guy.
Yeah.
His Nidalee is so phenomenal, and his Kindred's also really good, and they're the 2 pinnacle champions. So if you don't want to give either, you have to ban one. You have to ban 2 if you ban 1. So like, it kind of makes sense to me how he can play whatever he wants in the top lane.
Well, it's going to be good against the double 80 carries that M3 have already shown RNG. Trying to line up a last pick, though. Seems like Morgana might be the selection here, which leads me to believe that that will be support last pick. Had a lot of different options here, of course, with Nautilus being relatively ambiguous. But it feels like if this is the pick, we'll settle into top lane Nautilus, mid Quinn, and Morgana support, unless we're going real crazy on some of these picks.
He hasn't played Morgana support in this split so far, but, you know,
I believe
almost
in Savoki.
kind of has that same feel of Tahm Kench. You know, you put the black shield of Pentacube, be like, okay, you're safe now. Don't do any funny things. You know, you can't force him out of certain situations, but it is that Morgana pickup. So we'll have to see if they're going to keep this one standard or do some funky switch-ups, but it should be Savoki playing Morgana.
It's also the counter pick to Braum.
Yep.
Like, if we just cut to the chase, like, Morgana is taken into Braum because it stops the Winter's Bite, which is so important. So, like, I think that like that's as plain and simple as we can say it. The stacking passive and Winter's Bite don't do anything against Morgana, and she's able to successfully disengage off a lot of that aggression. So I like to pick up for Savoki. Now it's about whether they can execute on the lane.
Yep, really safe lane there as well, so it should be just fine as far as any 2v2 goes. We'll see if we have a lane swap. I've had a couple today already in our first set. But I like the picks, honestly, from Raphael mostly. Very aggressive pick there on the Quinn. Nautilus should be just fine there for X-Spy. In fact, let's just round through the team comps one more time. Lupa is going to start things off for RNG with the Poppy, Gragas, LeBlanc, Lucian, and Braum will round out the rest of Royals comp here for game 1. And there's Nautilus, Elise, Quinn mid, Siva, and Morgana for Master 3. So looking just fine on either side here. Once again, always about that execution.
Yeah, it certainly is. If I had to give it to someone, I would say RNG probably have an earlier spiking comp, and LeBlanc into double 80 carries is always fun, but it definitely will come down to execution for these teams.
Well, we'll have to see if they can get it done, because it's time for our first game of set number 2. All right, we're onto the riff for game number 2. As MLXG and squad will move out versus M3. As M3 are going to try another upset here. It will start in the first game, as it always does. As Xiaohu moves his way down mid, blocks poor Raphael. Seems right now, though, that no one's getting too fancy, as we're going to check out some Keystone Mastery. That's an awful lot of Thunderlords there, M3.
Yeah, that actually really is a lot of Thunderlords on Elise. I like it as well, just because your burst damage is phenomenal. And we'll see whether Scenery is able to make that work. But Savoki might have been caught. What?
Not today.
He gets 8 gold, so now M3 are ahead. So let's see if they can keep that gold lead.
Open up mid, mate. We're done. Game. No, we're good. As Savoki able to get some additional gold from Frostqueen's. Spell Thief said.
Frostqueen's claim.
It eventually evolves into Frostqueen's claim. You are correct. But one of the few support champions that actually builds the item still. Aren't too many of them left. We've got lots of tanky people running around, as we might actually have a lane swap here. Marta and Whoosh are going to make their way towards the top side of the map. They are near a ward.
And this doesn't surprise me. We talk all the time when you're on a team with Marta about unlocking him and making sure that he can be successful around the map. The easiest way to do that is with a lane swap. And it looks like they're going to try and pressure the buffs. So in that case, M3 just pack up shop and leave completely. See whether Mata actually tries to steal away the little one.
I like that from M3. No, you know, don't cut any corners. Don't try anything risky. Just get straight out of that side of the
Get three
jungle.
buffed.
Get 3 buff,
Well,
basically.
yeah, that's the unfortunate reality here. Is that no early vision means MLXG does get level 2. Savoki far too late to get anything other than information. And the red buff is certainly under threat as Savoki's going to keep trying to get some stuff done here.
Well, Thunderlords.
And that one is not going to get taken out. Thunderlords does some damage to the champions, but Savoki just walks out with a bit of extra gold that he stole and a bit of knowledge. But RNG, kind of a blind situation. Nice little invade there from Wusha Mata, and they find themselves with a very cute early lead.
And that's the difference between taking your AD carry and just sending the support, right? The support annoys the AD carry can kill someone. So as soon as they saw Woosh, they had to get out of dodge. I agree with you. It was the right move, but it does still hurt in the long run. And now they need to try and, I don't know, grab a Rift Scuttler and go straight into a fast push on this turret. And they're still behind.
It's basically making the best out of the worst situation possible. And they do that, but you are right. They are still behind here. And MLXG just going to casually walk into the jungle now. Should be able to clear out as many of these creeps as he wants to. And the rest of RNG, they've already grouped up in the top lane, working on this top turret. They've already got it down below half its health. Meanwhile, M3, they're barely pushing in towards the turret now. Only finally is that wave crashing there, so they're going to be a little bit slower.
They have a huge wave, however, so their wave is absolutely massive. So they should still be able to do this fairly quickly if they take out the creeps. That's what Siva should be focusing on right now, and the next wave is about to come in as well. So that is an absolute monstrous wave. Top lane will still probably go down a little bit quicker, but M3 aren't that far behind.
Yep, and RNG are going to take the tower. I'm going to maybe deny some of these back, but should be able to bounce the wave if they want to. Lupa going to stay and get the gold. Let's see if Woosh leaves all of the local gold to him. They're going to share that, which is very nice. Oh, never mind. Lupa going to get that. As Scenery looking for something mid lane. This is kind of the only spot they have left.
Get out of there, Small Tiger. In a little bit of danger. Raphael just acting like nothing's happening so far. Xiaohu is on the correct side of the map to be able to escape that gank here. And it's actually going to deter Scenery away. He's actually going to go back and just farm up a little bit of the Raptor camp. Take down as many of those as possible.
And with that, we complete the early turret takes as Xiaohu does get a bit aggressive there onto Raphael and the 3 buff that RNG had set up well in advance with that little lane swap. So really strong overall macro
play. Herald struck back.
Could be problems. Do have Smite. Do want to use it. And Brom actually gets credit for the kill, but MLXG gets himself the buff.
Rip Harold, I thought you had it in you this time.
Well, he has a couple of times.
I think he's stronger in North America.
Yeah, I believe that is the case. Harold did get buffed over there. Poor Renegades.
Well, in the mid lane now, as Raphael is going to get tagged up by Xiaohu's Sigil. But again, just trading fun back and forth. Nice vault, although Xiaohu's going to go in for it. He gets first blood. A solo kill. Really nice stuff there from LeBlanc.
That was actually really well played out of Xiaohu. And I said this guy's a role player, but he can still go aggressive when he wants to. He definitely no slouch. A little bit of disrespect out of Raphael taking the Ignite into the matchup. I want to say that Exhaust would have been much better there. And Xiaohu is able to pick up the first blood for his team.
That was just clinical from Xiaohu. As soon as he hit the chains, he knew he could go in. And look at this, the teleport's coming down into the bottom lane. It is going to be Lupa that's coming down here. MLXG is here as well. Scenery is going to be the one that takes the brunt of this damage. Uses the spider form to jump up into the air. Mata has to de-aggro the turret. As Scenery will be the first to go down as MLXG now is taking up the turret.
Look at the turret aggro juggling out of RNG. They're able to get the maximum out of the dive, taking down 2 people, denying this massive creep wave. Everyone uses all their summoner spells apart from Woosh, but in the end, that was clinical out of RNG.
Precisely. I mean, Xiaohu did it. Now look at this. They're jumping onto Raphael once again. God. He is dead. Oh, no, maybe not. He's going to live. I thought he was going to be dead right there. Apparently not.
Not enough damage, but an awesome gank by Mata and MLXG. Really just showing how solid that duo has become. I thought someone was dead for sure, and then a beautiful Unbreakable just swooped in to almost get another kill onto Raphael. Thankfully, did keep his Ignite from the last solo kill, so had that to threaten them. But RNG, they apply pressure early, and all of a sudden, M3 are already 1,500 gold behind, and the map's just falling apart around their eyes.
Yeah, he's certainly doing. What does actually killing someone get you in reality? It's all that experience in gold being denied. So even though they don't kill him and get some extra gold onto Xiaohu, the exact same effect is there for Raphael. He's still being denied all of this farm. As Lupa trying to break the free solo in the top lane. That is dangerous, but confident enough to be able to do so.
We talked a little bit about how M3 were able to make the best out of the worst situation possible, but RMG to just
keeping the pressure on, making sure that M3 are forced to play their hand at all times possible. MLXG now inside of the opposition's jungle, taking away as many camps as possible, denying gold wherever he can see. Up in the top lane, Poppy's actually going really aggressive against Pentakill here, slamming him back and forth, making sure he doesn't have a free and easy lane to farm. And RNG just pushed up in all 3 of the waves here, putting constant pressure throughout the map against M3.
Still have a turret to work on in bottom side, so we'll see if they can take that one out in relatively good time. MLXG, though, going to move back in onto scenery. Does get the slow there with the Q, and just takes the spider link.
Got him. Sends a message.
Couldn't get the kill. 5 gold's not too bad, so he'll take it where he can. Raphael, though, continually pressured here by LeBlanc, so Xiaohu can start moving out as well. He wants to apply pressure with his jungle and support, who have been doing a whole lot of work already. Savoki and Scenery, they're trying to move towards top side. This could be trouble for Looper, but RNG with Marta in the back there in the tri-bush.
Uh-oh.
Looper's just going to tackle someone and run back underneath his turret.
I'm
but
waiting.
there's 3 people there.
Does he still get experience if
Xiao
he's standing right
is
there?
there. Yeah.
Regardless, he's still going to be able to get the experience of the minions that are dying down. Look at that. Now he just
Hello.
shows us how, hello, guys. I am here.
I was here the whole time.
Xiaohu takes the farm instead. Good little move, actually, from Xiaohu to try and keep the turret alive for a little longer. I don't know if they can hold it, but they already got the bottom out. They've started to get ahead on the trades, even if they are trades. If they can react quickly enough, they might actually be able to keep their turrets. And M3 don't really know what to do here. Yeah.
They don't want to commit. Looper's W mucks too many of the gap closers up from Elise, from the Quinn as well. So in the end, they decide that a bad trade is better than making it even worse with a misexecuted turret dive. And that's just another advantage that RNG claim for themselves around this map.
I mean, that just kind of feels like M3 for this game so far. Only 9 minutes in, but everything they've been doing is just reacting to the pressure that RNG throws at them. Make the best out of the worst situation, and slowly that's just not going to be enough. And taking a look at the gold right now, RNG are 2,500 gold ahead of M3. Just 9 minutes into the game, they're looking for more here. So trying to jump in onto Scenery. Pentakill has to pop the underhunt, but it's not going to be enough. As Scenery gets taken down, Xiaohu turns up, and this is out the tremendous amount of damage that LeBlanc can put
And this
down.
is what I'm talking about. LeBlanc comes in for the damage, but that was 100% set up by the support, by the jungler here for RNG. Xiaohu does the right thing. He makes a rotation, cheats towards that side of the jungle, but it really is MLXG and Mata that set up that play. And now you can see that Pentakill, he's being dove.
Yeah, Mata actually going to look for something here. Does tag Savoki up with a Winter's Bite, but Pentakill gets exhausted. Lupa's going to dive in for it. MLXG finds him there with the belly bop, and that should be enough. Whoosh follows him with the orders with a freshly donated red buff, and RNG get themselves another kill.
Yeah, and Mata still lives. The level 4 Braum will wander away from the turret. So that is just another advantage. It's already 3,000 gold at only 10 minutes into the game pastry time, and RNG just look classy all over the Rift.
I really like what you said about this team, how everything's really set up by MLXG and Mata and Whoosh, along with the likes of Xiao, who are kind of like the role players. For me, it really feels like, oh my goodness, the Scenery. He's just going to get taken down here. Whoosh and MLXG just going to wait for him to get back down, take it down with ease. It really feels like MLXG and Mata are the catalyst to allow these two to carry, and that's exactly what they're doing in this game.
No, they're not, because the catalyst is something that speeds up a reaction that's already in process. They're ignition energy, baby. They get it started. As mid lane, we have problems there for Xiaohu. Raphael going to move in for the last order, but Mata's there to save him in the mid lane. As Fish today, he has learned some science.
Goodness.
Who did you get that off, Kobe?
No, I actually just knew that one.
Oh, really?
From high school chemistry, yeah.
Nice.
But it always irks me when people use it that way. So I went full Kobe.
Oh, let's take a look at how LeBlanc's able to pick up this skill here, bro.
No, so I don't think he actually kills. So Xiaohu
he just
is
gets
about
away.
to die, flashes, and then Mata catches the bullet. It was pretty impressive. That door is strong.
It is. Good hands.
It's unbreakable.
I see what you did there.
It's not actually. There's some things that go through it. Oh, actually, maybe, yeah, it's unbreakable. It's not untraversable. Like, there are some things that go through.
You can go over it?
Yeah, well, like Lux Laser, for example.
That's true. Lux Laser goes through everything.
Yeah, it's magical. Vel'Koz Laser.
Of course. Yeah.
Why is that
So
of course?
apparently, so it's pierceable, I
Yeah,
guess?
Just I don't know. Maybe it's just
I mean-
laserable. It seems to be the
Laserable.
lasers are the answer to this.
Just upgrade everything with lasers, really.
Just put the sharks with lasers.
Death Rage?
Then we've got it. We need a Fizz upgrade, clearly. There's blue buff now there for Xiao and the Morellonomicon. This is an awful lot of pressure being applied to the
But I'm
mid
still
lane.
interested in the science.
All right.
So a catalyst speeds up an existing process.
Yes.
So that means that Xiaohu and Wooch would already have to be carrying on their own. It's just that Mata and MLXG make it even faster.
That makes sense. Whereas you're saying it's an ignition.
Yeah, so they get it started. So a reaction, when you measure energy from a reaction, a catalyst is something that speeds up that processes. Never mind. MLXG.
Well done.
Misses that first one. Getting slapped down though as Xiao, who's also here to try and clean things up. XY is going to get locked down by another slow, but a nice ult. He could disengage his Xiao, who though going to dive in. Does get the last little bit of damage through.
And Mata again saves his mid laner.
Bodyguard Mata. Secret Service Mata just jumping in front of bullets left, right, and center.
Wow, that was actually really impressive out of RNG. Once again, juggling turret aggro. I thought that once the Nautilus got under there, he would be safe. He's even got the Merc treads, but was not to be. So XY falls one more time, and they're still not done here.
This blue buff just kind of feels like a curse for RNG, though. Every skill shot they've been throwing at that area just misses right now. They're still picking up kills. Looper, that's not a skill shot, just slams someone into the wall, and RNG pick up another kill for themselves. They're now 5,000 gold ahead of M3.
Yeah, the wall bang coming out of Looper there. It was actually a flash wall bang as well, so able to get in and start up another team fighters. Now Woosh is actually in trouble.
Yeah, this
Where
could be
is
a kill here
Mata?
for Raphael. Mata, not quite there, but there's MLXG. He'll have to do. As Woosh fires back the culling. Does burn the heal to keep himself alive. But again, only one death in the RNG column so far.
That's a teleport, and he's going for Pentacute.
He wants it. Lupa is going to chase down for it. The tower does go down, but Lupa says, I'm not done. Good little spell shield there, but has to burn the ulti. Doesn't quite get carried to the wall, but that's trouble. Mata going to lock him down. Ulti out from Poppy just to move him in place. And Pentacute is going to go to Mata. Lupa kindly donates that one over. And Savoki almost dies to Xiaohu. It's a pretty hectic game.
Action everywhere right now for RNG. And everything is like proactive, just good League of Legends play. Really deep teleports out of Lupa. He does lose the turret, but he picks up a kill for it instead and will be able to get the bouncing wave. No other turrets are really under pressure anywhere. And you have to say that, it looks like they're having fun playing this game, but they're also making pretty smart plays.
Really feels like RNG are just one step ahead of M3.
One?
Well, a couple maybe. Give them more than that.
I agree with the sentiment. They're definitely ahead. I don't know if we agree with how big of a step is, but every part of the jungle is right now RNGs, and Mata and MLXG are just orchestrating plays everywhere.
And this is the thing.
That the right
this
word?
team went ahead. Yes, it is. This team went ahead. Just looks so decisive with the way they play. There is no hesitation with initiation. They're always there together. It's not a coincidence that Mata is in the right place at the right time to save these carries, or that Lupa insta-flashes to get people into walls on Poppy. This team just knows exactly how to play together. They know the limits of their champions, and every time they're ahead, they tend to win games pretty quickly. You can kind of see why when they set themselves up this well early.
Really feels like as well everything M3 have done up to this point is just reacting to everything that RNG throw at them, and at times you just have to make the best of something that's not going well for them, and that's just not quite enough. They have to bring something to RNG and force their hand at times. Make sure they're in the driving seat, because if not, they're just going to slowly bleed out.
And I had this conversation with, I think it was, who was it? I think it was Sheepy at MSI, where EDG played against SKT. Actually, no, it was Yamato at Worlds. And they teleported in for a play, and then SKT just like aced them cleanly. It was 15 minutes into the game, and Yamato's like, they were 2,000 goal behind. That was the wrong play. And I was like, no, like for the EDG, they executed as well as they could. They just lost the fight. And Yamato's like, so you think that's a good play? I was like, yeah, I think that for EDG that's a good play. And he's like, I don't understand. And he's like, they shouldn't have fought. And I was like, you don't watch much else PL, do you? Because no team will respond to a play with, we are not going to fight you. It might be like, we'll fight you in 2 minutes, but they're not ever going to not fight you. M3 right now look like they don't want to fight. And that's scary, because that means RNG are going to continue to look for fights. And if M3 don't commit to one, Fish is exactly right. They're just going to eventually fall behind and lose a game.
Yep. It is always better to be asking the right questions asking good questions than having to respond with the correct answer. Because that's sort of where M3 feel like right now. And RNG, though, are going to group as 4 and try and get a push done. Lupa, with his teleport almost back up, is busy occupying XY's time in the top lane. But RNG, it looks like they've got some gold to spend because we are going to get some recalls in. The game will slow down a touch as RNG haven't quite killed someone in a minute or two. So maybe start worrying for them because it feels like whatever disease they had in the first 15 minutes of the game has worn off slightly. But I think it's just a false sense of security they're going to lull M3 into because the action rarely stops when RNG. And at this point, they already know they've got such a big lead they can lean on.
Yeah, exactly right. They'll go back. They'll clean up their own jungle probably for the first time in a little while. Go grab that Rift Herald buff before he spawns out and make sure that they're setting up for objectives. It's just because Tier 2 turrets are a little bit stronger than Tier 1 right now, and it is only 7 minutes into a game. Feels very much accelerated because of how RNG played the earlier stages. And that just means that, you know, M3 for right now have a chance to farm out all of the lanes, but eventually the action will kick off again.
I like the way that RNG are playing this lull, so to speak, in this match of scenery now. He's going to get jumped on by Mata. The ultimate will come up as well. Predicts where he's going to jump to. Not going to be able to quite get the concussive blows yet, but Xiaohu, he's going to jump in as well, looking for even more blood. Not quite able to take anyone down, but they do get 3 summoner spells for that.
Yeah, just for the Mata exhaust, and that means that maybe the siege on the mid lane will be underway a little bit earlier than we thought. They need to be careful because Lupus Flash is available. He does go Distortion very early, as does Marin on LGD's lineup. Instead, they will once again deny a blue buff and look to pick up all the neutrals on the map.
So I really like how RNG are playing the lulls in the game, so to speak. When they pressure M3, they do it almost flawlessly. They always pick up kills and then pick up objectives for it. But every time nothing's happening on the map, I like what they do. They contain M3. Make sure that their jungle is a resource for RNG to get even more ahead. Make sure that they can't get out of their lanes and they can't find an avenue of attack to take the game to M3. And it's working out really well for them. And once they break that and look for another pressure point, they pick up objective after objective, kill after kill, and just slowly bleeding M3 out. They're currently 6,000 gold behind. And it's only 90 minutes into the game.
And I know this is an aggressive team, but you can really tell it's Mata's team in a lot of different ways, with kind of MLXG being the loud voice that's helping a lot of that aggression or getting it started, because this is just the right tempo to be playing the game at. You can afford to be aggressive when it's early because there's lots of things you can do around the map. When the map opens up more, you get kind of a mid-game lull where it's a little too big to do a lot of things at once, but not quite long enough on the death time as to really get a lot of stuff done impactfully. So, you know, RNG, they're happy to slow it down. Mata was on a team that was famous for playing very clinical League of Legends, and he's clearly brought the best of his discipline and expertise to the game, and just paired it with MLXG's, you know, very traditionally, I'm going to say, Chinese-style aggression. And it's a beautiful thing to watch. And RNG, they've been so impressive all season long. And there's just so many good reasons as to why. And unfortunately for M3, big struggle right now. The gold lead's sitting at 6K still. It's been 6K for about 5 minutes, but unfortunately for them, a lead is still a lead. And RNG, they know exactly where they're at in this game.
Yeah, they certainly do. And the other thing is that the 6K gold, like, if it eventually gets to 50,000 gold or something like that, you're like, oh, it's not as much as, once again, Whoosh is going aggressive. But right now, when it's only 35, oh, Savoki, you're dead.
Going aggressive, he's there. Savoki's just going to get knocked backwards. Can't even use the black shield in time. But here comes On the Hunt to get them out of harm's way. Teleport was actually channeled by Looper. He will cancel that one out and continue to split down in the bottom lane.
So good job actually out of M3 to not give over another kill there from Savoki. Burns the flash pretty much straight away. Now maybe M3 going to look for a fight because no teleport. Actually, they back away from that as well. So it is just a very quiet game, but I can echo the sentiment that Mata, playing very controlled League of Legends right now, does have hints of aggression from MLXG and Xiaohu, but does just seem that they're happy to control the opposition.
And they're going to start a siege on this turret as well. That's going to force a TP out of M3. Looper wants someone in the backline, but maybe he's a little too far forward now. Pops the W, but gets locked up by the Nautilus. He's tanking turret aggro as well. He will flush his way to safety, and XY doesn't connect with that other hook. Now MLXG dives in to protect his laner. But Mata's going to put up the shield. M3 need to chase and try and get a pick here, but RNG will not give it to them.
Yeah, they certainly won't. They actually even turn around in the brush and dare them to chase a little bit further. They're not done with this.
They're looking for more. MLG not going to quite land the body slam, but Savoki, he's going to go down now. Pentacue, the Winter's Bite's going to take away the spell shield, and he'll get locked up by the chains. The rest of RNG looking for even more. Nautilus had to flash away as well, and that's the bottom lane duo down for M3.
Yeah, a really nice, clean play there from RNG. They'll all recall as well. Dragon will be up in 20 seconds. You have to feel that that's the next objective on their mind. And right now, it just does not look like there is anything M3 can do. They have been completely starved out of the entirety of this map.
And the gold lead now continues to grow as RNG find themselves a few more kills. Looper getting chased down. Raffaello getting slowed by those creeps.
Once again, it's not even that. You can't dive into him with the E as well because he's got the W on. Like, there is no chance for Raphael to actually be aggressive in that situation. And even if he was, Looper's no pushover at this stage of the game. He's up in levels. He's pretty big and tanky at this stage. And they are going to pick up the second dragon of the game for themselves. And honestly, this is just like a clinic in how to actually play League of Legends right now, put on by RNG.
Pretty much, they're doing a fantastic job, not only threatening multiple points to the map, making sure that M3 are behind, knowing when to disengage when M3 try to do something themselves, securing objectives. They take them Dragon now, and they are 7,000 gold up against M3. 3 turrets to 2, 2 dragons to none, and 11 kills to 1. RNG have not taken their foot off the pedal just yet.
And it's not stopping. These tier 2 turrets are going to start being less safe. Savoki absolutely not safe, and he was just under his turret.
I mean, it's not turrets that are not safe. The champions themselves, they're not safe at this point in time.
Well, LeBlanc is massive at this point in the game. Luden's already done for Xiaohu. Very aggressive item build from the mid laner.
This LeBlanc's giving me nightmares on my solo queue games yesterday. Let's take a look at how Savoki dies here. Xiaohu's just going to jump in. Yep, combo.
3 spells.
Yep, so that was pretty impressive. As meanwhile, there's a dive in the top lane, but we're going to watch a little bit of a different area of the map.
Looper goes in for it, but looks like RNG again. Just going to give him the runaround. Raphael actually going to get jumped on. Good damage there from Wooch. They dive in, from Xiaohu. The culling's almost enough. Actually, Xiaohu now going to get locked in under the turret and will die to scenery. Looper going to have to punt them out with the ulti, but he gets locked up by Nautilus under the turret. He's going to go down as that's a great long-range hook onto Mata. Ulti's going to come out, but Wooch just can't do enough damage. M3 start to answer back, and the first real misstep for RNG costs them 3 lives.
Yeah, finally an overstay. They try to commit onto the mid lane, not able to pick him up there, and it will be M3 picking up 3 kills, and straight away they turn to Baron. This is probably their one hope to get it done. They have the Nautilus to tank it up, and they do it relatively quickly. What can RNG do in response?
20 seconds on Looper. He's the only one with teleport. The rest of the members will be out soon, but it's kind of up to this guy. MLXG throws out the barrel pipe. Gonna jump in. Is he gonna get it? It's down low. It's gonna be Lucian that gets it. Woosh. He's able to pick it up. Gets the Baron. Gets 2 kills for it as well. Pentacu's gonna try and take down MLXG, but the Baron is gone. RNG secure it.
Looper.
What a disaster. That
Looper
was a
wants a
one-way in.
Oh, Looper.
Finds Raphael for 1. Might keep chasing here. Pentacu. Don't think he's very safe either as Xiaohu's also on the hunt. No ultimate to pop there for... Oh, no, I tell a lie. Pentacu does manage to pop it. Xiaohu's saying, I'm fast enough for this. 1 spell's almost enough. Good spell shield. Creeps. Oh, no, he has to turn around, but that's going to delay him. And Xiaohu's going to get the kill.
What a play out of MLXG and Woosh. You know, we already said that they're ahead, and it was the right play to make to pressure it. But the way they did pressure it, a couple of charged up barrels out of MLXG, then he makes the call, Woosh follows in, and they're able to even clean up some kills by themselves. They grab the Baron, and that's just a bad situation for M3 where they finally make a proactive play, comes back and bites them, and that will be RNG now pressuring the tier 2 turrets.
They're now 9,000 gold ahead of M3, close to actually 10k now with that turret going down, even more with this. With Baron buff, with all the items on their carries right now, they're not going to look to go down anytime soon. MLXG going to split the rest of the members of M3 here. They didn't have Lucian in that fight, don't want to pick a fight with M3 despite being so far ahead without their AD carry. But RNG just slowly but surely strangling and removing all the resources away from M3.
Yeah, let's have another look at this. So a charged up barrel hits 3 people, and then he throws the second one in, lets it charge for a bit, then goes over, able to get the huge amount of damage from those barrels. And it is going to be the Lucian that picks up the kill. MLXG goes back over the wall. Pentacu tries to follow him, but not able to. And now Savoki in trouble.
Looper just goes straight in for it. Does have the Iceborne Gauntlet now, but Black Shield is going to keep Morgana safe. MLXG, though, clearing wards and taking wolves. Mida, once again, always ready to help out his jungler. The synergy between these two has just been phenomenal to watch this particular game. And the walls really are closing in around M3 at this point. In some cases, almost literally. As the structures are going to start to get pushed down. There's only 1 tier 2 left, but RNG seem to be wanting to push down the mid and really break the base open.
Wow, they actually go aggressive onto XY. He's still a tanky dude, so a little bit of disrespect there.
They put a lot of damage down. The ultimate does come out from Nautilus as well, trying to keep them locked down behind the back lines. A lot of low health members on RNG, but the same goes for M3 as well. As you do see Xiaohu dive in, he's incredibly low himself now. The rest of M3 looking to try and pull this fight off. Nautilus has gone back to base, does have his teleport available, can potentially re-engage this one.
There's no wards. This is the problem when you're that far behind. That one ward on the right is actually not even a ward. It's just a blue trinket. So you say that can maybe re-engage. There's just nothing for XY to go to. So M3 just that far behind that they don't even have the vision to make the plays that they need to.
And RNG, again, commit to trying to aggressively kill some people to get more off of their objective rather than just take the objective safely. But they've got some Baron buff left, I think, although it may have actually dropped.
Yeah, it's dropped. MLXG had it.
Well,
now he doesn't.
Not anymore. But still more than enough power to try and get a siege here. They've got some cooldowns. They're going to try and find a pick. Savoki out too far forward, through a black shield, eats about 70% of his health out from Xiaohu, who's almost level 16 at this point in the game. This siege does not get any easier despite the cooldowns that people have burnt. And that's one Q into scenery.
That just looks like a painful LeBlanc to deal with. 7-1-1, Morello Nomicon, Luden's Echo, Void Staff, Sorcerer's Boots, and a little bit of a small blasting one to Brood as well. He is going to hurt everyone that goes past him.
Yeah, 100%. If your name's not XY, you can't actually absorb a combo out of that guy right now. So see whether XY is able to get in front and take up a lot of it.
And this is the LeBlanc mode that everyone loves and or hates, depending on, I guess, which team you're on in this case. But just moving in, 1Q, little bit of poke. Anyone's too far, you hit the Mimic button, they take even more damage. And this is just an easy siege here for RNG. The base is now broken in mid lane. Great double belly bop there from MLXG as he flashes in for Pentakill and Savoki. Savoki's going to go down. It's absolute chaos here in this fight as RNG just ripped through Master 3. Whoosh, almost going to go down. The assassination's not quite there. Stuns up on XY as well. He gets the hook down. He'll finally die to the Riptide. Nautilus actually got a double in and amongst it all, but Lupa is going to chase down Raphael. He will get the kill. And that's 4 for 2. RNG will happily take the trade.
And meanwhile, Mata's just sitting there wailing on an inhib. He's like, guys, we're here for the objectives. Please stay focused. But RNG do pick up a convincing teamfight victory. It is a 2 for 4. They leave with the inhibitor, which was the overall objective. And 14,000 gold at 29 minutes in is the lead right now for RNG. Baron in 2 minutes. As we take another look at this, it was just a great play out of the jungler MLXG to get that one started off. And, you know, Xiaohu, he overextends a little bit, but they use so much to kill him that it just means that Woosh on the backline able to pump out the damage along with Lupa. And they just start off the fight on such a good footing that there was never really any hope that they were going to lose that one.
It's just great play there as MLXG, ever the animated player, especially when he's winning.
He thought he'd saved Woosh. I think that was the play. He thought he'd actually body slammed him far enough away, but wasn't the case, mate.
Well, you can see the Baron power play there. Ooh. Almost 5,500 gold there for RNG, a pretty massive one. As MLXG is just going to take the red buff away. RNG again, they've gone back. They've consolidated after their win in the mid lane. And they're going to see what they fancy next. Dragon up if they want it. Baron up as well in a minute if they fancy that. But at this point, might as well just try and take some towers, apply some pressure, and see if you can't win the game. Because at this point, they're just so far ahead.
Yeah, I agree. There's not really that much to say about what they're going to do around the map. They've just strangled scenery completely off his jungle, denied it as a resource from M3 as a whole. Dragon's back available, Baron's back available in 30 seconds. This will be what should be a clinical closeout. It's about whether M3 can make that one proactive play like QG were trying to do in game 1 versus Invictus, where Swift kept stealing Barons. They need a similar kind of magic about it.
And it almost paid off for M3 earlier when they made that proactive play. Moving on over to the Baron, almost took that one, but this time it's the team that were ahead, RNG, that are able to take the Baron away and made a huge power play off of it as well. And they're continuing to just barrel through these objectives. They just took the Dragon down. Now looking to try and take down some of these turrets here. Lupa has no respect at all for these tanks. Just smashes XY into his own turret. Doesn't even deal damage to him. Just kind of sending a message on over to that top lane tank. Baron has now respawned. So while Raphael is stuck with clearing out these minions up in the top lane, it does look like RNG looking to try and start off this Baron. They have members inside the pit, but they're just waiting patiently as Mata is outside. The rest of the team just close by. with those gap closers to jump over the wall if they have to.
I love this. They're just counting scrying orbs. All they need to do is wait out the trinkets. They have a pretty good idea of the
That's all of
cooldown.
them.
They should know that that's all of them now. And they're actually going to try and find a pick. MLXG speeds forward. Is that a righteous glory? It is.
It is.
Trying to get them in there.
They've got 5 scrying orbs on the side of M3. That is a lot of blue trinket vision to go around.
But there's also some deep vision on the side of RNG. So they'll all go back over. MLXG's had enough. He'll just start it up this time. And there is always a flank potential out of Looper.
And there's that flank.
Here he comes. He's going to start things off. Baron actually gets a knock up in there for the assist. But the fight is going to start. Raphael's going to melt in the front lines to Woosh. He's on the backside. Woosh is just going to fight off somebody else. They're going to dive in. Looper gets a flash Q straight on the PentaQ, who's a good target there as the Shao, who is able to take out Savoki. PentaQ still fighting, but Looper locks that down. XY's dead as well. And it was Cena who did escape off the other side, but that's 4 clean kills for RNG.
And has he even escaped? Because Looper is still there. He's unrelenting in the chase. We'll be able to clean up a kill here.
And there's the ace. RNG get everything they need. That should be game as they're going to charge through mid lane. A very impressive first game here. RNG, clean clinical League of Legends.
That's what I was going to call it, clinical. It was kind of even like anticlimactic when the last team fight came through because you just knew that this team had played it so slow, the Nexus is going to explode. And you can kind of see it from their face. That's how they want to play League of Legends. That's just another day in the office for RNG.
Certainly look like business as usual for them as the main squad comes out firing on all cylinders. They're expected to have a good series here, but what a way to start things off here. Such a convincing win. It's, again, I said it's like kind of the best blend of Mata-style league and Chinese-style league. It's just wonderful to watch. Everything they do seems so intentional and so well executed. That tie dive in bottom lane was just, that was so crisp. That was like in the, first 8 minutes of the game?
Yeah.
And that was easily my favorite moment of that game.
The tower aggro, the juggle, was fantastic from them.
Oh, here we go.
We'll probably be able to get to see it later, but that was just beautiful tower juggle in the bottom lane earlier.
Yeah, it certainly was. This was the overextension, actually, out of RNG, where 3 of them did fall down. Looper falls down, then a couple more. But I want to echo the sentiment that when they're playing well, it's because they're smartly going for calculated, aggressive plays, and that seems to be what it's all about right now. This was, I guess, M3's only chance at taking it, but it is Woosh that, with that Light Slinger passive, able to wreck the day.
And then MLXG. Just doing MLXG things.
Pretty much. That was an amazing play coming from him. Barring that RNG already so far ahead, still a fantastic body slam combo coming out from MLXG. And RNG just slowly suffocated M3. The one proactive play that M3 had was that Baron play that they tried to go for. Got a nice team fight for themselves going with only 2 members left up, but those 2 members struck back, able to take it down.
Wasn't that slow, to be perfectly honest. Pretty quick game there from RNG.
Yeah,
Still
30,
looking strong.
30 minutes is below average game time, but I just really want to go back to the sentiment that right now, M3, they need to make a play.
Yep.
Like, you can't lose games of League of Legends like that. I actually get really frustrated. They probably should have lost that game quicker. Not RNG kind of won as quick as they could, but M3 just were like trying to like hold on to tiny bits of their fingertips instead of just diving back up there and trying to get back into the game.
I agree. When you play against a team like RNG as well, that understand that this is what M3 are doing, they're just waiting for RNG to mess up, waiting for RNG to make a mistake. When you play against a team like RNG, they're not going to allow you to have that mistake. They are going to make sure they suffocate you, deny all of your resources, and just slowly take the game to you and make sure you have no way to get back into it.
Yeah, not a team that messes up often, if at all. Great game one there for RNG. We'll see if M3 can answer their way back. We'll find out after this quick break. Don't go too far. And welcome back, guys. Here, so we're going to look at our MVP for our first game between Royal and M3. It was MLXG on the Gragas, 3-0 and 14, just contributing everywhere. That's actually quite a lot of damage for a jungler as well. This man is just, what a phenomenal player he's evolved into this year.
Yeah, I agree. You know, he's a really good Chinese talent jungler that RNG were very lucky to get, because that is a slot that generally you burn on a Korean right now, if I'm going to be honest, in the LPL at least. And he's turned into a very vocal player on his team along with Marta, and he sets up a lot of these plays. A catalyst, if you will, for the success of RNG.
Sure, if you will.
Exactly that. Him and Marta in that game were just...
Not exactly that, Fish. He's an ignition.
Okay,
Come on, man!
It was a test and you failed.
him and Marta in that game were the ignition for their team. They were the ones that allowed them to get ahead. And it was beautiful watching the two of them play together in that match. And they just were able to allow their carries to do exactly what they wanted to do, get them ahead and allow them to carry them later on in the game.
Yeah, I have to say it was pretty straightforward stuff for RNG, playing exactly how they expect to play. But I mean, this is a team that has strong veterans. Looper definitely playing much better now that he's back with Marta. I'm sure that's not a coincidence, but the level of play he's showing this year is maybe even beyond where he was in 2014. He's just looking so good so far in the season. And then on top of that, we look at these young Chinese players that were rookies last year. No longer rookies now, and all of them, especially MLXG, just seem to be doing amazing.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, even Xiaohu, he got a solo kill in the mid lane that game and kick-started, I guess, his own game. So I agree with the sentiment between how this team has been set up. And the other thing I want to go back towards is the fact that this is, like, not the ceiling. Like, this is a very young team that are still very, very new, and they're only going to get better. What I do want to point out is M3 cannot play that game of League of Legends again, ever, against any team. They need to be way more proactive and actually try and get themselves in a winning position.
Certainly do, but we are in a champ slate. We'll see what changes here in the draft as we are lining up for the second one. M3, though, on the blue side. Down a game, of course, after a pretty spectacular Game 1 win there from Royal. Callista, LeBlanc, the first two bans for M3. Nidalee and Lulu will be the answers out from Royal. And what's the last ban going to be this time? Royal have already shown they've got plenty of different champions they're happy to play. Royal will always default to playing what they think is strong because they seem to be comfortable on a lot of those picks. So if you don't ban them away, you know they're going to get them. And they actually banned Braum. This is not banned often. I believe against Moore was the other time I've seen it banned a lot in the LPL. But clearly respecting Marta. Unfortunately, though, that just keeps freeing up Loop.
Yeah, Poppy's still available. It's a big one. Kindred's the other one we have to look for MLXG.
I like the Braum ban coming out here because that game for Marta was clinical on that champion. And when you have a team like RNG that's so focused around their jungle and support, targeting their support is not a bad idea. Get every one of those champions that he can be very proactive
So if they don't first pick Alistair here, I'm going to go out and say it's probably one of the worst bans of all time. Because he can do everything he did that game apart from grab the bullets out of thin air, which he was doing with Braum, on Alistair. So they have to pick this right now.
And I completely agree with you because he's played Braum 10 times in the LPL so far and Alistair 9 times. The only champion that's close to that is his Thresh, which is 4. So he's really, really comfortable on these two champions. They might not actually take that one away, which would allow Marta to pick it up.
So I'm going to say Alistair like Poppy. I like the response to this.
Yep.
And I just don't agree with M3.
Well, they're looking at Kindred right now. They had the Alistair hover. They clearly had that in mind, where if we're going to ban a support, we should take one away. Decide that Kindred's too powerful to give over to MLXG.
His Gragas looked fine.
Oh, yeah, no. MLXG will be absolutely fine with what's happening. Kindred clearly a good champion, but whatever rotation RNG are going to get here, this is going to be some real power drafting on the red side. Because M3 have honestly just kind of backed themselves into a hole. Might even ignore some of our other suggestions.
Like, Marta's also like a good Trundle support, and wow, Elise.
All right.
That's interesting.
I like the Elise pickup coming here. You deny that one away from Scenery. This is most played champion.
He's
Except
got
Kindred's
Kindred.
been selected.
Oh yeah, he's got Kindred select time. I am, you know, brain dead apparently.
That's all right. No, I like the sentiment. You know, if that was an 80 carry or a mid Kindred, you'd deny it. With a good early jungle pick.
Come on, M3.
I got you back.
Prove me wrong.
There's Trundle, of course, as well. So maybe something changing up here. Is a flex pick, like you mentioned, Spawn. So we'll see if Marta or Looper want to take it. Or at this point, who knows? Maybe Xiaohu's going to have a crack. But M3, 30 seconds to decide these next few picks. I have to feel that that's mostly a jungler matchup thing for MLXG. He's played a lot of Kindred. He'd know how to play against it. Maybe Greg says too slow for his liking, which I'm not sure I believe, given the pace of game 1. But see what M3 decide on. Nautilus, always a good one. Not too sure if I fancy the Trundle matchup, but Nautilus very flexible. So M3 will have plenty of room to work with here if they do lock these 2 picks in, which it looks like they will. Nautilus Lucian.
Another solution being locked in to reply to the Trundle and Elise that were picked up during RNG's first rotation. We'll have to see what they decide to go with as their next 2 pickups in this lineup.
Oh, not that.
Why not? Why not some Ashe?
I wanted Jin. Jin Alistar is awesome. I mean, we already assumed that Mida's probably taking Alistar. There we go, Whoosh. That's the one you want.
Don't do it.
Please do it. What are you doing? Where's Alistar? So, we got that part right, Spawn. But, of course, was not denied from Marta. In fact, Royal didn't even take it in their first 2 picks. So, not too sure what the support plan is for M3.
It's honestly confused me. Like, I just don't understand the Braum ban anymore. Because they would have been better off taking it themselves. I mean, we saw the priority that RNG were willing to give it at last game. And I really like Alistar Jin as well. Rusty and I are known to play this lane.
Rusty
is a really good Jin player.
He is. There's Jin.
And it's locked in. So I'll steal his spiel because I like it. Really good item on Jin. You should always pick it up. Static Shiv, also a really good item on Jin because it gives you that upfront burst damage that's really important. He likes Rapid Fire Cannon. Then you can go towards CDR in the Essence Raver if you want to. The important thing about Jin Alistar, you layer CC incredibly well to the point where Headbutt, Delayed Pole, which is how you should do the combo, into his snare is enough for Jin to generally kill you. And he just does ridiculous amounts of damage. The other thing, synergizes incredibly well with Deathfire Touch right now. Expect to see that one picked up. He gets close towards like 500 AD, towards like later stages of the game. With Deathfire Touch, you burn from about 200, 250 health. So it's a really nice mastery to pick up on Jin.
Well, it has selected it, so I'm excited to see the lane in action for Royal. But M3 do need to decide on these last few picks. Savoki, oh my god, he is my hero. Victor is the pick for Raphael, but don't even worry about that, because there's a Blitzcrank in the bottom lane now. Savoki going to go full support carry mode.
Well, we talked about M3 just reacting to everything RNG thrown at them. They've got Blitzcrank now. They can't really just react to that. They need to be hooking people.
So I call this the lucky dip lane.
Yeah.
Because there is one good answer, one good target, and one bad target. So obviously, good target, Jin, you grab him, very good things happen. Bad target is Alistar. You hook the Alistar, you're in lots of trouble. The other thing he has to watch out for is that Alistar is really good at line backing. What I mean by that is if you space on the same side as your AD carry, so support versus AD, Jin gets hooked. All Alistar does is actually just push the other AD carry back. Then when he dashes back in, knocks him up. And by that time, Jin should have walked away. So Alistar is really, really good and has a sustain in the lane. So it's good if Savoki executes well, but can go poorly very quickly.
Well, Savoki definitely the big player on M3. That
and they did it. They locked in his ear.
Yeah.
This was the matchup I was talking about. I've seen this so many times because Raphael versus Xiaohu, every time last year was Victor versus Azir.
So how do we feel about the matchup then? Because we've seen it a lot. Is there an edge here for Victor? I seem to remember Victor being a little bit favorable, but it seems quite close.
Yeah, it's a close matchup. Edge for Victor because he has longer range and can just pretty much 100 to 0. But good Azir players are like, Azir's the best champion if you can play him right.
I'm ready for Jin Azir too. Protect him, form the line for the bullets, set up the sniper roost if you will.
Oh, yeah. Wall him off in the raptor pit and just let him go to town.
Well, who knows
Third
what's going to
gunman.
happen. It could be awesome, because we are going to get ourselves onto the rift for game number 2. And here we are for our second series of the day. Whoa, almost slipped on that one. RNG are up a game. So looking to take the 2-0 sweep here. M3 with a chance to answer back here. And they've gone pretty deep into the old tank as far as picks go. That's Savoki on, I believe is that Rusty Blitzcrank?
It has to be a recolor.
Looking a little worn.
Has to be a chroma skin.
Don't do that to Twitch chat. They can't handle that. As it is Deathfire Touch Jin there, as you see the Keystone Masters. DFT actually for Raphael as well, so seeing some different things here. But RNG seem to have outplayed them pretty heavily.
Uh-oh, Scenery, get out of them.
Oh. Look at the ward kill, though. Totally worth. Here's RNG. Do defend some of their jungle, but deep vision down for M3. Might be spotting for a lane swap. Not really sure why you want Blitzcrank in a lane swap. Maybe they're hunting for the 2v2. But RNG, they're going to waddle their way around. Woosh actually sitting mid lane right now, so curious to see where he wants to end up. And PentaQ is going to go towards that bottom side. RNG moving top, I believe. So going to unlock Marta perhaps, but it seems like RNG do actually want the lane swap here.
Yeah, in a similar vein, I don't understand why you would want to throw Woosh into a lane swap. Just because Jin, not renowned for his lane swapping ability. But let's talk about that later, because here we go.
Exhaust being used on the Scenery early. They don't want him to get this grump. It's actually going to reset here. Mata gets a nice double lockup. It will be XY that gets stunned down by the CC coming out from Jin here. But they're trying to turn this one back around, getting some damage down onto Mata. Blitzcrank is here now. They're going to try and look for this. Woosh has been ignited. Scenery has gone over the wall. The Jin is trying to run away. He doesn't even want to use his flash because the pressure from Blitzcrank's enough. And M3 Scenery picks up first blood.
And that's going a little bit too deep if you're RNG, because that was 4 members ready to collapse onto you. And that will be first blood picked up for the jungler, as well as an extended leash out of Savoki. So very nice play there out of the support and mid laner from M3 to collapse, and RNG bite off a little bit more than they can chew.
Nice to see an adaptation there as well for M3. Proactive play, but guessing that RNG would go for the same cheeky thing they tried in game 1, and they punished very hard. RNG, though, are going to move to the red buff, so no 3 buff available here. MLXG will at least secure the buffs he needs. Scenery also only level 1, but should be okay as he clears this out. Hits himself level 2, and wanders safely back to his own jungle.
But with that as well, you can take a look at the top lane in a second with Jin and Alistar heading back there. Meanwhile, hello, Savoki. Gonna find 2 people here. But top lane, Jin and Alistar are now up in that lane, but Nautilus has pushed it out, and Spawn already mentioned Jin's a really slow pusher in these side lanes.
Yeah, it's more that it's not even the pushing, it's the fact that he takes turrets really slow at this stage of the game versus someone like Illusion. So he'll be able to push it up, okay, but then where do you go from there? And it actually looks like the swap is going to come out from both areas because they're up huge CS advantages in both lanes. So PentaQ can now go back up to that lane really easily and maybe even contend with Jin's early power. Goes back and grabs himself a cull.
Well, see if that helps him in the lane at all. Not too bad, but mostly there, of course, for the nice gold efficiency. Savoki, only level 1 still, was very busy in the early stages, making sure that level 1 went well for M3, which it did. As MLXG trying to do something pretty cute here in mid lane, but he's straight on top of a ward. So no dice there on that one, as Raphael plays back accordingly.
Yeah, Xiaohu actually up a fair amount in CS, as MLXG going to potentially walk over a ward here, but there is a very far overextension out of XY.
MLXG will be able to take down that pink ward in the tri-brush as we take a look in the top lane. Finally, it is the 2-on-2 up here. So PentaQ and Savoki, the Lucian and Blitzcrank are going to be able to meet with the Jin and Alistar. MLXG now will be able to get the stun down onto XY in the bottom lane. Not able to get any return damage down onto the Nautilus. And Scenery is going to be able to farm away one of the Kindred marked camps. Xiaohu is there to try and stop him. Actually, the rest of the team is collapsing on him. Scenery is looking for his chances against fighting Xiaohu. Here comes a teleport coming in. Jin Snare is not going to connect. And Looper, he's close by, but LNG is the one that does get the stun down. The pillar's going to be there. Scenery looking for the kill onto Xiaohu. It's just not quite enough. So many flashes burnt to try and save him, but Marta now in a bit of trouble as PentaQ is being zoned off away by Woosh. They are going to try and turn some damage onto XY. He's taken down incredibly low. It's MLXG that picks up a return kill. Or 2 kills, sorry, for RNG.
Yeah, so in the end, RNG do come out ahead. Savoki just grabs a creep. That's going to not do that much. And it is a kill for the AD carry as well as the jungler. So anyone that you thought was ahead is now pretty much equal across this map. And the game returns into RNG's favor.
I was just saying, RNG, it seems like they finally made a bit of a misstep early on and were punished by M3. But do a pretty classic RNG thing. We're behind a little bit. We want to make sure we have initiative in the game. Let's just figure it out and do basically a 5v5 at 5 minutes into the game. But it works out for them. They're up a couple hundred gold. And most importantly, neutralize the game back to a nice spot. There's Woosh having a bit of trouble farming right now. He's level 3, so not feeling too hot on the Jhin. Actually, 20 CS down now as well, with Mata still returning to the lane. There's a big way for him to try and get here, but it's not particularly safe versus a Blitzcrank. As you can see, he's just using that W to try and get what farm he can.
Yeah, so there is a positive 9 creep wave here. What I mean by that was there's about 9 creeps there that he's going to be able to pick up, hopefully, if he can CS nicely on this Jhin. Actually misses a couple, so he'll still be 15 down. Should have been closer to about 11, but now Loop is being dove.
Not really committing to that one, though, as Scenery. Good little bit of pressure. But Looper looks like he's just fine on the Trundle. Should be even easier once he does hit level 6, but not quite there yet. As PentaQ and Savoki just take their time to do some jungling. Going to take actually Kindred's mark away by taking that Scuttle Crab. But worth it for the bit of extra gold, I guess.
And this is actually really nice out of Mata and Woosh. They got the turret, the creep wave to sit in front of the turret. It means it's going to slow push back in their favor. PentaQ and Savoki trying to speed that up. But they should be able to get back to lane without missing all that much. And it is actually a BF sword picked up for Woosh. So you can see that even though PentaQ goes for the cull, wants to farm up well, Woosh just wants to kill people, goes with the outright brute force purchase.
Well, just got to shoot him, man. Don't get enough bullets for that cull. Takes too long.
4 bullets is all he gets up in this top lane as Woosh is still trying to farm it out. He's still behind in CS. If you take a look in the mid lane as well, Xiaohu is still doing a really, really good job of keeping Raphael underneath his turret. Does have a slight CS lead for himself, just about 10 above Xiaohu, 10 above Raphael if he is able to take down the rest of this minion wave. The rest
He's
of
Victor, man. There's not really that much hope of denying Victor creep score at this point.
The rest of the map, though, fairly quiet between these two teams after the initial chaos. Savoki, haven't seen him throw out a hook just yet.
Here we go. We're going to have a fight.
Looking for Mata. Mata on level 4, but exhausted down onto Scenery. RNG going to TP in and commit for it as Mata combos in onto the Kindred. Zhao he's going to try and lock him down. He surfs over the top side. PentaQ takes out Woosh on the other side, but Zhao does lock down the first kill. Savoki, though, he's going to get a bit of help, and that's going to take out Mata's R-Star.
MLXG flashes
dive
in.
his way back in, but he's gone straight forward. He wants Raphael, but Xiaohu sort of out of things to do here as Savoki does get that next kill. Xiaohu going to try and surf over and get Raphael, but he gets shut down by the Victor.
And a bad fight this time for RNG. Too much split focus. Xiaohu should not have gone over this wall. Let's take a look at it. Xiaohu comes in onto a level 5, and they chunk him out. Meanwhile, Woosh, the unfortunate guy, is getting soloed out. And because Xiaohu goes over this wall, they've split all of their resources. Mata's not able to get anything done, so they're always fighting at a disadvantage. MLXG so aggressive here. That looked like maybe the first piece of miscommunication because he flashes forward while Xiaohu is working backwards. He tries to get the fancy outplay here and maybe take out Raphael, but it isn't to be. Raphael picks up a couple of kills of blue buff and firm control of the lane.
Meanwhile, Looper here, he was able to pick up a solo kill in onto XY in the bottom lane. Scenery, though, is down there to pick up the return kill, so they trade 1 for 1. Just 9 minutes into the game, M3 are already 1,000 gold ahead of RNG.
And this is chaos. I mean, I like that M3 are playing more proactively, but this is just craziness right now from both sides. And RNG, so they're not executing as cleanly as they were in game number 1. M3 able to take advantage of the new environment as MLXG does steal away that blue. He's going to look for the Rift Herald here as well. Kindred on the other side of the jungle might look to Dragon, as Scenery is actually taking away another marked camp for himself. Will be the Devourer build as well, so not too far off that. We'll see who gets the Rift Herald buff here. My guess is MLXG. Looks like that is going to be the case. As Scenery grabs his mark and just goes back towards that bottom side. Might be looking for Looper again, as Hook not going to quite connect on Tomato.
But PentaQ is massive and Looper's in trouble one more time.
He is in trouble down in this bottom lane. XY and Scenery this time going to collapse onto him together. Able to take him down. So that's another kill down in that bottom lane. Just like that, M3 are 7-4 against RNG on the kill score.
That was a big grenade. Killed all 3 units, then falls onto PentaQ. See, it does a fair amount of damage at this stage of the game, but you're exactly right. Mata a little bit over-aggressive. Now Raphael being forced off this turret in the mid lane.
Well, Xiaohu's definitely the one having a nice time in his lane. Able to pressure Victor nicely. Get some good harass down and start chipping away at the turret. But it's not quite enough here for either side, as M3 only hold about 1,000 gold ahead. Seems like the lanes are going just fine, though. Especially given that Looper has been paid some attention to by Scenery, who does have his Devour up now, so he can start looking to mark some people or just power through those camps and see what he can get done as far as stacking goes. We saw a very quick stack by Swift in their second game today. I guess we'll have to keep track of how quickly Scenery can get it done. 18 minutes, I believe, was Swift on that game. I don't think Scenery's going to get there, but better late than never on the old Devourer.
Yeah, that's 5 sitting there, I guess, with the Dragon. So we'll see whether they swap down their bottom lane again and put priority there. A couple of Rift Scuttlers always don't go astray when you're able to pick that one up. But I always say that it's nice to be able to grab them during the ganks and the team fights, because the kills are still worth 1, and you're able to get a little bit more. And you see that Scenery kind of agrees. He's going for Looper one more time.
They're going back onto this troll once again. Not quite able to lock him down this time. A good pillar from Looper will be able to separate him from his death to that gank. He'll be able to live to fight another day.
Poor Savoki was just out of range.
Oh, no.
Well, sitting on top of a ward now, so no chance for a hook, I don't think. And I think realizing that, they'll actually move themselves back into that top half of the lane. MLXG, though, down in the bottom side. Good pill there from Looper. XY going to look for a wall. Looper's trying to flash in front of him. The death charge is going to move in, but the Cocoon misses. And I'm not sure they can keep committing to the dive. They are going to go in for it, though. That's an easy execute. Never mind.
Yeah, so in the end, Looper's ultimate is enough to allow them to go for that dive. You saw the execute damage that also comes out of the Elise. Very strong at this stage of the game against someone that just has a little bit of health. As returning to the top lane now, Whoosh. Can't really go near that turret.
Can't go near that turret at all. He's been denied away from so much farm. Still behind in CS2 Pentakill, and it's actually his turret that will go down 12 minutes into game. XY.
That's a bad teleport.
Teleporting down into the bottom lane. Looper is here, but so is Scenery. He's going to try and defend this top lane
Here comes
Nautilus.
Raphael as well. This is going to be a 3v3, so in the end it will work out. Xiaohu.
They're going to try and jump onto Xiao here. Uses the Emperor's Divide, just knocks him away.
Good little block there. But nice answer from M3 to make sure nobody did go down. Savoki actually moved himself into that mid lane. Already took the top outer turret, so Pentakill and his support looking to get something done in the other section of the map. M3, though, again, being more proactive, going to take a blue buff away. In fact, Savoki's found Marta. He's also found Xiaohu. I'm not sure he really wants it. Cocoon's actually just short there. And Savoki able to get away, despite the initial CC from Marta.
So RNG are the ones that are actually on the back foot this game. They're still down 1,700 gold. Definitely not as convincing as game number 1. Scenery continues to pick up some stacks for himself on that Devourer, as well as a passive. And honestly, the quieter stages, then with the chaos mixed in, seems to be where M3 are going to thrive this time around.
Well, we'll see how well they do thrive in the quietness and the chaos. As Scenery, he's just going to be able to invade and get rid of a pink ward deep inside of his own jungle. Slowly just pops over towards the Dragon Pit, looking to try and take this one down all by himself.
That was adorable. Did you see what the Devourer Wolf just did? Couldn't go over the wall with him. So he had to run around the whole outside. But he did it like top speed.
Didn't want to be separated.
See, look, there he goes again.
Oh, no.
Come back.
Bye. We'll catch up to Scenery, but he does get the dragon for himself. Pretty easy solo there for Kindred at level 8 with the Devourer already stacked up.
I wonder if actual Wolf gets like,
Jealous?
I was going to say annoyed at like tiny Devourer Wolf.
Maybe. Time Devourer Wolf eventually leaves, though, I believe. Gets absorbed into the blade or something. Is that how that works? I actually have
no idea. Good question.
Fish, do you know about the flavor of Satyr Devourer? Come on, man.
No idea.
Well, Scenery's certainly stacking up, I can tell you that much. At 12 stacks now. Was at 5 when he hit that dragon, so good little boost to his Satyr Devourer stacks. He is still hunting for Looper. A little low on the old health bar, but with the red buff, feeling pretty confident here on Kindred. As Whoosh finally doing some damage to this turret. Again, only 4 bullets for Jin. Makes this kind of a slow process. But this is going to be a
bonus, I think, on this patch. I was just going to say, like, check out the run animations between, like, 2 of the later champions. Like, Jin has... I'm just going to come out and say it, the worst animation of moving around the Rift ever. He kind of slinks, which I guess suits his personality, but is not aesthetically pleasing to my eye, at least. I am sure there are some people out here that are Jin apologists and very angry at me right now. But we got something right with Kindred. She has a great gait around the rift. She runs very cool.
Certainly does. You know what actually reminds me of? The Jin, like, kind of reminds me of Jaime's old Waddle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's like. Sort
But
of
like in a person, so much less adorable.
Yeah, he's also really tall and lanky.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I kind of agree. I mean, I agree that it also suits the character, but...
Apologist.
Well, not only are M3 up in gold, apparently they're up on run animations as well. See if they can continue that trend with the rest of the map.
Look at you taking the fun out of life. What, you want to talk about the red buff? Yeah, MLXG just picked it up. Good job. You just gave me a thumbs up. That was funny. Yeah. He also doesn't like cups of noodles, I found out today. He was shocked that I would rather have a cup of noodles than a packet of noodles.
Instant noodle apologist?
Yeah.
Oh, gank in the mid lane. It's Savoki, though. Oh, flash hook. He's going to get flashed out there by Xiaohu.
So what
Wait,
exactly
hang on.
is it about the cups of the
I
noodles
don't
that you
understand. I love cup noodles.
You love why did you try
No,
and send me to the
I was so
supermarket?
angry that you would prefer to get cheaper small noodles than a huge bucket of noodles instead.
Okay.
Yeah, because, more. I don't know.
You're just greedy. As the fight does start, Mata actually kicks things off. And the rest of the teams are collapsing. Good ulti there from Victor. There's a nice bit of damage. And Mata, he's too low in the front lines and will go down to Raphael. As Scenery also gets a snipe on Xiaohu in the backside. Now everyone else is going to move through the lamps. Respite's down just to make sure. But M3 convincingly win a team fight there. 3 kills to nothing.
Yeah, 3 for none and a great Lamb's Respite out of Scenery in that back end of that fight to make sure it stayed that way. Little bit of miscommunication once again, I have to say, out of RNG. Disjointed start to that fight. Mata went in. Xiaohu kind of shoved them back off instead of underneath the turret. That means that possibly double mid lane turrets are going to go down here.
They're going to try and look to
my
take down
God.
Scenery. The Spider's going up into a web to try and run away. MLXG has to flash out of there as well. And it will be the second turret that goes down 2 for M3. And what a huge change between game 1 and 2.
And they still don't get anything from it here, RNG. They are going to stream down mid lane and see if maybe they can pick up a turret in response. Baron's not available, however, so there's not really all that much to be gained. And let's take another look. This is Xiaohu getting some good poke and Mata pulling the trigger. But as he punts Raphael back in, as I said, the wall is just the wrong way. It needed to be Xiaohu actually going closer and shoving him underneath the turret. Instead, creates 2 different zones, one which Scenery dominates, and Looper just not tanky enough at this stage of the game to be able to, I guess, deal with the back line.
And you can see the ulti. I wasn't quite sure what to block, but I'm glad I got to see it again because Wusha's ulti got nullified completely by the nice ulti out there from Scenery. Xiaohu, though, is going to get the blue buff as we pop ourselves back into the game. But M3, a very sizable lead, in fact, about 5k or more, as Looper is going to work on this turret. That'll cut the gold down just a bit. You can see the Trundle can perhaps be a nuisance here for M3 as he gets stronger and stronger.
Oh, Savoki, good hook.
He got the hook onto MLXG here. The Spider's going to have to go up into a web shortly. But Mata now, he's popped his ultimate. They're looking to try and get some good damage down onto XY. Xiaohu is here as well, putting some damage down onto the backlines as Jin will snare a couple of people up and deny them from advancing any further. And so will the turret coming up from Azir.
So in the end, maybe a better fight there for RNG. They do get the turret. They deny a lot of pressure on the bottom half of the map. Jin is starting to scale up, but not as quick as PentaQ. So we'll see whether Woosh is able to catch at any of this stage of the game. He's a couple of kills and assists behind. And this is where you want to be strong as Jin, but he does get better as the game goes on. And we'll see if the scaling out of RNG is enough, because you're exactly right. At 19 minutes in the game last time around, I think they were 6,000 gold up. This time they're about 4 down. Definitely not the position they're used to playing from.
Certainly not, as Xiaohu is going to make his way down to this bottom side. Protect that turret for a little while longer and clear out some of the farm that's available there. He does have teleport as well. We've seen him use it to try and start some of the earlier fights that RNG were not so successful in. But there's definitely some pressure options as far as split push goes, but we don't want to fully commit as Azir. And a nice hook there from XY is going to get things started, but Mata lands the pulverize in. MLXG is going to get knocked up by the depth charge. Now going to repel, but no minions to go to. Goes back into over around the other team, though, as Mata and Savoki having a support battle in the Baron pit. MLXG going to continue to get chased down. And Mata, I think he's going to try and get him into the Baron pit, but it's not quite enough. And Savoki now going to speed his way up and look for a hook. Mata, I think he does still have his ulti, but Savoki is going to get the next hook going down. Mata's now going to get jumped on, and Savoki gets it with his ulti.
Yeah, really nicely played there from Savoki. I thought that Mata was going to get him into the pit, but Savoki in supportal combat reigns supreme today. have to check out whether round 2 does come down. I think that is, by the way, the greatest thing. Doa is, for those that don't know, Doa is like one of my favorite commentators in the world. I think Supportal Combat is the greatest gift. to the
Savoki.
league.
Oh, no.
He got out.
Took a few guesses. Xiao maybe not so lucky. Oh, never mind. Uses the ulti. Cocoon there for MLXG. He's going to save him, but back to business here for M3. It's been a bit of a chaotic one, but they've managed to get themselves a nice lead, and this Dragon's going to help out very much so.
They're so far ahead right now.
They got a hook onto Xiaohu as well. Savoki showing what his Blitzcrank is made of. 3-0-4. Just got another nice hook off onto another member of RNG. Furthering their gold lead. 5,000 gold up ahead against RNG. We criticized how they were reacting to everything RNG threw them. This game, they are in the driving seat. They're the one bringing all the plays to RNG.
Yeah, they certainly are, and you have to give a lot of credit to the support. You mentioned 3-0-4. Sometimes when you can't save people from madness, you just descend into it yourself, and I feel like that's what Savoki's done this game, just embraced the chaos that is PentaQ. PentaQ's also going off 3-0-5, but his support this time isn't trying to save him. He's right there next to him, contributing to it, Fish, and that hook over the wall, very well done. And it's just going to mean that RNG slip a little bit further behind, now about 5,000 gold.
Speaking of reactive players, Savoki just burns the ultimate.
You can't take it into the Baron pit, otherwise you zap him and he gets mad at you. So, yeah, as an avid
Blitzcrank player.
Blitzcrank player,
there you go.
Savoki knows that.
He certainly does. I mean, we've sung his praises already.
He failed the Scar award.
All right, never mind. He's out. You're off the team, mate. Get out of the pit.
Caster Curse is so strong today.
It really is.
Oh, no!
Oh.
It's back!
I mean, he couldn't activate it there. He would have actually angered Baron, but Savoki eats actually a pretty significant amount of damage. Pops it again. I think they're really making sure to clear this out. Yep. Just let Scenery do it, man. Come on. There we go. Off to do some other duty, perhaps, Savoki.
Like, go back into the pit again.
Really likes the Baron. I think he's hoping someone walks in a silly place and gets hooked.
It's his friend. He just wants to hook someone in there, make it a bit angry, kill him for him.
Have a party.
Just like he did to Mata, but look at this Scenery. He's going to find MLXG inside of this tri-brush.
Oh,
Teleport's coming down.
teleports.
It's going to be Looper that's going to jump down, pops the frozen path. He's going to now jump onto XY, put down his own teleport of his own, gets knocked back into the team, trying to hook people up. Lands' spike will come down to save
Shoves him out.
But Xiaohu knocks him out of that pit nicely. And Savoki is the next player to go down as RNG pick up 2 kills in the fight. But here's the go to goal. Not quite. They pick one on Raphael. 2.
One more.
The last shot doesn't connect.
Flash used by Raphael to actually dodge it, so can't really blame Whoosh there, but it is a huge team fight victory this time for RNG. From behind, they're going to start up the Baron, although Whoosh probably doesn't want to be tanking this one. So instead, they pull off it. They've caught another member.
Oh, missing the W there, but Raphael's going to die anyway. Whoosh actually collects that kill. Back to Baron is a bit ambitious. Looper's here, though. He's a pretty good tank for the situation, but I think they're a little too low to do it. RNG seem to agree. They'll actually back off this time, but some great kills there. And finally gold, some gold back in their favor.
Yeah, I completely agree. What they had to do is just take the victory for what it was. They get some kills as we take another look at it. That's because the ward was missed and they face check a good teleport play out of Looper. Joined by XY, but XY just gets blown up so quickly here. And I mentioned already that, Gragas Lee Sin, these champions being mentioned as a counter to Azir, to Kindred, that seems like the best counter to me. Like, the ultimate just doesn't exist. Just kick everyone out of it and make sure that they have to continue the fight.
Really like how you waited. So waited till the last moment to knock XY out of it so you didn't get the heal off as well. As right now it is 12-8 on the scoreboard. RNG stopping the bleeding slightly. Just about 3,000 gold. Well, actually, even less than that. 2,500 gold behind M3 now after that team fight. So they're slowly trying to get back into this game. And they do have a Trundle, Azir, and a Jhin. 3 champions that wouldn't mind going a little bit later into the match as well.
And Raphael's got my build. See, my boy, Raphael, got my back. So the reason for it is that Jhin is just so much of the damage threat right now. So if he can just blow him up with the Lich Bane purchase, it's going to mean great things. And then with the Kindred, can drop the ulti under Raphael, so even if he does go a little bit deep, he can be saved. I really like the build out of Raphael. I've been talking about it for 2 days. No one's done it. Finally, I get some love.
Well, let's see what Raphael can get done with it, as he has finished his Lich Bane now. You can see Sterak's and the Seder Devourer also up for Scenery. Has 2 tank items there for XY, actually a Locket. Maybe the most surprising one there. In general, though, it seems like everyone's getting to the next available items. Xiao is actually working on item 3. As Whoosh working on his third as well, but a little behind PentaQ, who's got Infinity Edge, actually pretty close to done now. Definitely feels like RNG. I was wondering what happened when the team fell behind, because they play aggressive when ahead. Turns out they also play aggressive when behind, but couldn't quite be as clean with their aggression. As they're trying to overreach, perhaps, for make a few plays. It seems like they have calmed things down, though. Gold only 2k between them as they take the mid-outer. And we're dragging up in a minute. It feels like RNG are finally at a point where they're actually comfortable attempting to fight M3.
Yeah, I agree right now that right now they look comfortable. A couple of minutes ago, you're right. It was a little bit scrappy for my liking. They were just looking to, I guess, match the Chaos style, and I don't think that that will work in the long run for the team. But right now, they certainly seem to be very comfortable going toe-to-toe with what Masters 3 are pulling off, and it's because they've hit some of these breaking points.
They had to get the perfect team fight off earlier to get anything out of M3, and they got just that. Perfect positioning for Xiaohu to do all of that damage and also knock people out of the lanes, despite also taking down the tankiest target instantly as soon as he teleported in. But now with that gold advantage kind of shortened slightly, so to speak, only 2,000 gold ahead, RNG could definitely put up a good fight no matter where on the Rift they will be. But M3s, they still do have Blitzcrank on their lineup. Savoki's looking to try and pull someone into the lineup, kill them fast, and then take the team fight to the rest of the team instead. We'll have to see how that turns out for the rest of RNG. But now, taking a look at what these two teams are doing, just kind of grouping up all over the map. Pings are going down onto the Dragon buff, which has spawned. And currently M3 have 2 Dragon buffs to the name, so RNG might want to try and deny one away and potentially take that one for themselves.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They want to be able to pick up the first one for the game. Talk about people that scale well with Dragon buffs. Jin, ladies and gentlemen, not too shabby with a 7%. And we'll see whether he's able to get in here and make it work. Mata looking for a flank.
Well, he's going to find actually Seed. Oh, PentaQ, sorry. Really
doesn't
nice
get him
play.
back over the wall.
Yeah, but they didn't quite combo it in. They didn't sign him either with Jin. But the rest of M3 actually just going to rally back in. Mata's going to get grabbed. Curtain Call activated by Jin. Going to try and get the damage done, but just a bit of poke more than anything else. As the last bullet does not get through. That's Mata dead. 4v5 now for RNG. They have to be careful about the Baron.
Yeah, good idea. Horrible execution out of Mata for the first time in a long time. Goes for the pole, headbutt back over the wall of the AD carry and fumbles it in a pretty significant way. And now Savoki looking for Looper.
Looking for some blood here. The Blitzcrank is not going to get the hook off. So I stumble with English words there, as we will see the flash come out from Looper to get away from that one. But M3 collapsing nicely onto RNG, knowing that they're still in the lead here and they can still bring the fight to RNG. They pick up the 3rd Dragon buff for themselves, so an extra 5% of movement speed will affect the rest of their team.
And that's even better for Blitzcrank right now, who's zooming around the Rift top speed. Do want to talk about that flash on Looper as well, because that means won't be available for the next team fight. It's very hard to catch Lucian without a flash on Trundle. So we'll see if that does come into impact, as now they're looking to make a play here onto XY.
They need something here, and they've actually locked him up. Looper is going to have to burn the ulti if they want it, but they actually do not commit to it. I think they saw the rest of the team coming. And now XY actually might just turn things around and look for an initiation himself. They don't go in for it.
They're looking at the bottom lane turret. Oh, as Savoki, any hook there is a good hook. The bottom wave for M3 right now is huge. Someone has to go back and deal with it. Xiaohu is the one with teleport, so I expect it will be him. Mid lane also a problem right now, and M3, for the first time in the series, not only are they ahead, but they're controlling the map really well.
It's looking good so far, as M3 are going to actually move down mid with the creep wave they've prepared and try and get a seed down. They just push it in and feint back to Baron, though. Not a bad time to start it, because they're going to spot Xiaohu right now, clearing this wave out. Control here for M3 in the area, and they're going to set one more trap.
Yeah, so there's actually a couple of wards on the way to Baron, so no one's really going to fall for this one, I feel. However, Elise and Trundle are in the area.
This is the same bush that caused M3 some problems earlier. It's the same person trying to check it. Scenery is going to get locked up by the Cocoon. May have to put down the Lance Spy shortly, but it's MLXG that gets taken down incredibly low first. The Spider has to flash over. XY is trying to take him down in the backlines, but look at this. Woosh is in the backlines, killing Savoki, but you don't want to be taken down to support while there's a Victor taking you down 100 to nothing. They lose 3 members just to take down the Blitzcrank.
And that's the build I'm talking about. Raphael finds the AD carry, flashes on him, and removes him from Summoner's Rift. Thank you very much. Now they're fighting against an Azir, however, in Baron Pit, and this is always dangerous.
Certainly is, and there's the kill into the jungler. Now Baron is not safe to secure. Looper charging forward is going to go down. Xiaohu needs to play this perfectly to try and secure it. But M3, they've already pulled off the Baron. They are going to get a kill onto the Nautilus. Xiaohu stops them in their tracks.
Yeah, so he trapped Raphael in there. XY had to turn around. Oh, Xiaohu.
PentaQ trying for it. Auto's not quite there. There's the next one. But Raphael's going to fight him down with the Lich Bane, and that's going to be a shutdown.
Yeah, but triple kill for the Azir. Take that trade every single day of the week because it was going horribly wrong. It was a 2 versus a 4, and Xiaohu got 3 of them with a really nice ultimate to trap Raphael. But as I mentioned, Raphael just dishing out loads of damage, 30% cooldown in his build already. So doing a very nice job. Let's take another look at this. This is why you don't want to fight Azir in a Baron Pit, because he's able to get the soldiers in very far, takes out the jungler, and then traps the mid laner in there. So Raphael right now, he's tanking up Baron the whole time, getting that AP debuff that you don't want as well. So XY turns around, tries to help him out, gets slowed down by this Rylai's Crystal Scepter build. And it really is PentaQ going with a misstep here. I feel like if he just left it to Raphael, he would have been fairly safe. Instead, he tries to dash in aggressively. Xiaohu turns it around, and it's not until Raphael with that Lich Bane able to get the delete in there that takes Azir out.
With that messy team fight as well, it's currently 18-12 on the scoreboard. M3 still ahead, but just by 3,000 gold now. And although it is a large amount, they were ahead by quite a significant amount earlier. And RG proving time and time again, even though they're behind a slight few thousand amount of gold, can't do English and math right there at the same time, but they're still bringing the fight to them each and every time, making sure that they can be aggressive still, try and pick off members on their team. They continue to look to try and do that in every single fight.
And it really is Xiaohu for me that's sort of pulling through for RNG at this point in the game. Definitely feels like the team did not fire on all cylinders. Xiaohu now has to get out of the way, but there's Nautilus going to lock him down. Depth charge is in. CC for days as the ulti's out. Well, that should push Asmata into the team. 2 clean kills again for M3. They'll rush straight to Baron.
And this time, what do they have? It is going to be a 3 versus 5, but it's Looper pushing the bottom lane and actually not deciding to teleport this time around. They might go for the Miracle Steal with Jhin, but that's blocked off. And it will be M3 grabbing the first Baron of the game.
M3 able to pick this one up. They shouldn't be able to pick up the first Baron of the game last game too. That was denied away by the men that tried to steal it there. Whoosh. Not quite able to get the curtain call off. Was nicely blocked by the rest of the members of M3. And now they're 4,000 gold ahead. Just showing how well they can play when they try to be a bit more decisive. And that was a really decisive team fight coming out from M3.
It feels like, again, much more comfortable playing into RNG this time around rather than letting them have the game dictated to them. RNG are going to try and stop this dragon, but they'll just take the Scuttle Crab and run because they don't have everybody up.
That's number 4.
Yeah.
Xiaohu going towards top lane and clean it one more time. Wave control has been really poor from RNG this game. And, you know, that is going to be number 4. And M3 in a very commanding position. They're going to have Dragon number 4. They're going to have Baron buff. And just look to see if they can close out a game versus RNG.
And the trend may continue. We've seen them slay a lot of good teams in the last few weeks. A win here would, of course, give them the opportunity to topple RNG. And given how well Game 1 went for RNG, it'd be surprising here to see M3 answer back so well. But that's what we're up to right now. M3, they're going to try and push this one all the way to game number 3. And they're so close to doing so. Have to be careful, though. Gold lead, especially at 35 minutes in, not too significant. I like that Savuki checks the brush just to make sure no one's in there. Trying to do something cheeky. MLXG has been hiding in quite a few brushes this game. And this tower is going to be absolutely dead. M3, 5 turrets to 4 now. Just going to look to try and break that base.
And let's have a look at where the power points are right now. Finish Death Cap onto the Victor. He's massive. There's a Last Whisper component built up right now for PentaQ, so he's going to be able to deal with the Trundle. That's really what's missing from the RNG lineup to make this an equal fight. Kindred, you also have to say, he's going to be dishing out a fair amount of damage this time around. So we'll see whether they're able to use those stronger champions to be able to make plays.
M3 still looking to try and siege up this bottom lane turret. They do have the Baron up minions, chipping it away slightly. But they're not able to break into the base just yet. RNG have done a good job of repelling that and defending against it, but it's just a matter of time before M3 would be able to push in. They still have a Blitzcrank as well. This 328 Savoki God, who is currently just hooking people left, right, and center, threatening every single time they get close to those turrets, making sure that your carries are in position. If not, they're going to get pulled outside the base into a truckload of crowd control and damage.
Well, looks like M3 are actually going to change tack. Didn't quite fancy the bottom lane push, so they'll actually
Top lane still has an
now.
outer, yeah. So easiest one to break in there. Freestanding gold, pretty much what we call it.
But starting to run out of time, it feels like. RNG don't really need to play catch-up as much as before as far as gold values go. Although M3 are certainly still ahead. And with the base not broken and Baron not up for a couple more minutes, M3 might just be content to wait for the next big neutral and then force a fight. The only issue could be that if they're not far enough ahead to decisively win a fight, if they don't execute properly. RNG feels like they're in touching distance with one big team fight. M3 may not have snowballed the game enough.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing about League of Legends right now. If it gets to 40 minutes, even if you're 10,000 gold behind, if you win one team fight, you generally win the game off it. So M3 do have to be careful. They have an area to force the team fight on their terms. It's important to say Dragon number 5 or the next Baron will both be that kind of fight. And it will really come down to, does Xiaohu get that the death cap? And can we get some form of armor penetration onto Whoosh? Otherwise, you really feel that this fight will be in M3's favor.
It's going to be really difficult for him to be able to finish up that death cap, but he's definitely looking towards it. The armor penetration has been picked up by Whoosh. He does have the last whisper already, so should be able to get through the frontline Nautilus a bit easier. Maybe Savoki too, if he is close up to that front line. But only a needlessly large rod has been picked up by Xiaohu so far. He's still waiting to pick up the rest of the components. Well, he can't even do that. Just has to finish it outright, as that is his final item in his build. But the rest of M3 taking this a little bit slower now that the Baron buff has run out. We do have XY split pushing in the bottom lane. The rest of the members of M3, as you can see on your screens, are grouped up in the mid lane. And RNG just putting down Azir's turrets to try and defend the pushes that they are throwing at them. Putting Looper into the side lanes, split pushing as much as possible. And he's doing just that in the top lane right now.
I mean, doing what they have to do here. But Looper's actually something that M3 doesn't have on their side. Is another way to win the game. M3 have sort of resigned themselves to saying, okay, we're just going to fight for the next major objective, get it, and then win, or win the team fight that happens at the objective, and then win the game from there. Looper can cause a lot of problems by moving around the map, but they don't have too much time to make a play. A minute 40 on both Dragon and Baron in M3. This time they're the ones with complete control as far as vision goes. They're set up perfectly to try and take this.
Yeah, completely agree. MLXG is actually moving towards the Zarot portal to do exactly what you're talking about, force them around the map. Try and see if they can get an advantage of better movement as opposed to a team fight, which they are still behind because there is no death cap on the Azir. He has a minute to go back, has not yet hit recall, so it's probably too late. We'll see whether he's able to get there in time. Looper's still trying to split push, cause chaos. You feel that if he can keep XY out of the team fight, if it's XY and Looper out of the fight, that's a good thing for RNG right now because XY is an absolute monster. And this is going to come down 100% to execution for RNG because they don't have the same firepower. Right now, M3 is the stronger lineup.
They sure are. They have seemed like the stronger lineup. Coming into game 2 here, completely different from the way they played in game 1. Not reacting to RNG anymore. This time, taking the ball and having it in their side of the court, making sure they can be the proactive players, making sure they're the ones that make the important decision to decide how the game is going to take place on Summoner's Rift so far, and they've done a good job at that. They have a nice gold lead for themselves, has set them up nicely, but RNG, they have not been going down without a fight so far, making sure that every single time they try to fight them off and try to pull it back in their favor.
Oh.
It was actually a Zhonya's. I can't believe this. This is another 6-item build with no death cap. That's really confusing to me.
Well, does do some damage, but maybe not enough. And Xiaohu's definitely the big carry on this lineup. In this particular team comp, I should say. Royal, though, they are positioned to try and fight for this Dragon. XY going to get himself locked up there by Jing with a bit of help from the CC.
That's actually Looper's ultimate burn as well. MLXG
Oh,
hooked.
that's a good hook there. Now Marta going to try and re-engage Scenery, though. He's going to have to pop the ulti early as he gets bursted down pretty quickly. Xiaohu going to kick them all out of the way as Pentakill does finally take out Looper. The damage is there. Victor ripping through people as XY. He lives through all the damage they throw at him. That's 4 kills for nothing.
And there just isn't enough damage on RNG's lineup. You see more than enough on Masters 3 right now. They absolutely smashed the team fight. And it looks like for the second time tonight, we're going to a surprise game 3.
Surprise game 3 it will be as they are able to take down Whoosh as well. M3 are just going to look to try and destroy the structures remaining inside of RNG space. They're through the inhibitor. They're onto the Nexus turret. And M3 completely flipping around what seemed to be a poor game 1 from them. Now playing phenomenally in game 2, taking the fight to RNG. And they pick up the win, tying up the series 1-1.
So Voki's Blitzcrank helping out in the early stages, but it really was an overall team effort for M3 that got them into a nice spot. It is nice to see the team fighting against such a tightening RNG, but RNG honestly just fell apart in the early game as far as I'm concerned. Like, from level 1, it just all went wrong, and they could not recover.
Yeah, there
from
was
the
a
first
couple
15
of
minutes.
moments where they looked like they had okay fights, but never that convincing fight we were expecting out of the lineup, and it just... I don't agree with some of the item builds, obviously, but that was just a comprehensive victory out of M3. They beat them around the rift.
I mean, yeah, hard to say much more than that because M3 just looked like a team that was completely in control of that particular game. RNG, I think I'm always going to ask the question when they lose. Can they actually play from behind? So we're going to check in with some highlights here. Just all these fights went so well here.
Yeah, they certainly did, and that was the first confusing fight, right? Marta flies in, and then Xiaohu shoves everyone backwards instead of pushing them under the turret. That was the first really strange one for me. Comprehensive victory that time around for M3, and I'm going to echo the sentiment. You know, they look great when they're ahead playing proactive League of Legends, and when behind, it just doesn't look the same. And it seems to be around MLXG's champion pool.
Yeah. I mean, his Elise is good, but he just didn't find any momentum in that game. Scenery on the Kindred had a really strong game. Didn't, go over-aggressive, but was able to thwart a lot of the aggression that I think RNG wanted. And this was Xiao who tried to make a big hero play. He was really enabled in this game to try and carry it, but maybe his build didn't reflect the damage he needed to be doing for his team. This is a nice moment from him. But Onazir is just such a good late-game champion. He had to do the heavy lifting because Whoosh had a real rough time and just couldn't quite get it done, despite the nice moment here.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, here he picked up a triple kill. That was definitely worthwhile. But look at this last team fight. Where is Zhonya's actually useful in this fight, you know? He's able to sit back, poke, do a lot of damage. But once a hook goes in, like, Xiaohu doesn't need a Zhonya's in this fight. He needs a death cap because all he's doing is standing at range, putting out damage. That was a really huge missed opportunity.
Big missed opportunity coming out from that. And once again, M3 showing that when they play proactive League of Legends, they can actually do something. Then game 2 right there, they were living up to their reputation of being able to take down some of the top teams when they want to do so.
I really, you know, Savoki had a better game. They took away some priority picks, but I think that was kind of RNG just not playing the same way they did in game 1. Sure, M3 lifted their game, but RNG didn't match it at all.
No, certainly not. They're in a very strong win for M3. We'll push us to our third game of the evening. Don't go too far away. RNG going to be able to bounce back, or will M3 slay another giant? We'll find out right after this. And we're back here for our final game, but before we get into this one, let's look at our MVP. It is PentaQ on the Lucian there. That game, 8-1-12, massive amount of CS. Seems like a team effort to me, but a perfectly good performance from PentaQ.
Yeah, when I look at the damage share, I actually I'm going to disagree with it. I think that Raphael probably deserved that one. He had a really, really impressive game. And XY also played better than he did in game one, which made a noticeable improvement. But PentaQ, you said team effort. It's kind of when it is a team effort, you can't be mad at someone for getting it. PentaQ definitely played well, but just wasn't like the standout to me. He definitely had an admirable game.
And again, it felt more like, in some ways, RNG slipping up than M3 maybe really getting things going. To their credit, they did answer proactively much better this time around, because it was a thing where, like, yes, if a team is sloppy, you need to actually capitalize when they make mistakes. And M3 did manage to do that. But RNG just kind of like, especially after game one, they're just like flailing everywhere. That game was so different to me.
Yeah.
It almost looked like a different team.
Yeah, please bring back RNG from game one. Thank you very much. That was a much cleaner, much more cohesive RNG, I would like to say, and it just seemed like they dropped the ball in that game.
But let's break it down. So game one, they go for an invade. M3 give up their jungle. That's like 3 minutes of the game wasted. You have to walk from one side of the jungle to the other. You give MLXG a 3-buff start. He's able to get ahead. He's able to beat you up. Game two, they go for the exact same play. You know the problem with that? They knew it was coming.
Yep.
They just collapsed 4 people and pick up the kill, and they're able to completely reverse that. So, please bring back RNG from game one. They tried to do that. It's just that you can't do the same thing 2 games in a row and expect it to be successful.
Yeah, little too, I'm going to say greedy there from RNG.
I'm going to say predictable.
Yeah, no, that too. Absolutely. And they're going to have to mix things up. Here we are into our champ select for our third game of this particular series. RNG M3 has gone the distance, as Trundle, Nautilus, and Kindred are going to be the 3 bans. So Royal actually banning the Trundle away from themselves, clearly respecting the power of the pick. Kindred. Callista and Lulu also the ban. And yeah, Scenery had a good game as well. Kindred is definitely a strong jungler. And this sort of leaves the obvious door open. Are they going to ban Italy, or is MLXG going to get it? And if they take Nidalee first pick, what happens then?
It's actually going to be Brom that's banned out here, so Nidalee is left up and available. Come on, that has to be an insta-lock in for MLXG here.
Pretty much an insta-lock. MLXG looks happy about it, smiling as he is going to get himself to Nidalee.
That means Tom is open for Savoki this time around.
Do love his Tom Kench. The Blitzcrank was curious. I think it was fine, to be honest, but could have been just about any other support. We might have been okay.
The thing about Blitz that a lot of people don't realize is he still has an AoE silence. People are like, oh, the hook, and it is game changing, right? It's like Lee Sin kick, but it was like when Lee Sin used to attack speed slow, and everyone would be like, you pick him because of your kick, and all good Lee Sin players were like, his E is like ridiculous.
Yep.
Well, they took that away. They haven't taken away the AoE silence off Blitz, and to me, that is like a really strong ability still.
Well, M3 trying to line up their next few picks, as Maokai and Graves are the current hovers. Seeing a lot of Scenery's Graves, but not quite sure how it's going to go against the Nidalee, which is his potential opponent. Also could go somewhere else that's not the jungle, but these are the picks here for M3. And again, another Maokai game. Just blind this time, actually.
XY picking up Maokai, should be picking up Maokai up in the top lane. We should be seeing Scenery.
I just don't get it when Poppy's available.
Yeah, I was going to say without Nautilus, but he is banned, so I kind of get that part of it. But Poppy's up. No one wants to pick her, it seems like, as RNG go to a very similar looking composition here. They're drafting quickly as well. Lucian and LeBlanc are their next 2 picks.
I mean, M3 have only played 1 game of Poppy this entire split, but at the same time, RNG's played 7. You might want to take it away from Looper, who would be really good at that champion, especially with Trundle and Nautilus gone from the top lane pickups.
But one thing I will say is that Maokai has always been good against the LeBlanc. That is what's been locked in, so there is a spot for him on this map, can follow the distortion, really disrupt the combo. Lissandra also good against LeBlanc, so I think that there is synergy here in the team composition, and they do need a big soul tank because they've taken Graves into the jungle.
Yep, certainly do. We saw how much work XY, was doing on the Nautilus. Nice and tanky there. There it is. There is Tom Kent and Jinx. Oh, this combo. If anyone remembers Worlds from last year, this was shown off.
AHQ. Was it AHQ that played it a lot?
I remember the Tigers playing it a lot, but AHQ may have also played it.
Yeah, I think AHQ's bottom lane. Fish, you know this better than me. Is it Albus?
Albus?
Yeah, Albus played it a lot, like, very well.
I only remember old HQ bot lane, which is Albus and Green Tea.
Yeah, like Arn was Arn's their AD carry. He's an absolute monster Jinx player, so Elvis was able to keep him alive very often on the pick.
Well, there's Poppy and Alistar, so very predictable stuff for RNG. They're two champions different from their Game 1 draft, I believe. But let's move over to M3, because again, they've got the cool combo. Tahm Kench Jinx, like I said, did start seeing it around Worlds 2015, if memory serves. But you can get Jinx out. She's an immobile AD carry. Oh, she can move, obviously, but she's
low mobility.
There we go. That's the one. Impaired. She's an impaired AD carry. Not disabled, just
Until
crippled.
you can kill someone, and then she's really quick and is a Jeep. So we'll see whether it does work out right now, because you're right. You can save her, reposition her, and then ensure that she does get that first reset. It's really impressive against Assassins, especially because whilst the particles are in the air, really good Tahm Kench players will wait till they're thrown and then take the AD carry away.
There's also the potential to get really cheesy in the lane and spit people onto Jinx traps, which is pretty gross. Saw a lot of that when the duo was first displayed. But Corki is the last pick here. Pretty safe stuff for Raphael. Kind of curious to see that he doesn't go back to Victor, but he is going to opt for Corki instead, which I guess is a little bit more in line with the current meta. Haven't seen too much Corki recently. He's been dropping off a touch here and there. But I like the draft from both teams. I think maybe some unconventional picks in a certain way for M3. Very safe draft for Royal, though.
Raphael is not unfamiliar with this Corki either, though. It's his second most played champion now. Oh, actually, no, it's his third most played champion now after that last game here. So he's picked it up 5 times so far in the LPL. So he's comfortable on that champion, but once again, Looper's got Poppy now. He's been playing this champion a lot, and he's pretty good at that champion.
Every time I see double AD carry into Poppy, I'm like, what is your life?
Oh, this is a triple AD carry.
It's 3 of them.
Oh.
Triple AD carry
same.
with a tree and a frog.
Statement is the same. What is going on?
No, I completely agree, and I think that there are also 2 legitimate assassins on this team in MLXG and Xiaohu, so running that particular lineup is a big risk, and they're going to have to account for it and play the early game phenomenally.
Well, we'll have to see, because it is RNG that have very good early games, but can M3 weather the storm? We're going to find out in the final game between these two. And here we are for the final game between these two, as Royal getting pushed to the limit, surprisingly, after losing Game 2, despite how decisively their first game was. But against this team, M3 definitely fought back well. And it feels like they've kind of, everyone's gone back to what they know. Royal's comp looks very similar to Game 1, but here's M3 with a 5-man invade. And Savoki's Tahm Kench been banned 2 games in a row. Let's see what work he can do today on the Frog.
Yeah, streaming forward on the Tahm Kench.
Oh yeah, blazingly fast.
Just waddling forward. I mean, you know,
It's another run animation that we got right.
That one's awesome. 100% agree. As there's a ward down. Pops out of Fog of War. But Loop is going to return in kind. Actually walks into vision of the turret, but not a huge deal, I suppose, as they going to know he's there anyway. And once again, it feels like teams are just spotting for some lane swaps, as Savoki is tracking Wush's Lucian right now.
This is my lane now. Savoki just marking his territory, asserting his dominance.
And Woosh actually not returning to the other side of the map. MLXG looking to start top side. So it looks like it will be a camp stolen and standard lanes, or if they do swap on the side of M3, at least the weak side of the jungle, and MLXG going to get a free red buff for himself. So that's very good news right now for the Nidalee.
It was but a ruse, as MLXG is going to look to get aggressive early on in the jungle, but no little invade this time. They adapt, and they're actually going to take away that red buff. Scenery on his blue. We'll see where he walks, because I think they might have some vision right now That could be R&D's vision. Can't quite make it out on the minimap right now. Scenery, though, pretty safe to jungle. MLXG, though, going to commit to this side, despite the fact that, again, it is not a lane swap. And Xiaohu, he's awfully low, but so is Raphael. Seems like they've been having some fun in mid lane.
Yeah, they certainly have, but Corrupting Potion versus Doran's means that it's probably in the Corki's favor for right now. And we'll see whether that is something that does continue. As you see that actually an invade coming through from Scenery. So he's able to pick up a double buff start for himself. Graves jungle's incredibly healthy. Still, even after the nerfs.
He'll be able to do just that. He has picked up his second buff already, clearing it away from MLXG's jungle. MLXG, on the other hand, has taken away the entire top side jungle away from Scenery first. Now working on that Scuttle Crab before moving on towards his blue. Mid lane once again, just trading back and forth. Xiaohu getting a bit of damage down as Thunderlords will proc coming in for Raphael. Just trades that one in return. Pretty even. If Xiaohu can farm all of this up, he will be up slightly in CS, but seems like he's going to be zoned away from that. But MLXG now picks up his own blue buff, looking to try and continue clearing as many of these jungle camps as he possibly can.
This man is power farming right now. Just clears through all the sides of the jungle that he gets a hold of. And this is the power of Nidalee. Level 4 now already. You can see up in experience on Scenery. Just clears that much faster. Nidalee so good at applying pressure, but really good at farming jungle.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I always say this, like, you can use your mana bar, your health bar. There are so many different ways to utilize Nidalee as Raphael gets chunked out. I really think that she is hands down the best jungler at the moment if you can play Nidalee well. As some aggression in the bottom lane.
Oh, Savoki, though. There's the first save. The first of many, probably.
Get back here.
As Penzacute takes basically nothing off that exchange. Good combo from Marta as Raphael is actually going to be forced out of the mid lane here. Scenery was visiting to see if he could get something done, as XY is also in trouble. Eats the buckler and the grass procs. So a massive amount of damage onto that Maokai. Looper going to take early control of this lane.
I always say it, like, I don't understand the aversion to play Poppy. She's not even, it's not like it's a high skill cap champion, something like Riven when Riven was really strong and like Faker was playing at mid lane and people weren't picking up and they were like, well, it is really hard to execute. Poppy's really easy to execute, guys. She's got a very straightforward kit. It's honestly nearly the exact same as Maokai's, in fact. And just doesn't want to take it in there. And you can see how much of a lane bully she is.
Yeah, I mean, definitely decision-making there for Poppy, but that's true of every champion, so I agree. Looper, though, certainly showing proficiency for it, which makes it even more interesting that M3 decided not to take it. Well, we'll see how much it costs them here. As Whoosh, happy in the standard lanes, able to push into Pentacute and get aggressive. You can see going to try and shove these under the turret and do whatever they can, but Pentacute with the rockets able to farm that up pretty safely. Alistar, especially Marta's Alistar, expects to want to play aggressively, but Savoki able to pretty much dissipate all of that pressure on the Tahm Kench. So it's very difficult to get anything done here.
Save Pentacute over and over again. It seems like his job is Scenery now. He's going to find MLXG inside this jungle. Not quite able to take the Wolf Camp away, but just gets a little bit of scouting information out. Knows exactly where the Nidalee is.
So 6.4, attack reset's still all over Nidalee's kits, remember? So you can see that MLXG using them to very great effect as, wow, that's a lot of damage. And that wasn't even a sigil proc. So Xiaohu, a little bit of a misplay there, but still able to chunk out Raphael. So after the spear, on every single change, after your leap, I think there's 5 or 6 in total that you can actually execute on auto attack resets. And, you know, you can see that MLXG using them to great effect to stay up about 3 camps in the jungle.
Well, back in the bottom lane, Ushamada still pushing things out. Pentacute actually staying up slightly in CS, so he's doing just fine for himself. I believe had a bit of assistance on the Gromp there from Zavoki. He's actually surprisingly good at helping him clear neutrals out. MLXG, though, he's trying to track the enemy jungler, see if he can get some pressure down onto Scenery. That looks like Whoosh is going to go back now. Up, he tricked me. Going to stay in the brush. Face check Tahm Kench. Just sends him a shot, just a warning. He can't quite clear that Trinket Ward out. Marta, though, going to pop down the pink ward, make sure they completely wash vision out of that side.
Warning shots come down in the bottom lane, but Scenery now taking away a few Raptors from his own camp. MLXG all over his jungle right now, making sure that he farms out as many of those as possible, but he's going to look to try and jump onto XY in the top lane. Looper's going to go for this really aggressive dive. He's tanking the turret here. XY is his ultimate available. They deal a lot of damage back in return. Interesting decision-making coming out from RNG.
Yeah, I don't think Looper actually really cares all that much. He has grasp. He's going to be completely fine. MLXG, however, does lose a camp because he was doing the Krugs during that, and now he won't get it, but picks up a Rift Scoutler for his trouble. And we'll just be able to continue to fly around the jungle.
Looper going to go back, though. Looks like Barmy Cinder's probably ready. And is. And got a pink ward as well, so just some early components coming out for everyone
Teleports back to the lane while Scenery is there. This is dangerous.
Charges up the ulti.
Get out!
Bye.
Oh, denies him the experience of the cannon.
Got him.
Worth.
That's actually kind of cute. As Loop is able to queue down that wave pretty efficiently with the Barmy Cinder help. And settling back in. Again, just a bit more farming. Much quieter early game, honestly, but I don't think we've had standard lane so far in the series. It's been a lot of early invades, one or the other, but it's been very equalized early game here, 8 minutes in. Seems like no one's really getting a massive lead in farm either, except although Lupa and Xiaohu, to their credit, are actually up about 10 CS. It is Whoosh that's behind.
Yeah, Jinx's range is actually just really hard to deal with as they're looking for him.
Oh,
Sabarki.
Yeah, he flashed, though.
Still gets the save. Burns the summon as well for it.
Very nicely done there out of RNG, rotating down Xiaohu. Will be an invade onto the blue buff as well, so maybe a little bit more controlled play this time around out of RNG to be able to pick up some advantages on the Rift.
MLXG actually gets that blue as well, but I think that's just fine here. Nidalee does want to keep power farming up. You can see Runic Echo is almost there, as he's got the Aether Wisp in the inventory. Scenery is going to clear that out. So has to waste a bit of extra time clearing that camp completely. As MLXG just continues to fly through the jungle, 34 to 35. Scenery actually keeping up quite nicely. Graves, no slouch in the jungle farming department himself. But you can just see the amount of speed and coverage Nidalee can have on the map. She's just everywhere all the time, it feels like.
It's about what camp you're taking. So we've seen Scenery on screen take about 3 Raptor camps. So that's about 12 CS. Whereas we've seen at the same time, MLXG take so many Rift Scuttlers. They're only worth 1, but worth more gold overall. So it is a little bit of back and forward in between the two objectives. And I would say that MLXG, even though he's fairly equal on farm, now has put a little bit more distance between them, would be up in gold a pretty significant amount.
We are going to take a look back up in the top lane once again. Lupa and XY, just these two major tanks going to battle out again. Lupa putting down a little bit of hurt up there, but should be easy for them out. Got to heal up eventually. And Xiaohu now going to be able to clear out a couple of pink wards in this river. Spots out the second one on his way back to lane. Doesn't really care, actually. Just identifies that it is there before wandering back off.
This might actually be our real first fight of the game. We keep mentioning Graves' early strength. Lupa punts away, but it resets, so that's just an ultimate burn for really nothing on RNG's side.
Yeah, successful stuff there from M3, actually. I was hoping we were going to see the often unnoticed Rift Herald steal, but haven't got that one just yet in the LPL. To get them off the buff, though, would have been a nice little bit of extra gold and pushing power into the hands of RNG. So good defense there from M3. As XY is going to get himself into the wall.
Lupa burns a combo and doesn't have the ulti. He might be in a bit of trouble here.
Scenery looking for it. As Lupa is forced to flash out of the way. W's popped up, though. He'll be safe this time.
Flash is going to be able to get him out of that Zmata now. He's going to go aggressive. Savogi has to eat Pentakill away to keep him alive. Lucia's going to dash in, gets a little bit of damage down in return onto this Jinx. Good trade overall for RNG's bottom lane.
Certainly is, and they gain complete control because Xiaohu steps into some shadows there. Ooh, now diving onto the Corki one more time. Raphael returns damage very nicely, though.
First chain lands, but yeah, a little unsafe now. It's actually Scenery's here as well. Just needs an ulti, flashes forward, gets the Q. But I think he needs a little bit more damage, and Xiaohu knows he's not caught out. Scenery going to move his way in as MLXG's going to try and look to turn this around. Might be looking for the jungler, though. This is a lot of damage. Smokescreen, though, goes down. Speed is going to miss. Good juke there from Scenery.
Teleport.
TP in there as well. XY's going to try and make the difference, but they're actually going to lock him down. Mata also here, and now Lupa's going to move in. The first blood is going to go down. It is for Xiaohu as Scenery falls.
And that's 5 members out of RNG versus 3 for M3, so you understand exactly why they're hesitant to turn that one. Bottom lane stays at home whilst Rouge and Marta move up. It might mean a turret falls down in the bottom lane, but the first blood does go over to RNG.
Pentakill and Jinx here. He has a lot of damage they can deal on turrets with his minigun, ramping up his attack speed, taking down those structures really quickly. Not quite able to take it down, so he doesn't get the turret in return for the kill that RNG do pick up. And with that, RNG do have about 1,500 gold lead ahead of M3 early into this game. Whoosh now going to get locked up. Amata responds with a nice, aggressive
I think they
play
just
here.
go this time around. Oh, Whoosh doesn't get it.
Still gets the flash. He's going to try and look for that final auto attack. Just can't quite get it. Savoki, he's now looking for blood here, going really aggressive against this Lucian. It's actually going to be 2 flashes
Mata.
used to get away.
Here comes Xiaohu one more time. Does get spotted out by a Wolf Spirit, so it will back away. But so much pressure in this bottom lane starting to come out from RNG. You can see that Jinx is farming up a Storm, but Lucian still has the kill threat. We'll stick around this time around. So the map is still so even. It's about 1,300 gold right now for RNG. But you feel like things are on a knife edge. Something is going to go down in a second, and it's going to be big.
And again, RNG are back to making more proactive plays, but M3 are responding correctly this time around. Tom Kench, we've seen the work Savoki can do in it before. Certainly able to save a lot of sticky situations as TP topside. Looking for XY there as MLXG's in for the gank. Looper goes in very aggressive after he knocks him back, but XY pretty tanky with the ultimate ticking away. Not tanky enough though as MLXG takes him out.
And Looper went back to base in vision and then teleported behind him to completely bait him into overcommitting to that hitting the turret. That's cute out of the top laner for RNG. It probably won't work every single time, but that time it does pay off. So good investment into the top lane, denies a lot of farm and should secure Rift Herald for RNG.
Certainly has. And now MLXG on this nearly a champion that you don't really want to give on over to RNG at all. He's 1-0-1 with 73 CS right now in comparison to Scenery. One has 45 and a death to his name. So he's ramping up quite nicely on this Nidalee. But RNG now going to try for the second attempt at this Rift Herald. Will be able to take it down. That does go on over to MLXG.
And a lane swap for the first time this game. It is actually M3 dodging out of the Lucian lane. They thought that maybe that last one was a little bit too close for comfort. So they have tried to go into the top lane and just pick up some freestanding gold of that turret. Looks like they will be successful. Jinx alone with structures does wreck them. But you can see that Lucian has recalled and now moving into that lane.
Yeah, Lupus sort of halfway there as well. I don't know if he's going to be there in time to save it as Raphael. He's going to go ahead and take his blue buff. MLXG continuing to fly through the jungle as that outer turret will go over to M3. I'm going to equalize the turrets.
That is 3 members going top.
Oh, Savoki ults out. That's
Goodbye.
Amazing. That's one way to save your AD carry.
Reinforces that, okay, I'm going to save PentaQ every single time.
Blue buff to Xiaohu though, as MLXG starts it up, goes straight for the Gromp. Kind of curious where MLXG is going with his build. Seen a lot of Rod of Ages be quite popular on Nidalee.
Iceborne Gauntlet is really cool at the moment, but I think that it might be Zhonya's. I'm not going to talk about my Iceborne Gauntlet build because I did yesterday when I saw this, and then I was like heartbroken. So we're just going to calm down a little bit. But if anyone would do it, I'm going to say, I'll just precurse with, if anyone in the LPL builds the way that I've seen, it would be MLXG because he plays a very similar style.
We're going to have to see if that is his item pickup of choice. If we take a look at the mid lane, package is on Raphael now as Xiaohu. He has his blue buff, takes a little bit of damage and trades in return in this mid lane. And take a look at their items really quickly. Morel Nomicon onto this LeBlanc, already picked up. Raphael respecting the LeBlanc as an assassin, picking up the Hex Drinker as his first item and then working towards his Trinity Force afterwards. Now MLXG wasn't happy and satisfied with just that Rift Scuttler, working towards picking up the Dragon buff as well, which he will be able to do alone. First one of the game, and that goes on over to RNG.
Yeah, very quick Dragon out of the Nidalee, so that will be picked up as Mata trying to get rid of all of his target stacks. Gets one left over. Scumbag Xiaohu takes that one away.
Well, Xiaohu's continuing to face check the Corki, but Corki can kind of just stand there and
He
shoot
just
you
dropped
whenever you
another
just throw it
pink
in.
Yes.
Double pink ward. That is 10 auto attacks.
10
for
auto
someone.
attacks. I would love to see Scenery face check that bush and just look at the 2 pink wards and cry.
Well, Xiaohu actually is going to stay in the lane, but he's kind of
Oh, here we go.
Did
He's
it.
just done it.
Uh-oh.
No,
Show me the
spectators,
graves.
show me the graves.
Where are your
he's
priorities,
still there.
man?
Xiaohu, again, trying to clear things out. MLXG actually able to clear that. But
He's-
Scenery, oh, he's still there.
He got him.
Oh.
For those that don't understand the joke, Graves only has 2 pieces of ammunition, obviously. If you're Graves and you put 10 auto attacks into a champion, they are like dead 2 times over. His auto attacks do so much damage. But pink wards, on the other hand, whoa. They are hard to take down. And there are so many times where I've seen people play Graves and they're like, oh, pink ward, I'm going to take this out. And they get caught out because they actually don't calculate how long it's going to take them for the 5 autos. He should get 3 at once. He's got a shotgun.
Well, only 2, unfortunately, as Graves' nemesis continues to be those pink wards. Pretty aggressive one up there as well, actually right on top of PentaQ. I think Loop is trying something here. But he's not alone. Savoki, of course, in the back pocket. As he might just go in for it now, but I think Savoki can save him. And Loop is kind of annoyed because I think he really wants an assassination. It's not the first time Loop has done this, by the way. He loves this brother.
Yeah, he
Feels
does. Now
like-
he's going for the flank again.
Feels like we've been here before. And now Lupa is going to try and knock away Savoki.
Oh!
He gets it! Knocks away the savior for PentaQ, and now he's left alone, stuck without his babysitter.
Mata.
He's going to get absolutely obliterated. They're going to give this one over to Whoosh, it seems. Trying to take him down. The Super Mega Death Rocket's not going to deal enough damage, and even Savoki's in trouble. He has to flash
What
away.
a play out of Looper. That was so smart to knock away the Tahm Kench that would be eating the AD carry. And then be able to pick up the kill onto Pentakill. As a turret is destroyed, apparently. In the bottom lane, it was XY.
So 2-1 up in turrets now for M3. They do manage to take out that structure. Goldly, though, in the hands of RNG. It's not massive, but you can see they're starting to mount some of the pressure they've built for themselves
And he's going for Zhonya's.
over the 18 minutes of this game.
Sad boy.
Unfortunately, the Zhonya's is the item pickup there for MLXG. So sad spawn is sad. But pressure onto this turret now. Q's the wave, tanks the turret hit. Not sure I feel about that one. But they are going to get the turrets that they want. RNG going to start to really open up this map, get themselves some gold. As Xiaohu just ignoring the Corki, going to wave clear with his face. As Loop is able to get that. Oh, hello.
He's out for some revenge. Savoki's up here with XY this time. Lupa is going to get locked down by the tree. MLXG lands a nice spear onto Jinx in the backlines. And it is going to be Poppy that does get
Mata's
eaten
here.
up. Here is Mata trying to get in for a flank. They're going to try and knock him into the wall. Doesn't quite get it. Gets locked down by XY. They knock Savoki back. But Lupa doesn't care. He charges straight into the backlines. The final spear from MLXG will be enough to pick up the kill. And they're looking for Savoki now. Double kill going on over to the Nidalee. But look at this. We're just in a bit of trouble trying to duel out both the Rift Herald and Scenery at the same time. RNG are not done yet, though.
No, looking for Scenery. Headbutt lands onto Raphael, but no Pov there to follow in. Looking for the spear. Scenery does quick draw away. MLXG throws it in, but Scenery with nice little shoes there is able to dance himself out of the way. Xiaohu, though, is going to try and close this out. He flashes in for Scenery, but his Hex Drinker is going to keep him alive. And there's just nothing here that Lupa is going to finish it off. He teleports back in, gets nice and
That is
aggressive.
the third headbutt pulverizer that has been flashed. Mata is having a nightmare of a team fight, but RNG still come out ahead. 3-0 in the end, and they will pick up a turret. Mata was just like, stand still and let me pulverize you.
Got a lot of summoners, though, and all of a sudden RNG at 5,000 gold ahead as that rocket whistles past Swoosh.
Whistles past Rouge, and the previous one was
So
right
let's
into his
have a look
face.
at this. We can count them. So this is a nice play out of Savoki. He thinks that he can bring XY in and utilize PentaQ, but MLXG is just a dead eye. That's the first spear. So in comes Mata, right? And he's like, I'm going to get PentaQ here. I'm going to flash Pulv. Nah, gets flashed. All right, cool. That's not a big deal because we're able to get another person in. Good flash spear takes him out. So we're all good. Hopefully we speed this bit up. Lupa gets another one. All right, cool. Chase ensues. Down past here. Oh, we're not even going to watch it. Mata goes for another headbutt pole. That one gets bulked out of, I believe, from Raphael. Then he goes for another one that gets flashed.
Not his day, really.
As Lupa ults Tahm Kench out again. Not quite enough to take out that turret.
Well, that's one way to get rid of the Tahm Kench other than banning it. Just knock it straight back to the base every time.
Hey.
I'm waiting for the day that he actually swallows the 80 carry in a team fight. They both get knocked away and they lose a team fight because they're like, oh, Tahm Kench.
Or the awesome where Poppy charges her ulti and Tahm Kench eats her, and they both go on a magic carpet ride. We have the potential for that interaction also.
Where are we going?
No one knows. Somewhere. Quickly. As the mid turret does fall down. 10 seconds till that Dragon. Baron is up as well, in case RNG feeling a bit brave. But I feel like Dragon is a pretty obvious collapse here. Would be their second of the game. And RNG just has so much, MLXG, sorry, just has so much neutral control for his team. It seems like M3 just can't get a look in right now. They're starting to fall really far behind.
Okay, so he's gone for a similar vein of item, so I will talk about it. He's going for Rylai's Crystal Scepter next. So the build I really enjoy at the moment is getting a Sheen, getting a Rylai's, and going into Iceborne Gauntlet. Cooldown reduction is amazing on Italy. Iceborne Gauntlet gives you 20 as opposed to Lich Bane that only gives you 10. So people will be like, why wouldn't you just build that? And also the double slows, you know, being able to heal yourself, auto-attack for the initial Iceborne Gauntlet slow, and then land the spear for the Rylai slow, and then the persistent chase you have out of it is actually phenomenal on Nidalee. Instead of going for Iceborne Gauntlet, he's gone for Zhonya's Hourglass, which is still the tankiness that you expect, and now he's got the Rylai's for that follow-up slow. It's a really annoying build to escape from. It's kind of this bruiser Nidalee, but AP style.
Not just the slow that the Rylai's going to give him, it's going to give that bit of health as well to go along with the armor that he's already picked up. And take a look at the other items really quickly. We do have the Abyssal Scepter completed on Xiaohu now, so his second item pickup. And on the other side of the map, we have Raphael. He has finally completed his Trinity Force. Hexdrinker did slow him down slightly, but does have to respect the damage that Xiaohu and MLXG can both dish out at this stage of the game.
And right now, RNG again continuing to ride that gold lead. Try and play a bit more aggressively. Whoosh dashes forward towards Savoki.
And then thinks back to a time where Lucian used to have 575 range.
Yep. And it was a better time.
But definitely not unless you're the Lucian.
I think Whoosh remembers it fondly, I'm sure. Shao look for Savoki. Pretty tanky though, the old time Kench. Does get chained up though. But will walk himself out of tether range. It's just again, more buff control. Plenty of poke there from the Nidalee. RNG have a whole host of ways to progress from this point, but feels like they're much more in control this time around. And I think a lot like game one, they're going to look to play nice and methodically as they look to close this one out. They've already 6k up. Leads only looking to grow here.
And I want them to ignore Baron. Right now, RNG's games that they win, they get really Baron obsessed. And like they just try and fight everyone in Baron pit. It's kind of like draw the line in the sand, like everyone come at me. And you can see right now they're trying to control that vision, but there is a ward in there. Scenery nearly got caught out. I really just want them to split push with the Looper, look for a teleport play, continue to poke out with the Nidalee, with the LeBlanc, because they have such good poke, and just take this game clearly. I really don't think that they need to go near a neutral objective this time around.
This feels very similar to game one. RNG just trying to suffocate M3, so to speak, take away all the jungle resources, push them into their turrets. Not necessarily force them to fight you, but if you have a chance to pick a fight, pick one. And once again, it's MLXG and Mata that are facilitating this and allowing RNG to do just that. Looper split off to the side once again, trying to split push on his own. Will get into the fights when he needs to. Look at that scenery. You're caught out between a rock and a hard place. Almost gets the slam into the wall, but just not quite for him. But this should be a lot of damage onto this middle inner turret. As Maokai now, he's going to try and jump on the Xiaohu. He's taken down incredibly low. The ultimate from Scenery will not connect. Savoki is going to eat Mata in the backlines. He just pops his ultimate and pulverizes everybody as XY now. Looper trying to knock him as many people as he possibly can, but he's exhausted now. M3, they're flashing forward. They're jumping onto Whoosh. PentaQ picks up the first kill. XY's not done. They're looking for more. Xiaohu's the next one. Double kill coming in for the Jinx as they chase onto Looper even further. Slams onto the Gromp to try and get away. Will not get zapped up by Jinx, but that's 2 kills going on over to RNG. They're not done yet.
Yeah, they certainly aren't. Savoki goes in. He's just probably going to die for his trouble.
Yep. All right, Looper's going to chase for the kill. Good flash throw for Savoki. He baited him in the whole time, but MLXG comes around, heals Looper, and gets the assassination down onto Tom Kench.
And takes a Rift Scuttler, if you don't mind.
Things. Looper apparently still getting chased down.
So in the end, 1 for 2. M3 give away some of that advantage, and because they chase instead of pushing down mid lane, they're not actually going to get a turret for their trouble, unless it is this one right here. Is relatively healthy. Need to make sure they don't overextend, because Looper's pinging out wards like a madman and wants to make a play.
Looper seems like he always wants to make a play, but Mata, I think, is just going to clear this wave out and things will settle down a bit. RNG, again, a little too aggressive to try and take objectives there. Did get the tier 2 turret, but it cost them quite a lot. Still ahead, though, so don't need to worry too much, as I think they still came out ahead overall on gold. As Raphael has to be very careful defending this blue buff. Does not want to eat a spear.
Yeah, he just can't defend it. It's going to be stolen away there. MLXG able to pick it up. So that's another blue denial over to the Nidalee. It is actually quite crucial that MLXG has a blue buff. I'm also going to point out that he's the highest level on the map by a pretty long way right now. He's about halfway through 15. So that's a good news story to give it over to him. And he also has 3 completed items. So he's as farmed as any of the solo laners in this game.
He's 4-2 with 160 CS right now. His counterpart's Scenery, 100 CS and 2 deaths to his name. So definitely farming a lot better than him, and especially throughout the map. Like you said, level-headed everyone far up in that farm. Got 3 items to boot. He's just going to get stronger and stronger. We've seen how devastating his spears can be. They're still putting out the pressure against M3 here as RNG looking to try to continue to suffocate this M3 lineup. Grouping up
back into the bottom lane, trying to create some form of pressure. Zarot hasn't been a big pickup right now for Looper, but instead just split pushing with his actual body. So, you know, a similar effort.
About as good, I guess, as he's actually going to work on the last tier 2 remaining for RNG. Does find XY, though, and this is starting to get a little silly as far as tank battles go. Seems like XY maybe was struggling earlier on, but able to definitely hold his ground against the Poppy. Can't quite do enough damage, despite how good her damage is for a tank. And we're going to have a fight over the Grump here. Not sure who's going to win.
Come
I
on,
guess it's
XY.
on Looper.
Oh.
And it is going to be Looper. As RNG also going to take Dragon number 3 for themselves. Once again, playing very safe. Not going to Baron, like you're suggesting. Definitely looking for more of a siege, but feels like their last little attempt was a little too far forward. Starting to play back a bit more and making sure they do this the right way. They do not want to slip up with this sort of lead, given that this is the last game they have to play in this series.
Yeah, 100%, especially given the fact that RNG, they're in the Group B that we keep talking about. They are currently atop of it and want to stay there, but it's only a 2-game advantage right now over OMG and EDG. So we'll see whether that is something that they can continue. OMG, of course, coming up next against WE. So much League of Legends today. We're going to 9 games. I can feel it in my bones. This is going to be the 10-hour LPL day, the dream.
Woo! Well, we're at 6 right now.
Someone find Rusty. Actually, don't. He's been at the races all day. Give the man a break.
Troy's cheering you on.
Oh, I'm sure he's laughing his head off at this. Because I got last weekend, so I got a little bit of a relax myself, as there's not really much happening on Summoners Rift, guys. So, I don't know.
Tweet at Rusty Law. Tell us how your day's going.
Yeah.
He wants to know.
That would actually, yeah, that
There
would
you
make
go.
my day.
There you go. That's what you need to do. Let's level up the banter on the cast, shall we?
The other day, someone, it must have been Rusty, because he's the only one that does it, did the same to me, as maybe MLXG going to get a little bit caught here.
Oh, Raphael. Good eat there from Savoki. Gets him out of the way.
Yeah, I don't even know what the question asked, because I just got the weirdest answers. And I was like, I can't even, comprehend what was actually asked here, so I went back and tried to figure it out, and then, of course, everyone denies that they actually said to tweet at me, so it was interesting. Is that going to be a Lichbane, or is it going to be the latest roller ever? No, roller doesn't build out of blasting one, so it's going to be a Lichbane. You're lucky this time, MLXG. Nearly went on a rant.
Well, it is going to be Baron attempted for RNG, though. Teleport in from Looper also really committing. Oh, XY, he doesn't spot him for the cancel, but now he's going to go in for it. They must know now, and they do. Marta trying to zone them out of the way, but he's actually taking a lot of heat. They do get the Baron. Marta going to be a bit tankier, gets a 3-man Polv, and now Looper going to kick the tanks out of the line. That's RNG just trying to book it, but they did steal the buff.
Yeah, so the Baron does go down very cleanly, executed this time around. They will probably lose the mid lane turret for their exit for that, but they will be able to get back in quite short order. Whoosh, that is aggressive and probably unnecessary, but I like it. The gusto. That's a Baron and a 9,000 gold lead right now for RNG.
Massive gold lead for the RNG lineup. 5 turrets to 3. They've got 3 dragons to their name as well. And now with this Baron buff, they're going to be able to easily siege the remaining turrets on M3 side of the map. They do have the inner turret on the bottom side, which is a free one for the rest of RNG to take down. They should be rotating down there to pick up that last outer turret, so to speak, outside of the base of M3. And then continue with another siege push to try and take down one of the inhibitor turrets and maybe even take the fight to M3 as well.
Oh, good damage on the scenery there.
But also good return damage onto Xiaohu.
Looper just goes in for it. Going to try and zone them off the turret so they can take it successfully. They do manage to get it. It's really just the base that RNG are going to try and break into. Whoa. So if M3 can hold, it's not a bad spot, but they're going to go in onto XY. Xiaohu, we're going to dive in. This tower's getting low.
Here we go. Maybe the fight we've been waiting for.
They're looking for it. XY is going to take it down incredibly low. Has to flash out. The turret has been taken down. Whoosh is going to eat a super mega death rocket. The rest of M3 fancy their chances in this fight now. MLXG, he's in the backlines looking for a good spear to try and take down one of the members from M3, but it's just not quite enough. They do, however, get the inhibitor turret, so they take down that objective, leaving a naked inhibitor open. And RNG could potentially just come back around and take that at any time.
And MLXG is still just farming like a madman. 192 CS, still the highest level in the game. This is a Nidalee performance to remember. We'll go back, picks up a Void Staff. Now just has a Sapphire Crystal sitting in his back pocket. Of course, helping out with all those mana issues. What is it, 200 mana that you get out of that item?
Yep.
Trumps.
I mean, he's got almost every blue buff, it feels like. So it does have one now that he stole, so Siege can continue with no real worry for mana pool for the next few minutes.
Has picked up a Sheen as well. As I said, this late in the game, I expect it, especially with a full AP build, to be a Lich Bane for a legitimate assassination attempt. But 20% cooldown reduction from Iceborne Gauntlet. All I'm going to say is, Atlas calls me like a salesman when I cast.
Yep.
Like, I'm trying really hard to sell Iceborne Gauntlet today.
All right. I like that it's Iceborne Gauntlet Rylai's too.
Yeah.
Something about that makes me happy.
Well, there's still a nice one gone on the map for the Looper here. So you still get that satisfaction as the rest of
Yeah,
RNG.
but he's a
found it.
returning customer, right?
Look at that package coming from Raphael. Just jumps in, jumps out, uses the flash as well. Mata now in the backlines. There goes the LeBlanc trying to lock in to jump down and take down Scenery, but it will be actually Mata that gets taken down. Now RNG in a little bit of a sticky situation. Xiao Hu, he's probably going to go down here, manages the double dash. Blizzard Rocket coming out. Will be sidestepped casually by Xiao Hu, but they do lose their support once again and only taking down the inhibitor turret.
If you want to fight, just go to the bottom lane. There's no turret there. This time around, RNG overcommit in the mid lane, where there was at least initially a turret, and it is nearly M3 turning this one around. Of course, even though they have a 10,000 gold advantage, carries have still got items at this stage of the game for M3.
Get him.
No, not that bold as old MLXG. Although Dragon being up is actually kind of annoying. Because M3 have 4 people, and right now it's only the Nidalee. Savoki going to block a lot of those spears. Dragon is going to go to M3. That is a big boost in stats, but does deny the Dragon there as well. And MLXG just can't fight anyone as Looper.
Hello.
He's going to try and make it work, but it's kind of 2v5 right now. RNG, everyone back alive.
Oh!
Savoki's like, yep, I'll get you to safety, don't worry. But the inhib's open, they're going to try and zerg it down.
He took the red pill.
Oh, that's
Look at
not good.
this. XY being really aggressive, trying to jump onto Looper here. Now he's going to get eaten up by Savoki to try and run away. Looper charging the helicopter, trying to knock someone back off, but it's not going to be able to do so. They will be able to take down the inhibitor. No response from M3 just yet. Mata getting taken down incredibly low, has to flash away. Rocket comes out, not going to be what they want as Savoki's the one who picks up the kill. Exhaust being put down onto Looper. Maokai actually teleported onto a ward to try and get into this fight. His flash is down and just can't quite keep up the chase, but M3 pick up a single kill again.
And this is another game where Xiaohu has actually got to 6 items nearly and has not built a death cap, and I feel that his team is suffering for it. Just not enough damage to actually finish off one of the carries. And it means that M3, even though they look like they're losing these fights, are able to pick up 1 kill and then translate it into an objective. It's a minute 40 till Baron. They'll be able to get some vision in that area. And they shouldn't be, but they're still in with a chance in this game.
They really are. RNG have just been, I'm going to say, way too aggressive trying to close out these objectives. It feels like they're a little too keen.
Reckless.
To close the game out. Very reckless.
And not the player, like,
no.
as in the emotion.
Yes, as in the state of being.
Yeah.
I mean, RNG, I know you're an aggressive team, but it's almost to a fault this time around. You're starting to see how they are getting punished. And I don't know if it's just a personal thing or a confidence thing here in this particular matchup, but RNG, even against a team like M3, they would have, again, come in expecting to do well here. And it feels like after game 1, they really did fumble in game 2, and they're just sort of still floundering a bit. I think reeling from that first loss.
Still a massive difference here. Game 3 to game 2, they're up ahead. Over 10,000 gold, 11,000 gold in RNG's favor. They got gifted this Nidalee in the jungle for MLXG. 4-0-2 with 216 CS. So he's farming up a Storm and is an absolute monster on Summoner's Rift now. And here's the saving grace so far, I believe, for M3. Pentakill on Jinx, a hyper-scaling carry who does now have 5 items. But here's a teleport coming from Looper. He wants some blood. He's going to just run at someone. Looks like he's going to find Savoki.
Oh, it's a
in
double!
Graves. He's going to find Cinery as well. Cinery now getting locked down. Gets knocked up. Slowed as much as possible. The Ignite is ticking and Whoosh picks up that kill. Savoki is next and RNG have just found the opportunity they've been waiting for.
Yeah, they certainly have. And with 5 seconds on Baron, or they can just go to the base and try and end this game. A great pick, once again, generated from a good vision control and teleport out a Looper. That will most likely be RNG closing out the game, but I feel like with Pentakill alive, they still might put up a fight.
Well, they're going to take what structures they can. This inhib is ripe for the taking, and they will just make sure that one goes away. Mid is kind of respawning in a minute or two, but they actually don't feel confident enough with 280 carries and a Maokai to push into the Nexus. They're going to go back to Baron and do that instead and delay the game even longer.
I really feel like RNG could have tried and push for at least even the 3rd inhibitor if they wanted to. Graves is not even up yet, but they're still going to be able to get this drag. This Baron here. Rockets coming out. Not going to be enough as MLX. She's able to block that one from entering the pit and getting anywhere close. So another Baron will go on over to RNG, furthering their gold lead. They're 13,000 gold ahead of M3. They have 3 Dragons, 8 turrets, and a Baron now.
It's not the gold that's the problem, unfortunately. Plenty of that to go around, but M3 are just denying RNG every single time they try and move in to end the game, it feels like. And RNG, they're playing a little scared, it almost feels like. You cannot afford to do that against someone like a Jinx. You face-take Jinx Corgi for long enough, I don't care what the gold lead is. You are going to die.
Yeah, 100% agree. And the one thing that is kind of still capturing me about this game is I still don't know what that Sheen is turning into. But for all intents and purposes, this game should have probably been over. MLXG now split pushing bottom lane, 231 CS as a jungler. He is an absolute monster. First at 18 on the map. Looper was second. Looks like Xiao will be the next person to reach there, although XY has kept up relatively well this game, you have to say, and is very tanky on the Maokai. It's just that they're a major item behind on every position.
Major item behind, and that shows in the gold lead too, as RNG now looking to try and push down this top lane turret. They're chipping at it slowly. Back in the back line, Scenery's taking a bit of damage from this LeBlanc here. And M3, they might just have to give this one up. They really need to fight for something.
Yeah, they can't give it up. Looper now walking super creeps, Baroned up into the base. They just need to go. And here we are, last team fight of the game, about to go down.
Well, base is broken now, so this inhib's also under fire. M3 know they're running out of time, but Xiaohu is going to chain down the initiators. RNG, that's going to be supers in every single lane. As there's the packet delivery. Raphael going to try and make the play, but he's going to get crit down and shot. As Scenery's going to fall going straight into the front line. Looper going to take out Pentakill on the backside. And Savoki barely able to save Raphael, but XY may not be so lucky. He flashes out of the way, but Marto combos in Whoosh. He's able to get the double, and that's 3 clean kills. Never mind, MLXG did go down, but I think his life will be worth the trade.
Can they end? They're so low still, and this is an AD carry trying to defend.
They're going to try and end, though.
They
Towers
need a
are gonna
miracle.
fall. M3, they certainly do. But I think the M and then M stands to master. Looper is just going to zone them off. They're going to try and get this Nexus. Whoosh is pretty much going to shoot it himself, and Raphael just can't get in enough. They are going to get it, I believe. Yes, they will. The Nexus goes down. And what a slog of a game 3. But it is RNG that take the series 2-1.
What a slog of a series. That was first in B, the strong group versus fourth in A. And in the end, it is a much closer battle than I think we expected. Hats off to M3. They continue to play upset in some of these series. But RNG do get the important win. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, if you're an LGD fan, you're officially equal fourth.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
I know. 3-8 and 3-8.
they're both 3-8.
Officially equal fourth, but only one of them can be.
What, are you trying to say that Masters 3 is a better chance of making playoffs right now? Yeah, I don't think anyone that tells you they have the answer to that question, they are lying. But a bow coming out of RNG, pretty well-deserved victory.
Honestly, I'm just impressed by M3, I think, in that series. Given that it was a 2-0 we already saw this week from RNG over Snake. Definitely a team that's been fighting pretty hard so far in the LPL. to get dragged to 3 games like that, just feels like Royal were not on top of their game today.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that it shows the difference in team fighting. I actually think that M3 team fight very well. After watching that game, Frostgrim was trying to sell me on it. I wasn't actually that wrapped in it, but after watching that set, I think they do throw some curveballs at you. They kite back very nicely as a team, and I think that caught RNG completely off guard. They wanted to go forward so much, and M3 kind of collapsed on you and then like push back, and it really came out in that set.
I agree with that, and I really feel that M3, they know when to pick their moments to fight. Even in Game 1, when they were 6,000 gold behind, they knew exactly when to take the fight to RNG. They got a nice team fight, almost picked up a Baron for it, lost that, just went downhill from there. Game 2, they knew exactly when they wanted to fight, and that was pretty much all the time. Just took the fight to RNG each and every single time. Just wasn't quite enough in Game number 3.
And I think, interestingly enough, in that particular game at least, felt like the game was getting bogged down a bit, but as far as I'm concerned, the man that saved that game and really kept them in it, it was Looper. Looper and his Poppy, another great teleport play. MLXG wasn't having the impact he wanted to late in the game. Even Mata was struggling to get in, it felt like, every now and then on Alistar of all champions. And Looper just comes up with a heroic teleport.
Yeah, no, Looper has, like, hands down been, like, for me, the most improved player. And that's so weird to say of someone that won a world championship 2 years ago, but he's right back in his comfort zone, like making huge teleport plays. They've always had good vision control for him. So I think that that is a player that when he is unlocked, when he's free to play kind of the type of League of Legends that he wants to, I think that he's going to be a good player. I think that Whoosh is the other player for me in that game that played pretty well. I think that underrated as an AD carry. His positioning is really phenomenal, and he lanes 1v2 most of the time because Marta's just not there.
So I think I can confidently say now that Looper is the catalyst for RNG. We talked about how they are the reactors, the jungle and the support reacting to make sure the mid laner and the AD carry can carry out the game.
They were igniters.
Yeah.
Yes, they're igniters, but Looper's the catalyst. So once they start going ahead and once they start doing really well, they're working together, Looper just shows up and makes it go even faster. So he's always on his own to start off, and then once he groups up the rest of the team, just makes things go faster and faster and closes out the game for them.
It'll play this time, Fish. This time.
For those that couldn't see, like, because we're on a solo of Fish then, for those that couldn't see Pastry, he was, like, scrutinizing. He was like, if you screw this up, we're going to have words off the broadcast. But I kind of agree. I think that they're a good 4-man unit, and then Looper comes in when he needs to really push the advantage home. I also think that he's a really good split pusher. He doesn't very often lose in a 1v1. So I think that that is a good stage right now for RNG. But I still think there's just something wrong. Like they have an obsession with open areas. Like Baron is not a good place to fight a lot of the time for some of these team fights. They love it there. They dragon control. You mentioned it. You know, they build up this 3 dragon advantage. They fight and then they lose a fight and then like, oh, dragon number 4. We kind of forgot about that. We kind of need it to win this game. So I think that RNG still have some holes in their game plan, especially when they're getting challenged, when they're falling behind.
And that's why I drew that analogy from as well. Looper does really well alone, and his teleport ganks when he's split pushing is fantastic. He knows exactly when to group with the team and exactly when to help out the rest of his teammates who have already got the ball.
Do you know why he knows that? Because Marta tells him. You laugh. I'm not joking. Like on M3, he looked completely confused. This time around, looks like he knows exactly where to be, and that is your MVP.
Yeah, massive kill contribution there as well. 2-0 and 10 on the Poppy. And again, that clutch teleport play was doing all series long, but a standout game certainly from the player who, again, has just had a phenomenal season so far. Does feel like the carries of Royal are maturing, though. Feels like little baby players starting to grow. But let's have a look at some of these highlights from Looper.
Now all I've got in my head is just Looper doing these things, but it's actually Mata's voice talking like, hey, come do this, get here, move. That's all that's stuck in me now.
You know that's like how they've been documented to play. Like if you actually, as we take a look at the highlights, if you actually watch Mata's camera, this was actually a 6-spear out of MLXG. I don't know why this is a Looper highlight, because he flashed tackles and then MLXG nails the man from downtown. Mata speaks like 90% of the time when he plays a game of League of Legends. It's like a stream of instructions to his team. He very much is a vocal shot caller for the team.
It makes a lot of sense, especially when their jungler and their support are the main facilitators for the team, the one that wants to be helping out get the ball rolling as well.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It feels like mixing in the other elements of RNG may be where they can look for a bit of growth, because we've seen QG play today. they did have a strong win to start things off, and we're starting to see how that team is developing up and becoming more of a stronger unit and getting better and better as the season goes on. RNG, I feel like, start to hit a ceiling, but they're starting to punch through there as well. We already know that MLXG, Looper, and Marta are good, so it is, for me, Xiaohu and Whoosh that are starting to step up a bit more, and I feel like once they're more comfortable, once they get to know the team a bit better, they'll just be able to do things for themselves, to be perfectly honest, and really show up and be bigger threats in these games.
I agree, and that's why Game 1 was more impressive than any other game. Because in that game, Xiaohu was doing things for himself. He was taking the fight to Masters 3 Raphael in the mid lane. Rest of the time, looked like he needed a little bit of a helping hand. So I do think that was what was impressive about Game 1. It was the initiative taken out of the mid laner to go on these solo expeditions and pick up kills. And that's why I like watching Whoosh and Xiaohu for that growth. That's why I like watching the next two teams that we're about to see in WE and OMG, because you can see the same growth out of their young players.
I really want to see that from them as well, because in the games where it's not MLXG and it's not Marta taking control of the game and making sure that everything's going nicely and according to plan for RNG, when things start to fall apart, it just seems like the carries of Whoosh and Xiaohu don't know what to do and how to get back on track. And just seems to start to fall apart from there. And if they can work on that and try and make things happen on their own, that won't happen as much, and they'll have more of a driving force and actually even do even better when they're working together as a unit.
To be fair, I think that's... I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because if you're a shot caller, even if you're having a bad game, you should still be able to shot call. You're a pretty piss poor shot caller if your bad game impacts the way that you're going to call. And Marta's proven already that he's one of the best shot callers in the world. So I don't think necessarily they need to do that. The thing to me that I think they need to do is be able to, as we have a look at some more highlights, be able to make clutch decisions in their own lane when it isn't impacted by MLXG or isn't impacted by Marta. Be able to pick up solo kills and really put people in CS holes.
Yep, have to agree there. We can see a whole lot of fun here. Let's watch this one again. Looper's great bait, we'll call it, I suppose, because the team was ready and waiting. MLXG, my God, poor PentaQ.
He got hit by 2 spears and it was his life.
Yep.
Everything else was just really CC. I mean, Poppy doesn't do a huge amount of damage at this game.
Ooh.
But another spear from downtown takes him off Summoner's Rift, and that is just MLXG showing why Nidalee is such a banned champion against him.
And to be honest, that was one of his, I'm not going to say worst Nidalee games. It was just a different Nidalee game. We're used to his big pressure style play, used to ganking lanes a lot and killing other enemy junglers. That was much more of a straightforward, just get super farmed up and pressure them at Nidalee game, and he still made it look awesome.
But the thing I will say is that Nidalee is really hard to execute late game. She's one of the champions that you have to actually dive in to utilize the other half of her kit, kind of like Jace. And late game, it does get harder to do, but you can see in these team fights, he was able to do that. So it was an impressive Nidalee performance for me, not because he closed it out nice and early, but because of the fact that he was able to still utilize a champion late game.
And that was definitely a later game there for RNG. Not really used to see them going to super late game like that, but a win's a win for RNG nonetheless. Able to pick up the series 2-1. But we are done now for a break. We do have one more series, of course, to go, so don't go too far away, as 2 titans of LPL history will clash in our next match. OMG are going to be taking on World Elite. Welcome back, everyone. Here as we're going to almost get ourselves into our last best of 3 of the evening. World Elite versus OMG. As you can see, the World Elite fans already out in force in the arena. Such a passionate fan base. As you can see the signs, keep your dream alive, I believe is the end of that one. Maybe it's just keep dreams now. Who really knows? They're going to change it up on us. But certainly the dream's been there for the team. They've been getting better and better as the season goes on. But so is OMG. And these two organizations, they love beating each other.
Yeah, they certainly do. And there's a lot of history here. But for the first time, both of the teams in a relative state of rebuilding, I would have to say. And both very successful rebuilds as of yet. I think that WE is a team for me that I look to really elevate themselves going towards playoffs. But OMG, depends if they play Cool or Icon, but a very young lineup as well. Also looking to make that next step into trying to fight for the top 2-3 spots within the LPL.
Both of these teams are currently 6 and 4 in the LPL, and this is still the cross conference, so they're both in Group A. They're in Group A and Group B, and they're both second place at the moment on that table and in the standings. So this is a huge matchup for both these two teams with a similar identity. They're rebuilding their roster, making sure that everything is fitting nice and they're working well together. It's a huge game for them today.
But it's a little bit unique because, right, you have OMG, this lineup that has Cool, one of the hallmarks of the LPL for just so long, as the kind of cornerstone that they're rebuilding around. Whereas on the other side, from what we've heard, WE is a lot of Zero being a leader on the team, who's obviously Korean. He's been in the LPL for a long time, though. And Aluka, who's one of their bench players, being very vocal to the team. So this is a team that I think has got a huge amount of upside because all their players are really, really raw. They've brought in Condi. He looks great. 957 to me. Really good top laner. And we'll see whether their all-Korean bot lane once again puts on the dancing shoes because they're also really fun to watch if they fire.
Certainly is. Mystic was one of those players last year that just looked so good when he was on top of games and really just smashing people, especially on the likes of Jinx. But he's only gotten better. I think Zero definitely helps with consistency. Clearly, communication's likely important there as well. It's just such a fun team to watch. He goes World Elite. It seems like every week they go from strength to strength. And as far as big organizations in China go, World Elite are arguably still the biggest. OMG, I think, eclipsed them when they started winning, beating, of course, World Elite historically back in about 2013. There is just so much history there. It's not quite World Elite Invictus Gaming as far as rivalries go, but there is always something at stake.
The way we describe it to people, if you haven't watched the stream before, is when you open the LPL client. So you create an account, right?
Yep.
You log in, you open the LPL client. They give you the World Elite icon. It's not like you have to go get it.
Yeah.
Like, that's how big this team is. They just give it to you because they expect people to be World Elite fans. Obviously, EDG is another organization that is getting towards that hype. People love EDG. In fact, EDG Day is going to come up in Split 2 once again. But WE is a huge organization within the LPL.
And it's just so fun to see that sort of chain move through historically in China, which has had a surprisingly big League of Legends scene. But we're elite with the OGs along with IG. We then had OMG usurp them and take over power. Now EDG has sort of taken power. Who knows really at this point, because both OMG and Xiaogu and a lot of teams not named EDG are doing a lot of winning. But let's focus more on the matchup. We talked about World Elite already. Let's flip over to the other side. Again, another young new lineup. And I want to raise a question that you sort of started with. Where is Icon? Because Icon's looked amazing when I've seen him play. And Cool is not a bad player, but I honestly think Icon was what the team needed.
So they said that Cool was, like, exhausted.
Yeah.
And they sent him on holiday. That was actually the statement that we got. And then Icon started playing, and I was really skeptical about it. He was taking a lot of assassins, and then he just started styling on people. I was like, wow, this guy's like, he's good. Like, this guy's legit. He's taking names. And then Cool came back last week, and I was kind of a little bit disappointed, but Cool still looks good.
Yep.
But to me, Icon is the X factor. When they play well, they don't need Cool to be the X factor, and he just kind of cruises along with the team. Very, very reserved player. Good leadership there. But Icon to me was, if OMG were falling behind by like 2,000 gold, he was the one that would like drag them back up and like really keep them in the game. I think the other player was also Chuen, who synergized so well with the young mid laner, and they kind of worked really great as this 1-2 punch, you know, playing like things like Zed and Lee Sin, very aggressive in-your-face champions, that it just made a lot of sense to me. But Cool's back in the lineup for what we know, could play Icon today, and it is a different feel.
And if OMG are going to start to settle back in with Cool in their mid lane, I think that they're going to have a nice curveball of throwing Icon in sometimes.
Best uniforms in the LPL.
Oh, yeah. Those are some good ones here.
If you're listening, WE, and you want to send me a top, best uniforms in the LPL.
Well, we'll look at their lineup. 957, Condi, Xie, Mystic, and Zero. The 5 players. We'll start with 957. Definitely been impressive. Loved him when he busted out the Rammus a few weeks ago now. Seems like he's just gone from strength to strength, playing the meta top lane. He's even got a Graves in there.
Yeah,
for
he's
fun.
the one Graves player in the LPL, right? The top Graves. He also plays Poppy really well, so I like 957. Frostgurn's not sold on the hype, but I'm well and truly on the hype train.
I think the spirit of Aluka may still be in the back of Frostgruen's mind for that top side as we went through Condi, but certainly not brush over him because he is a player that's been on fire recently. Xie also picking things up on the mid Nautilus because, you know, why not?
He was playing it really well, getting solo kills as well in the mid lane. We already talked a little bit about Mystic. Has a great Sivir, can play Kalista, one of the people that get it. And he synergizes so well with his support duo.
And speaking of that support duo, it's 0 on your screen here. Like you said, probably one of the more vocal players, surprisingly coming from World Elite. Probably the one that wants to try and keep the team together.
And the crazy thing about Zero, after this split, he is resident.
Yep.
So he can declare himself for the Chinese League, and they can bring in another Korean player. Right now, it doesn't look like they need to, but Zero is very valuable because they have that option.
He certainly is, and he's been playing like he's that valuable as well, as there is Cool sitting back in his seat. So at least for game one, we are going to get, I guess, the expected or the standard OMG roster, as Icon is going to sit out on the bench.
And one thing I will say,
at least for game one.
Cool's still handsome.
Oh, yeah. Very handsome.
And he's not just a camera person as well. Like, you see him in real life, and he's just as handsome.
He really is. Doesn't always translate on the Rift.
Look at that man in the mid lane. Like, look at him. He's
Well,
flawless.
Certainly is, but
You're looking at me like I'm crazy fish. You wait till his picture comes up again.
All right,
Sometimes I don't know.
We'll have to wait, but we are going to start in the top lane now. It is going to be their standard lineup. Xiang going to start things off.
He's a shot caller.
Yes.
So he's a really good Nautilus player as well, so it will be a contested pick. He plays it in lane swaps a lot. But one of the very vocal members on OMG is Xiang, young player. He's played mid, support, and now top lane, but very good.
Certainly has looked good. As Schwann's also looked good. One of the more of a veteran player. But there's Cool in the mid lane, Fish.
What?
He's all right. I mean,
What? Look at him.
I don't know what to
I
say.
hope our silence tells the
Hey,
story.
good player. Yeah.
I don't know about that, given those recent form.
SMLZ, the AD carry, a Cogmore game in there was very impressive. A lot of Sivir as well.
SMLZ.
And 5.
5 is awesome. So this is the other player on OMG that has actually started impressing me more and more. It feels like the Chinese supports are starting to really level up. Obviously, their Korean supports that they have are excellent as well. But Chinese supports always had a special flair about them. And I feel like a lot of these other players are starting to sort of bring that back. You think about players like Illusion, like sorry, not Illusion, he was a jungler. Xiao and FCZF, big playmakers. I feel like a lot of these other players have inherited that. And 5 kind of has that going for him.
I agree, with a little less forest dancing, as we call about it, for Xiao at least. FCZF was a good support. But yeah, they definitely are some playmakers in there.
Well, we'll have a look now at OMG's story. You can see that rankings over on the left-hand side and the different stats over on the right. Same thing there as well. Not looking too bad, although ganks per game for Cool and Chuan, that is pretty insane.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I really think that Xuan, that's TPQ, by the way, the guy that went over with LGD to Worlds and failed miserably and, was dropped and now picked up by OMG. And you know what? Given LGD's record and now Chuan's record, I'm going to say it was probably their fault because he's playing really well and still looks very impressive. I say that a little bit in jest. Of course, he did play pretty shocking in the tournament, but he's gone to a new team and seems to be a breath of fresh air for the jungler. He looks pretty impressive.
I agree. Looks fantastic on the side of OMG. Still picks up his signature Lee Sin once in a while. In fact, it's still his most played champion in the LPL for this split, but he's looks really good in the jungle, and I love the way that he synergizes with this new team.
Yeah, I think Condi as well, also an outstanding jungler for his team, and also sort of has the luxury of being a player that maybe didn't do so hot in his last team before and has now moved teams to WE
I think
and looks a lot better.
Masters 3 was like a cursed organization because they sent
Yeah.
Dade there after Dade's best year ever, and he performed abysmally. They sent Looper there after his World Championship year, didn't do well. Condi was kind of this new emerging jungler. They put him on that lineup, and he does poorly. And now they've all left Masters 3. And
He left that team too, didn't
yeah,
he?
yeah. And Raf, there was something fishy about that. They were eating brown noodles, as the LPL legend goes, and that was not a good seed for them.
Well, seems like everyone's moved on, and we are going to get quite a series. Curses dropped. Always good to see. As Orderly vs OMG. We'll go into Champ Select for their first game here. Twisted Fate is going to be banned away. Nice to see the respect for Cool still being shown with that ban, but Cogmore understandably will also be banned. Civic going to be banned as well, so double 80 carry ban's going to target out over onto SMLZ.
It's a total of 380 carries being banned out so far in this ban phase. Callista was taken away by OMG, and Kindred was their second ban in this match too.
Technically 4, if you want to include Kindred in the conversation there as well, but obviously more of a jungler. A jungle 80 carry,
Well,
if
then
you will.
technically 5, you know, Twisted Fate.
Don't do that to me.
Have you never played the Twisted Fate and Nivea bot lane?
Fish, I've been playing since before Season 1. Of course I've played the Twisted Fate and Nivea bottom lane. I'm not sure how I feel
had a
about
Twisted
it.
Fate in my game the other day that was hard carrying me, had 5 AP items, then went back and bought
A rapid fire
a rapid fire cannon. It tilted me for a week. That was before last
Did
week's
you win
LPL.
the game?
Yeah, we did, but
Oh.
it had nothing to do with the rapid fire cannon.
Well, Nidalee, sorry, is the last ban, as Gragas will be the first pick. Actually, Water Elite going to pick that up for their jungle.
Do you know how bad it was? I remember the guy's summoner's ID. And I play a lot of League of Legends, so if I remember your summoner's ID, you've probably done something unique.
I mean, rapid fire cannon Twisted Fate sounds exactly that. Unique.
Doesn't it give you more range of your stun?
Don't say that.
Don't go with that. OMG looking for Voodoo picks now over on their red side. 30 seconds left to decide on these picks. Lee Sin is open, of course. Only 2 junglers banned away. One of them was not Lee Sin, so Schwein could get one of his more common picks here. But Poppy, a likely selection here for Xiang, although Nautilus is open if they want it. And 5 is a big Thresh and a big R-style player. Haven't seen too much from him outside of those picks, I will say. So despite how impressive he has been, I would like to see him branch out. But for now, he doesn't need to. Poppy, Ali are picks 1 and 2.
Yeah, and with this pick of a Poppy, it does make it Xiang's most picked champion in the LPL, with Nautilus being tied up until picking it in this game. So he does like to bounce back and forth between those 2 top laners. Interestingly enough, 957, Poppy and Nautilus are not 2 of his most commonly played champions. He would prefer to play Lissandra or Rammus, it seems.
Well, he's mixed it up quite a lot, I think. So 957, plenty of wiggle room there. As we are going to have an Ezreal hover. Mystic loves this champion. I'm going to say perhaps too much. Ezreal's dropping out of favor just a bit. Still fine, but I think maybe not as strong as some of the other carries. But there are 2 80 carries banned away, so it could be a good option here for him. And again, it's certainly a comfort pick as they are deciding on what they want to take it. Nautilus seems like the obvious option, and it is going to be Nautilus Ezreal.
Nautilus and Ezreal being picked up. Braum is still left up and available, so W could potentially pick up that as their support later on. The Braum and Ezreal combo is a pretty good one. And
Braum and anything is pretty good, as it turns out.
that is fair. And Braum is the most...
Braum and Rapid Fire Cannon Twist of Fate, probably not bad. Like,
Braum.
For those that are unaware, I was actually cheating a little bit during Champion Select and trying to have a sneaky bite to eat because we've been on camera for a while. But I'll come back to that. Braum and Rapid Fire Twist of Fate is not a good combo. But I agree with the sentiment around Ezreal. He's, to me, like, we balance Ezreal around. If you were a perfect Ezreal player, you do a ridiculous amount of damage. We saw that yesterday in actually Wayless's game on Ezreal, where he hit everything and did so much damage. Mystic is like riding the cusp between Death's Ezreal and Imp's Ezreal. Imp's Ezreal, really good, but like is very erratic. Death has the most consistent Ezreal, in my opinion, in like the world we've ever seen. Actually, no. Wei Xiao. Forget that one. Death's a good Ezreal.
really, yeah,
so
I'm with you.
I think that Mystic is starting to get towards a point where he can justify Ezreal pickups, even though he's not the strongest AD carry, is what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
Well, it is his most played champion as well, so it does look like a lot of these champions that
To be
picking
fair,
up.
when we kicked off the season, Ezreal was not in the area where you had to be a good Ezreal player. Ezreal was just in the pick the Ezreal
Can
area.
confirm, was playing Ezreal.
Yeah.
Was great. As Graves and Jinx were the selections there for OMG. So it looks like Schwan going back to a different aggressive jungler, but is actually going back to Graves unless we've got something really crazy happening, but it doesn't look like it based on those first 4 picks. And Jinx actually for SMLZ, someone that really just does his own thing, I will say. Going to give him a hyper carry by the looks of things, and that compels World Elite to want to take the Lulu away. So it will be Lulu Trundle to round out this draft.
Yeah, kind of sad it wasn't a Twitch out of SMLZ, but you know, Jinx, I'll pay it. It's still a very hyper-scaling AD carry. On the side of WE, they kind of have committed that cardinal sin of having a Lulu without an auto-attacking champion. But we'll see whether
They have Trundle.
Xie is able to just make it work somewhere on the map.
Might not want to just take it so they don't give it on over to OMG. doing their pick rotation here. But this is the first time OMG are going to be playing Jinx.
See, it's funny. When you say they have Trundle, I assume that is a Trundle support.
Yeah, me too.
So I assume that is a top lane Nautilus, a mid Lulu, AD carry of Ezreal, and Trundle support, just because it's against Alistar. And we've seen that Zero likes this matchup a lot. Grasp of Undying, like, cut him off and then whack him to death with a club.
I really wonder if OMG would pick Corki if she is just like, give me Nautilus. Because they kind of have flexibility there.
Yeah, they 100% do.
Which I think is compelling Cool to lean back in his chair and maybe not be too sure about the pick. He will take the Corki though. And we'll see exactly where Ward Leader shifting these things around. Looks like it will be what you suggested. Although, yes, it will. Sorry, I thought they'd swapped again. Which makes sense into Poppy is the main thing there.
But like triple AD carry with Poppy and Alistar, this was kind of when we saw it rise to popularity. They have good sieging AD carries as well, which I like. Especially if Gwen goes towards a rapid fire cannon on his Graves for a little bit of extra turret damage. On the other side of the Rift, a little bit more catch and control, you have to say, out of WE. Much more team fight oriented is something that I will throw in there. And this is going to be very interesting to see two young teams try and execute on two different win conditions.
I think the other thing as well is you look at playstyles here, we're starting to see, I think, pretty clear definitions about how these teams like to play. OMG always want to go in and fight, but GA does have teleport. That is a huge signature of both his play and his team's play, because they play very well around double TP and with double TP as well. So, when you see how a team comes on the screen, Nautilus, Gragas, Lulu, Ezreal, and Trundle there on the left side for WE, and Poppy, Graves, Corki, Jinx, and Alistar. The first Game 1 comps here.
Yeah, coaches are going to shake hands. This is going to be a huge game. I honestly can't wait. This is my game of the night. I just want to get into it.
Well, we are going to get into it. Let's get on to Summoner's Rift. And we're on to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of our final best of 3 this evening. As a World Elite, they're going to be taking on OMG. Both these teams have been rising, especially in the cross-group play within the last few weeks. But their last chance for some points across the other side of the standings. And only one team can come away with a victory. All starts here in Game 1. Momentum, always important, especially because these two teams, especially these two junglers that are meeting right now, do like to get things going early.
As we are going to take a look at the Keystone Masteries, which are up on your screen here. Further battle on Ezreal, Warlord's Bloodlust on Jinx here. Grasping the Undying for the Trundle and the Windspeaker's Blessing for the Alistar. So the only differences are in the bottom lane. Both of the top lanes are going to be getting that cheeky little extra lifesteal, and both of the mid laners are going to be dropping Thunder on everyone that takes a little bit of damage.
I like it. Makes a lot of sense. As Mystic and Zero are going to move down towards this bottom side of the map. Things that OMG are already looking for a lane swap. Xiang and Xuan are actually hanging out on the blue buff together. Condi hanging out with 957, so they're going to start on the Grump at least. 957 is going to help him out. But Krog start there on the top side for OMG. And that's going to be a nice blind lane swap. Very effective for OMG.
And, you know, on the surface, you look at it and you think, wow, Jinx, she's going to tear through turrets. And you're not wrong. She is going to do it very, very quickly. Ezreal, however, one of the most underrated turret pushers in the game. His passive, stacking up those Mystic shots on the creep wave. Also, his W going to allow Zero to do much more damage to the turret than you would otherwise expect out of a Trundle this early in the game, especially if he gets his W nice and early as well. So watch out for that and see whether Mystic and Zero are able to shove in nice and early.
Well, kind of interesting to see Xiang there in that lane.
He just wanted to get the experience for the first 3
Okay,
creeps.
no,
now
that
he'll
makes
go
sense.
back to double jungle,
All
meet
right.
in the top.
Off he goes. There's Condi actually alone right now. 5. He's going to check in. He's going to spot 957.
Hello.
Get him. Get. Nope. Just going
Come
to...
on, you can't milk those.
Oh, Condi a little low, but level 2. And Alistar just going to get some info. Can't be too annoying right now because he's actually kind of low on health. And 957 going to use the Riptide, force him away. And just some information there for 5. He's going to let SMLZ build that wave in topside. Xuan and Xiang over on the other side of the jungle are going to move themselves towards the Raptor and jungle at a nice, swift pace.
Yep, that's going to be SMLZ just trying to build up the wave as much as possible. As Zero now, he's roamed a little bit far in towards this mid lane, which is normally isolated when you have these lane swaps coming out from the team. So Corki is going to be in an isolated lane against Lulu. It's Condi now. It's going to smite away his own red buff and take that one down. The rest of OMG, they're going to send their top laner and their support up into the top lane to try and push down that turret as fast as possible as Graves tries to take away his red buff.
Zero back down here as well. So the push is on. 3v0. 957 going to join in. And now Zero is going to get the whack going. So this shouldn't be too hard. Relatively similar times for the teams here. We'll see what they want to do after these initial turrets go down. Always important to see what teams want to do after the lane swap. At this point, this part is fairly standard. Swap lanes, push down the turret after you build up a wave at 3 minutes, so that cannon minion helps you out. But there are lots of different options after that particular maneuver. So strategically, lots of things change. In fact, World Elite even adapting slightly here. Going to bring 4 members in just to make it a bit faster.
Yeah, so they bring absolutely everyone, but still don't get it on that push. So they're going to have to clear another wave. Looks like OMG stack theirs a little bit better, and they will be able to get a quick bounce. So we'll see who this advantage is. Mystic going to stick around with 957. Looks like they will split the gold in half for the turret, but still get a split. In the top lane, it looks like Xiong got 100% of the gold for himself.
And this is really common with Ezreal. I noticed this once. I'm pretty sure he's going to go back and have enough for a tier, which is why when I saw this, I was like, oh, that's kind of clever. So, yep, that is how that works. Glad I'm not crazy, but that's literally the only thing I know about that situation.
Tier has been picked up on Ezreal. SMLZ went back and got a pickaxe for himself. So that's a little bit more damage, and he's got the boots to boot as well. There's Tren. He's gone back to base, picked up his tracker's knife, and the boots, so he's going to be moving around the jungle a little bit faster.
Oh, rip poachers. The fact that you even remember that item, I think I saw like 2 in total. Of course, Poacher's Knife was the item that gave a decreased cooldown when used in the opponent's jungle and gave you a short movement speed buff.
That was the best part. It was like Storm Raider's Surge when he stole something.
Yep. Yeah, it was completely useless.
But it was hilarious.
Yeah, it was really funny.
It was fun. It was great on Disco, Nunu.
Rapid Fire Cannon's good on Disco, Nunu, mate. You calm down. As SMLZ
Rapid Fire Cannon
is
is
going to
best on
keep
Twisted Fate.
moving. It's not good on Twisted Fate. SMLZ is going to start pushing the other side of the map now. Going to see if he can maybe get some more turrets down. It does feel like the teams are actually going to be happy to trade outer turrets here. As where'd Mystic go? Yep, sitting on top of Trundle's model. That's what I thought. So we're just going to trade. This is, I suppose, I'm going to say the most common variant of this particular lane swap. Although we do see some holds every now and then when people swap back to standard lanes. But we're going to break some turrets, get some early gold, and then see where we go from here.
Yeah, mainly out of LGD we see holds and things like that. Right now, double swapping generally seems to be the best, which is why top lane turret is prioritized because of the Rift Herald buff. And now look how quickly Chuen tears through these turrets. WE had about half a turret head start, and OMG will still get very close to beating them on this.
It's a really good use of the Rift Hell buff coming in from OMG, able to secure the objectives up on the top side of the map. Not only are they able to get the turrets, but also the extra gold from Rift Herald and potentially push down turrets even faster here with that buff.
So Monty did a breakdown of lane swaps, where he combined Scotch and vodka, which was interesting. But he actually had some really good points in there. It was that you generally don't want to fast push it against the Graves because Graves tears through structures and clears lanes really, really quickly. It's something that Renegades did well in the NALCS. And you can see that straight away they bounce the top lane wave and send 3 members back out of sight so that OMG can't continue pushing. Because in that situation, if they kept any members top, that is exactly what OMG would have done, and Chuen would have torn through the turrets.
Well, gank mid lane, though, is maybe the adaptation, although Zero and Condi are going to spot them. Fight over the Raptor now. And Smite does go down. I believe Condi got it.
Nah, Chuen got it.
Ah, sneaky Chuen. So, wins the first little battle. Sounds silly, but actually winning those creeps early is important. But Mystic, you can see, he's just going to tend to this wave for now. Does have to be careful, though. Xiong is waiting, ready to pounce. Mystic's going to play it safe. Oh, Xiong's actually already left. Left the bush he was hunting in. Going to collect the creep waves instead. And looks like Ezreal's going to address the Poppy right now. He'll be the one collecting farm in that particular lane, whereas SMLZ is topside right now with the wave pushing back the other way. But Alistar's going to come in just to make sure she's safe to farm.
So I'm going to take a look at the bottom lane once again. Mystic
He's going to be pushing that one out. Top lane, SMLZ going to try and duke it out with 957. Uses his flash to get away from the zap, but that was a teleport burn from Siyoung trying to deter this Nautilus.
Yeah, so now double teleport advantage actually in the side of WE. You have to think that is huge. Pesu's already talked about how Xie likes to use that summoner spell in the mid lane. So we'll see if that is something that impacts the rest of the map. A little bit of overzealousness from SMLZ, but he probably doesn't mind too much because that's how he likes to play the game.
Yep.
He's a very enthusiastic young AD carry.
Certainly is. As looking good, just looking fine right now. Trying to keep the wave in a decent spot so we can comfortably collect all that farm. Checking with mid lane though. Pretty farm heavy between the Lulu and the Corki. And that's exactly what we've gotten so far. Just a whole lot of farming. Is cool. And Xie are able to trade farm back and forth. But Mystic finally gets a wave into this tier 2 turret. And this is going to be decent damage. Young, level 4 and alone right now. Can't really do too much.
8 minutes was hit. That means that Cool does have the package. So they have to back away and respect the fact that he is not there. Of course, level 8 minutes, then every 5 minutes afterwards is when the package comes available. You can see it right there for the Corki. And that is just a little bit of like the first power spike. You get double components, as you can see Cool has, as well as that. See if you can duel an enemy mid laner or split up an early team fight across the map. But this is really interesting right now that they've still divided the game pretty much in half. Right now, OMG own the top half of the map, WE own the bottom half of the map, and because there is no Rift Herald, it really isn't creating any kind of advantage for OMG.
Gonna have to see what they decide to do in order to take that advantage. The later this game goes, it's 9 minutes 30 seconds, completely even, although OMG do have a very slight goal lead. There's that Rift Herald package being used on top of him. Try and get a little bit of damage down, but look at this, the rest of OMG just gonna try and retreat. Is WE gonna try and contest for this Rift Herald?
Yeah, so they rotate across. Of course, no teleport for Xiang, so he won't be able to join the fight, so OMG have to get the heck out of dodge. And Cool wishing he had that package now, because he would have taken to Xie in that one-on-one.
Instead, just pokes him out a little bit. He's feeling pretty strong right now, moving in towards that Trinity Force. Xie, of course, still farming up. Be just about anything there with those items. Looks like Morellonomicon, if memory serves. But certainly looking for early cooldown.
Yeah, it could be Morellonomicon.
Could it be Athene's? I can't remember the build path right now.
Yeah, Athene's is Cup, Book.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And Amptom, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Could be. I guess we'll let Xie tell us in a second. A Zero going to help him out with the farming there in mid lane. Cooldo once again just going to use the Frostbomb and trade back and forth. And again, definitely going to be a slower pace start to this one. We've had sort of all the early action with the lane swap, so a very strategic game will sort of unfold.
And now another team going to be chased off Harold. Zero gets a little bit chunked out there. It's Cool using the Vulk aggressively again.
Puts a lot of damage down onto Mystic. Takes him just not quite half, but still quite a decent amount of
Poor guy 5 is like, I have one proc. Please let me use the proc. But WE one more time. Start up this Rift Herald buff.
Just seems like a back and forth between these two teams. Who starts the Rift Herald, who tries to knock them off, but it does look like W want to fight here. The hook's going to land on the Tran as he tries to jump away. 957 really low, but a good ultimate from Lulu to keep him alive. 5 now. He'll be the first one to go down, and Lulu picks up first blood. OMG not done just yet. They get a little bit of damage down onto Mystic, but they don't have Siyoung in that fight. They've already lost their support.
And we already said, like, why do they keep going back towards this? Just give it over. It's not a huge objective at the start of the game anyway. And Poppy is getting free farmed, was actually slowly pushing out that lane. Instead, they give up a kill for absolutely nothing, and WE come away with the Rift Herald anyway.
Yep. Smart spots a fight there as well for WE, as they will get themselves the Herald buff. SMLZ continuing to build waves somewhat slowly here on the top side, so clearly wanting to mount a lot of pressure rather than just really shove them out and collect the gold instantly. It's actually 20 CS or so ahead of Mystic, so a lot of space created there for SMLZ in that top side to scale up with the Jinx.
And this was the thing. OMG were honestly getting advantages everywhere on the map before they forced that play. So I really do think that that was the incorrect call to challenge for that. Just let WE have it. They're not going to pressure a mid lane turret with it regardless, and you have a lot of wave clear around this map. So a little bit of an overextension, but it's not going to cost them all that much. It's only first blood. They still are 400 gold up. So credit to OMG for controlling tempo, at least, of this game.
What Elite 2 pick up the Rift Herald buff for themselves. Gonna have to see if they do anything with that. As it is on Condi. Man, you see on the screens now, it's just waddling along the river. Dragon is still up and available. Neither of these teams have really made a run for it just yet.
could be a point of contention in the near future. Condi's just going to be to clear out a few wards inside of the jungle of OMG. Get some vision on this blue buff as well. But it just looks like they're going back to pretty standard lanes. Siyoung up at the top lane, matching out 957. He's actually holding.
He was in the bottom
minions.
lane as well. He's been holding all game, just trying to collect farm and experience. You can see that he's nearly equalized up that farm and is up in experience right now, so it is definitely working out for the Poppy. But it did cost him first blood, and now WE start up the Dragon again. We'll see whether OMG want to fight for this.
Well, they can. Siyoung actually does have TP, and Cool now as his Trinity falls actually quite early on. So it would not be the worst spot to pick a fight, but Dragon already far too low. World Elite will pick up yet another objective for themselves. This one a little bit more permanent, as Dragon #1 does go over. Cool though, going to swoop on over to the blue buff, make sure he collects that for himself. There's Chuan, very nicely starting that one up for him. And again, we'll sort of just evolve back into a whole lot of farming. Feels like the teams will fight when they're ready, but these AD carries do want to build up.
They certainly do. Jinx, you know, she wants 2 or 3 items. Ezreal wants his 2-item spike. And then Mystic will be very ready to come online. Xie also needs a couple of items. I mean, Cool's ready to go now. But Xie certainly does want a couple of items to get himself rolling in this mid game. So I expect a little steady game, especially because these teams, on paper at least, look to be so evenly matched. It will be interesting to see how this plays out. It's Cool one more time.
Whoop.
Really aggressive in this mid lane for
Whoa.
Cool. Gets a lot of damage down to the Sia. Transact's going to jump in, gets a couple of auto attacks off. Pops the ultimate as well, but Sia still able to stay
SMLZ
alive.
was looking for it. He was like, where did he stop? Should I duck into Fog of War and shoot a rocket at him? In the end, does not pull the trigger. However, it will mean a rotation potentially into the bottom side of the map. Package respawns. It must be 6 minutes. No, I thought it was 5. It must be 8 and 6 every 6 minutes after that.
I know IG like to use it around dragons, so that would make sense. But ready now, if Cool wants to go grab it. Almost level 11 as well, so playing well is Cool. Getting nice and aggressive in his lane, trying to create some pressure points. In fact, OMG might have one in this bottom side. SMLZ has done a nice job building himself a wave here. Could be time to push onto this turret. 957. Looking a little vulnerable, despite being a Nautilus. His team is in to defend, though.
Oh, good interruption. They stopped the ultimate from Poppy there. Not allowing her to channel that one up. So not going to be able to knock people back into base. This turret taking a lot of chip damage.
No teleports here for them to join. One of them's already in the lane, and Xie doesn't have his. OMG, they do not overcommit to the turret. Not going to get greedy this time around. Just take the red buff instead. Cool, actually, the benefactor of that particular transfer.
I agree with that. Cool has been the aggressive person all game long so far, and I will be able to use that much more aggressively than what SMLZ will, at least at this stage of the game. SMLZ still hoping to scale up, goes back and grabs an IE for his troubles. Thank you very much. And now if Cool goes back and grabs himself a package, they should be ready to fight with the red buff up on him and look to be aggressive on Xie's lane even more.
We'll have to see if they do decide to do that. It's SMLZ. It's going to run up into the top lane, collect all this free farm for himself. Get those nice minis. He's currently sitting on 153 CS, which is 30 CS ahead of Mystic. So a nice CS lead being held on by the AD carry. And despite the fact that WE are a kill up, they're 1,000 gold behind OMG at the moment.
Yeah, and that is the AD carry and the jungle positions just farming a little bit more efficiently. You can see that Mystic is kind of sharing mid lane farm right now, and they're trying to get Xie into a side wave. Try and help him out on that front.
In general, though, OMG have done a really good job sort of farming the big open lanes. It's always a question in a lane swap, especially when this many turrets go down early. You get these big, long lanes that can be tricky to effectively get farmed from. But OMG have done really well to make sure SMLZ and Siyoung lock down that farm. And Cool's been able to apply pressure in the mid lane sort of as a pivot point. OMG just in general. It's a different game, honestly, than what we've used to seeing from them. They're very aggressive. They seem to always love to play the big group and use your ulti style that they were famous for back in the day, but much more patient this time around. World Elite, they're happy to come along for the ride, it feels like, and just farm out themselves as we are 17 minutes into the game. Still just that gold lead from OMG's efficient farming. 1 kill there for OMG. And no other turrets being looked at. It's just a little too long to try and siege.
And if WE don't pull the trigger on 2 items, I will start questioning like why they aren't going aggressive. OMG, on the other hand, Graves, Corki, and Jinx all get much better the more items you pick up. Corki no longer a mid-game AD carry. He's still good in the mid-game, but he's ridiculously good late with the magic damage crits that do come out. Very hard to itemize against a Corki. And this time it looks like OMG at least will get the Herald buff, although they still want to fight.
And there's going to be a teleport coming in. 957 jumps in towards this Rift Herald pick. Immediately, OMG give it up.
No, so this time around, Xiang walks there. He doesn't actually have to expend a teleport. He's going to shove in mid lane and then look for a flank. It means that they won't be able to pick this up, and in fact, a fight still may eventuate here.
Not this time.
Oh, everyone is playing so cautiously.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the best way to describe the first 18 minutes of this game. It's very cautious. I mean, the map's, again, very open. It's a different style of game here.
Bit of an ARAM going on now as everyone is inside of that mid lane. Only Xiang was not there as he head back to base, and does look like he's picked up his Sunfire Cape and the Spectre's Cull as well, so has a little bit of armor and magic resistance now. And the rest of the team's just gonna back off there.
And Bizarro, like, I have not seen an LPL game like this in...
Ever?
Let's not fight, guys. Truce.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last one. Maybe like
I feel
King
like Snake
had a
were
game or
involved.
someone. Yeah, like King or Snake had a game. But right now, the teams are just so keen on not getting anything started. 1,200 gold for both the AD carries are really the big spends right now. 1,300 also for Xie in that mid lane. See what he goes towards. Is it just an outright death cap? But yeah, this is a bizarro League of Legends game. I feel like we've traversed regions.
Yeah, almost. This Dragon will be
Are
back
we on
up
the Right Games channel
in
right now?
5 seconds. I believe so. But Dragon could prompt some action here, as teams are relatively strong as far as current itemization goes. Both Iceborne and Zeal were picked up for Ezreal and Jinx respectively.
All right, so right now is Ezreal's go time. That's one thing I will say. Mystic should be looking aggressive to fight in the next couple of minutes. Is in the mid lane, trims top lane, creates a pressure point. This will be Dragon number 2, so they have to send someone up there to grab that big wave. It is Xiang, so it looks like right now WE want to start up a Dragon.
Does look like they're going to be able to do just that as 957. It's already taken some damage from it, trying to pull it outside of its pit. Scrying is having put down by OMG, so they know that this is taking place. Xiang's up in the top lane, has his teleport available if his team need him to join, and he's going to do just that,
Dragon
teleporting.
reset.
Dragon does reset slightly here. It will actually
Wow.
be OMG to pick it up. Chen just walks in and takes it as W going to get knocked back. Xiang now, he's the target for the rest of W. Zero's put the ultimate down to him, so he's lost all of those resistances. But an immediate disengage coming out from OMG. They do not want to fight.
Yeah, OMG don't want to fight, but I am so surprised that WE don't. Mystic now leading the charge, takes a lot of damage. They're going to lose mid lane turret for
Yeah,
it
it's
as well.
gone. In fact, Xiang's going to lock someone down. This might be a fight started in by OMG. 5 going to get in and actually lock up 957. He's completely isolated as Xiang pops up the W, and Cool collects a sitter as OMG is still shoved down mid.
Yeah, they're not going to stop anytime soon. You can't walk that way.
Condi locked up there. Great flash there from Xiang. Cool takes out Condi, and OMG is going to keep pushing.
And
5.
What an actual turnaround out of OMG. One more time.
You can see Xiang's face. He is laughing. He's loving these members from W to just keep walking into these choke points, and he just constantly slams them into walls.
What the heck, WE? OMG, turn it on. We're used to seeing this out of the team. They're definitely a group as 5 team fight composition, but that was just so unexpected because, you know, we were talking about it. She had 1,300 gold, had teleport. He should have shot beforehand. Mystic, he's in a point of power. He shouldn't have been leading the charge. And Condi, I don't know where you think you're going, but you're walking through a choke point against Corky and Poppy. Absolutely ruins his day.
3 times in a row. We're going to see this again onto Misty. You just get slammed
He
into
shifted
the wall.
forward.
He shifts into the wall. No wonder Xiang's laughing.
Goodness.
What a mess.
Three times in a row. You just give Xiang the perfect charge on Puffy.
And now Cool's huge. Like, the end result of that, TLDR, Cool is massive. 205 CS, 300. Thank you very much. Corky well and truly towards that late game powerhouse. And I just feel that WE missed their window. Their window was right then. That is when they should have been able to take a team fight. They were looking for it and just committed in the wrong area.
And now OMG are just really getting the snowball rolling. 6K up
6K.
now at 22.5 minutes in.
From what was just a really quiet game between these two teams as well. They were just passively farming, don't want to fight, don't want to engage, just back off.
And it was 1,000 gold off that just quiet. So you have to give OMG credit. They were playing the quiet part of the game very well. That early slip up notwithstanding. But WE have just... I feel like they've got a long hill to climb up from now because they're against a triple AD comp with 2 disengaged champions. It's going to be very hard to turn this game around.
And starting to hit more strides as well. IE on the way for cool with a Hex Drinker just to make sure he doesn't go down to some of that burst. Runatarke now up for SMLZ as well, so he's actually surprisingly strong at this stage of the game. And even a more of my Mortius for Schwan with Poppy getting tankier and tankier. It only gets better here for OMG. We already talked about how good their comp can be once they start scaling. Getting a nice head start, if you will, into this one. There's SMLZ, he's still split pushing. This definitely is an SMLZ special. He loves to just take the empty lane farm.
Farm it up as much
It's like
as possible.
the old school double lift of China. Like double lift honestly doesn't do this as much anymore.
No, he doesn't. And I honestly think that sometimes it's a mistake, but right now when you're playing Jinx and you can shove waves that quickly, that you can probably get away with it. On Vayne, a little bit harder to justify, but on a Jinx that like just one-shots the backline, just like that, I'm all for it.
Got a Last Whisper now as well, so pretty strong. 957's armor not going to be doing too much work, so SMLZ feels like he can hit whichever target's in front of him, which is always a nice feeling as an AD carry. Baron, of course, could be the play, but there is a nicely placed ward there for Ward Elite.
You can see he wants to go top lane, but he's like, which way do I ward?
Yeah. How?
Decides to go with the safe way to get up there and pick up that little bit of extra farm. Currently in the mid lane, Mystic's the one that is left. We're trying to clear this out. And it's going to be SMLZ, the other AD carry for OMG now. Is going to be shoving up the top lane. We'll just split up across the map. Sion now actually going to find a 957, or maybe it's the other way around. And Sion just going to pop that helicopter, knock the Nautilus away. Send you back a couple of yards. Goodbye.
Every time I see Poppy ulti, it's just great.
And then he just walks back into the lane. Hello.
Yeah, well, the Lulu's not there anymore, mate. So I just want my farm again. And the only reason I wanted to get rid of you was because the Lulu was there. And they just have complete control over this game. We've already mentioned it, 6,000 gold at 25 minutes. A much slower pace game than we were maybe otherwise expecting. But honestly, from OMG, that's a breath of fresh air. The fact that they are playing a strategic game of League of Legends and coming out ahead, I don't know what to believe anymore, pastry time.
I agree with you. And if Xiang is maybe the brains of the operation,
all I'm saying is somewhere, Loveling is like crying.
You didn't pick Lee Sin. You guys aren't diving turrets. You're taking them down instead. The veterans of OMG would certainly be disappointed, but new look OMG are looking just fine right
like,
now.
There's not a Renekton or an Aurelia in this game. I don't know what's going on. Loveling's like, what the heck?
Why do you have Schwan, why is your flash on
Yeah,
flash cooldown?
In fact, why is anyone's flash on not on cooldown?
They also all have their ultimates. That's also not an old OMG special.
OMG, they used to, if you had a flash, you would use that. If not flash, you would use an ultimate.
Preferably together, you use all of them. This is
Death
not a
ball.
joke. Certainly was.
The freight train that was OMG.
Oh.
And their turret diving specialists. Maybe right now with Triple AD carry, a little bit too fragile, but I will say the IEs have finished up. And that is another BF sword picked up for SMLZ. So no funky double Z build this time for Jinx. We'll be going with a much more standard build, although Hurricane, yes, believe it or not, is currently standard on Jinx. And they will pick up Dragon number 2 for free. And they just have a stranglehold on this whole game.
I mean, I think the only reason it's not getting worse for Woodley right now is that, again, the map is very long and open. And it's actually kind of early into this one still. OMG. We kind of saw this in the RNG game, the first game they played today, where you can see the game get drawn out a bit, maybe more than you'd expect, because when it's this early in the game, you kind of can't do as much without taking risks, because the death timers aren't long enough for you to really make plays, even when you get those picks. So OMG going to play careful, but that's all they need to do right now.
I think that they're really waiting on Poppy's second armor item as well. I feel that as soon as that Iceborne Gauntlet is finished up, then Baron just becomes a no-brainer for this team. Because they do have so much Baron damage, and Poppy with the buckler is able to tank it up very effectively. It's one of the reasons that Poppy and Nautilus are so popular. They just do neutrals so safely at any stage of the game. And you can see that Condi just doesn't have a jungler. This guy's been completely ineffective this time around.
And they have map control as well. Zero is caught in a little bit of a sticky situation.
Teleport.
The rest of WE looking for a fight here. Sion's going to try and knock the Nautilus away. Does just that. once again, the Helipoppy able to knock people out of these fights, stops WE's advances, and OMG just resets Summoner's Rift once again.
Yeah, with one ultimate, they burn a cooldown. They steal away another buff. They took red and blue buff simultaneously off Team WE. And they've just got huge advantages everywhere. 40 CS in the bottom lane, 30 in the top lane. Cool's got a kill on Xie. And honestly, Xie is the closest in this game to his opposition. 40 CS for Chuen in the jungle. It's not often we get to say that. And OMG right now, they don't need to force anything because they're the stronger late game team. I keep going back to it, but this is a pacer game that a triple 80 carry comp wants to actually play.
Yep, and 7k head's just fine. You do not need to approach when you're ahead. It's generally the rule. And OMG more than happy to play nice and patient, but still very effective. Looks like Baron, though, he's going to start to allure OMG in towards it.
That's a finished up Spirit Visage on Xiang as well, so Mystic doesn't really hurt him all that much, and here we go.
Just going to slap him around a bit. And Xiang, like I said, not taking any damage at all. Xie is actually burning quite a bit of his mana to try and poke down this Poppy, but it's doing absolutely nothing, and Poppy's effectively zoned Xie away from the experience range of those minions in the bottom lane.
Yeah, pretty much. He's a monster at this point in the game. As you can see, Zero trying to clear out wards. Bork is picked up right now for Mystic. So once again, he's at his strong point in the game. Is now we've swapped spots on the map.
And that's a lot of damage from Cool. Xie, though, is pretty swift. He's got actually a long way he can run because there are no towers for quite a while. World Lead actually might even turn in.
Off. He's going to go into the brush and try and teleport, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Does get it.
And OMG ignore him. They know he's already out, so nice little play there from Xie to live, but that TP being down means that OMG
have none.
Yep, open up even more of this map. As Condi's taking what farm he can get. Xiang's going to push that wave in.
And this is the second time tonight. You know, Masters 3 game 1 where they just didn't do anything, but RNG fought them. This time, OMG are like, we will fight you if we have to, and WE are like, just don't worry about it. Just get to late game. Like, we'll meet you there. We have confidence in our composition for some reason. And we're going to try and meet you at a late game team fight and win. Right now, they're going to do that from 7,000 gold behind, which will be an impressive feat by itself. Not to mention the fact that they don't have a scaling composition. So it's just so strange to watch WE lose a game like this. It is very unlike the new Team WE that we've come to really enjoy watching in the LPL.
It really feels like OMG's just a ticking time bomb at the moment with those 380 carries, with the Poppy. Just having this such a nice late game scaling team composition that just sitting back.
Poppy was going to be hard enough to kill when you had a Lulu and Ezreal as your 2 damage dealers. Poppy with an extra item over the other top laner. Let me tell you, it's going to take a while to take it down. She'll be there for a very long time.
Certainly will. As Bloodthirster now finished for SMLZ as well. So has the lifesteal now built in. Does have Warlords as well. So has lifesteal on either end, I suppose. Got the shield when he's full. And extra lifesteal when he's low. Jink's going to be pretty hard to kill in general. And Cool's plenty of good backup. As he's also building in towards his next item. Looks like Rapid Fire Cannon is likely the selection. But we'll have to wait and see if he wants to build something maybe a bit more creative. Dragon up in a minute 10. Could be our next objective that OMG look for. And again, the Baron's up, but no need to risk it and just take it. Be careful. If they get onto Baron, they'll take it very quickly with their team comp.
Here we go.
Now they're going to start it.
They're looking for that Baron pickup. They are scried out. Immediately, OMG will back away and clear out the remaining wards inside of the pit. Package is up and available for Cool if he decides to go back into the base and pick that one up for the next objective, but instead, grouping up the rest of his team. Xiang now not splitting off into the bottom lane. He is in the mid lane pushing that one so he can stay close to his team if they do decide to go for that Baron pickup. But I like this from OG. They're not forcing it, not rushing it. Just if they can take it, they will. If not, they're just going to back off.
Yeah, exactly right. This is a very patient game of League of Legends out of OMG. Once again, they have the superior split pusher. They have a very good late game. Jinx is absolutely monstrous at this stage of the game. And they're doing exactly what you said. They're just going to choke WE off everything. If they can take an objective for free, sure, we'll have it. If not, we are really happy to just constantly bleed you of any gold on this map.
Yep. And every time they walk into the Baron pit, they'll test what elite. Do you have a scrying on, Bob? Yes? Okay, cool. We'll back off. Cool. They're going to clear this one out. Might have some gold to spend, actually, because he's been out farming for a while. As blue buff going to get taken away. World Elite just own nothing on this map at this point.
All your base are belong to us, apparently.
Yep. And even Xiang gets a red buff.
Wow, takes the red buff.
And as I said,
not even
Mystic can't
afraid.
kill him. Like, no Last Whisper means no hope of taking out this Poppy.
No whisper, no clue.
Certainly looks like it.
Oh, the Oceania creeping into you,
Condi
mate.
in Mystic. Going to try and clear this out. Schwan, though, just going to start slapping that down. Dragon's up, so that's SMLZ's job to solo, apparently. And Xiang's just chasing away the Nautilus. 957, he's getting harassed. Xiang's running out of mana, I think, before 957 runs out of health. And there's Dragon number 3 for OMG. Even takes a Scuttle Crab as well. Go back, spend your gold, see what you get next. World Elite does not show much resistance so far in this game.
That's 3 dragons. 33 minutes into the game. Movement speed is going to help. I would shudder to think this one goes for the full 5 dragons, but OMG keeping them on cooldown as best as they possibly can in case that is the case. But they'll go back right now. They will pick up absolutely monstrous amounts on all of their primary carries. You see that Chuen right now has got the Sterix as well as... Oh, that's a completed rapid fire cannon as well. More picked up as well for Chuen. That's another Giant Spelth and Chain Vest. Probably going to be a completed Last Whisper item as well for SMLZ after he goes to shop from these Krogs. And they can just group up and fight wherever they want right now.
It also feels like go time for OMG now. You mentioned that everybody's gone back to base and picked up their items. There is the completed Last Whisper item coming in for Jinx as well, but that's a package on call too, so if they wanted to fight, now would be a really good time. While Corki has that additional movement speed and the extra wave clear, the extra gap closer. Look at this, Xiang just continually battering down 957. There's not much he can do.
He's technically winning, by the way. Like, I know no one really wins a tank fight, but Xiang is...
He's definitely
He is.
winning.
Yeah, he's winning.
He does heaps of damage.
Which is great.
And
For a Poppy.
I honestly think right now is the time to group up if you're Xiang. There's no point being over here. As Xie flirting with danger there.
I think Xiang's just trying to keep Nautilus out of the potential team fight, but I do agree it might be better for him to join. We'll see if they change tacks. But once again, Xiang seems to be the brains of the team. If he's calling the shots, he at least wants to stay down there for a while. And OMG now going to group for this last tier 2. It's been up for a while, but OMG going to look to correct that here.
Trying to push this one down as fast as possible. 957 was just in base, still moving back down into the bottom lane to shove that one out. Xiang actually, he takes away more of the Krug, so not too bothered with pushing up the lanes as and when he needs to be. Actually hiding from vision now. Now only heading back into base, so potentially we could see OMG start to play now since he's the last member that had to go back to pick up a couple of items, and with the home guard buff, he may be able to teleport in for a fight. Decides not to do that, just walks out of the base, and it's just going to be another 4-on-4 siege for this top lane in a turret.
Yeah, it looks like this has to now be a Baron call. He's got a dead man's plate. He has so much armor. It's absolutely ridiculous. They've got double IE. They've got double Zeal items. It's not now or never. The game still gets better for them. But you feel like they are far enough ahead to make the decisive call, and here it is.
Yep, once again, put them to the test. There's the first scrying orb. Take a little while to shoot it. Wards go down as well, but OMG committed. This Baron's dead. Oh my god! Condi stole it.
What?
Just walked up and smited it.
Condi walks
Hello?
up, uses smite. Chuen gets out smite, and you see him on the screen not looking all that happy. And that's just going to buy WE even more time. Second time we've seen this today. Don't really understand how this happens when you have an Alistar, when you have a Poppy, but it did happen.
You've got an Alistar. Exactly that. You've got an Alistar, you've got a Poppy, you've got the ultimate to try and knock someone out. You've got the Alistar to keep
You
people
just
out.
flashed it in smite, mate. I don't
Goodness.
understand what you don't understand. Like, you just watched it happen.
Well,
I just can't believe it.
OMG are going to get set back a few minutes as World Elite. Find a bit of extra gold and maybe some momentum.
And the scary thing is, there's standing gold for them, right? They're 2 turrets to 5. They pick up 5 turrets. Let's put them back within 2,000 gold. So there is a potential for them to turn this one around now with this Baron buff, and it looks like they're going to try and siege up mid lane.
Well, SMLZ may be able to make short work of that, although cannons are still moving in. World Elite actually should be able to get this turret at least. Although, oh my god, they're going to go in for it. 5 Going to look straight in onto Condi. He's going to get shredded as Schwan takes him out. Xiang now moves in as well. Massive three-man Poppy ulti as 957 could be the next target. He flashes out of the way. Wild Growth burnt, I believe, by Shia to try and keep him alive. Xiang, he goes straight in for it, and they actually do kill him. As Mystic's able to take out Xiang, they need to keep everyone else alive, but Schwan's going to get grubbed up as Mystic gets a double. The carries are still alive, though. The damage is good, but Zero just alive for so long as Mystic gets himself a triple. And World Elite decisively win that one.
What a fight out of Mystic and 957, able to turn it. They're going to keep going. This might even be the base broken pastry time because Baron up creeps. Nothing to scoff at this point in the game. And WE just turn it on. They're back within 5,000 gold.
They're definitely looking for the base here. 4,000 gold down, but the Baron Duff minions are going to be enough to try and push in towards this. Only Jinx and Corki left alive to defend it, but that's just not enough. There goes the inhibitor turret. The inhibitor is going to fall shortly after, and there's nothing OMG can do to defend this.
And Mystic still wants SMLZ. Was looking for him aggressively there. Top lane has also got a huge minion stack. Bottom lane, that's going to be picked up by Condi. And disaster for OMG. It looked like they had the game exactly where they wanted it. Didn't want to pull the trigger in any of these fights. Start up Baron. Condi gets a miracle steal. They get a team fight, and they're right back in this one.
This is a team fight started by OMG. They get the first blow up onto Condi. Great ult there from Xiang, but they just can't get onto these carries.
Yeah, and this is where the turn comes into effect. And watch 957. They aggress onto him. He turns around, gets a really nice stun here. And then it's actually Hook onto Chuen. So he goes down, gets a good ultimate. Chuen tries to hide behind 5, and he pegs him out of the group. It means that 5 has to turn around. Otherwise, 5 would have just died, and the rest of the team successfully disengaged. Mystic with the follow-up chase, something that Ezreal does very well. Now with an outright Merc Scimitar. And it's a much closer game than it has any right to be.
There was a massive pillar coming in from Zero as well, just split up the team nicely. So the rest of WE just focused down Xiang while they were split. But look at this, teleport's coming in. WE look like they want to try and take down this Dragon, but OMG wants to contest for it. Dragon is soft resetting. It's going on over towards OMG side. Xiang now going to try and knock someone back to base. Not going to connect with ultimate. It will be Trend that picks up the Dragon. Now the ultimate comes up from Gragas to knock back the front line, though. That's not who you want to be knocking into the team. But slowly, OMG's health bars are just getting smaller and smaller.
957.
And they're going to look for it. The hook's going to come out. Not going to connect as Chen will be able to flash away. But another great pillar's going to come out from Zero to separate, though. 5 gets a good 4-man knocker. But he's going to be the sacrificial lamb as he pops his ultimate and runs away. And once again, WE just run at OMG and pick a fight.
And I can't believe they didn't re-engage on 5's headbutt pole there. 4 members taken out, still ultimate on SMLZ. So much damage available from this Jinx, who is completed in damage items, by the way. But WE, they take another fight. Sure, OMG got Dragon number 4, but unless number 5 happens for them in 46 minutes, it's not going to be worthwhile. And what the heck, WE? We said that they weren't playing like WE. This is much more of what we expected.
Certainly is. The team play is there. They've been able to pick wonderful fights after a great Baron steal there from Condi. Mystic now. Definitely a big swing in momentum of nothing else. It's a 4,200 gold back.
All right, that's better. Good job, Cool.
Forces the ulti out of Shie. Still doing lots of damage. I think maybe now he's realizing. It's one of those corky things where you're like, oh yeah. You shoot someone once, you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, that's a 900 damage crit, half of it being magic damage. That's kind of impressive. But yeah, as you said, 4,200 Baron power play. Scary thing is they're still about that behind in gold. So a little bit more to come. As Cool and Xiang now waiting in the wings.
Doesn't even feel like they're playing as if they are still 4,000 gold behind. WE just taking the fight to them. Now
That's the Thornmail picked up for Zero.
Zero's great.
yeah, you
With Grass,
Fight
Thornmail,
me.
and Frozen Heart, he is a top laner.
Yep. Doesn't quite do as much damage.
Grass does all the damage on Trundle anyway.
No Iceborne. Sad times.
Yeah, sad times. Don't worry. Do I have an item for you? Let me tell you about Iceborne Gauntlet.
Well, the siege is starting here in bottom lane. They already have one. It's okay. Ezreal's got one. As OMG, I think actually I just have to give this turret up. 957 is so tanky.
Do you know that Iceborne Gauntlet scales with your armor? So if you're Zero right now,
It's a big field of slow. That's
Here
cool.
we go.
Gonna try and make a play.
They're going to look for it here as WE going to take down this inner turret into the bottom lane. Sorry, is now they're going to separate the rest of the team. They get rid of Zero, but is that the person they want? Now here comes the package.
Oh.
Cool. Immediately smashed and knocked up. 5 is now the next target. He gets taken down. A double kill going on over to Lulu. The rest of OMG are just getting obliterated. That's 4 of their members done. Zero's back into the fight. He's on top of Xiang. Mystic flashing forward. Arcade shifting into the team. They pick up the ace. They're going to work onto the Nexus turrets. And WE come back from behind to take the game off OMG.
Yeah, and they only just got the gold lead. They're going to finish with a 500 gold lead. But WE wait for the perfect moment and then just frankly out-execute OMG. We said with the Jinx, with the Corki, they should be able to get it done in late game team fights. In the end, they're not able to. For whatever reason, OMG didn't want to pull the trigger when they were 12,000 gold up. They just get smashed.
One little misplay around the Baron, and Dreams very much kept alive there in that one. World Elite with almost a miraculous victory over OMG, and the fans could not be happier.
Wow, keep your dreams is like the best motto ever now, because I had called that game. That game was all but over until Condi stole that Baron. Because imagine if they get that Baron, they're all of a sudden still like the 8,000 gold up. They've got a Jinx for the siege. They're able to like just knock down these turrets. Rapid Fire Cannon Corki. Rapid Fire Cannon was going to come out of their graves as well. They had all the recipes to win that game. And not smiting the Baron. That's what it came down to. A disadvantaged smite as well. He was a level below.
Level below, and you had Spawn pointed this out as well. Poppy and Alistar inside the pit. You should have been able to keep someone away from the Baron, especially when you've committed to it and you know, okay, we are going to take the Baron down first before turning on a team. You should have had something set up, especially with Xiang being the shot caller, to stop that from happening.
Well, let's check out some of the highlights. This is where OMG started off right, just sieging down turrets with their Jinx. Mystic gets way too overzealous there, and Jiang makes him pay.
Yeah, and this was actually really a good play, but this is what we're talking about. Look, everything is available. Condi walks up, flash smites. That's all he does. And they just turn around and walk back away. From there, they win this team fight because a little bit overzealous. You know, they get Condi, okay, we should settle for that. Xiang goes for it, gets a good knockup, but his Poppy is too far ahead. And it really is about these Trundle Pillars and 957 re-engaging the fight.
I mean, if you had to give the MVP to someone for the team fights, I think Zero deserves it for all those fantastic pillars, but I don't know how you don't give this game to Condi.
It's not a hard skill to land, mate. I honestly think that Condi saved the game and then Mystic just like won every single team fight with the raw damage it was doing. Xie was also really impressive, but you know, those pillars, they were on point. You're right. Like, Zero's a really good Trundle.
Not hard to hit, but so effective.
Yeah, got to put him in the right spot, I suppose. But a good, really good game from Woodley, honestly, as this last team fight was cool, trying to make something happen. He realizes they're behind, crashes into a wall, and gets wrecked by Poppy. As you can see, the fans just so happy after that.
Yeah, I feel like Cool was like, pilot to call pilot. And then he was like, Mayday, Mayday, we've clipped a tree.
And in about as many seconds, too. And to be fair, OMG did not have to pick the team fight that they did, but they did and it cost them the game. Their World Elite, with a massive come from behind victory, will take it down. I don't know if OMG can recover from that. World Elite momentum must be massive, but we'll find out soon. Game number 2 is coming right up. Welcome back, everyone. As you're going to check into MVP of game number 1, it was Condi. Mostly for the Baron steal.
I hope that's just a one replay they show. That they just show him walk up, smash, flash, smite a Baron, and then just walk away. But, yeah.
Oh, yes.
You know, just walk up. Oh, yeah, got it.
Nailed
all right,
it.
cool. And game over. That's all the replays we need to see after that game, because that's what won them it.
And that's all you get.
That's all we get. That's perfect. And you get the wry smile as well out of the bed. But, you know, when you're a pilot, Pastry Time,
Yep.
you have to get ground clearance
Yes.
to be able to land
Yes.
your plane.
That's correct.
I feel like Cool didn't get his ground clearance in the last team fight there, because as soon as he went to land, authorities, they just grab him, they bag him and tag him, and send him back to the morgue for a little bit. They lose the game off the back of it. So lesson learned, guys, get ground clearance if you're a pilot.
And that's the thing, right? Like, OMG, even after losing the Baron, which is clearly disastrous for them,
Still 7,000 going up.
Exactly. You do not need to fight under that tower. They initiated under their own outer turret trying to win a fight, which you do not need to do. Just clear waves.
Or kill Condi and then don't do anything else, right? I just, they're
Exactly that. Kill Condi. Don't try to overextend with all these silly chases, and that's eventually what ended up with them losing even more of that gold lead.
Well, props to World Elite for keeping those dreams alive, because they're up a game here in this particular series. We'll swap sides, though, to get ourselves back into Champ Select. Seems like a pretty similar start to the draft so far. Kindred banned away by OMG. Callista banned out from World Elite. And we'll see what OMG want to take for ban number 2. It is going to be Alistar. So they played it last game, but again, respect the power of the champion. Don't want to give it over. Are going to ban it.
So they don't want Zero to be picking up that champion, despite the fact that 5 played it in the last game. Gonna have to see what the remaining bans coming out from these two teams are.
But you saw what Trundle does against Hard Engage, right? One person flies forward, whether it was 5, whether it was Shi Young, and then Zero just drops a pillar on everyone else. And you don't even have to knock them against walls or stuff. It's really, the slow is devastating on that. And you just saw time and time again that Shi Young would dive into the team, be like, I got someone, where's my team? Oh, they're on a Trundle pillar. Big sorry.
Oh, big sorry coming out for this in Italy too. So that's going to be banned away once more. Lulu now being taken away by WE. So they don't want Cool to be playing that champion, despite the fact that it snuck into the draft phase rather late, if I'm not mistaken.
Shea did pick it up, I think, last rotation. There's actually Twisted Fate going to be banned away. And Gragas, the instant first pick there from OMG. Deny away from Condi. Chuan, we've seen this Gragas be a bit up and down. Certainly on the up, I will say, from the last few performances, if memory serves. But it's not his Lee Sin. It's not even his Graves, honestly.
I love watching you play, Gragas. You never know what you're going to get. This is like the mixed bag of junglers. Sometimes you get great flash body slam initiations. Other time he walks between turrets, misses his ult and dies. So it's going to be fun either way.
Certainly.
This will be the 3rd time that he plays Gragas in the LPL.
I think this is the tiebreaker game then. It's like, had one good and one bad game. I feel like we're about to, you'll see just how good he is.
I don't know, the one good game that I've seen so far, he just walked up and smited something for the win. That was pretty good.
That was Condi. He did do well on the steal. Braum Siva, though, the pickups here. Really solid bottom lane. Siva, just one of the best carries you can get. Braum, probably the best support you can get. Feels like World Elite feeling good about the draft so far.
Kog'Maw's still available. You know, Kog'Maw and Sivir were banned out last time around by WE. So they take the Sivir themselves, obviously very high priority. I like that. I think the Mystic is a fantastic Sivir, by the way. But we'll see if SMLZ does go towards something that can kill a Sivir.
I have to see what they decide to pick up here. Wouldn't be surprised if it was Poppy and Kog'Maw being picked up, but they don't really have to show their AD carry just yet with the Sivir being locked in on the side of WE.
Well, there's Poppy, but we're considering a very different champion for SMLZ. He's played it once already. He is going to lock it in. Jin. We'll see yet another play today in the LPL.
Hello.
I'm trying to remember what he played it into last time he played it. But I feel like people are fancying themselves Jin into Sivir,
Well,
and I'm not convinced just yet on the matchup.
I'm not sure what he played against, but I knew he played it against LGD, and that was a loss for OMG as well.
Yeah, but LGD also picked like the biggest we're going to destroy Jin comp I've ever seen, because it was no AoE or anything. It was just like, I'm going to get in your face and fight you all day. And he was like, I only have 4 bullets. I can't shoot all of you at once. So it was really, really well played out of LGD. And we'll see if Team WE also play a rush comp.
I was going to say, this looks pretty scary, at least as far as the hovers are concerned.
As far as I'm concerned, by the way, Jin is the best laner that we've like ever released.
Yeah, no.
His laning phase is brutal with any kind of CC. And like even Morgana, you drop pull, Jin W's the person, you walk up and ulti them. Like Jin is got disgusting combos with people. It's just that we haven't really seen it come to fruition because people lane swap on him, and then you're like, I only got 4 bullets for the turret. So he's got the best and worst of both worlds in one champion.
Now I can only think about playing Jin with Morgana now just
Do
to
it.
try that
It's
one out.
sweet.
That sounds absolutely amazing. WE, on the other hand, they're going to respond with these 2 picks. With Sia picking up Lee Sin, that should be going on over to Condi. Mystic's going to lock in the Nautilus as well, so that should be for 957 since we do have the Brom picked up, leaving their
Or
mid
no,
lane pick
GA
last.
is a mid lane Nautilus player. He's played it a couple of times. And the other thing is like whenever, so I agree with you in theory, right? But right now, the way I'm looking at it is they've deliberately put like top lane and AD carry picking their champions to be like, oh yeah, we're just going to swap. And then I'm like, that is a mid lane Nautilus. Like, you cannot fool me, WE, with picking it in a different area. I know where that's going.
Ooh, 5 thought about Bar, but actually does go to Thresh. A big comfort pick for him. Cool. Also going to go to Azir. So if Shia wants the Nautilus, he can take it into the Azir. I'm not convinced that's the matchup he's after.
Yeah, now it's going to be a top lane Nautilus. Forget what I said.
I mean, it is nice that they can flex it. Water Elite, one of the teams in the LPL that I'm going to say often show up with a lot of the current meta picks. 957 was one of the, I think actually the first to bring the top Rammus into the LPL. Nice to see them
He was the first.
really taking on, again, the picks that are being played around the world and taking to them quickly. It's a sign of a team that learns fast. That's always a good thing in the LPL. But it seems like we are going to just lock down a mid lane champion here
See,
for
top
Shia.
Rammus, I'm not convinced that people learn quickly because it was good for a long time. You got to shout out to all the top Rammus players out there. We knew it was good. You know, I'm still not convinced it's that great, but it's seen some competitive play. I still enjoy playing it. It has some horrible matchups, Fish. And yeah, he definitely was one of the originals, but it's going to be a top lane LeBlanc and a mid Nautilus this time around.
Nice.
Or maybe swap those 2 champions.
Quite possibly. Shia currently with the LeBlanc. Mystic, though, on the Nautilus. Oh, they swapped.
AD carry Nautilus, pretty good.
I don't know. If
Imagine the
it's very
CC out of that lane.
Nautilus Brom back to Season 1, you know, 2 tanks bottom.
good. I mean, all jokes aside, they do have both those champions on the same team. You're still not wrong about the first part, which is that the CC is disgusting between those two.
100%.
And poor Jin's going to really struggle.
Yeah, and you know, they've got a speed up. And I always say this about Braum. He's really, really good with champions that have an easy time of getting on top of AD carries. The reason being, you speed him up, they go in first, and Braum, all he has to do is stand behind and just like tag him with an auto. Job done. You win the team fight generally because AD carries that scared of getting stunned up that they have to back out of the fight. We see it time and time again against Kog'Maws. People are like, Kog'Maw beats Braum because of Unbreakable. Well, just don't put the shield up and just tap him once and watch what Kog'Maw has to do in the team fight. He has to run away.
Well, certainly interesting competitions for both these sides. I feel like Water Elite have a really strong draft. And I feel like they'll be looking for standard lanes this time around. Although SMLZ in 5, they're absolutely looking for a 2v2. I even spotted the Ignite there for 5. I know what you're up to, buddy. We'll see if you can get it done, though. Jin Thresh, a pretty explosive lane. We'll see if OMG can answer back in game number 2. And here we are under the roof for our second game between OMG and World Elite. OMG looked like they were dominating all of game number 1 until Condi and a Miracle Baron Steel turned it all around, and World Elite were able to take that particular game. We are going to see the Keystone Masteries up on your screen. Nothing super surprising, but always nice to highlight the AD carries. Death by a Touch for Jin and Warlord's Bloodlust there for Sivir. So it looks like we do have a pause to start things off.
Aww.
Just to delay you guys from the sweet Jin Thresh line that OMG have put together. But I'm honestly worried. I feel like if there's a lane swap, OMG just like, oh, now what do I do?
You push out the lane, you go searching for the 2v2. We've seen teams do it time and time again today. No, I'm kind of a similar vein. I think that like isolated mid lane, definitely not good as well, especially when you have a look that it's a LeBlanc versus an Azir. You don't want that to be isolated. You want as much jungle pressure as you can as the Azir to try and help you out in that one. So, yeah, I'm kind of similar vein. I think that they have to go and search for standard lanes and see if they can get junglers involved as much as possible.
Exactly that. It almost feels like OMG, they have to come on this with the mindset that they have to find that 2-on-2 lane, because if they don't, everything just goes in favor of Wardley, and that's not exactly how you want to start off game number 2 here.
Because like, let's actually break it down. WE have the better lane swapping top laner. Nautilus is, in my opinion at least, the best lane swapping top laner. They've got a really good 1v1 in the mid lane. They've got LeBlanc versus Azir, and then they've got great turret shoves because they have Silver, who's just going to clear out the waves. On the other side, you've got an oppressive lane because you have a ranged support in Thresh and Jhin, who is a really good AD carry in 2v2. You've got a great team fighter, a really good ganker in Gragas, and then a Poppy who will win the 1v1. So I really think that if it's standard lanes, OMG get a huge advantage here. If it is a lane swap, WE will get a pretty significant advantage in the early game.
I really want to see if WE try to force that lane swap, and I especially really want to see if OMG try to force to match it, especially. I'm not sure if we're going to see them try to, predict where they're going to go or drop wards early, but I really want to see if OMG are just going to try and match it, because a lot of teams tonight, they've just been doing that. Wherever the 2-on-2 lane goes, they send their 2-on-2 there, despite whatever they're going to lose.
Yeah, I feel like people just like guess top lane right now.
Yeah, they're just like,
It's just like-
this is right?
Yeah. It's like when you play the...
Yep.
Yeah, they just are like, all right, cool, you just go on top lane. Like, yeah, I've seen you put 5 fingers out way too many times, dude. Like, you go on top lane. Like, I know where you're going. I'll go find you. And a lot of that is because they like to take Krogs, right? If you're in a lane swap situation, you like to take the Krogs. So I think that that's where they'll send them. So I just expect both duo lanes to walk top.
I do kind of like the, I'm going to call it insurance policy. That is Condi. Because he's playing Lee Sin. We've seen that he can get aggressive on it. Into Gragas could be tricky, but he should have some initiative there in the jungle matchup. I think even if there are standard lanes, I'm going to look to Condi once again. He did not have that much of an impact on Gragas in the very macro-oriented lane swap of game number 1. So I think either way, whether or not if they get standard lanes or if there is not a lane swap, I think Condi wants to be a bit more active where possible.
I agree. And I think that the other thing is, right, is that if you have Braum, even if it is with Sivir, that you still have a really good ganking lane. So I think that that is something they can look towards. I think that the same with Nautilus, even though Poppy should get the initiative, Nautilus brings a lot of CC and base stats, so Lee Sin can also get in and affect that lane. So I think that the standard lanes is better for OMG, but that is by no means fact that, RWE have bad standard lanes as well.
And it almost feels like, once again, WE have all these good questions, all these threats, so to speak, that OMG have to react to somehow. And when OMG get the right questions themselves, it almost feels like W already have the answers in place that are not
well,
that
they
bad
just
for
weren't
them.
asking them. They had them somewhere, but they just didn't ask any of them, and therefore there was no, their first question was, can you outsmart us at Baron? And the answer was yes. Okay, cool, we're going to lose the game. Before that, they just didn't ask anything. It was like, can you go to Sideways with us? Like, yeah, okay, if you want us to, are you aware you have a 6,000 gold lead? Yes, we are. What are you going to do with it? Nothing. Okay, that's fine by me. All right, cool. Did you get your ground clearance? No, we're working on it still. Oh, too bad. Didn't get it by 40 minutes. You're dead. So I really think that OMG, they made a schmozzle of that first game, and I don't know if questions, answers, or anything had anything to do with it. They just had no initiative around the map.
Well, you did mention as well, Page Time, that you thought there was a nice insurance policy of Condi on the Lee Sin here, but you know what? The biggest insurance policy is this Flash Smite, apparently, in this matchup, so hopefully we'll be able to see that one more time, stealing it away and pulling back that gold lead.
I mean, ideally, Wardley don't even need it, I suppose, in this particular game, and can just get things going normally. I have to say, OMG, though, as much as I admire them for changing tactics and playing more of a macro game, and I think they did play quite a lot of that early game, maybe the first 15 minutes quite well, and build a nice lead. Just get to standard lanes and kill people, man. I know how you like to play. Play OMG style League of Legends. Don't give me this. Don't give us other crap.
Yeah, I'm the complete same way. And even though they were playing macro, what they used to do is rotate around the map to kill people, not to take structures and force lane pressure and things like that. So I was really surprised.
Lovely
with
and
how
good
they
going would have won that game.
Lovely it. That game would have been won or lost by 25 minutes, as every other OMG game was in the past. I think that was just a huge miscalculation from OMG. They should have won that game.
That was the other thing that I noticed from that, and maybe something to look for them to improve here. Yes, we expect them to be good in standard lanes. They seem to have relatively good matchups, particularly 2v2 for their bottom lane. But I cannot believe OMG couldn't find a team fight that they liked in that last game. Like, yes, I agree World Elite played well, but as well as we've seen OMG play early and together, I feel like late and together was not there for OMG. Their team fight for me was really left wanting in that first game.
I'm going to go a step further and just be like, they didn't actually look like they team fight at all. Like, they just were running away or, like, throwing themselves head first, as we still are experiencing some delays, guys. We'll get you into the game as soon as possible. But yeah, I kind of agree with you. If you have a Jinx that's at 6 items and you're running away from team fights, there is huge alarm bells for you right there.
And the early stage of the game where OMG started to get ahead as well, it really felt like W were just throwing members at OMG's lineup. We saw time and time again, Poppy just got 3 wall slams in a row when they took that double turret push in the mid lane. That just didn't happen towards the late game. Once they got that Baron steal, they tightened up those team fights. They kited back nicely, made sure that OMG had to come to them because they are the ones with the gold deficit right now, and they're able to
That's not necessarily true, right? So OMG, they got ahead in that favor, but the gold lead didn't stay even. They continued to get ahead from that point. They got ahead because they played the map well. So I'm going to go a step further and say, yeah, they got, I guess, one skirmish that went their favor, but it was their map play because even though they gave up first blood, they'll up 1,000 gold. So already map play, big tick for them. Even though they got the skirmish they were looking for, they knocked down continued more turrets. There were 5 turrets to 2 at a certain point in that game, and they were able to jockey for position around the map and just out-rotate WE. So to me, like, even though they won a skirmish, and that's where it looked like a lot of the gold came from, their waves were already prepped. They pushed through mid lane. They were able to rotate around the map. 100% OMG's map play was better than WE's that game. WE always looked like they had better team fight, including when they were jockeying for Rift Herald at like 6 minutes in the game.
Mm-hmm. And is that maybe our question for World Elite? Because we know OMG's question is, hey, you guys have relatively clean play. We know you play well aggressively, but can you team fight? For World Elite, is it the opposite? We've seen your team fight. It's great. They've pulled up miracle games all season long, really, just by playing well together. But maybe it's their macro play that's what we have questions about. And if they want to play a macro game here, because they don't want to play into the Jin lane with the Sivir, then all of a sudden World Elite like, I don't know if we can do this.
They have like a bigger question. Like, my question for WE is, who is your carry?
Yep.
Like, is it Xie, is it Mystic, is it 957, or is it Condi on specific occasions? Because right now it seems to be everyone, and I don't actually, like, even though they get to good team compositions, I sometimes look at their comps and I'm like, I'm not sure if you're putting responsibility in the right place. Whereas when you have a look at teams like QG and they just like, tank, carry, you're like, I understand this team comp because it's QG and this matches up. Sometimes I look at WE and I'm like, why is Xie on a tank now? Like, he's a really good mage player. Like, I don't get it. Like, and they do have that flexibility, but that's my biggest question for them is who steps up in big moments? Because right now, it seems to be Condi, question mark, and then, like, whoever else steps up. And maybe that flexibility is good, but I also like accountability on certain teams, and I think that it's not there for WE yet.
I mean, there's also, you can shift power around as well. Like, there were teams, the very good teams actually, that look the best when they can shift power to different places. So Royal might be getting to this spot in my head. QG, pretty set right now, but I think they'll expand as they play more games, especially as they solidify their roster and say that, okay, we're only playing with these 5, so Uzi specifically, and keep that synergy building. But Royal, like we've talked about, the young players starting to carry a bit more. We know where the power is weighted for jungle support and top lane, but I feel like if you give Xiaohu, carry, and he plays a few more games and grows a bit more as a player, he will actually hard carry a game from mid lane. So it doesn't have to be the same players all the time like it is on some other teams. Like EDG is another really good example of teams that kind of always have carries in the right place. But I agree. Get your carries somewhere. Because right now I'm just like, there are 5 good players, but none of you carry.
Yeah, and that's actually why I like WE. Is like, I like a team that like has a fluid identity, right? And I think that WE is that team. They definitely have 5 really solid players that play together as a team, and they sometimes look lost, and it's adorable. But you know, they eventually get there, and they look like they're actively thinking about the game, which I appreciate in a team. The reason that I struggle at times with OMG is like, who steps up and makes that play? And the last game, the answer was no one. So, like, the question for WE is, like, why are you all trying to equally do this and who's actually responsible for making those plays? OMG, it's like, no, you do it. No, you do it. Cool, you dive in. Oh, crap, that went wrong. So, like, OMG have the opposite problem for WE. Whilst I'm thinking that they've got too many varieties, like, OMG just needs something.
I agree with your sentiments on W, and my opinion on it is kind of like W feel like this teamwork team that covers each other's weakness, so to speak, but it doesn't really promote their team's strengths. And by doing that, they just look like they have absolutely no carry on their team. And random times somebody will step up to the occasion, but it's never just somebody you can rely on WE. They have to work together as a team to cover each other's weaknesses, and that's good, but not what
And
you
that's
really
why
need.
I think that whenever we look at WE, we kind of think like Zero is playing very well and Condi is playing very well. And when 957 or Xie is on a tank, that you see a lot of them because it's actively what the support caster is doing to facilitate play as opposed to like a carry going bonkers on their team, which, as I said, isn't a bad way to play League of Legends. But eventually you run into Imp. And he asks the question of you, can you carry a game or am I going to put you in a big CS hole? That's the question he asked to Peko last year in the finals. And the answer out of Peko was, I cannot carry this game anymore.
Yep.
So I think that that's just a big alarm bell for WE. Not right now because there will be a 2 to 4 team right now. They've got the talent on their lineup. But to push QG, to push EDG into finals, they're going to need someone to step up consistently.
And it's a question we ask teams like RNG as well, which are like MLXG, Mata, focused teams, which they help Xiaohu and Wu become really, really strong. If you're going to look at W and say, okay, Condi, Zero, these are the support
But see,
players from
MLXG
team.
is at least a carry jungler, right?
Yep.
Condi's not a carry jungler.
Yep.
Condi's not going to pick up Nidalee and put Clear Love in a body bag. Like, MLXG has the potential to do that. We've actually seen him do that when RNG played EDG. So none of their teams' lanes actually played well that game. But MLXG actually just chased Clear Love around the map and like was a very successful thing. My question to WE is they have a support cast. RNG have a support cast. We call them that because it's a support jungler. But MLXG is not a support player. Like, let's make that abundantly clear. Even his Gragas is nothing like Condi's Gragas. Like, he is very in your face making plays. To me, who makes the plays on WE? Because that game was no plays made. Wanda, steal a Baron, win the game. Like, if that was MLXG, that game would have either been won for them, they would have turned it around much quicker, or it just would have been over because he would have walked into someone, tried to fight them, and lost the game for his team, which is a big question for them. So even though they have strengths in similar areas, their plays are actually much different than what RNG has in their jungle support positions.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so interesting to watch Wardley sort of evolve more as a team. And I feel like it's fitting that we're seeing these two teams play tonight because they do feel surprisingly close. Just a reminder, we are still in some delay, so it can't imagine I'll last too much longer, but thank you for staying with us here as we are going to move ourselves into Game 2 ASAP for WE and OMG. Let's maybe open it up a little bit more now. So we've talked a lot about these two teams at length. Let's talk about the LPL in general. What are we excited about? And I think we are getting to the business end as well. Week 7, not quite the end just yet. Playoffs still long enough away that we can't quite start talking about them. But I think it's been interesting we're talking about young teams with potential because eventually they do have to challenge these top teams, right?
I think that's what everyone's excited about in the LPL. Like last year, we were excited about MSI because we looked like we had 2 really strong teams that we were going to send there, and eventually EDG did win. And we had the similar feeling about Worlds that we were climbing. Right now, it seems like we're rebuilding. The top-tier teams are no longer escalating over the rest of the league. They're still there, but the rest of the league seems to be catching up, and that is a sign that you're no longer escalating and challenging. So I wouldn't be surprised if we had a poor MSI. I say that in touch wood and hope that we have a very good MSI at the same time. But my excitement is the changing of the guard, the OMGs, the WEs, even the Invictuses like starting to rise up and challenge, and then the new breed of like even RNG. They're older players, but they have this new feel to them. And I think that that's what's exciting about the LPL right now. The fact that EDG are actually starting to get a little bit shakier. QG, they're an LSPL team. They've still been around for a year and a half and been very good with the same roster for that time. We're starting to see these new teams come in and actually challenge for those spots.
I agree with Spawn. It just really feels like the LPL is rebuilding. And this game that we're watching right now is a classic example of that. That's 2 teams that are rebuilding themselves. Not just the league, but 2 teams themselves are rebuilding and trying to get better. And that just shows how the LPL is progressing. And I'm really excited to see how the teams that are in the middle of the pack right now, like WE, OMG, IG, EDG, Vici, see how they are going to be when we get towards payoffs, when we get towards MSI as well, and see how they shape up as a team and how they grow later on into the year
watch
as
my
well.
feed explode again. I'm actually going to take EDG out of that group because I watched EDG play on Thursday night, I believe it was, against Masters 3. EDG, when they play well, is still the best team in the LPL. Like, I don't think anyone, like, if you can give me a convincing argument why QG are better than EDG right now, I would really love to hear it. Because in my opinion, like, EDG have had some sloppy games, but they also played with Fire Lolly. They've got an injured mid laner. If they ever get consistency back in that team, I expect Pawns EDG to once again to be the best team in the LPL. So I think that right now it's QG, RNG, EDG is like these established powerhouses, and then it's everyone below them in kind of like the 4 to 7 spot within both groups that are actually trying to push and break into those top 3 teams. So it will be really interesting if EDG, QG, or RNG don't win Split 1, because I think to me, like, they are the 3 established powerhouses in the league.
Yep, and I think with the exception of LGD, all the top teams have very obvious, discernible carries, right? And I think it's cool that we're having this discussion now. It's because we look at maybe some of the mid teams, and there's just not as much carry action happening, at least not right now. It feels like some of their carries are maturing, and they've got solid veterans leading the charge.
And the only reason it's important to speak about it, like, if this is Europe, they would be like, who gives a crap? Like, they're winning games. Like, can you tell me who G2's carry is? Like, they have perks, and they have some good players, but they are very much a 5-man roster, right? But we're in the LPL. This is like the league of carries. Like, we're famous for having like 1 or 2 superstars on the team surrounded by people that are going to facilitate the game to them. So that's why it confuses me a little bit, because my question is like, when a Mystic runs into an Uzi, what happens? When Xie runs into Pawn, what happens? Like, when Godvi actually starts performing well, like, what is going to happen when they start playing against these people? Because the answer has always been that, like, that lane gets exploited and dominated. Look at why we criticize IG so much. It's not they've got 5 serviceable players and a very strong top half of the map, but every single time they step onto Summoner's Rift against a better AD carry support bottom lane, the lane's just going to get camped, and they're going to get demolished for having a weak part of the map. And that's how the LPL works, and that's why it's maybe concerning for WE. Because they have, like, solidness everywhere.
All right, so cool. On this same topic, I think I want to talk about one of the most interesting players in the LPL. He's actually playing in the match that we still currently have on hold, SMLZ. This guy was talked up for so long, and I feel like he is actually playing quite well. But I still don't get the carry spirit from SMLZ.
The heir to Wei Xiao's throne, pastry time. That's actually what he was dubbed to be. Like, all joking aside, Wei Xiao said this is a person that is going to be the next best AD carry in China. And honestly, he hasn't stepped up to that. So I completely agree to you. It's a decision-making for me. He's not aggressive enough. He sits on farm, he pushes side lanes, and then when it comes, like, he accumulated so much power in that game, and they did not want to exercise any of that. You give that same amount of power to Name, to Uzi, to Wei Xiao, any of these great Chinese AD carries, he will destroy your team. And SMLZ just doesn't seem to have that killer instinct, that, like, go for your throat and take it to you as an AD carry.
I agree. You look at someone to be a carry for your team, but when you look at someone to be a carry team, you're really looking at, if you facilitate resources into this guy, or lack thereof, he's going to be able to do something for your team that nobody else would have been able to do. That's a game where SMLZ had all these resources to carry, but was not able to do so. And if you're going to call someone a carry who can't carry from that position, it's not great.
And, like, a really clear, he kind of plays like Imp. Imp will go get side lane farm, right? But SMLZ, if someone shows up in his lane, SMLZ will exit. If Imp is that far ahead and someone shows up in his lane, Imp will fight them. Like, SMLZ just doesn't have that I'm going to make a high-risk, high-reward play. He's very low-risk, medium-reward AD carry, and that's good for an AD carry if you have carries otherwise. Or if they had a Lulu that game, would have been perfect, because he could have just ran around and shot people, but that wasn't the case. That's not how the team comp was built up.
No, and he's such a polarizing player as well. We see his builds be very different in a lot of different games. Actually, the last game was surprisingly standard from the man, which was interesting to watch. But he's got an aggressive lane phase, and I feel like this sort of Jhin Thresh lane that they're playing
embodies that.
Is a lot of what I've seen. But then you're right, you just get to these team fight phases, and he's like, I don't want to.
And that's actually why they want Cool on the team. You know, Chuen said, you know, I'm one of the leaders. Shi Young also does that, but Cool is also a facilitator for leadership. So that's why they've brought him back into the lineup and not playing Icon. Longevity-wise, I still think it's a bad call, because I think that Icon is the mid laner of the future for OMG. I don't know how long Cool has left. He's been playing competitively, I think, for 5 years now.
Something like that.
4.5, maybe. I have to go check. But as long as I've casted League of Legends, at least. So I really think that this is a leadership decision to try and make SMLZ step up.
And we saw that from Cool. He was trying really hard to put the K pants on in that game, and unfortunately, the plane hit the tree towards the end of it. And even in lane, he was playing aggressively, but Cool is not the same carry he used to be, at least not right now.
And honestly, Cool was like always player that would get into the side lanes and help his other people carry. He was a facilitator of the team. Like Going was a carry, and then San would like play weird stuff like Graves, and that would set up a lot of plays. So like Cool is like at one point his Ari was really good, and maybe he'll be able to bring that back out. But he still had a weird champion pool like Twist of Fate into Ari, and then he would play Orianna when he didn't get those. He was a facilitative mage that would help set up things for his team. So honestly, it's not surprising that he's not hard carrying the games, because in my mind, at least, like, correct me if I'm wrong, that was kind of never his role. It was more like Loveling and Going that would get that done for the team.
And it almost feels like if that's the way that Cool's going to be playing as well, he kind of needs to rely on somebody on OMG to pick up those carry pants and do just that. SMLZ not really doing it.
Like SMLZ.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see if he does it, though. We are still delayed, but we're going to go on a quick break. Don't go too far, though. Grab your drinks, go to the bathroom if you need to, but Game 2 should be coming up shortly.
I will hold you in my arms.
And welcome back, guys. Thank you so much for your patience as we should be loading back in to Game 2 for Water Elite versus OMG. We did have to remake the game due to a slight technical difficulty, but Champs League, I think, is almost done. They are just going to remake. Should be same picks and bans.
Yep.
And again, was a great draft there between the two teams. Really interesting stuff. And I feel like they've had a long time to think about how they're going to try and execute the lane swap or not lane swap.
Yeah, so if we rattle back through them quickly,
Yep.
maybe, just for some context, you know, on OMG's side, they've got Gragas, Poppy, Jin, Azir, Thresh. On WE side, is Sivir, Braum, Lee Sin, Nor, LeBlanc. So the theory we're currently going with, OMG really wants standard lanes to be able to unlock Gragas, really open up the ganking, also make sure that Jin is allowed to dominate that lane in a 2v2 setting. On the side of WE, you've got a fast lane push. You've got the Sivir there. You've got Braum to roam around and make all these plays. So they're kind of looking for a lane swap is what we're kind of hoping to see. But right now we're in China. I just hope to see like 5 people running each other back end.
We didn't get to really see that throughout the last
That's why I
game.
need to see it. It's
Yep.
been like an hour and a half. Like I'm having withdrawals, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, even the early games today are just kind of people running around the map to start off. You still got a little bit of that fight.
Uzi wants a word to you. Like he was going off tap earlier today. Was making me happy, fish. And there's a what? We're in.
Yeah, here we are.
Yeah.
Summoner's
Woo.
Rift.
That's like I'm not a play-by-play caster. You freaking do it then.
I'm there.
All right, thank you.
It's okay.
Well, sort this guy out.
Well, I don't know if he's sortable. I can't control him,
I don't understand you Australians.
as you can see. Same Keystone Masteries as well. I believe
He
this-
says being born in Australia.
Yeah, it's true. You are technically Australian.
2 weeks of it.
I'd watch it. It counts.
Something.
Don't you give me. Cheeky. Right.
He's out of control.
He's absolutely off
Past
tap.
his bedtime.
Well, let's settle back in. Just to remind you, Game 2, OMG World Elite. That's where we are right now. World Elite did win the first game. I'm going to say in pretty dramatic fashion, with Condi stealing away that Baron to turn the fortunes and the game for World Elite around. Having a quick check-in, though. Looks like both teams are somewhat trying to navigate for these lanes. And by the looks of things, SMLZ and 5, if our theory holds, are going to get what they want. In fact, they're looking for a 2-man invade. Saw a lot of this from RNG today.
They are going to go for that 2-man invade. W just spot them out with a ward, so they know they're heading into the jungle here. They're going on a little bit of a trip.
So some junglers, Lee Sin being one of them, can actually start at the wolf camp and smite it for the early vision, and that means that you can't really be invaded like that because the wolf spirit follows the people around. So I like the fact that they went that deep, but they are going to miss some creeps for it because of Zero's nice shepherding, I'm going to call it. It wasn't really zoning. He was like a shepherd, like steering them in the right direction.
This is still the lane that WE didn't want to run into. And SMLZ and 5 going to be able to put a lot of damage down immediately. So although Mystic and Zero did get a lot of poke damage down as they were coming back into the lane, it's immediately nullified with just one trade.
And I like this. 5 actually helping SMLZ last hit. SMLZ just shooting Mystic for the most part with those early bullets. But Mystic's already level 2. Zero's not going to hit 2 as well. So Sivir is going to get the early pressure into the turret. As SMLZ and 5 will do their best to try and clear this out. Schwan, though, is he taking his red buff? Seems like everything's going A-okay in the jungle. As Cool and Shie will do battle early on in this lane. Azir doing what Azir always wants to do in the early levels, and that's shove.
Yeah, exactly right. The longer he can keep LeBlanc under this turret, the more he doesn't have to fight the LeBlanc. And that is good news for Cool.
He's doing a good job of that, making sure to see her stuck underneath the turret. So we take a look back into the bottom lane. SMLZ and 5, after going on a little bit of a journey into the jungle, have now settled back into the lane. Both the junglers have cleared out most of their jungle. Tren does have both of his buffs now. It's going to be Condi that's working on his blue buff, as the Scuttle Crab is going to go down in Tren's favor. He's now making a little bit of a trip into Condi's jungle. We'll spot him out doing this blue buff.
Might be able to stop it as well. He does have doubles. Never underestimate the burst that comes initially out of Gragas, but Lee Sin should have better fighting capability overall.
Yep, smites it down as well. In fact, that's going to force
Ooh,
Schwan
he's in some
out.
trouble.
Got tagged by Zero, but no follow-up. Mystic not there in the area, so Schwan able to get out of that situation, but a little too aggressive perhaps. OMG, though, in their standard lane, seem to be in their comfort zone, playing up in every lane where possible, and you can see SMLZ and 5 doing a nice job zoning Sivir off these creeps
And
right
this has
now.
always been the theory, right? push every single lane, open up the river for your jungler to dominate vision, make little jabbing pokes into the enemy jungle and see if you can get deep vision control and try and punish. And otherwise, you just win the eventual farm battle because people make mistakes against the turret. And it seems to be working right now for OMG.
And look at this, a lot of damage being put down onto Mystic. A nice splash with the hook comes in. They get first blood onto SMLZ, and OMG coming out on top in this dual lane.
And I say it all the time, Thresh wins lanes. Like, Thresh plus any AD carry in the game is a winning lane against melees, and that is exactly why SMLZ, sure, he gets the kill, but 5 puts in all of the hard work, able to take down Mystic. And hopefully this is a game that SMLZ will be able to carry through.
I feel like every time I watch him play, I wonder why he ever left it. His Thresh is so good, as he's pretty much able to carry that dual 1v2. SMLZ in for a bit of damage, but huge amount of gold already there. That's going to be a BF sword up already for Jin.
That one's just absolutely beautiful from 5 there. Fantastic player now.
And SMLZ does the right thing. He goes back and he gets the pink ward. Oh, I thought that 5 wasn't going to get it. Generally, when you get the kill as the AD carry, you let your support go towards his items that he needs, and you pick up the lane sight ward, vision ward, because you only need one of them generally. But this time they both get one, and 5 picked up already.
I really hope that Frostgren's watching this game at home. She would love to see this line of pink wards being picked up by OMG. Gonna have to see how they decide to use their newly acquired vision.
It's because what you were talking about, Pastry Time, you know, the one catalyst in standard lanes is Lee Sin. Easiest way to keep him out of ganks is by creating vision dominance with these pink wards. You can see double Rift Scuttler was taken first round Chuen, so he's obviously on the same train of thought, wants to ensure that they catch Condi out at every opportunity and try and stop him from ganking.
Found him.
Yep.
Looking to try and make pressure in the bottom lane, but a nice ward is placed there. Zero actually also going to walk over that same spot. So SMLZ and 5 will play it appropriately.
And Chuen's here for the counter gank, and he knows that there's a pink ward there. See whether he does move in aggressively. He is recalling. This is dangerous still for OMG because Condi's stuck around for a while.
And 5 went to check that brush, but that almost gives away that they have knowledge, but they still want to go in aggressive. Condi waiting very patiently, but OMG not massively committing to this.
Yeah,
Just
and
taking
he will
poke where they
finally
can.
leave because Mystic has to CS here. So in the end, that's a lot of wasted time for the Lee Sin. Still jungles very quickly. But this is going to be a hard lane to recover. 11 CS and a BF versus double longsword.
The game so far is almost going as planned for OMG. They've got all the lanes that they would like, and they've already got a kill down in that bottom lane. Gonna have to see if Tran's gonna be able to put down the jungle pressure onto any of these solo lanes or help the Jin lane out even more. Get SMLZ rolling even more than he already is. Blue buff should be donated on over to Cool here. The Birdman's taking a little bit of time to take that down, but that's going to allow him to shove Sia into his turret even more than he already has. And he's already gone back to base, picked up a Negatron cloak for himself to deny some of the damage that Sia could put out. Slightly behind on CS, but should be able to pull back slowly as 5 going to get a nice hook onto Zero here. Flays him backwards for the slow. Nice lockdown coming from SMLZ. And they're just being really oppressive in this lane.
And the amount of damage that you can see they can do to see CC trains last for so long. There's SMLZ readying that crit bullet. He's just going to
Stack up the wave.
Yeah, it's kind of cute. Just waiting.
They're trying to zone as much as possible here. See if Mystic wants to farm with that Boomerang Blade. He does, so that's going to automatically push the wave. Don't know if I agree with that. But SMLZ, with a bit of AoE, going to shove it back. And now Condi, level 6, looking to make a play onto Cool. This is scary as Lee Sin, by the way. I hate ganking his ear because Lee Sin needs to get behind you.
Well, they're going to try and go for that gank. Immediately, Cool's going to flash away. Still gets tagged by the Sonic Wave. Only not deciding to go back up in the bottom lane, though. They're going really aggressive onto Zero. That crit shot going to deal a nice amount of damage onto the Braum support. And here comes the curtain call. They're looking for 1. They get 2 onto Mystic. Ignite is down. 3 is there. The final shot will be enough. And SMLZ picks up a sniper's kill.
Really well played, actually, out of SMLZ and 5 there. SMLZ lands a first bullet, 5 ducks in, gets the ignite, and a flay back for even more slow. Then SMLZ finishes him off. They even get the heal out of it. And this is a huge deficit right now for any lane let alone a Sivir lane that it normally is a neutralizing factor.
Yep, and you can see it's a struggle street right now for Mystic, who just died and now 25 CS down. And I only just noticed, I missed it in the Keystone Master graphic. 5 is Graspfully Undying for even more aggression in that particular lane. So the amount of damage is pretty ridiculous at this point. SMLZ's almost finished with his Infinity Edge. 9 minutes into the game.
Wow, that is absolutely massive. He's farming up the Storm, has 2 kills. All of the gold on the map is going over to him. Look, everywhere else is even losing in CS. They're really the only winning lane, but they're winning by about 1,200 gold right now. That's massive.
It is, especially this early on. Zero and Condi are going to go for a wander into the OMG jungle. They find a pink wall for themselves, so they'll be able to clear that one out and deny some of that OMG vision.
If you can't visualize what that is, like at home, like how much is he talking about? It's a Caulfield's Warhammer versus like a BF sort of pickaxe and a crit cloak. Like, there's a lot of gold difference right here between the 280 carries and a lot of combat stats, because remember, Jin turns it all into AD.
Well, World Elite have been here before. In the previous game, they were down 1,000 gold. And even then some after OMG continued to play an impressive macro game. This time, though, it's just from the laning phase alone down at the bottom lane where they are ahead. And they're going to continue to try and put on the pressure in this 2-on-2 lane. Take a look at the solo lanes now. It's in fact going in favor of WE. Small CS advantages for both the top and the middle lane. Here's a lane we haven't touched on at all so far. 957 up against Siyoung. Just going to use that Grass of the Undying. Nautilus is a surprisingly oppressive top laner.
Especially when you go double Doran's ring into Flask. I feel like anyone that goes that should be able to win a lane fairly consistently. Whereas Siyoung has just gone for a component straight up, so a little bit less efficiency out of the build than what you get out of Doran. And we'll see whether that continues to be the case.
Cool playing pretty far back, actually. Abyssal Scepters have been completed by both mids, but Cool not really interested in these trades. Shie does miss that chain, but Cool still eats a pretty massive amount of damage. Does have his heal ready. Orderly, they're going to play to their strong side of the map, try and take this Rift Herald.
Yeah, that's actually a really smart play, trying to get Herald, see if they can give it over onto 957 and utilize that advantage, or whether they give it to Condi for a little bit of extra movement speed around the jungle. It is going to be Condi. But now Chuan going for a dive in this lane.
He's going to look for that dive. He gets the slow into 0, knocks him back, and actually out of the CC coming in from Jin. Hits the second shot, gets the third onto Mystic, will not connect with the crit. A little bit of miscommunication, it seems, from OMG, but they still be able to take down this bot lane turret.
I feel like there was a wave clear at that point.
Yep.
That's cool. He's in trouble. He's going to get aggressed on by Shie. That's probably going to force him out of lane. He doesn't die, but he's not feeling too happy about it right now. He's going to start falling a bit further behind in CS. So Shie playing nice and up on the LeBlanc.
And that's why it's important that they actually took the turret so early into the game. Now all of a sudden, Jin can maybe rotate into the top lane. They swap it around. They get another turret for themselves. Cool gets a little bit of pressure relief now because Chuan can give him some more attention. And SMLZ is going to be that catalyst, actually no, that igniting factor that starts this movement of being able to dominate the map for OMG.
Well, his Infinity Edge is already up, so that's certainly going to speed things up. As they are going to move themselves into that top side of the map. Mystic still holding this, actually now holding this wave. Trying to get as much farm as he can. Oh, it's a tragedy. It's Condi. It's a hook there from 5. In fact, they're keen. Not that keen. Schwan, though, just going to take these Raptors away. Able to get them all pretty easily. It doesn't have his smite to use. Doesn't matter too much, though. Shie also has to play back because OMG is starting to play towards his lane. Mystic's someone with free space now, but he's going to force the LeBlanc to play a bit more carefully.
Now OMG, they are 2,000 gold ahead of WE. And it's still, once again, mostly coming in from that bottom lane and from Trend maybe in the jungle, because the solo lane's still down about 20 CS. So WE solo lanes, so we are going to see Trend 5 move in towards the jungle with Cool, and they will be able to take the red buff away. As Siyoung is going to try and match Mystic in the jungle. Here's Trend, though. He's being caught up. The Riptide's coming in for Nautilus. Going to knock Trend up, but he took the Dark Passage to safety.
Yeah, and they will allow, I guess, a really interesting lane swap where Zero comes up with 957 to try and defend this turret, and Condi versus SMLZ. And you just feel that SMLZ at this stage of the game, at least, is a little bit too strong. So they will continue to push in and chip away at the structure. Shie also cheating means that Cool gets a couple of free pushes in the mid lane. I'm sure he appreciates that at this stage of the game because he was starting to get a little bit dominated in that mid lane.
Mystic down this bottom lane. He has to go up against Sio, and it still doesn't look too good for him. Look at this in the top lane, though. Zero going really aggressive. Tries to use the ultimate to lock down SMLZ, who just takes the Dark Passage to safety. 5 does blow his flash to get him out of that.
Okay, so for those that were disagreeing me about Jin's walk, how is that not infuriating? Just watching someone walk like that, take a Dark Passage, and then continue to walk
It is
away
amazing.
from you. It is... Oh.
Well, it does get out of that one. All walks aside. 5 is the one to burn the flash, so SMLZ still has all his summoners up. He's actually playing towards mid lane now, because there are a few too many people top for his liking. Oh, that was a sick W. But unfortunately, no follow-up. SMLZ's sweep play goes unnoticed
Yeah, I
today.
thought he was going to, like, send Cool in for, like, a scoop out or something along those lines. Oh, wow, that's dangerous.
Here comes 1. Going for 2. Condi's blocking it. 3's onto Condi as well. 4's onto Condi. Good guy Condi blocking up those shots of Sia, but questionable from Sia to try and jump back in there. And OMG are going to be able to take a turret for it.
Yeah, they might even be able to take 2. Look, they're continuing the push, and Cool is going to make up for the lack of siege because Azir destroys turrets as a mage. And that's going to be turret number 2 in the mid lane falling down. OMG, very proactive.
Good hook. Condi going to get blown up almost, but he is able to get out of the way. Zero, though, not so lucky as SM as he takes him out on OMG. That is continuing to snowball now.
That looks much more like OMG that we're used to seeing. Group early, use the advantage that you got around the map and transition it into another lane. This time, much better play out of SMLZ. We were asking, can he carry a game? On Jin, it looks like he can at least carry an early game. See whether he can continue this great play.
That's right. Him and 5 have been doing a fantastic job throughout this match. And OMG, after picking 2 turrets in the mid lane, are going to move down towards the Dragon Pit. They take down the first Dragon of the game. So taking a look at how this match is summed up so far. 16 minutes in, 1 Dragon to none. OMG have 3 turrets. They're currently 5,000 gold ahead of W with 3 kills, and all 3 of them going on up towards SMLZ.
And now he's building in towards that second item. SM3 are only just done for Mystic. So Mystic's effectively a full item behind at this point.
Yeah, boots as well as the components of the Zeal may as well be the full item, and that's just going to hurt even more. They've put him into a mid lane, but right now that's a long lane, so it's not even a safe lane to farm. So we'll see whether that is something that he can utilize. And SMLZ still unrelenting with these sieges, trying to get back into the top lane turret and make it happen.
Shooting Zero. Doing actually a pretty nice amount of damage. That one's going to hit the tower. There's 5 also there on backup. He's playing back just in case someone is going to come up and try and gank him, but SMLZ starting to make pretty short work of this turret with only 4 bullets. 5 going to come in and help as well. Waterley might lose this out of here.
Certainly looks to be the case. Cool starts up Rift Herald for Chwen in the meantime. They can't poke him in the eye because there's Sand Soldiers out. That's a little bit unfortunate. They do manage to get him eventually in the end.
And still get the Rift Herald down. That should be going on over towards Cool, it seems. So it's going to be Azir that picks that one up. The rest of OMG are still up in the top lane. They want to try and group to take down this final outer turret. It is going to be Siang and 957 who are split down in towards the bottom lane. It's Cool and Sia that move towards the mid lane as well, but the rest grouped up here trying to defend this. Now pushing towards it. Now Tren, he's actually going to find Sia inside of WE's jungle. Teleport is going to come in. W looking for this one. 957 getting close. Zero flashes forward. Does not connect with his ultimate, but 5 will be kicked back in towards the team. But WE taking so much damage from the backline. Sia is now up and towards this top lane. Tren's going to try and jump in. Pops his Q down to try and get some more damage. Sia knocks the Nautilus out. Azir's in. Condi is the focus. Now Zero. He gets taken down by SMLZ. In the backlines, Condi falls as well. Mystic's getting taken down. The curtain call has come out. They're falling left, right, and center as WE. They're going to lose all 5 members in this fight. CS trying to stay alive, but that's not quite right. 18-minute ace and a triple kill for Azir.
And Cool goes massive in that fight. This is what we said. Get someone else an advantage and Cool will roam and make it happen. Early teleport out of 957. He wants to get the play started, but just not able to make it. So they get 5 instead of SMLZ. They do take him off the rift, but from there, it just all goes horribly wrong. Chwen able to get, I guess, enough attention and a good ulti to knock people away, and then it's just all on Cool to scoop Condi back into the team, cut off the choke point, and SMLZ this whole time was just sitting on the backline wailing on people. Like, he was just roaming around the annoying strat puts out the ultimate in the end and calls the main benefactor. Chuen does go down because he tanked too many turret shots, but what a team fight out of OMG. Getting into the top lane, it always seems to be the top lane, and winning a great team fight.
Well, you can see the OMG fans happy about that answer back as OMG catapult ahead in gold. 7K up now in this particular game, and this June's just going completely off. Static Shift now done. National's Tooth done for Cool as well, with a backup needlessly large rod. Even Spirit Visage done there for Schwan with a full tank item and a couple of components there for Xiang. OMG looking to spiral this game completely out of control, and he's off the back of SMLZ. Perhaps the one true carry. The Dark Knight of carries, maybe.
Dark Knight of carries for OMG. Currently 4-3. He's been doing a pretty good job at that carrying business so far. And currently OMG 8,000 gold ahead of WE. And it looks like they're not going to stop just yet. WE just haven't found a way to fight back just yet. And the question is it going to be Condi trying to smite away another Baron? How exactly are W going to get back into this? Is beyond me.
I don't think OMG going near Baron this game. Not until they absolutely have to. And they are starting to get some good sieges down. She is trying to answer Xiang in that top lane.
It's almost as the shot calling for OMG's gone. Xiang said, okay, we lost last game because we tried to take Baron. No Baron.
I mean,
not allowed.
Not a good time to take it either because it's so early into the game. Right now, they're just busy sieging, which has been very effective. Nice snare there onto Condi with the W. And look at Schwan. He's on top of a ward. He's going to clear that out now. He's got a pink down. But he's ready to make a play if he has to. And Shia is also come back down. That's going to force Xiang to walk his way over. Make sure he's grouped with his team.
Yeah, Dragon will be the next objective. It's up in a minute. So may as well just get fishing around that area. Go back, have another shop. See what you can get at this stage of the game. OMG are a little bit more methodical than we're used to seeing in the Chaos. Actually looking for a pick on top of a ward, so that's not a good play.
Now OMG still grouping towards this bottom side of the map. They want to try and look for this inner turret. The rest of the team's actually inside the jungle. Xiang now trying to actually jump onto Condi. The hook from 5 will not be able to connect with the Lee Sin. So they do blow the ultimate trying to chase him down. No summoners were burnt from the side of WE. And OMG once again just taking control of WE's jungle, rotating between that middle lane and bottom lane, trying to find an avenue of attack. Sia trying to take matters into his own hands, gets a lot of damage down onto Cool. But this is a slow but inevitable push coming in from OMG towards this bottom side of the map. Jin is just suppressing them underneath these turrets.
Yeah, and in the end, they will just peel away, pick up the Dragon for themselves. So not much really gained out of that siege, apart from more farm, more pressure, and vision denial on the map for the OMG lineup.
Jesus. That Dragon took so much damage.
Welcome to Jin.
That was effectively a level 18 smite and then 12 extra damage. That was ridiculous.
12 extra damage?
It's 1,000 at max level, I believe. He did 1,012 damage. Mathematics, fish.
Professor Pastry is on the desk today. Sia now taking a lot of damage from Trent. He's going to try and kite this one back up. Mystic's there now. They do get the snare down, but Cool is here to deter them away from continuing with their aggression.
I love watching Chuen's progress. I'm body slamming away. Oh, this creep's there. Damn it. Where am I going?
He just bops the creep
I'm drunk. I'm bopping you.
Hey, man, that's a realistic role play.
Yeah,
Well,
he is.
We talked about the role playing coming in from RMG, and I think that's a little bit next level now for OMG Trent.
I like it.
Don't really think you want to be drunk playing professional League of Legends. Not good.
I'm going to say yes to that one, Fish. That you are correct. I'm going to say that would not be a good way to play professional League of Legends. Because, of course, it does impair you, slows reaction time. Do you want us to keep going with it?
That's up to you.
I don't think Fish needs any more science today. He's all scienced out.
Yep. What is this? No catalyst for me anymore. No ignition switches. No alcohol, apparently.
Seem like good rules for you.
What a mess.
OMG. Still continuing to pressure, though. Actually getting close to 10k up. About 8 in a bit now. Maths is hard. But OMG are going to move through this top side of the jungle. Dragon is down, so might as well play to the north. And Schwan has to get a little bit aggressive, but it's just onto the red buff this time around. That one does go over to SMLZ, who's continuing to get stronger. Looks like... Actually, not sure what item that is. I thought Essence Reaver when I saw Caulfields, but there's no
I
Vampiric
assume
in
Essence
it.
Reaver.
Just has a Vampiric Scepter?
Yeah, it just has a Vamp Scepter. he also could be going for item that turns damage into dots, and I never remember the name of.
Death Dance?
Death Stance.
Not sure about that one.
Yeah, no, I am. Not good. But we'll see whether
Not
it
good on
does
Jin,
come out.
certainly. I mean,
I guess the LeBlanc, it makes sense a little bit.
I mean, SMLZ is certainly...
He's a unique character.
He is. He's on the money right now as far as our expected builds go, but we'll see if he diverges from the
which
path.
seems weird to me.
Maybe that's why they're not winning.
No double
standard.
BF sword.
Couldn't win game number 1. It's all falling apart. Actually, no, it's not at all for OMG right now. They're looking absolutely great here in this one. Schwan looks for the alley-oop. And now they're going to go in for a 5. Massive box there. Now the curtain call is going to come now for some AoE, but OMG, I think they've maybe gone a little too deep. Never mind. Cool cleans up Mystic, and they get exactly what they want.
Yeah, exactly right. And 5 somehow survives that. SMLZ takes 3/4 of his health in damage, but they will be able to continue the siege, it looks like, after picking up some cheeky Krugs for themselves and knock down the top lane turret. So OMG, you know, even when it looks like they've gone too far, still able to clean it up. They don't stick around for it. In fact, maybe a little bit stressed about a teleport play or maybe even a response Baron. Zero, that was not what you were looking for.
He pumps a sweeper and saw like 4 different things.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to get all of them. Oh,
nailed it.
Nice. Well, effective clearance
Have
there
I
from
told
Zero.
you the fact that that skin freaks me out a little bit?
Does it?
Don't you reckon it looks like Garen, but with a
A
shield?
little bit. But Garen has a sword,
Yeah.
so I don't get
Brom.
confused.
Brom?
Yeah, the dude with the shield. And it looks like Garen.
It doesn't. No, he's not wrong. It's the shoulders, right? The
Yeah.
big pauldrons. Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Now I really want the Observer to go over Brom again, so I can see this whole Garen fiasco.
It's Braun, dude. He has a shield. It's okay.
He just looks like Garen. There's a 50 CS lead in the mid lane whilst we talk about Garens and Broms. So Shie definitely doing a good job on this LeBlanc this time around, but cool. 4-0-3, also having a fairly good performance. Very defensive build for Cool. Double defensive items in the first 3.
Yeah, Abyssal sort of necessary, and Nash's Riley seems relatively standard. So I understand where Cool's coming from, but he is going to delay some of those key items because of the lane matchup, I think. And oh my god, it is Death Dance. We've done it.
He's a genius.
Is he?
Or a madman. And sometimes those two are really close to each other, Pastry, so we might not know until the end of the game.
All right, see how it works out. I'm not going to dive into the theory on that one. I am not sure.
I think against LeBlanc, it's an okay item. That's as far as I'm going to go. There he is.
That is, yeah, that looks like Garen. I'll give you that.
Do you know that, Fish, I have like over 370 games of Garen?
He does. He
Like,
plays a
if
lot of
someone
Garen.
knows what Garen looks like, it's probably going to be me. He's my favorite champion in the league. But not anymore, because you can no longer build Yomu's IE and have it as a good build. He's too good as a tank.
Well, OMG going to continue their siege. And that's a big crit onto that tower. Cool actually going to shove them out as they do try and make an initiation. Good ulti there from Schwan is kind of going to knock them around. Again, just kind of burning the siege potential, but I think they have to book it because Gragas ulti down for no kill means that they're kind of short on disengage.
Yeah, Gragas and Azir ulti down. Really only the box that they have to rely on at that stage, so they do get the heck out of dodge. In the end, they did nearly get the turret, but some good poke out of Shie deters them from overcommitting to that because he got in and out before Cool was really able to ulti, so a little bit of a wasted cooldown there. That will mean that they try and aggress into this middle lane.
We are 27 minutes into this game as well. OG still 9,000 gold ahead of WE with 9 kills to 2. Dragon number 3 is coming back up. Gonna have to see if OMG try to contest for this one or if WE try to fight them in this pit. 5 was looking for a death sentence to land onto one of the WE players, but not able to quite connect it. And we have 5 members from both teams all grouped up around this Dragon Pit. This could potentially be where we see the next fight take place between these two teams.
Not sure Waterloo quite fancy it, unfortunately.
Seer doesn't agree with me. He wants this juicy farm top lane.
He just wants to be as far away from the OMG members as possible. And look, I don't blame him. It's only Dragon number 3.
He's going to save the turret as well. Did get quite low, but she is able to deal with that. Does have a Luden, so pretty good wave clear action right now. As you see, pretty straightforwardly demolishes that wave. Rylo's done now for Cool, though. We are starting to get to our next items on the OMG lineup. Xiang actually pretty close to 3 tank items as well, with 2 currently completed. So definitely advantage still OMG, as they are pretty much up 10k, about 9 right now, but they're getting really close to that. Just one turret's going to really knock them over that potential limit. And then we've seen before, OMG with a big lead. Couldn't quite close game 1. See if they have a bit more of a straightforward time this game around.
1,066 damage crit.
That's a lot.
Painful, really.
Well, not for me. I'm on the desk. Didn't hurt me whatsoever.
That melee creep, though, he got it.
As Mystic gets his first red buff of the game, I believe. We'll go back. Hopefully pick up another item because he is a full item right now behind the Jhin. BF Sword, that's actually quite good for him. See whether he goes towards Infinity Edge.
Kind of has to, I think. But I guess we'll find out. He's not SMLZ, so not expecting too much kookiness from the builds. But OMG kind of have a few more tier 2 turrets to try and siege down. This is the most obvious one because it's about 1 Jhin crit away from dying. But they will move in for it. That one goes to Cool. As 957 was down the bottom trying to make something happen. Xiang gets caught up a bit. He's going to take a whole heap of bursts from the LeBlanc, but seems to be fine for now.
Nautilus actually snuck inside the base. It looked like he was looking for a teleport play to take place, but OMG will be disengaging, so to just take the turret and run.
If there is a game 957 where you actually 100% need a Zarot portal, it is this game. Poppy does not deal with them that well and has a Zarot portal of her own. So, oh, did he just sell that back?
Yep,
He
got
just
rid of it.
sold it and got a Thorn Mail. All right, now you don't need it as much anymore, but you still
Oh.
should probably have one.
Look at this, actually going to try and fight them. WE trying to run away from the rest of OMG. Sion gets a nice double knock up onto the bottom lane duo from WE. Mystic going to be able to spell shield away that final crowd control, but it's not enough as the Birdman's going to send some of those Sand Soldiers forward. They pick up a kill.
Yeah, the Emperor of Shurima able to get it done in the end. Cool going off this game. Very well played. Cancelled teleport out of 957 means that they can't really defend.
Oh, Xiang tanks almost all of the turret, but OMG is still in there. 957 getting a bit aggressed on, but 5's getting low. He'll somehow live as Cool. Gets the kill onto Nautilus, and Xie, he's trying so hard to kill these low health targets, but no one's going down. Oh, Xiang does finally fall.
Yeah, so finally gets one. That's a 1 for 2 in the end. And honestly, probably the best result WE could have hoped for after a great teleport play out of Xiang. They save their base turret. They also pick up a kill for themselves. They might even get a blue buff. Things starting to look up for WE, but once again, just a really nicely executed flank out of OMG.
And even though things are starting to look up for WE, they're still really far behind this OMG lineup. 11,000 gold for OMG.
That was sarcasm.
Slowly build.
I do want to point out that I don't actually think things are looking up for WE. They are 11,000 gold behind.
Technically correct. The best kind of correct. It is looking up, but I mean, OMG haven't broken the base yet. That's probably the best thing that World Leader holding on to right now, but Baron is a pretty juicy looking target.
Nah, just ignore it after the last game.
I don't know. Maybe they've learned.
They're going to go for
It's a
it.
test.
All right, Condi, now's your time to shine. Jump in there, press F, press Smite afterwards. You got it.
You blind flash to F?
That is the correct play.
No,
it's
it's
F
not.
for flash.
No,
For something else.
There's a different acronym I use.
Well, OMG is busy clearing scrying orbs right now.
But they started up. Condi is aware. He pings straight away. His Baron sense is tingling.
Come on, Condi.
And they peel off straight away. Nothing to do with it. There's a advantage out of Chuen. There's a way to kick him out. You can just actually just stream the wall. And there's no way Lee Sin can actually even get over. But they want nothing to do with it.
No, making the safe play this time around. But do need to actually get this siege going. 5 taking a big burst of damage there from the LeBlanc. I feel like diving the mid turret before kind of cost OMG a bit of their momentum. And it looks like they are just going to fall back to Dragon instead. So we'll delay the game, which does have risks associated with it as well. OMG definitely playing quite conservative in this game with the lead that they've built, which makes sense given how they lost game number 1. Don't really want to let this one slip out.
But WE still hasn't picked up a turret. I said this last game as well. And it was kind of in jest, but you know, now I'll say it seriously. If somehow WE win a fight, and I don't know how they win a fight right now because they're 10,000 gold behind, nearly 11. But if they do, there is so much standing gold. 5 turrets. That's about 6,000 gold worth just standing on the map that they're going to be able to pick up in pretty quick order. So OMG need to make sure that they don't make the same mistakes again as they did in game 1. Wow,
Cool.
that is a mistake.
That is definitely a mistake. Braum is going to be able to pick up the shutdown onto Azir, and suddenly OMG only have 4 members on Summoner's Rift. W could try and push for this.
And that was a bad time to try and make a play for Cool, because Dragon's up in 15 seconds, and OMG might actually lose it here. They could maybe still fight, and I like that Cool's being more proactive, but there is a right time to make that play. That was not it.
Yeah, there is a time and a place for all things, and that, yeah, I completely agree. Actually looks like maybe 957 is going to go for a banner, although maybe it's a locket. And we'll actually see WE pick up the first dragon of the game. Curtain call comes out.
Wow, good crit coming onto Condi there, but that's about it. As Poppy is going to be able to knock Braum away. Tran is inside this pit. It will be Lee Sin is able to take down the dragon, though. So OMG try to fight for it, but WE stall out a little bit longer.
That was a true 50-50 smite. They lose another turret, so that's number 6 for it. And they're actually flying towards Baron right now, so maybe a little bit more loss than what we just saw. As OMG should start that up straight away. They know they sent everyone back, but they're just really hesitant to pull the trigger on these plays. Look how low Condi is.
Yeah, it feels like the shot calling, it's in the right place for OMG a lot of the time, but they're not that decisive. We see this a lot in the top teams where they'll instantly make the call. So it feels like OMG is still sort of feeling the team synergy out. They are going to get onto the Baron. I think that they might feel like they have to disengage. Xiang actually in kind of a bit of trouble. Braum is going to get snared up. He'll flash out of the way of it, actually, as Xuan is going to move into it, try and disrupt them. Zero taking huge amounts of damage. Nice hook from 5 as SMLZ. He will claim the shutdown.
Yeah, they certainly do. Xuan now posturing aggressively, looking for Xie. Does find him. Even gets snared up, and now they're definitely on the Baron. Even with a ward in the pit, that has been started up. Xiang once again trying to play goalie.
Let's see if he's going to be able to do that. Xiang charge up the ultimate. Will knock Sim
Oh,
out
there's
there.
Condi.
Condi, he's going to go for a flash charge from it. He's not quite able to get into the pit there. As this time around, the Poppy prevents the Lee Sin from jumping in. Xiang, he's going to be able to escape with his life. Just a sliver of health, but W lose 2 and the Baron.
And you thought it was going to happen again for a moment, but in the
He
end...
made it in range.
Yeah. In the end, it's absolutely fine. 957, he's going to take a while, but he will go down. So this is finally OMG in a commanding position. 12,000 gold. 6-1 and 5 for Cool. 6-0-6 for SMLZ. They will be able to push down mid lane now with Death Timers and a Baron buff. And hopefully look to send us to Game 3. Our first 9-game night, I think, of the LPL season.
I believe it would be, but we're not there yet. I don't trust OMG after Game 1, despite how well they've played in this particular series, I will say. Their early games have been great, but I think their late games left me a little wanting. So if they can make this nice and clean, and they did get the Baron, and we will push ourselves to the final game of the night. The final game, if you will. But the base is now broken. Worldly, it's starting to run out of options.
And look how big the slow field is right now from Xiang. It was actually bigger than the inhibitor itself. That is a big Iceborne gauntlet.
Oh, good check from Condi.
Oh, they've got Mystic. He's getting locked down, but Zero's blocking out these spells.
Oh!
Xiang's going to charge it back.
Oh!
Get it! What a duo play coming in from Xiang and SMLZ, knocking up the Braum, getting the final crit onto Mystic, and now OMG looking towards the base.
Yeah, they certainly are. And watch when the buckle is thrown, how big the slow field actually is out of Xiang. There's finally one maybe final flank that's going to come out of Xie right now. And he is trying to make it, but you can see that everyone else running away. Oh, he's actually trying to pull the creeps. That's really cute.
What if he gets away with it? He's on the run. Seems like he will.
So he stops the game from ending. That was honestly really, really smart. And look how big that slow field is. Jeez. I wasn't joking.
It's almost the width of the lane.
That thing is massive. And a banner of command for 957. So it doesn't go for the Zrot portal. Goes for the banner.
I don't think Jin's too worried about banner of command to creep. Xie looking for a pick.
Nah.
Get some damage down to SMLZ, but that's how it melts. 957 hooked up, and the box will go down as well. He's going to get completely locked up by the rest of OMG. He'll dredge line away, maybe to safety, but the flash hook's looking for Xie. Does not find it, but Chuan and Xiang are just tying everybody up as SMLZ. He's able to take one out. He'll heal himself up. He might be safe, but he is going to get shut down there by the LeBlanc.
1-for-1, and they might look to fight still. Condi still has kick.
Could be problems. Condi, though, he's going to get locked up. He is going to go down as Xiang's able to take him out. Condi just could not make the hero play this time.
And he still has kick, even though he's dead now. So maybe not the right play there. And they will be able to push into top lane and take out another inhibitor. I still can't get over that slow field. That's hilarious.
I think OMG looking to try and take down the entire base of WCS, desperately trying to do his job of moving these creeps away from where they're meant to be, but he goes back in, picks up a kill onto Cool here. The rest of W, they fancy the fight now. Trent has been locked down inside this slow field, does get stunned up by Brom, but will be able to body slam over the wall. Mystics trying to chase on forward. Flash will come out for Trent to try and get away. Boomerang Blades are just not going to be enough. They do get 2 kills.
They're making a 13,000 gold lead look really difficult right now, OMG, because they should be able to close out this game in much cleaner fashion. Instead, Xie, who is the one member of his team that is absolutely massive, by the way, 366 CS, 5 completed items, moving towards a 6th right now with that death cap. But this game is getting eerily close at times.
It is spooky just how close the game feels, even though we can see
that is a 1900 damage crit.
That it's not even close.
He one-hit Xie, I think, if he honestly just hits him with the 4th bullet.
Well, he's got to be alive for that to matter, unfortunately. And could not live in that last fight. Did give a whole host of gold to LeBlanc as well, I believe. So World Elite, Dreams are still alive for now. And of course, they're not out of it if they lose this game. They did manage to steal game 1, pretty literally, around the Baron Pit as well.
Keep your dreams. It's only Dragon number 4. That doesn't matter. Just let it all go. Turtle up, boys, and Wayne in the base. We scaling, as they say.
The dream is the nexus. Don't you worry about this Dragon. Let OMG have it, and they will take it.
They've got a lot of scale towards it. Look at the gold.
So that's 14,000 gold, the advantage for WE right now, right? Yep. And the mid lane is equal.
Yep.
That just speaks volumes.
4,000 of the gold lead is solely onto SMLZ
yep.
ahead of Mystic.
1 full item. But it doesn't matter anymore because SMLZ is done. So he doesn't get any stronger. SMLZ, of course, Mystic, of course, still has 1 item to go for. Schwen gets chunked out. That really does need to be onto the AD carry player.
Well, I don't think SMLZ is going to make it that easy. There's a Locket and a McHale's to try and protect him. As OMG are going to try and take this final inhib turret. They're doing this
slow
tutorial style.
That is a massive slow field. They're on to 957 now. They're flying backwards. They're making this tank look like a backliner now as he has to run away from 5. But Xiang, he's going to get taken down. The Guardian Angel has been popped. WE desperately trying to defend this one. They're not quite able to take him down as he comes back from Resurrection. But WE looked a little bit scary there, but it is the final inhibitor turret that goes down.
This is the play.
Teleport's coming in, pastry time.
957 going to try and turn this around, but he gets eaten by a trap. He's going to get to suffer. Condi kicks SMLZ. It's a call, and the damage, it's maybe there, but SMLZ lives through the onslaught, and they're going to slay every member of World Elite. Condi, the only one left alive. SMLZ dares him. But he does not dare us. Cool. He's going to move in on to Condi, who did get snared up. OMG, they finally break through the base, and we are going to game number 3.
And it only took a 17,000 gold lead. Smiles on the faces of the OMG members. Game number 9 of the night. Game 3 for WE versus OMG. SMLZ went massive. And I like that you point out at the fact that there was a Mikhail's, because what they were doing is, even though the burst damage came through, Death Stance puts a dot on you for the rest of it. Mikhail's that off straight away. No persistent damage, able to stay alive in the last team fight, wins it for his team.
He is a genius! A mad genius, but a genius nonetheless. As SMLZ and his awesome builds come up trumps once again. In all seriousness, though, his Jin's actually awesome.
Yeah, I think it's really good as well. It is a very impressive Jin. His lane dominance was great. 5 Thresh, by the way. Like, do not play anything else. Such a strong champion. Thresh wins lanes. Jin wins lane. Put them together, 1 lane, and they won in really dominant fashion. That set like the tempo for the rest of the game.
Thresh is his most played champion, and honestly, he just needs to play that more because that was brilliant, and that might be the way to enable SMLZ to be the carry they need.
I mean, I think Cool definitely had a few more moments there as well, but let's just watch SMLZ slay people. This was such a good ulti combo.
Yeah, just every single bullet pummeled into them. 5 gets out of the way of this one. And, like, honestly, the spacing saved his AD carry. Good flay. So he dies, and SMLZ cleans up the back end of this team fight, you have to remember. So even though 5 dies first time around, I think this is just as much 5 highlight as everyone else. But this is where Cool got rolling. After this play, Cool was completely on fire. Picks up a kill here, picks up a triple kill throughout the rest of the fight. And Cool, this is probably his best game we've seen since he returned.
Have to agree, and that's something that we have asked, of course, like, where is Cool? That we've been looking for. Is this another great Jin ulti? I can't believe he missed that last bullet, by the way. I think he was predicting a distortion, but Chie does die in the end. And OMG are able to take a very nice team fight. Again, the fans always happy to see OMG win. OMG, I think, have some of the most passionate fans. Their fans make scarves for them. That's how passionate that team is.
Yeah, they're definitely a really cool team to get involved with. And I can't wait to see Game 3 of this one now, because OMG versus WE going to Game 3 in what has been, you know, two very one-sided games, and then one of them turning around, the other one being stuck out, even though it looked like it could at any point. It's on a knife edge, and I want to see if OMG, without that early gold lead, if WE can hit back, how does OMG play the rest of the game?
Huge game for these teams as well. We said this before the best of 3 started here. Both the teams are number 2 in their groups. Both the teams are 6-4 as well, and this is their final cross-conference game.
Yep, again, not 3 points necessarily, but points you can't pick up in your group because you get to beat some other team. So it feels like OMG are potentially on the rise. Worldly did manage to take a game away there, but at this point, we've had 9 games, or we will. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. And, you know, OMG have been dominant for like the first 25 minutes of 2 games now. Just that WE hit back last time. So if OMG get off to another blinder, like, by all rights, this series should already be over. We should have gone to 8 games. They should have been able to get the smite on the Baron and be able to walk away with it. But WE hit back, and I want to see if they can do it again in game number 3, because it is going down to the wire.
I really want to see if Team WE have a way to get into the game before that happens. I want to see if they have a way to win the game without having to hit back. Start that freight train, get ahead of OMG, and take the game to them that way instead.
We'll have to see if they can do it, because we are going to go to our final game. Don't go too far away. It's been a long night, but it's going to end very well. OMG Game 3 is coming right up after this. And welcome back, everyone. We've got one more game to play in tonight's LPL. But before we get there, let's look at our MVP. It is SMLZ on the Jin, going absolutely nuts in that last game.
Yeah, 5 was robbed. But SMLZ had a good game. He didn't even get the first kill for himself. Tell me this is SMLZ. I dare
That was
ya.
all 5.
Whoa.
If you want to watch me, but, you know, he got the last hit, so technically his kill. And this was, once again, you know, 5, very clever play here. Walks into turret range, drags him back. Good communication out of the AD carry support duo. This was
This was wonderful.
really cute. This was actually great.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, what? We all agreed that it was.
I don't say you
Create
did it.
space.
Boom.
Sniped. 1,200 damage. And SMLZ looks like, you know, typical day at the office.
Yeah.
I think he's just had lunch. But look at that face. He's just chilling out.
Yeah, and not only did he just have lunch, he came back from lunch and realized that he had so much work to do that now he's like, oh crap, that was a good lunch, but now I've got more work to do. That was crap.
Not quite done, you know.
Not yet. What am I doing here?
I mean, at this point, he clocks off pretty soon, so I feel like, you know.
I hope so, but there is one game left, you know, and it could go for a while because OMG and WE have been going the distance right now, guys. So we'll see whether OMG can continue to get their early leads and see if they can snowball it out. But WE, you have to expect they're going to have a good early game sooner or later.
Exactly that. I mean, the entire time this game, they'd be reacting to OMG. OMG get ahead. WE try to claw back somehow. Let's see if they can take it to them this time.
Well, we might have to look at Condi to really get the pressure rolling early, but we'll see what happens in the draft as it's going to be our final champ select of the evening. Twisted Fate Siva banned away. Callista Kindred banned there for OMG. What a World Elite want to take away for their final ban. We'll have to see.
This is the exact same as game 1, so it might be Cogmore. That is what they banned last time around.
Well, see Cotoon there on your screen. We'll see what he's decided for the squad this game around. 5 seconds left. Cotoon, you better make a decision. Looks like he's issued one, and it is Lulu, the selection. One ban left now for OMG. They banned Italy, so pretty standard stuff here. Very similar look to a lot of the bans we've seen already in our first 2 games. But Gragas has definitely been hotly contested between the 2 junglers. I believe the champion technically has 2 wins in the game so far, so Condi's going to take it again. Statistics would indicate World Elite are going to win this game. And Coach Hoon knows that. He's ready.
He also is rocking a great tie.
Well, OMG are going to respond with Poppy as their pickup. That should most likely be going into the top lane for Siang. I think he's played that 3 games in a row now. If I'm not mistaken.
If he picks it up, that is 3 games.
And that might even be picking up an 80 carry here. It's pretty early to try and do so, but maybe they really want to lock something down like the Lucian. Mystic, though, doesn't really favor it. Does play it, but haven't seen it too much from him. And we saw the Cogmore there. That's probably the other consideration for the team. I would be quite surprised to see them pick an 80 carry so early, but I think that emphasizes, they do pick an 80 carry. But they're going to mix it up. This is technically a flex pick, but we have to expect Cool's going to play it. So we're going to leave that ambiguity there for now.
Let's see what W decide to respond with here. I mean, Nautilus is left available. You could definitely pick that one up if they choose. Now that they know that they do have a Corki, which most likely will go into the mid lane, but can be flexed as an 80 carry. And SMLZ has played that a couple of times in the LPL so far. Kind of got a read on what OMG are going to try to do here, but W, they've got to respond with a couple of picks. Support has been picked up yet by OMG, so potentially we could see this as a Braum pickup for W as well, or pick up one of their supports. They have the choice between Braum, Alistar, even Thresh is available if they choose to take it. And instead, it does look like they're going to go with Trundle and Ezreal.
So the disengage lane's back.
The exact same team comp so far as what they ran in game number 1. Trundle, Ezreal, Gragas was the spine of that comp.
This is also a very similar picks from game 1 from OMG here as well. So we'll see if the teams have something different planned for the back end of the draft, or if they're just going to run it back, see if they can improve upon the comp they built earlier on. OMG, 35 seconds, so quite a lot of time to decide on these next few picks. So they're going to discuss with their coach exactly how they want to play the rest of this draft. This I like. Cool, instantly going for the Thresh hover. They're going to lock it in. 5. As I already said, mate, don't know why you don't always play the champion. He's an excellent Thresh player.
Yeah, and as I said, like I honestly attribute a lot of the early game success that they had Sejuani.
Baby! Whew. Alrighty then. Different Gragas in some ways, but a really, really left field jungler there for Schwan. I assume that's a jungler. I'm happy to be wrong.
I don't know where it goes if it's not.
Mid-pig, baby.
Mid-pig.
Sejuani.
Cool's ready.
I remember Proly,
Yeah?
or was it Skara? One of them was convinced that mid-pig was the answer to Yasuo.
I think Proly was on the train for mid-pig,
Yeah.
if I recall correctly.
Dash through the wall, then stun him up and absolutely destroy him.
Not the worst. Maybe not the best.
Somewhere in between.
Well, orderly, we'll see how they answer back, but I assume that is a jungle pick, and that's something very different there for Schwan. We talk about, veteran players. Schwan did play a lot last year. He's been around the scene for a short while. Sejuani was a big pick at some point in 2015, I believe early 2015.
Yep.
It's 2016 now, but we'll see if the pick still has some merit here as Nautilus Lissandra finished the World Elite draft.
More importantly, I want to see what build you go on Sejuani. Do you go with Runic Echoes into pure tank, or do you go Cinderhole? Because she does have a really quick clear with Runic Echoes, but it leaves you relatively squishy. I know that a lot of people like to run it on Gragas right now. For that reason, it speeds up his clear, and I wonder if it also has remedied that for Sejuani, because she was slow. And when I mean slow, like, she was pretty slow.
Glacially slow, even.
Whoa!
Hey!
Well, we'll have to see what OMG decide to round up their team composition with as well. They have their final pick. It could potentially be their AD carry. They would be sending, if it is their AD carry, they would be sending Cool into the mid lane with that Corki, but it's
And that's
going to
still
be
their
Quinn.
AD carry. Is it?
I don't know. There's
Is
a
it?
Quinn. It could be. SMLZ might actually
it's not
take the
going to be.
Corki.
I got so baited. I was like, SMLZ, if there was going to be a Quinn player in AD carry, it would be SMLZ.
I'm just upset that Vladimir didn't get locked in, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, but
So, yep.
double AD carry instead.
It's going to be Quinn that gets picked up in the mid lane for OMG. Neither Icon nor Cool have played this one just yet.
Has SMLZ?
Nope.
Okay.
Somehow that's more surprising,
Yeah, it is.
which I like.
Surprisingly.
But I do actually flex the AD carry Corki. Quinn with Cleanse into Lissandra. I'll have to see how this works out. Let's run through the team comps, because we might have a doozy on our hands here for our final game. Nautilus, Gragas, Lissandra, Ezreal, and Trundle over on the World Elite side with Poppy, Sejuani, Quinn, Corki, and Thresh on the OMG train. Sejuani, man. I have so many questions. I hope Schwan has the answers, because I'm ready.
I just don't understand where the Wombo comes from with Sejuani. Normally you use it to lock people down.
I didn't get Gragas like we need to initiate.
Yeah. Well,
I don't want to
potentially.
play a Mumu.
Yeah, well, long range movement. That's what Sejuani is. So I hope it works out. I love Sejuani. My
Flawless.
first ever pentakill of last season was on Sejuani.
Why'd you get a pentakill on
'Cause
Sejuani?
we played it.
Oh, no.
Papa Smithy made me play full AP Sedge.
Well, I remember that game. We'll see if Schwan can revive the power of Sedge from last year. Let's get ourselves into tonight's final game. And here we are for tonight's final game. There can be no more games. Actually, I'm sure there's a way we could, but as far as I understand the tournament format, there is no way to play any more games. Divine Intervention or Crazy Remakes aside. And let's have a check-in now. Grasply Undying still there for Thresh. Also there for Trundle, which makes sense. Thunderlords for a lot of these carries. And unfortunately, nothing too funky after that. I was hoping Schwan had gone deep on the Keystone Master, but he has stuck with Strength of the Ages. The really the big thing sticking out is the fact that he's playing Sejuani.
Yeah, he's still a Sejuani. There is no like Deathfire Touch or funky business.
I was
in there.
ready.
Oh, imagine this Thunderlord Sejuani dives in there.
Oh,
Boom.
ganking monster.
Thunder Bristle, man. The pig nose. He's got it.
I love the fact that Bristle,
Yeah, I know.
is his name. It's so good.
That's the pig's name for anyone wondering. More League of Legends trivia for you guys.
I'm going to take a look and see where these two teams decide to start. 957 and Condi are going to be working on the Raptor camp as the first jungle camp pickup. That also means that WE will be sending their AD carry and support up in towards the top lane. So they take away the Gromp, looking towards the early level 2 onto their so-called bottom lane duo that's now heading into the top lane, which will give Sia and Cool an isolated mid lane.
We have lane swap once again. Feels like OMG did well in the early stage of the Game 1 lane swap, but couldn't quite navigate the rest of it. Game 2, very different story. Standard lanes. Things look great for OMG. Now with Waterley initiating a lane swap, especially with Ezreal Trundle, it makes a whole lot of sense. Condi and 957 going to get their jungle on. Xiang, thankfully not too far away from his jungler. Going to be able to join and help out Sejuani pretty quickly. His Five's gone in for a bit of a check. Might even pop mid lane for a hello. But looks like Xie's playing nice and far back because Cool playing up in the lane, applying pressure, as Quinn is wont to do.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, Cool has... The thing about Quinn has a great extended trade, but also has a really good auto attack, auto attack, because it procs Underlord. So kind of wins burst as well as extended trades right now, Quinn. And we'll see whether Xie is able to navigate until level 6, in which case just Cool's in jungle help, able to blow it up. As Twent flying around this jungle, top speed. Bristle doing his best to headbutt Wolves.
Waterley now up in the top lane. They've sent 3 people up here. Going to be working on their first turret of the game. OMG are going to respond to do exactly the same, but down in the bottom lane. It's going to have Poppy, Corky, and Thresh working on this one. Condi, he's
actually
not up
wasn't
with the
spotted.
team.
That is such a false sense of security right now for Cool. Because Condi was...
Oh, he's on the right side of the map. He's towards the bottom side.
But
further
Xie can
away.
just throw out the E, surely. No, they don't want to go for it. Instead, they just trade successfully in the turret department. It's a lot of creeps to kill off. It always confuses me when Nautilus punches things. Because, like, you're
have an
holding the
anchor.
biggest object in the game to smack people, and you really decide to give it a left-hand jab. It's not even your right. Like, it's not even dominant hand. It's just like a little how you going.
It's kind of like Sion for me. When he crits people, he kicks them.
No, that makes sense. Kicks hurt, man.
I don't know. You got an axe.
Yeah, but have you ever been hit in the shin?
Yes.
Like, that hurts. Like, no, the best animation... let's talk about that later.
Nice gank actually from Schwan. Gets good pressure onto Xie. Turrets are going to get traded back though as World Elite able to pick up the Rift Herald for themselves. Once again, World Elite split some gold in top side. So Mystics got that early tier on the first back. And last time these two teams had the lane swap, they swapped back, pushed out one more outer turret each. And then we had some pretty long extended lanes. We'll see if teams adapt. In fact, there's already kind of one right now. Zero's actually hanging out mid.
Yeah, he
doing
was
a bit
just
of
trying to
babysitting.
let Cool hit the turret, but he won't be able to. Do you know who else has a cool auto attack animation? Braum. When he pops over the top of the door and like punches people, that is a great auto attack animation.
I feel like there's a Brom skin where we can put him in like a little bunker that he hunkers into.
Bunker
and then,
Brom?
like peeks through the top of it
Oh,
and punches you.
Nice play.
if you time that correctly, what Cool had there, you can actually stop Xie taking the icy path and getting to relative safely. So we'll see whether we can continue to track that as the game goes on. And actually, standard lanes have been met here. OMG going back down to the duo because they know that they're against an Ezreal who has a tier and they want to continue to punish.
So they're not going to be able to open up the map that widely, so to speak. We're not going to see the double turret train in the bot and top lane anymore. Instead, met up with the lane swap coming in. SMLZ and 5 do have the safety of their turret to fall to. That doesn't go the same for Siyoung up in the top lane. He's been pretty aggressive against 957 so far. But Gragas is moving on towards the bottom side of this map. Going to be able to take away the Gromp, but could potentially threaten that bottom lane as well.
Cool is picking on Xie in this mid lane for the first time this series, really getting ahead. And should be looking to, you know, go back, recall now, pick up a big first shot, and then use the bird to impact the rest of the map. So very nice play out of the veteran OMG mid laner.
Definitely feel like Cool has gotten better as the series goes on. In fact, I think in general, Cool being back after his break did help, but He's definitely, I think, kind of finding form again as he plays more games in the LPL, which makes sense. Hexdrinker, the first buy, makes a whole lot of sense there in that mid lane. Wants to be able to shake off that Lissandra burst. And he's just going to go back to mid lane for now. So not going to look to gank a lane just yet. He's going to stay in and farm as Shia has pushed this wave back in. And Dumbledore and Seeker's arm guard's pretty telling of how this lane is going for Shia. He wants to be real defensive.
Yeah, he certainly does. Wants to be able to weather the storm. When you don't go cooldown reduction on first back with Lissandra, you generally know the lane's not going ideal. So we'll see whether that is something that is eventuated on. Or even, like, if worse yet, if he wants to go a roller build, that's going to put him back even further. So we'll have to track Shia's build as the game goes on. Mystic, of course, is going to be scaling. Xiong is kind of the person that's lost out big here. There's a huge wave that's about to hit him, but he's 20 CS down. And without having a good look at it, I can't tell, but I'd be very surprised if there was actually 20 creeps in that wave. So we'll see if that is something that he can capitalize on. As Condi looking to gank the big wave. I always say that you should do this as a jungler.
He was spotted out by Ward on his way up here. The red buff is going to spawn. Condi is inside that bush. Tren knows that he's there now, but he's going to meet him inside of it and fight him. As the barrel will come down from
Battle
Condi.
Pig.
Battle Pig will come out. Should be able to take the red buff for himself. As Cool is level 7, and has his ultimate available to just roam around the map when he wants to. He's able to do just that. Just leaves the lane for a short period of time, puts some pressure on the map, forces Condi, out of OMG's jungle.
Yep, Cool was the real threat there. I think Condi was more than happy to fight 1v1 in that particular juncture, but Cool does bird up and threaten. Shia, though, keeping up in CS, kind of. Still a little bit behind, about 15. As Condi's going to go ahead and donate the blue buff over.
It's not just Sia here, even Mystic in the bottom lane, slightly behind, and Spawn's right. The only person behind for OMG and CS right now is Xiang up in the top lane. Even Tren is ahead in CS.
Yeah, Chuan's actually doing the most impressive job of out-farming their counterpart right now on Sejuani is quite difficult. I can't wait to see what build he goes. I really hope he goes Runic Echoes. I have a feeling that Runic Echoes just like solves everyone's clear speed, because you get mana back, and so you're allowed to spam abilities, and then like you just fly through because of how much added damage it gives. As maybe a teleport play being looked at in the bottom lane here. They are pinging out rather aggressively.
But here it comes. Condi coming into backlines.
Oh
There is that teleport. 957 is there as well. This is going to be a 3-on-5. Lissandra's going to jump in. Teleport's actually cancelled by OMG. They lock down the bottom lane duo from OMG and pick up the kills.
Yeah, so in the end, WE finally get the early game that we're looking for. Great teleport play. All of a sudden, those CS problems are a thing of the past. And it looked like it was going to go horrible because, you know, Zero, he was falling really low, but good roam from 957 means that they get into the bottom lane, lock up the key members. GA picks up the first one. I think it was Mystic that grabbed the second, so the carries get the kill as well. As maybe Cool looking for Condi. Not going to be able to find him.
Finds the pink ward instead, but we'll be able to take it out. Unfortunately, OMG, despite how well most of the lanes were going, weren't able to really capitalize. And Xiang burnt the TP as well, which means that 957 still has that advantage on top of him. And OMG only have one teleport, not two that Waterley are going to be playing with again. Cool's going to try and get some pressure down here, but actually has to leave the lane because it's a little too dangerous.
Package.
Nah, here we go. This is the play.
SMLZ looking for a jump straight on top of Mystic. He's forced to use the heal. The Rocket's not going to connect. The Valkyrie comes over, but Zero's there to meet him
Blocks
and
it.
body block everything. He's going to get knocked away from the Dark Passage as well. And WE pick up another kill.
Zero, what a monster. Able to completely ruin SMLZ's day. In fact, SMLZ has flash and heal and was that confident he was going to get the kill that he did not expend either of them. Probably could have flashed past and healed on his way out. Instead, he gets nothing and everything going WE's favor at the start of this game.
And this is exactly what we talked about.
And Chuen is going with, I'm right.
It's
You
just
got it,
wonderful.
Runic Echoes.
It fixes everything. It makes the world a better place.
In the jungle.
No, not
mostly.
even then.
Oh, you've got your
Yeah.
little support build going
Yeah,
on. I
I've
can
got-
see that.
I've got many ways to use Runic Echoes.
If you guys, yeah, look.
I swear, if you're the reason why it comes back into top lane Smite, I'm blaming you.
Well, I've seen it on mid laners. I'd rather my TF have Runic Echoes and rapid fire
Fire
cannon.
cannon. God. Trouble though, Fear for Cool is forced to cleanse out of that one. Great three-man stun though, as the pillar and the ulti from Lissandra lock everybody up more or less. Poppyot's going to try and kick them out, but 957's just tanking everything. Mystic going to get a kill. He actually grabs a double as he kills the bottom lane of OMG. Xiang's going to be another one. That's the third. And Worldly just exploding in this game.
Yeah, they certainly do. I'm surprised he didn't fire a Q into that brush because there were 2 more people waiting for the Yana. But he's not going to be able to get one. So Mystic just picks up the triple. Great ultimate out of Xiang to boot one member back. But in the end, it just wasn't enough to get it done. And it's because Xie's ult actually matched Chuen's ult there. You expect Chuen, he gets 3 members. Wow, that should be the team fight. But Xie actually got the same amount of people in his ultimate as we take another look at it. So watch this, ready? Huge ultimate comes out, stuns up everyone. But then 3 members get hit by the Liss ultimate and they have to run away. So it kind of, they nullified each other. And then it's just Mystic with the persistent damage at this stage of the game that was able to get so much done. 957, as Fish said, tanking for days. And just a very impressive coordinated fight out of WE.
Fantastic fight from them. It almost feels like this is exactly what we talked about for WE as well. Even though they've won game 1, it was kind of a comeback for them. But now, they're in the driving seat against OMG. Yes, it's only a 2,000 gold lead for them, but team fight after team fight, they are the ones taking the game to OMG. They are the aggressors. They're the one making the threats. And now it's OMG that have to react to it and be on the back foot.
You can see Cool in the mid lane trying to get aggressive. But it does feel like the comfort picks for World Leader working out. Rift Herald's going to go over to them as well as Condi will pick up the buff for himself. And World Elite actually pretty far ahead already. 2,000 gold up at 13 minutes is a nice start to any game. But all eyes will have to be on Mystic for this particular game. 4-0-2 has participated in every single kill and has most of them. He is going to have to really go off this game.
That's what I was going to say. It's a concentrated gold that actually makes it scary because right now, if WE lose Mystic, the game's actually really even. Whereas if they keep him alive, they are super far ahead. So a lot of pressure is on the AD carry's shoulders, but Mystic has been playing relatively well. Him and Xie are the 2 members that have really stepped up, at least for in our minds, to start swinging this into a very good World Elite team. And we'll see whether with all this added gold, he is being able to be put in a position to carry, because he's kind of like the SMLZ. And this is what I'm talking about. Look how quickly Bristle clears with Runic Echoes.
Runic Echoes fixing everyone's problems.
Especially my AP Alistair support.
Oh, no.
I don't know what it fixed, but... but okay.
Oh, I know what it does. It just comes into my jungle and smites away my raptors every time.
He needs to clear
That's all I've seen.
I need Raptor Sense, man. That's all I'm saying. I'm a support. I need Oracle's Elixir. We took it out of the game. Raptor Sense is the closest
It's hidden
thing
in
I
the
can
Raptors
get.
now.
Yeah, it's hidden in the Raptors, exactly.
I don't know. If I was ever in a game with Spawn and I was the support clearing his raptor camp away, I know I'd just get screamed at.
Yeah, you would get yelled at. Because you didn't come up with this genius build, did you, Fish? You're a play-by-play. Play the game it's supposed to be played. Leave us colors to experiment with these wacky things.
I feel like SMLZ is a color caster.
He is. And welcome to the team, SMLZ. He's definitely a color caster.
Well, Mystic still looking good. Needs to get to those 2 items, but should be there at a very accelerated pace. Nice to see Condi also checking the lane, although OMG are trying to collapse on top of it. Might spot Condi. He's going to start this Scuttle Crab, but it's kind of tricky for OMG to get a look in. They know who they need to kill. Ezreal's worth a lot of gold right now. But World Elite are playing to that side of the map, understandably, as well.
And how do you execute on this, right? It's an Ezreal. How do you actually catch out an Ezreal with double summoner spells? And 20% cooldown reduction at this stage of the game. It's like nearly impossible to catch up to him. So I think that is a very hard ask right now.
He's almost got his Iceborne Gauntlet as well. Once that's picked up, it's going to be even more impossible, so to speak, with that extra armor, with the extra crowd control that Mystic's going to be able to put down, and even that extra cooldown reduction. He's just going to be one slippery carry. It's just a huge mountain for OMG to climb, even though they're only 2,000 gold behind.
And once again, this doesn't count as an Iceborne Gauntlet sale because he was going to purchase it anyway. So I have not convinced anyone of anything in this matchup.
Not yet, at least.
However, I would
There's
like
still
to have...
time.
Ooh, cool going aggressive. Chuen is there for him. Ulti.
No, teleport.
Teleport's coming in. Cool tries to kill that minion, although invulnerable. 957 will cancel that. Or maybe interrupted by Xiang.
Yeah, I have to see whether the E was on cooldown, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep,
it was.
is.
So, yeah, gets cancelled. Very nicely done by Xiang there. You would question why they didn't continue to go aggressive then if Xiang communicated that that could be a cancel. As Still no shot out of Mystic, and package picked up for SMLZ means there's maybe a temporary time where a little bit of inflated power into the Corki might be able to take a 2v2 down there in the bottom lane.
And he's got Trinity Force. It's kind of a good time to pull the trigger. But SMLZ, see if he bides his time here. Mystic getting pretty greedy for this shop. As you can see, he's already got almost 1,500 gold stacked up. He's definitely got enough for Iceborne right now. Package does drop from SMLZ, though.
Yep.
And looks like he will finally go back home.
So they don't want the lane to freeze. That's why they were trying to stay there for so long. But in the end, it is going to be enough gold to finish up the Iceborne Gauntlet, so he needs to go back and shop for it. Chuen has hovered around this mid lane. He's still 30 CS up. Sejuani farming up a storm with the help of Bristle. Hasn't really had the huge team fight impact so far, but expect that to be around the corner.
It's really been OMG actually farming up a storm here. Almost every single lane was ahead. Now everything is kind of even throughout the map. So despite being 6 kills down, they're keeping pretty well even or slightly ahead in terms of CS. And that might just be trying to close that goal gap slightly for OMG. As W, they're still on the front foot. 1 Dragon, single turret, even with the 2 teams. 6 kills to none is what really stands out for W right now. You have to think as OMG, you're looking at the scoreboard, it's just not looking great. Have to wonder if they can still team fight the way they'd like to.
Well, I like this push here from Elite. They're going to group up with the Ezreal power. See if they can't siege down mid lane. They're getting awfully
Does Chen
close.
go over the wall here? No, he doesn't. I was looking at it. They had Cool in position. Corki was starting to cheat. I wondered if Sejuani did go over the wall and try and defend that turret. He was in the Raptor pit. In the end, not going to go for it. Bristle was hesitant pastry time. Did not feel like that was the play to make. Instead, WE go towards the Dragon.
And they start the Dragon back off immediately as soon as the members of OMG collapse towards that pit. 18 minutes into the game. Relatively quiet now. Things have died down after a little bit of an action-packed early game.
Yeah, that's generally what happens when an Ezreal gets a triple kill. You don't want to go near him for a little while. So OMG respecting that, have put the brakes on this game. It is still about 2,000 gold lead for Team WE.
Does he get it? No.
Good try, though. Teleport, actually. He's going to maybe make a play here in the
Double
bottom
teleport.
side. Yep, 2v2 now. Cool, actually, the target, but
Got
a
'em
great
both.
ulti. Going to get them both out of the way, but here comes the rest of World Elite. They're going to jump in onto Xiang as Zero pillars him down. Condi still right on top of him as a nice ulti is going to move Xiang back. Dark Passage should save Cool here, but Xiang, I don't think he's going to be so lucky. Never mind, he will. But now Mystic is going to chase them down. As World Elite is looking for a few kills. Mystic gets a hook though, and that's a massive ult to turn things around. Lissandra pops the ulti down, but OMG, they're going to win this team fight. Shie, he goes down as well, and no one from OMG has died just yet. They'll chase down Condi, but Five, not so lucky. Nautilus actually gets a double on the back end of the fight, but 957's the only one left. He does look to fall here, as Cool and Chuan are going to chase him down. OMG, close to an ace, slows that, and that should be able to finish it.
Yeah, they do pick up the ace, and we already said if Mystic dies at the start of the fight, how do WE win it? Because he's got so much of the gold. The answer, they don't, because as we have a look at this, they commit so much. The ultimate onto Shi Young here from Zero because they thought they had him caught, but he gets the flash onto there, and Mystic, the arcane shift is unnecessary. There is no reason to chase that. Gets big one, phosphorus bombed, and Sedge ultied, and demolished in a blink of an eye. OMG come out massive. Cool goes bonkers in the fight. Bristle is just rampaging all over people. That is an angry boar. And OMG able to get the clean ace for only 2.
They made the best out of the worst situation there for OMG. It started off with Xiang running away from the team, trying to save Cool, and just turned it into a massive team fight for themselves. Great shot calling from Xiang there. Managed to knock people back. Managed to tell Cool, no, don't take the lantern. I'm going to get it. Came out on top there. Silly arcane shift almost from Mystic. Cost them that fight. And now it's completely even between these two teams. 34,000 gold each. 8-5 on the scoreboard. OMG are down a turret but tied on Dragons. And suddenly it looks like it's anyone's game once again.
It could not be closer between these two teams. That's what this series has taught us. That like WE, OMG, gold is pretty much irrelevant between them. It's two young teams trying to execute on their game plan, and honestly could not get any closer between two teams. OMG's team comp is kind of cool. They've got great split pushes and they've got a really unique team fight. because of the burst damage that comes out of Corki as well as the Sejuani. The persistent damage probably higher on WE, but this is really anyone's game right now.
And now Cool going to try and make a play topside. Xie been pretty persistent about his split pushing, but Cool, the rapid fire cannon now completed. On top of that, more of Malmortius going to get some nice damage done with the help of Xiong onto that outer turret in top lane. OMG, though, still trying to navigate around this and get some siege happening. 957, though, busy with a siege of his own onto that outer turret in the bottom side. Mystic, though, not really safe to stand there. He's going to use the ulti to clear it out, but I think OMG have got this turret regardless. Not quite yet, though. Nice pillar. He's going to get assaulted over there by Sejuani.
Cool's out and just walked back towards the lantern to take it. It's like he was like, oh, sorry, I didn't take it, man. Hold on a second, I'll go grab it for you.
Hey, man, supports get sagged when we don't take their lanterns.
No, they do. It's a morale-boosting lantern. I agree. Good job, Cool.
He knows. He's a team play, man. He's a veteran. He's got the leadership. He knows how to keep the team spirits up. And it is, honestly, all memes aside, it's actually been a really tough series for both these teams. OMG especially, I think, have to feel that in this game, the series could already be over, and they should have won 2-0 after the mistake they made in game number 1. So they're in a game 3. They have to put that in the back of their mind because they just have to play this game out the way their comp is intended. Right now,
WE at the same time, though, when you get a second chance and then you get an advantage and you lose it, you feel like that could have been your one chance to win the series, especially because it has been pretty one-sided. They have got lucky a couple of times. So this early game start that they had on Mystic, now that they've thrown it away, that would be pretty down on themselves as well, I think. And now the pressure very much on this squad to try and make something work.
Both of these teams really feel like they came into Game 3 on a new leaf. WE finally taking the game to OMG. OMG not succumbing to that pressure, bringing it right back, making this even once again. So it seems like they've both put whatever happened in Game 1 and 2 behind them and focus on this game number 3. And it's, I think you mentioned this earlier, Spawn, just can't get any closer between these two teams. And once again, it's just coming into a period of the game where both of them just really want to farm it out, just kind of playing a bit of a game
for position.
That's right. Jockeying position.
Right now, they're honestly looking for fights. You can see that Cool keeps birding to these side lanes and looking to fight people, but he only wants it on his term when they have a teleport advantage, when they're looking for something. They're always repetitively ganking one teleport user, so 2 teleports don't come out of nowhere and surprise them. So I think that OMG have what in their mind what they want to do. Right now, WE are the ones that are kind of playing a little bit more reactive, not setting up that double teleport play, not really being able to siege. And we'll see whether they are able to make a miracle team fight. Because right now, Chwen's massive.
he is. Sejuani with a locket now and a Giant's belt, plus Ninja Tabby. I like all these things I'm seeing from the Sejuani. Hugely tanky with a good amount of damage to boot there as well from their Runic Echoes. There's a dragon apiece. Could see that actually changing up in a minute 20 as the third dragon of the game will spawn just around then. But everyone from World Elite still chilling out. OMG trying to use their double rapid fire cannons, it feels like, to get some siege happening. And they've done pretty good work in the outers in both mid and top, but World Elite are being very persistent with their wave clear.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're trying to drag it off the turret to like not even let any creep damage go down onto those, because they want to be able to keep them as healthy as possible. We already mentioned the game's so close, but a turret advantage for WE means that one team fight in OMG's favor. If they get to double push down mid lane again, it's going to mean bad things. All About This Dragon one more time is going to be up in 40 seconds. Package available, double teleports available. Pretty much everyone has everything up that they could possibly want right now. Even QSS is out of the AD carries. Going to be interesting to see how this one works out in the long run.
We saw in the previous team fight how OMG, one missed position coming in from WE means that that massive burst from Tren, the burst from SMLZ is enough to take down those key carries. And the Runic Echoes on the Sejuani, yes, has helped her out with this clear. Actually, helped her fantastically in the jungle. 40 CS up ahead of Condi, but it also might just give her that little bit of extra burst she needs to take down the backline for WE. And they know it. They saw how much damage they took in that last team fight. And it really looks like they're being a little bit more cautious now as we approach 26 minutes into the game. Dragon is back up.
Is this the second Sejuani we've seen?
In this season of the LPL?
Yeah. I feel like someone else played it.
I do not recall. We'll have to check that one later. I definitely remember a lot of said last year.
It's none of the teams that played today. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, no, I knew that one as well.
Well, we'll have to do some investigating. Schwan, though, making the pick look pretty good here as OMG are going to group with the package for this Dragon. It's something we've seen a lot from Invictus Gaming, but it makes a whole lot of sense given how the timings work. OMG more than happy to fight as SMLZ lays down the carpet, and then it's going to get straight onto the Dragon. If Waterloo want to fight, I think OMG are happy to take it, and they are going to hook it up. Dragon does go over. Nice pop ability to kick them out of the fight. But they're not quite going to disengage as Shia ults himself, jumping into the front of the fight. Now pops his on his a four-man ulti up from Sejuani. Could turn things around. 5 is a little low, but SMLZ's firing away with a bit of help from Cool, and Xiang's doing a great job tanking Schwan. It's already got himself up, but Mystic actually takes him out just on the end of the fight. Now Xiang is going to go down as Mystic gets a double kill. And Cool has to try and leave. He does take the lantern out, but SMLZ probably not so lucky. He flashes to safety, and it's just enough distance.
So, they're going to trade the Dragon for 2 kills here. And that team fight just didn't go the way they wanted it to.
They're a little bit healthier right now, OMG, and that is because there was a divide in the team fight. Xiang went a little bit too deep onto Mystic, who is very slippery at this stage of the game. You saw a huge ulti come out of Chuen, but he wasn't able to follow it up because of the stasis that was created out of the Lissandra. So honestly, these 2 big zone control ultimates, we saw them counteract each other again. And one more time, Mystic was a beneficiary.
Cleans up even more kills for himself. Has a Mercurials now, so going to be even harder to lock down. Poppy pretty much needs to sit on top of him with a W prepared already, I think, to really make Mystic's life a little bit miserable. And Deathcap's on the way for Xie as well, so his damage is starting to really ramp up.
There was another Sejuani, and I can't remember who picked it. Clearlove picked it. Boom.
Oh, of course he did. Clearlove. What a hipster.
It was driving me crazy. Sorry, guys.
That's fine. Now we know.
Welcome back, Spawn.
Did he win?
No.
Wow!
Shock horror.
That makes me sad.
Does.
Usually when Clearlove pulls out the crazy champions, he's got...
Like when he used to do Evelyn.
Yeah.
Like when Evelyn wasn't meta and like he would just play Evelyn for no reason. He would win all the time.
Played Evelyn recently. That made me happy.
No, I think Eve's good. I think she has a really quick jungle clear right now on Runic
Wonder
Echoes.
what? There we go. The pitch keeps coming.
I also think
He's selling
that
a
she
new item in
uses
this game.
the Iceborne Gauntlet build really well that Rusty loves. You know, Iceborne
Oh,
Gauntlet
no.
into something like Spirit Visage. Like the tanky Evelyn build.
Oh, yeah, kind of like the Echo build.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That actually sounds obnoxious.
Because Evelyn's just all about the flanks, right? People think it's about assassination potential still on her, but if you're able to get big ultimates across and set up flanks for your teams and be persistently annoying, Evelyn is like surprisingly tanky with her shield. However, not in this game, so I will stop talking about it. I'm not selling Evelyn's, I'm selling Iceborne Gauntlets. I want to make that perfectly clear.
Well, could also see Sejuani's first win in the LPL this season. Schwan has decided to take her into
That would
battle.
be great. Imagine if he picked up an Iceborne Gauntlet and won. That would be even better.
Well, he's got a dead man's plate right now, so we'll have to see. But not quite sticking to the theme of the champion, I suppose.
Just let me do my job, Fish.
I'm not stopping you.
You can't stop him, don't worry. That is a useless endeavor. It's Cool's now level 16.
I think like 4 weeks ago, before you were over, I was selling Merc Scimitars to AD carries. I was trying to justify.
I remember
Obviously,
that. Mystic
was a part of my seminar. He has gone at 3rd item. Very impressive, young Mystic.
This whole day just feel like it's not just the Iceborne Gauntlet you're trying to sell Runic Echoes and Iceborne Gauntlets on junglers.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, it's a sale bundle.
You get value. It's
It
a
is.
package.
It's a package. Imagine if you could actually do that in League of Legends. New game mode. Little bit of a gank.
Look at this, Condi now. He's going to get jumped on by Sia. He gets taken down incredibly low, actually, as Si Young now. He's coming up into the top lane. Zero. He's going to try and fight both of them as the support pops his ultimate down. Here comes the rest of the team. 957's in amongst the action. They take down Cool. A nice ultimate coming out for Dren's. Going to lock their remaining members of WE, but there's no follow-up just yet. It's Mystic that's dealing the damage for WE's side. He's onto Si Young now. He gets locked down. Double kill for the Ezreal. They take down 3 members of OMG.
And there is a teleport available on Xie, so they can still go for this Baron. What a team fight at a WE. It looked like the blind had been enough to keep Xie out. He wasn't able to ult up Cool, but instead he waits for the duration, picks the moment perfectly, and is able to make it work. Now he's teleporting on the back line. Will be able to zone away. Ooh. He's in trouble. Nah, he'll get back in.
Baron actually still not safe. Damage is there for SMLZ. Cask actually misses it. He's going to go for it, but Gragas will secure the Baron.
Yeah, so Condi able to pick it up one more time on Gragas. And that will be the first real meaningful lead right now, 4,000. As we have another look, this blind tags up Xie. He can't ult him because he's not within that field. He nearly actually kills him. Of course, Zero survives for a very long time. Grasp of Undying and Ultimate on Trundle, very strong. And this is Xie. Goes in, flashes, and ulties. So make sure that he's getting that heal on himself. That is, of course, a change that we made on Sejuani. Lissandra at the border back into popularity. Once cools down, not enough persistent damage to kill the Ezreal. That's what it's all about right now. Can Cool kill Mystic? If so, they'll win the team fight. If not, Mystic will run over the top of this team.
That's exactly what happened. Mystic, once again, able to deal that persistent damage for WE. He's 8-1-5. Has most of his items picked up as well. His boots are done. He has the last Whisper. Mirror Mana's completed. Iceborne Gauntlet and the Scimitar's picked up.
All right, back to awesome ideas.
All right, I'm ready.
Game mode of League of Legends where you preset your build. And if you build in that order, you get a 5% discount. So you're like, I'm going to go IE into Phantom Dancer into whatever, but you're not allowed to change. What that would do, like, you'd have to think about so many things before the game. Like, are they going to have an assassin? Do I need QSS? Like, what has to happen here for me to purchase this item? Oh.
Well,
Team fight happening.
Yeah, we'll put that one on hold for now because Waterloo are actually sieging
That's a
with their Baron
genius
buff.
build. 80 carries, I think, is the easiest position. Everyone else, that's really hard to do, to pre-plan your
What
whole
if you
build.
also got a random item in your build inserted somewhere?
Oh, that would suck. But I think I could do
I
it.
feel like this is definitely a color commentator.
What if it was a rapid fire cannon on your Twisted Fate?
I am
Then what?
not talking to you, Fish.
No
discounts.
Looking for a fight. 9x7 does get locked up, but WE still looking to try and siege this bottom turret for the inhibitor.
I miss Rusty and Frostgrim. That would be excited by this.
I'm not excited. I'm just maybe trying to pay closer attention to how much damage Waterloo got done to the bottom turret, which unfortunately for them was not enough to break it. They will consolidate to Dragon though, but this is just to equalize the objectives as Waterloo, it's Baron. Not quite running out just yet, but feels like they need to do a bit more damage with it.
Certainly does, and we're seeing Zero once again with that Frozen Heart. Practically a top laner at this stage of the game because he is really tanky. They're going to once again try and siege up this turret. They've actually caught out Xuan. Bristle got stuck between a pillar and a hard place.
Pretty big model, man. Like, can't make it through everything. Poor Bristle. I think we've killed Fish.
Thank goodness. As we're actually seeing some big shops coming out right now out of Team WE. Last Whisper picked up nearly void stuff, so the penetration items will start coming through. Frozen Hearts across the board right now.
Yeah, we'll actually have 3 of them.
I tried to sell 957 on the Iceborne Gauntlet. Would have given him the same amount of cooldown reduction, a slow field, but you didn't want to listen to me.
He's got Abyssal, actually.
He is going Abyssal. That's cute.
Definitely seen Iceborne Nautilus before.
Yeah, I disagree with that. With the Frozen Heart. I would have preferred an Iceborne Gauntlet on 957 as well. Just gives you that extra CC that Nautilus already has a lot of.
Oh, here we go. We're starting to sell it. It's seeping out of the game.
That's Nautilus the first champion I ever got a mastery on. I love that guy.
You worry me. But that's okay. As well, Elite still looking to get their siege going, but Baron pressure's dropped.
Come on, what were your two? Yours were like Yasuo Riven.
Yep.
Talking about worrying trends.
I am consistent. Consistently bad.
Mine was Lee Sin.
Of course it was. See? Tweet at RustyLol. Tell him what your first champion mastery
I
was.
actually
what
want to know.
system
That's
came
actually
out.
a really interesting tweet. I would love to know what people made and what they got in their first mastery, because there's like the mix between playing something like meta, like Fish, like he just is spamming Nautilus right now because it's very, very meta and strong, or playing your favorite champion of all time, like me and you did, as Xuan might be caught out here.
Hey, I played Nautilus before he's meta. I'm
No,
a hipster
I'm not
like
having
that.
a go. I'm just saying it's interesting to see whether people play meta picks or the picks that they really enjoy playing in ranked.
So I still have to tell Rusty that? He's going to wake up tomorrow with a lot of people telling them what the champion he plays is?
Of course, tweet at RustyLol. That's how else am I supposed to know?
Exactly. As well, Elite still looking for this siege. Actually, a pretty good pressure with the Trundle Ezreal Gragas situation. But without Baron buff, it's a little trickier. OMG, maybe one good fight away. Schwann's looking for a big flank here.
Yeah, he certainly is. This is kind of what you do on Lee Sin as well. Try and dodge wards, see if you can make a flank play. But not able to do so, but they keep the turret alive, and that's through the Baron buff. So right now, WE didn't really get all that much off Baron buff. In fact, I think their gold lead actually has shrank afterwards, and now Xie's caught.
Uh-oh. Could be trouble. Oh, good stun. That's a kill. 4v5 now, OMG. Leap into action. They have plenty of cooldowns to work with. But no objectives to take, unfortunately. Cool actually zooms down bot. Just has to try and push this out.
957 was back in the top lane. So there was absolutely no disengage that was going to come and save Xie there. Wasn't even able to ult himself up and give 957 time to use the teleport. So now, finally, maybe OMG can start looking to pressure some tier 2 turrets and get something back in their favor.
They're trying to do just that. Sia does have 30 seconds until he is back up. And look at this, Seong being really, really aggressive. It's going to be Trent that goes in. A nice three-man ultimate coming out. Mystic immediately uses the QSS to get out of it. He's now being jumped by Cool, but he gets taken down. Mystic, he's still cutting out of this. Actually gets knocked back into the base by Seong, so helping him out. Help him get out of that one. And now SMLZ, he's caught between a 957 and a hard place as he takes down that man. Trent now trying to battle out the jungler Condi, but he gets taken down. Nautilus picks up a double kill, and it's the shot caller for OMG Seong that is desperately trying to run away now.
And Zero still wants a piece of him. Teleport coming out this time of, was that Xie? Yeah, it was. And Zero is like, why will you not fight me?
Well, Xiong's going to lock him down. Zero's going to keep slapping away with the club. And another pillar's down. Xiong, it might take a little while to die because he is a poppy. But he is going to die here. In fact, Zero, I think, deserves the kill. He's not going to get it.
Zero has just made me an OMG fan. 3 games in a row, he just wants to fight everybody.
Yeah, he certainly does. And that means top lane turret will go over to WE. Able to get it. I don't know why Zero making you an OMG fan when he plays for Team WE, but, you know, we'll discuss that later.
Fan, sorry.
I didn't want to throw you under the bus, but then I thought about it and thought you might have confused people at home, so I did so. And, you know, with that burn from Dragon number 2, they're able to pick up 2 turrets. So finally a team fight. 8,000 gold the lead now. OMG must be starting to panic.
Cool is really trying to salvage this, but he does get tagged by Mystic. It's actually just be trouble as they're going to flash forward. They get the snare in. Cool, he again trying to make a play, just goes down. And it feels like OMG always reach for a carry to make a play. I feel like the burden must be there on Cool's shoulders. But he's not a one-man army. Not against Water Lead especially. We play so well together.
Yeah, that was just like clutch knocking him out of the bird. Otherwise, he would have just drove by. In the end, he does fall down. Doesn't really cost him all that much because everyone needed to recall anyway. So it's just a little bit of a pressure loss right now for OMG, but they're already in a big goal deficit. They need someone to start making plays. Cool wants to be that person. He has an IE, Rapid Fire Cannon, Last Whisper already done. He's onto item number 6. We are 40 minutes into this game. And WE finally starting to get their claws in a very tangible lead.
And they do have 8,000 gold up ahead of OMG. 6 turrets to 3. The Dragons are still even. And speaking of that objective, it is up and available to be taken. So is that Baron buff. So it could be the next fight between these two teams taking around one of these 2 objectives.
Oh, an Abyssal Scepter on Bristle right now. Maybe Sejuani carries that one, actually. I'll say the Dead Man's Plates on Bristle. Abyssal Scepter definitely carried by Sejuani. I take it back. I was wrong. But going to be doing a lot of damage with that Arctic Assault. And what's the W called? Oh,
Northern Winds.
Northern Winds. Northern Winds does a lot of damage late game.
Yeah, really does. Does
percentage health.
Yeah, it's the one.
Oh, based off her max damage.
Yeah, that's right. They changed it.
Whoa.
It's pretty nice. I actually kind of on the same, like, oh, never mind. I'm going to have to give it up. No? Okay, we're still good. So sort of on the same flavor as, like, you know, the Sejuani Bristle thing. Bristle's the boar, of course. I like the whole idea of a locket because it's like Sejuani's got, like, you know, imagine like there's a steering wheel on the back of the boar and, like, your horn, where that would be. Yeah. It's just a locket. There's a big button that he just shoves whenever he wants to activate the locket.
No, I can see that. That's good. I like this.
Uh-oh, trouble though.
Oh, Trent now. He's going to get locked down. Can't use that locket on the ball as W pick up a kill for themselves. They're looking towards taking down the Baron now.
Yeah, what a pick. And onto the tanky initiating member. So that will be Baron falling down. Top lane does have a massive wave. I've seen this story too many times tonight. I'm closing my eyes, Pastry.
Well, we'll have to see who's going to get it. Condi, can he secure it again? It's Mystic that's actually able to get it, but Zero is going to get melted as World Elite do move in on to Cool. The Lantern, though, is going to get him to safety. As it's just going to be the one kill. In fact, Xiang's going to move it way back in, but Mystic, slippery as ever, gets one out and takes out 5 on the back end as well. This Azul is massive, but Cool's threatening. 957, though, is going to run them down as Condi pops a randomness to try and slow down Xiang. There's a snare in from Xie. Xiang is going to get locked down and taken out. Mystic, 12th kill of the game.
Baron and 3 members picked up right now for WE. They are streaming down this mid lane, not even waiting for a quick creep wave. Wow, that top lane is massive right now, but they will still get the inhibitor and maybe even look for more.
Zero's going to be back up in 10 seconds, so he could potentially be the one that tries to defend that top lane push. But look at this, WE. They're streaming on towards the base. They're looking to try and end the game here against OMG. They're pushing on towards the Nexus turret. Trend, he's being locked down. Ultimate's being used onto him as well. Mystic trying to put some damage down, but SMLZ, he gets taken down in the backlines. The ultimate from Trend is going to lock down CA, who just immediately goes into stasis. Cool, he's taken down next. Mystic is shifting on towards the backlines of OMG. He gets a double kill, looking for the triple on Trend, but the ball is not enough to keep this alive for OMG. WE, they pick up the win and pick up the 2-1 against OMG.
And what a set in the end. Keep your dreams is exactly right. WE somehow, after a nightmare first 2 games, one of which they won, I might add, pick up a pretty clean game number 3 and take down long-term rivals OMG.
Yeah, I think I saw Condi collapse almost after they won that game. The World Elite fans clearly very happy out there in the crowd as well, but they'll move over to shake hands with a foe they have fought many times before, and OMG, so many good things to say about the team from that series. But World Elite, I feel like they're a little bit better as far as synergy and clutch goes, because they really dug deep to win this series.
Yeah, they certainly did, and you have to once again really applaud Mystic and Zero, the 2 players that probably in all 3 games were trying to step up. Game number 2 was rough against a very difficult lane, but those are 2 teams that I just always enjoy watching play. Like, the future of the LPL is bright if WE and OMG continue on the trend that they are currently on.
Exactly that, and that was 3 fantastic games for them. The first 2 games, it was kind of like OMG dictating the flow. W managed to pull back in one of them. They tried in the second, just wasn't quite right. Game 3 completely changed around, did exactly what we said they needed to do to pick up the win, take the game to OMG. They did that time and time again. OMG tried to claw back this time, but they're in the back seat, weren't able to do it over and over again.
Yeah, and sort of on that note, I sort of started noticing a trend, because I guess I watched enough games of these 2 teams to sort of figure out this play style. And for me, it really felt like World Elite team fought very well. Like, very well as a unit, but weren't very good at closing out games in maybe a clean manner. OMG were almost the opposite, where they knew what they wanted to do to try and close the game out, but when it came to grouping and getting stuff done, especially in the mid to late game, they just weren't as confident. I think that's why we sort of had a bunch of stalemates, because those 2 play styles, there's definitely something missing there for these teams.
Yeah,
still.
I've said it time and time again, and the reason I like Icon is because he gave them decisiveness.
Yep.
He would just be like, I'm going, and then they would actually go. And they would follow up really well. Right now with Cool, like, he's trying to provide that. Cool actually had a pretty good series, if truth be told, so can't be too mad at the substitute there. But in the end, it isn't picking up the win.
Let's recap the results of the day, though. 2-1 for Xiaogu as IG did push them to game number 3. We had a long day today as RNG also pushed by M3 of all teams for a game 3. RNG looking a little shaky in the series, to be honest, but M3 certainly showing that they can be a threat to these top teams like they've shown pretty much all season long. But our last series was probably the best there as World Elite were able to take out OMG. I don't know what the record between these 2 organizations is, but it would be pretty awesome as we are going to check in with the standings. Xiaogu still on top, 10-1 after today's win with World Elite. The next closest team after their win today at 7-4. Snake and M3 round out that group's top 4 at 6-4 and 3-8, with LGD technically tied with M3 down there in that group. Okay, I'll check in the Group B now. 9-2 there for Royal, 6-4 for EDG. OMG dropped to 6-5 after their loss there, tying with IG, who also picked up a loss today. Vici must be thinking, man, we're so close. But again, this is just such a crowded group. Royal, though, did create some distance today.
They certainly did, and, you know, Edward Gaming now need to start picking up some wins and seeing if they can create some of their own distance, because Vici is going to come hard that team, from what I saw last night, played very well, and they going to try and push it against Snake.
Well, these are tomorrow's games. Of course, we have one more day of the LPL left for this week. EDG, EPA will kick things off tomorrow as Vici and Snake will round out our week. That's actually a really cool day based on what we've just seen on the standings, because EDG, they should have a straightforward match for themselves, but they need to prove that they can win and win cleanly like they did earlier in the week versus M3. Vici, though, still going half of those points. That's definitely kind of a battle for that big clutter group, Group B, but of course they're not playing intergroup so far, so this is the last chance for these teams to get points off the other group.
Tomorrow's games are now crucial because not only does EDG have the chance to pull away from this, if we take a look at the MVP, it's going to be Sia coming in from WE.
Yeah, I created a lot of controls in that fight, and that's what I said. Sejuani creating control versus Lissandra going head-to-head, and kind of whoever had more control won, and that was Xie in this game, so you have to give him a lot of props. Mystic was the only consistent damage on the team, so he cleaned up a lot of kills, but Xie was instrumental. I like what you're saying. Tomorrow's games, Snake have had a nightmare week so far. In fact, they lost 2-0. Yep. If they lose, that's a lot of lost momentum heading into playoffs. EDG, on the other hand, need to start creating this distance between the rest of their group. EPA should be a win, but they need to get there first.
And on top of that, Vici going up against Snake tomorrow, if they're able to pick up that win, that means they are now back into playoff contention with it in their hands if they win the remainder of their games.
Certainly is, and it's an awesome looking way to close it out, but we are done for the evening. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolutely great evening as 9 games of League of Legends is just so many, but we're not done. At least we are for the evening. Join us tomorrow for more LPL action as we close out Week 7, but for now, it's simply good night.